Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 2647, Lu Tai's head falls to the ground, His Royal Highness is serious. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. As for Sui Yu Jouyu's infiltration plan, what is your highness going to do? 2 ways. The first one is to clean up the wild with vertical walls, abandon those underlying universes, and concentrate the power. The second type is bluffing, sending strong people into the border universe to frighten the enemy and make them afraid to move. As His Highness Xu Ning said, he looked at Su Lang a little hesitantly. Dao fellow Su Lang thinks, which one should I choose? Of course, both. Su Lang pondered and said, the number of people who know about the Dudu civil turmoil is countless, and they can't keep it for too long. I understand. Send strong people into the border universe, bravado, confuse the enemy, buy more time for the rear to clear the country, further concentrate your strength, and finally win the battle. After all, it's equivalent to going all out from the beginning. If you can't stop it, you really can't stop it. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded suddenly, and a trace of worry and sadness appeared between his brows. No, they will definitely lose in the end. An incredibly confident smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Really, Xu Ning was infected by Su Lang's self-confidence, and the gloom between her brows dissipated a lot, revealing a touch of expectation. Of course it's true, you don't see who I am. Su Lang smiled happily. Let me tell you the good news first. I instilled Yu Yangli's exercises, and his combat power has initially entered the eternal level of the 8 universes. 8 eternal level. Yu Yangli already has the power of the 8 eternal realm. His Royal Highness Xu Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. When I met before, Yu Yangli was only better than her, but at this time, he opened countless distances. And all this was created by Su Lang. Well, the 8 eternal realm. Su Lang showed a certain smile. Yu Yangli is really lucky to have you as a senior. His Royal Highness Xu Ning returned from the horror and whispered. You don't need to envy him. Isn't it the 8 eternal realm? You can definitely reach it. Su Lang smiled faintly, his eyes full of encouragement. With the help of Taoist Su Lang to improve the main practice, I am indeed hopeful. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded. It's just that it takes a lot of time to do it. It's okay. Su Lang smiled. In a few days, I will instill eternal techniques into you all, so that you can increase your combat power like Yu Yangli. Ah, this. Dao fellow Su Lang, use less initiation techniques. His Royal Highness Xu Ning was both pleasantly surprised and worried. I know you must have suffered a very serious sequelae. Quote. All said there are no sequelae. Su Lang shrugged helplessly. Let's not talk about this. Your Royal Highness will call Elder Xie and the others to discuss detailed countermeasures. Okay. His Royal Highness Xu Ning knew that this matter could not be delayed, so he immediately disappeared from the place and went to a meeting with someone. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang looked at Wang Jingchen. Master. Wang Jingchen saluted respectfully, his eyes full of reverence and worship. I also have a group of eternal subordinates who are outside the Xiu Heavenly Palace at this time. Su Lang nodded and said to Wang Jingchen, you take me to ask them to find them outside, and you say that you can collect incense power and reserve it. I have great use. Nowadays, the level of incense weapons is getting higher and higher, and there are more and more incense willingness crystals needed for evolution. Fortunately, Su Lang has a virtual spirit universe, which can absorb the incense power of others. These eternal warriors who rushed here have lived for countless years, and they have accumulated a lot of incense and aspirations. If they gather their incense aspirations together, they will be able to gather a large amount of incense aspirations. As for the powerhouses such as Xu Ning, their incense aspiration power needs to be used to slash the 13 corpses, slicing out more of the eternal power of the 7 universes, and the price is obviously higher. Yes, Lord. Wang Jingchen took the order and retired from the platform respectfully. Su Lang nodded slightly, then looked at Lu Tai. Can Sui Yu Joyu be aware of your arrest? Can. Lu Tai respectfully said, the little one has used that Wang Qian's power, and he will know. Okay. Su Lang nodded and waved. Lu Tai fell on his head and fell on the spot. Ding. You got the Eternal Soul 1. Listening to the sound of the system in his mind, Su Lang smiled and finished processing the spoils. Ding. The storage is complete. The balance is 9.82 million cosmic origin. The origin of the universe is still 180,000 short. Su Lang closed his eyes and did a practice. At the same time, in the real universe, a ripple of time and space suddenly appeared, and a fortitude man with a pink whole body emerged from it. This person is a cheap junior, a pink hunk, Yu Yangli. Chapter 2648, Yu Yangli, I am an actor, you're back. Emperor Shu Yuzhou opened his eyes, his expression stagnated, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The pink macho in front of you is so conspicuous. Why, I'm not welcome. Yu Yangli raised his chin, looking at Emperor Shu Yuzhou with cold eyes. When? Of course not. Just, how did you become like this? Emperor Shu Yuzhou opened his mouth, his face full of weirdness. What have you experienced this time out? He was surprised to see Yu Yangli covered in pink. But from Yu Yangli, he felt a peculiar temperament, or spirit, that made him dare not look down upon it. Ha ha, from now on, I understood a lot of things and strengthened my Dao Shin. Yu Yang twitched away from the corner of his mouth and sneered, you won't understand it anyway. Quote. Emperor Shu Yuzhou was speechless for a while, pointing to the pink color on Yu Yangli's body. Then, apart from these, do you have any other gains this time? He only noticed that Yu Yangli had turned pink, and he didn't realize that Yu Yangli's combat power had already entered the 8 universe level. Of course, all the purposes of going here have been achieved. Xie Zan and my spy, I exposed Su Lang's identity and formed a secret alliance with the Shuning faction. Yu Yangli showed arrogance. Next, just wait to unload the mill and kill the donkey. While talking, he apologized to Su Lang in his heart, Big brother, I'm acting, don't mind. That's great, Su Lang, that chop, I wanted to kill him a long time ago. Now that you and the Shuning faction have secretly formed an alliance, you have almost declared Su Lang's death sentence, ha ha ha. Emperor Shu Yuzhou didn't know that Yu Yangli was an actor. After hearing the lie, he believed it to be true, but felt that revenge was already a certainty. Ha ha, let's talk about these and some are gone. Now the road has been paved, but whether it is good or not depends on your own strength. Yu Yangli glanced at Emperor Shu Yuzhou, we must quickly collect resources to practice and become stronger. This makes sense. Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded in agreement, but immediately thought of the cultivation resources deceived by Su Lang, and his heart could not help but twitch in dark and pain. Before you said that although you were defeated, you still have some background. Yu Yangli took a deep look at Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Now, it's time to share it. I will let people gather resources. Emperor Shu Yuzhou said with a stern face, once the war begins, we may no longer have the opportunity to gather resources. Now we must scrape cleanly. Well, hurry up. Yu Yangli originally wanted to fool Emperor Shu Yuzhou to do things that would kill him, but he didn't expect Emperor Shu Yuzhou to have such an idea automatically without fooling him. That's cool. Next, Emperor Shu Yuzhou took out the jade card for transmission and began to give orders to his remaining subordinates. The efficiency of the warrior is extremely fast, especially the eternal warrior. In a blink of an eye, the order of Emperor Shu Yuzhou was transmitted to all the remaining universe. The people in these universes treat him as the supreme ruler, and after receiving orders, they begin to scrape everything. It's as if Su Lang searched the bottom natural universe before. Basically, all the valuable things that can be taken away are taken away, including those living planets. As the ruler of half the territory of Dudu universe, Emperor Shu Yuzhou's background is indeed very profound. After being deceived by Su Lang, experiencing a big defeat and becoming lonely, he still retains a lot of wealth. These wealth are scattered in the universe, and at first glance it is not obvious. But together, it is very impressive. Time passed slowly. With the power of the eternal strong, it is enough to pack away the things in the natural universe one by one, quickly. An eternal powerhouse under Emperor Shu Yuzhou came to the Qian universe and brought a lot of wealth. In order to win the trust and goodwill of Yangli, Emperor Shu Yuzhou specially asked that subordinate to put the collected resources into the void of the universe. Suddenly, the colorful light of precious energy bloomed, forming a baby nebula that most warriors would drool at a glance. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2649, Year-old Yuzhou Territory Power Assembly. With the arrival of more people under Emperor Shu Yuzhou, this colorful baby nebula has also become more and more vast. Even Yu Yangli could not help but nodded. Look, with these resources, we can definitely go further. Emperor Shu Yuzhou pointed to the majestic 5-color nebula. Haha smiled. Exactly. Thank you, Taoist Shuyu this time. Yu Yangli gave Shuyu a bright smile. Where is this? We are good brothers. Emperor Shuyuzhou laughed, looking like the brothers are good, and the 3 stars look like. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Yangli nodded quickly and smiled more brilliantly. At the same time. Fight in the universe. His Royal Highness Shu Ning has summoned Elder Xie and others to discuss the details of dealing with Sui Yuzhou. At present, Yuzhou already knew that his spy was arrested. So there is no need to hide and tuck. The 4 elders Xie, Yu, Cheng, and Zhang left Dudu Universe with some guardians of the 6 cosmos and more eternal warriors of lower levels. They don't have to go to the most remote border of Dudu Zhou, after all. The spies from Sui Yuzhou had already touched the hinterland. Moreover, the value of the natural universe in remote places is not great, and it will stretch the front too far, and giving up appropriately is a better choice. Elder Xie and the other 4 chose the station point, one of which was Kongqing Universe. The Kongqing Universe is a middle-level universe that governs many lower-level universes. For example, the lower level, Pei Yushao's middle universe, such as Zaitai, Black Ice Tower and other Fosses. Universe. The 9 Desolate Universe is now under the jurisdiction of Kongqing Universe, of course. Out of respect for Su Lang, no one dared to move the 9 Desolate Universe region. The advantage of passing time flow rate, and the cobweb-like connections between the universes. The elders can calmly monitor every universe under their jurisdiction, and once an abnormality is discovered, they can take the lead. Elder Xie and others were not just standing there motionless. They sent many powerful men, carrying special eternal treasures, to explore the universe. Among them, the natural universe leaked by Emperor Zaitai Wuxiao Zhou that had encountered the eternal spy of the 6 universes was subject to a key search. Just get a little breath of the eternal secret agent of the 6 universes. Su Lang could use the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to dig out his traces and follow the vines to dig out more spies or intelligence. Time flies. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Simultaneously, in the age of the secluded universe accumulated by a huge amount of natural universe. One side seemed boundless, unable to distinguish the pure white world from top to bottom. A powerful figure is suspended, each one is an eternal powerhouse of the 7 universes. In the quantity, reached the terrible 23. There are 23 eternal powers in the 7 universes, including men and women, old and young. But in any case, all of them have extraordinary temperament, and you can see that they are not simple people. I am under my command for eternity. Lu Tai was captured and killed. An old woman opened her mouth and said that there were only 2 upper front teeth in her shriveled mouth, gleaming with a cold light. She looked like a weird old rat lady. Dudu Zhou can't get any information. At most, we know that our people have sneaked into their territory. A strong man composed of gray, white and black said lightly. There is a vertical eye between his brows, and an eye covered with purple bloodshot eyes without sky. Did anyone get any useful information recently? Asked a woman with a wonderful figure, wearing a translucent veil like a bamboo membrane, but with 4 arms and heads. There is news from under my command. The locals of the Dudu universe he controlled infiltrated the Dudu universe, but were killed after being discovered. During this process, some intelligence was discovered. An old man wearing a 7-colored robe said, Dudu universe has just experienced civil strife, and has lost many 7 Eternals. Loss of many 7 Eternals. Could it be that one of the 2 parties in the infighting caused a crush on the other? Which side has the power of 8 universes? A short stature and a smaller head, but the appearance of a middle-aged man, Chi Zhou eternally looked surprised. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2650. What is that thing? No one knows the details of the war except the parties. But being able to kill many 7 universe eternities definitely caused a crush. It is most likely that the 8 universe level made the shot. It's just that it's not the normal eternity of the 8 universes, but just a temporary burst of power. Otherwise, Dudu universe would never be able to maintain the internal fighting situation for such a long time. It would have been forcibly unified long ago. The low-end combat power, they may not be as good as ours, but the high-end combat power. If old ancestor Suiyu doesn't make a move, Do will have a strong man who can display the power of the 8 universes, and it should be similar to us. A relatively normal-looking boy with green eyes analyzed. I agree. I have news from my subordinates that Dudu Universe has stationed in the Seven Eternity, and has begun unabashedly investigating our people. The old lady mouse nodded. The other party is very confident, certainly not weak. Paused. The old woman spoke again. My subordinates told me. The civil war in Dudu Universe is related to a rising star named Su Lang. Su Lang, it is said that when Jojo Eternal passed Dudu Joyu, he became a disciple on a whim. Su Lang was in the eternal realm of the 4 universes when he first appeared, and soon he will have the eternal power of the 5 universes, which shows his talent. And the 8 universe power, that may appear in Dudu Universe infighting, if there is, it should have been brought by Su Lang. I guess that Su Lang may have leaked part of his inheritance. Speaking of which, the old lady mouse closed her shriveled mouth, and her vicissitudes and muddy eyes showed a hint of thought. Humph. So what, even if some of them have stepped into the eternity of the 8 universes, they are not our opponents. As long as Suiyu old ancestor takes action, everything will disappear. As for the Jojo Eternal passing by Dudu, don't worry, that person must have gone to the Lingshu fragmented domain and cannot return. A middle-aged man wearing a tattered red robe with a dull face, like an eagle sneered. Don't take it lightly, old ancestor Suiyu would not easily make a move. That thing is more important to his old man than the inheritance left by Jujo Eternal. A beautiful woman with 4 heads and 8 arms, 4 beautiful heads shook together. What the asterisk is that thing? Why make us like this? The short middle-aged man sighed. I have never seen that thing from beginning to end, do not know. The woman with 4 heads and 8 arms opened her 4 lovely mouths and said these 3 words. I don't know when. Subtle changes have taken place in the Yujo domain at the age of the year. It is like all the cosmic avenues in the entire universe have become a little weird. The eternal powerhouses of Suiyu were also affected. Today they cannot further improve the new crystal wall universe. For the eternal warrior, what does it mean to break the path? Moreover, the well-established crystal wall universe was also affected and became much more fragile. And the weird influence erupts periodically. Each explosion is extremely terrifying, and can even destroy the crystal wall universe of the eternal warrior. They must fight against that influence all the time. The reason why many 7 universes of eternity look like human beings and ghosts is the aftereffect of using secret techniques. No matter what, I have to leave Suiyu Joyu. Otherwise, I will never be able to go further. The green-eyed boy looked gloomy and said, Dudu Joyu is our nearest place to go, we must take it down. On the way to find a solution to the problem, the powerful people found that the farther away from the Suiyu universe, the smaller the impact. But only by leaving Suiyu universe region completely, the weird influence will disappear completely. Relatively speaking, the crisis in the Dudu universe is the annihilation of the universe, but in fact the crisis does not come immediately, but many years later. But Suiyu Joyu had already suffered the influence of unknown mysterious power, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was burning eyebrows. Therefore, the crisis in Suiyu universe is even more urgent. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2651, The Curse of Living with the Universe, yes. Dudu Joyu must be taken. Now that I have obtained the detailed coordinates of Dudu Joyu, now we can set off. The old lady mouse nodded. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes. Wait for us to arrive at Dudu Joyu. The truth and fiction of Dudu Joyu should have been explored. At that time, we will have to wait and discuss before proceeding. The 3-eyed gray-black man finished speaking, and immediately turned into flying ash and disappeared. Everyone, see you in the universe. See you in Dudu universe. The remaining 24 people also disappeared from their places. Immediately afterwards, this boundless, pure white space that is indistinguishable from top to bottom, left to right, is also directly annihilated. Immediately after, Azun Kijo Eternal brings his own army of warriors that have developed countless billions of years, and set off toward the Dudu universe. Its final destination is Dudu universe. The battle must be carried out in the high-level universe of Dudu. If fighting in the rest of the universe, the strong in the Dudu universe can use the high flow time of the Dudu universe to obtain extremely favorable conditions. Of course. They will not go directly to Dudu universe, they will definitely be ready to go again, quickly. The 7 universes in the secluded universe are all gone. They brought all the eternal powerhouses of Suiyu Joyu. Only the strongest, Suiyu ancestor, remained in Suiyu universe. At this moment, in the low-lying universe where the cosmic energy is extremely thin in the Suiyu universe. A skinny old man in a large black robe, lying in the lonely void, slowly floating. This person is the old ancestor of Suiyu, the eternal powerhouse of the 8 universes. The ancestor Suiyu is a very old eternal strong man. He had a foreboding that his time would be approaching a long time ago. Yes, the so-called eternal existence also has a limit. The limit of eternal warrior is, live with the universe. Living with the universe is the realm that countless wise creatures dream of. But for existences like Suiyu Patriarch, Gujun Jodi, Dusho Jodi, it is a kind of curse. In fact, the reason why the eternal warrior is called the eternal warrior is not an exaggeration. They can really be eternal. As long as we break the curse of, live with the universe, it can be done. And the only way to break this curse is to transcend the endless universe. At this time, the ancestor Suiyu was doing this. Since feeling that the end is approaching, he has come to the natural universe with the slowest time flow in this year-old universe. The most useless grassroots universe is the best choice for dying people like Suiyu Patriarch. 10 million years have passed in the upper universe, and only 1 year has passed here. The ancestor Suiyu left countless eyes and tentacles in Suiyu universe, using the high flow of time to constantly search for hope. 2 billion years ago in this basic universe, the ancestor Suiyu finally found hope. That was when a certain universe in the Suiyu universe expanded and swallowed the surrounding natural universe. A torn book page emerges from the intersection of the universe and the natural universe. On the pages of the book, there are some strange characters written on it. It is impossible to recognize the meaning. It should be understood that even if the language of the strong people is different, they can communicate normally. Words will no longer limit the communication of the strong. But the characters on that broken page, even Suiyu Patriarch, couldn't understand any trace of meaning. This is an unbelievable thing, and it also highlights the speciality of the broken page. But the characters are unrecognizable, which is second. The key is that the arrival of this broken page has brought weird changes to Suiyu domain. There is a mysterious and unknown power on the leftover pages that will negatively affect the holder, causing strange diseases, weakening power, and the like. In the beginning, it was not very strong. But since the broken page fell into the hands of old ancestor Suiyu, the weird influence has grown stronger and stronger. Even those 7 Eternals are also affected. The lower-level warriors were more severely affected. Without any choice, most of the creatures in the natural universe in the old universe have entered the inner world of the strong. But even if all the eternal strong go all out, it is difficult to carry all the creatures. Many eternal powerhouses are overwhelmed, thinking about leaving Suiyu universe to find new places. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2652, Suiyu Ancestor and Weird Broken Page. The ancestor Suiyu knows this naturally. But he did not make any effective measures. Because the impact of that broken page is getting bigger and bigger, it's really caused by him. Soon after getting the broken page, the ancestor Suiyu searched for relevant information and finally found some information about the broken pages. That weird broken page was a special treasure that those strong men who went to Lingshu fragmented territory to participate in the battle would compete. It is said that it is a treasure that does not belong to the endless universe. With it, there is hope to transcend the endless universe and obtain true eternal life that the 9 universes can't get forever. The way to use it is to use the broken page to assimilate itself, and then go to the universe-wide realm. Yes, the universe-wide realm, where everyone talks about changing colors, is the path to transcend the endless universe. Every world-wide world is a road. When Suiyu learned of this, he was ecstatic and immediately began to assimilate himself with the broken pages. In this process, the impact of the remaining pages became more and more serious, and gradually spread to the entire age of the universe. Now even the 7 eternity has run away. At this moment, in this basic universe, everything is dead, and even the natural universe has not spilled out new cosmic energy, just like death. Alright, almost. After assimilation, go to the universe-wide realm, and I will live forever. The ancestor Suiyu whispered. This is his way of comforting himself. He is suffering from unimaginable and unrecognizable pain every moment. To allow the broken pages to assimilate yourself, you have to endure the weird power. The ancestor Suiyu was originally a veteran eternal powerhouse of the eight cosmos, a stronger existence than the Emperor Do Shu. But now, the breath is very weak. His crystal wall universe was affected by the remaining pages, and it collapsed countless. Even the universe of life is crumbling. There were countless worlds in the body, and countless creatures originally existed, but now they are all dead. It was as if all creatures couldn't adapt to the crystal wall universe and life universe of Suiyu ancestor. His cosmic avenue has deteriorated. To this, the ancestor Suiyu was also very worried, but now he is already riding a tiger, and if he doesn't transcend the endless universe, he must live with the universe and die. He has no choice. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the old ancestor like a dead body coughed fiercely, and immediately became weaker, as if it was about to fall. No, I can't die. I will be able to complete the assimilation soon. I will live forever. I want to accomplish things that the 9 universes cannot do forever. Ha 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 ha. The almost inaudible voice echoed in the mouth of Suiyu old ancestor, and then he returned to deathly silence. Fight in the universe. No one knew about Suiyu universe's changes, nor did Su Lang. This time, I worked hard, finally accumulated a lot of cultivation base. So many cultivation bases can improve many crystal wall universes. Su Lang sat on the opposite platform, looking at the cultivator in the mysterious black space, thinking in his mind. At this time, a system prompt came. Ding! The secret of words and characters has reached the founding level. As the system prompts appear, countless secrets like the ocean disappeared from the bottom of the sea, and countless sea water collapsed directly into Su Lang's mind. Rumble! Su Lang was shocked for a while, and then he completely mastered the secret of words, as if he had practiced for hundreds of millions of years. He looked at the mystery of the word secret, familiar with the characteristics of this magical power. The essence of word secret is the most advanced application of the power of the universe. The foundation of the power of the universe is the numerous avenues of the universe. Using the secret of words and words, you can use the power of your own universe to blend with the power of the natural universe, and become your home field with the natural universe you are in. The more proficient the exercises are, the deeper the assimilation with the universe, and the greater the number of natural universes that can be assimilated. I don't know the secret of the words and words at the founder level, and how effective it is. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his heart moved, unfolding the mystery of words and words, and suddenly a hidden power instantly enveloped the entire Dudu universe. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2653. The secret of words and words at the founding level. This hidden power is unexpectedly changed from the power of the universe. It contains the comprehensive characteristics of the power of the universe that is inclusive, and it is faintly divided into countless great powers. The power of these countless faintly divided avenues is constantly changing. It wasn't until the power of the great Tao in the Hedudu universe was connected to stabilize it. But in fact, this process is very fast. Almost immediately after the unfolding of the mystery and magical power of words, they had already assimilated with Dudu universe and were closely connected to each other. Suddenly, Su Lang felt as if he had been in contact with an extremely majestic existence. For the first time, he observed and understood the natural universe in all aspects and thoroughly. That vast power made Su Lang feel extremely heavy. In the horrible flow of time, Dudu universe continuously releases its own cosmic energy, transforming into heaven and earth aura, flooding the entire Dudu continent. These cosmic energies came from the vast power that Su Lang felt. But this power presents a rigid feeling. The entire Dudu universe is just a dead thing containing majestic energy. All of them are running in an orderly manner with the power of the established avenue, occasionally. Having comprehended the rules of heaven and earth, the mighty martial artist of the universe can arouse its power. But no matter how strong the power is, no matter how it is guided, it can only induce its insignificant, one-sided power of the rules of the road. But Su Lang, who used his word secret, was different. He felt that he and Dudu universe's Tao rules had a certain degree of docking and assimilation. He can mobilize all the forces in the Dudu universe in an instant. The eternal warrior is known as the human-shaped universe, but it is still growing after all, and the life universe as the core cannot be compared with the natural universe. Therefore, Su Lang discovered that his life universe had various weaknesses compared with the natural universe. In the past, this weakness was difficult to detect. But now that he has a perfect reference, Su Lang further understands the shortcomings of his own, humanoid universe, of course. This is just a side effect of the secret of words. The main role was to make Su Lang turn the entire Dudu universe into his home court. In the Dudu universe, he can borrow the power of Dudu universe to the maximum, forms extremely severe suppression of the enemy, and can bring various effects of extremely powerful increase to oneself. The specific form of expression is similar to speak out and follow the law. Beside me, the concentration of cosmic power has increased tenfold. The power of the universe in Su Lang's body is endless, mobilizing all the avenues of energy in the Dudu universe. Suddenly, the energies of the natural universe were all guided, and countless cosmic energies converged towards Su Lang without warning. But only for a moment. This kind of guidance disappeared. Because Su Lang mobilized the energy of the entire Dudu universe, it was too simple to increase the energy of the universe around his body by 10 times, and it only took a short time. It's worthy of being the secret of words at the founder level. Unexpectedly, I can do things that countless spirit-gathering formations are difficult to do. From now on, as long as there is no place where the spirit-gathering array is located in the high-level universe, I will be able to maintain my cultivation rate. And gathering the cosmic energy is just the most basic application offward secret. Any method that needs to mobilize the power of the rules of the outer universe will be greatly enhanced in my hands, and the enemy will be greatly weakened. Although the Eternal Strong is an independent humanoid universe, it will not be weakened to death, but it will also lose its combat power. It's just that this method does consume the power of the universe. The more power to guide the natural universe, the greater the consumption of one's own cosmic power. Quote. Su Lang had a brief taste of secrets of words and briefly analyzed them. In actual combat, the effect of this secret technique can be more intuitively reflected. Words and secrets are powerful. Su Lang used it as one of his usual methods, such as breaking a sword, or sealing the sky with a thought. Immediately after, system, activate the 1-key martial arts 10 heart martial arts function, and practice the calling the word secret. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to the system, and the 10 martial arts villains who had just rested for a while became busy again. If you like the 1-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The 1-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2654. Brother Su Lang, come here now. After practicing the calligraphy secret, I will practice these words secret. The 3-character secret of stealing words and the alchemy array are arranged behind. Su Lang made a decision in his heart, and then looked at the cultivator villain. During this time, he has accumulated a lot of cultivation base, and it is time to perfect more crystal wall universes and improve the foundation. Relying on those secret techniques alone is not stable enough. System, activate the function of a crystal wall universe. Su Lang issued system instructions again. In an instant, numerous cultivation bases flooded into Su Lang's body, and after merging with the great path of time, they merged into the crystal wall world of Wow to be fed. These crystal wall worlds immediately began to change qualitatively and upgraded to crystal wall universes. A trace of cosmic power continuously condensed from within them, filling Su Lang's body, making him feel extremely fulfilled. In a blink, more and more worlds have become crystal wall universes. 100 million, 1 billion, tens of billions. In the end, a full 1,000 Guy of crystal wall world is transformed into crystal wall universe. 1,000 Guy. It would not only take hundreds of millions of years to become another eternal powerhouse to accomplish this goal. It's only 1,000 Guy, and it's about 800 Guy, ********. Su Lang curled his lips and opened his attribute panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity Realm level: 5 Eternity Attack level: 6 Eternity plus Defensive level: 6 Eternity plus Shenfa level: 6 Eternity plus Endurance level: 6 Eternity plus Spirit level. Realm of Universality. Master the exercises. Zhoulong Xuanxin, 10,000 laws into one infinite profound meaning. Eternal grade. Founding. Activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 54, 1 key martial arts function level 54, 1 key clone function level 54, 1 key treasure hunt function level 53, 1 key alchemy function 19 level, 1 key mixer function level 19, 1 key refinement function level 19, 1 key synthesis function level 19, 1 key empowerment function level 28, 1 key enhancement function level 14, 1 key decomposition function no level. Roughly nothing has changed. It's just that the endurance level has increased by half a small level. Well, I have become more durable. Su Lang looked at the property panel and nodded slightly. It is extremely difficult for the Eternal Strong to gain combat power across small realms. Besides, Su Lang is going to cross the second small realm. Therefore, he did not expect that after practicing a few eternal techniques, he would be able to advance his daily combat power to the 7 eternal realm. His combat power is now at an invincible level among the 6 universes. Unfolding various secret methods, you should be able to step into the eternal realm of the 7 universes. But compared to the secret technique, Su Lang preferred the boundless. Next, after Su Lang practiced for a while, he received a message from Yong Li. The person this pink macho brother trusted the most was him, so he would only contact him alone. Take out the jade card of transmission and take a look. Brother Su Lang. Junior brother, I have fooled Emperor Shu Yuzhou to gather all the resources. It turns out that this guy has been prepared for a long time, collecting resources secretly, so the speed is much faster. Now I, Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and his henchmen are all in the real universe. This guy Shuyu has already started to consume resources to cultivate. He even wants to use a lot of materials to refine brand new eternal weapons. This is simply a violent thing. I stopped him. Senior brother Su Lang, come quickly. Yu Yangli's message was full of excitement and eagerness. They all say that 25 boys are hateful. But when the 2 or 5 sons are from his side, they are very cute. At this time, you can't call it the 2nd or 5th son, you should call it the right path Qianlong. Tisk tusk, Emperor Shu Yuzhou is quite fast. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Of course, there is also Yu Yangli's credit. This cheap junior clerk's skill is still okay. While laughing, Su Lang took the jade card of transmission and replied to Yu Yangli that he would go to the Qian universe soon. In addition, the news that Suiyu universe invaded secretly, Xiezan and others were out and stationed in the empty blue universe were passed on to Yu Yangli in detail, so that they could better cooperate. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2655, Restored Infinity. When Yu Yangli received the news, he was shocked. He didn't expect the people from Suiyu Zhouyu to come. Fortunately, after killing Emperor Shu Yuzhou, he could concentrate on dealing with Suiyu Zhouyu. Brother Su Lang, since the people from the Suiyu universe have infiltrated the Dudu universe, why don't you give me the Emperor Shu Yuzhou to me, so that you can concentrate on dealing with Suiyu Zhouyu? Emperor Shu Yuzhou is good, but there are seniors who have promoted me. Now my strength can completely kill him. The news of Yu Yangli came from Yupai. No need, Suiyu Zhouyu is not in a hurry. On the contrary, the guy Shu Yuzhou is in charge of death and life. If he pays for his life, I am worried that you will suffer. In addition, Emperor Shu Yuzhou has a great feud with me. I want to kill him personally. Su Lang replied to Yu Yangli, anyway, it won't take much time, we will come soon. In fact, with Yu Yangli's current strength, it would be difficult for Emperor Shu Yuzhou to make him suffer. But Su Lang wanted to be safer, and he also wanted to kill Emperor Shu Yuzhou himself and reap more spoils. For example, the eternal soul of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, the eternal body or something. It is good. I'm here waiting for senior brother to come over. Seeing that Su Lang insisted on coming over, Yu Yangli agreed. Immediately after sending a message to Yu Yangli, Su Lang contacted His Royal Highness Shuning and asked him to come over to discuss, quickly. His Royal Highness Shu Ning in a fluttering white skirt appeared on the opposite platform. Friend Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning bowed his knees slightly to Su Lang and bowed a salute. With the movements, his full body was revealed unobstructed. His Royal Highness Shu Ning. My junior brother has instigated Emperor Shu Yuzhou to gather all resources, it's time to do it. Su Lang stood up and bowed back, with a faint smile on his face. It is good. Finally we can completely eradicate Emperor Shu Yuzhou. However, Elder Xie and others have taken people to Kongqing and other middle-level universes to garrison, and there are not many people who see and kill Shuyu. His Highness Shu Ning's eyes brightened, and that if Emperor Shu Yuzhou did not die for one day, he would be a hidden danger in Dudu universe. It doesn't matter if there are not many people. You, I, and Yu Yangli are added, and there is an infinite number. Emperor Shu Yuzhou will definitely not be able to escape. Su Lang smiled. Although it hasn't been long, his strength is no longer the same. When the Emperor Jing Zhou was killed and the capital was unified, he only had the strength of the 5 Zhous. But now, it is about to enter the 7 universe level. The most terrifying thing is that Su Lang has a total of 162 clones with similar combat power. These clones are stationed on the Infinity, which will definitely increase the strength of the Infinity. The Infinity was damaged before. Has Dao fellow Su Lang repaired it? His Highness Shuning asked uncertainly. She knew that Su Lang had repaired Wuyin, and she also knew Su Lang's incredible skills, but after all, Wuyin was not an ordinary eternal imperial soldier. Nature has long been repaired. Su Lang smiled slightly, waved his hand, and took out the Infinity. Suddenly, the extremely majestic human form, Mecha, emerged, and a suffocating coercion struck the sky over and over. This is not only repaired. The rank of Infinity seems to be stronger than before. His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at the brand new Infinity. Even if he covered his small mouth, he couldn't hide his exclamation. Not bad. The boundless ship has reached the level of half-step 7 universes. Su Lang smiled and said, now it can withstand the power of the 8 eternal realm. As expected of Taoist Su Lang. Shu Ning looked at Su Lang, a trace of respect and admiration flashed in his eyes. The original Infinity was far from being so strong, and after they moved in, they gave it a half-step 8 plane power. Now that the boundless has become more powerful, I am afraid that it will not be able to obtain the power of the eternal realm of the 8 universes after stationing. His Royal Highness praised. Let's go to Jijin universe now. Su Lang smiled modestly. This time, let me enter your body. Will you take me a ride? If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2656. Shuyu, what do you do? Well, come in. His Royal Highness Shu Ning glared at Shui Yingying's big eyes, nodded immediately, and opened the universe of life without any defense. Su Lang is already very skilled. It turned into a thick and long streamer and went in smoothly. Time and Space Avenue, open. His Royal Highness Shu Ning directly unfolded the avenue of time and space, stepping into the ripples of time and space and disappearing. Travel through the natural universe one by one. His Royal Highness Shu Ning was fast, and in a blink of an eye, he came to a lower universe. The next one is Jijin universe. His Royal Highness Shu Ning smiled. I really don't know what Emperor Shu Yuzhou will look like when he sees us. Talking, she took out a jade card for communication, sent a message to Yu Yangli, and informed it in advance. At the same time, in the real universe, Emperor Shu Yuzhou was suspended in the void. Behind him stood 60 or 70 eternal warriors with mixed good and bad. But the strongest among them is only the 5 eternal realm. In front of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, countless resources are covered with a large void, and at a glance, it is endless. Without weapons, my combat power will drop a lot. But since fellow Yu said that my refining method is not at home, then I will study it again. As for Theshkret of forging characters, I also hope that fellow Yu will give him advice. Emperor Shu Yuzhou arched his hands to Yu Yangli, and said solemnly. He had planned to forge new eternal weapons immediately, but he knew that Yu Yangli's contempt was immediately attracted, saying that his refinement skills were too rubbish, and he needed to learn for a while. It's easy to talk. I even gave you the inheritance. Are you afraid that I won't teach you? Yu Yangli secretly checked the message sent by His Royal Highness Su Lang and Shuning, and waved his hand with a smile. Ha ha ha, then it will be trouble for brother Yu Yong Ladao. In addition, although my Dusho inheritance is not as good as the Gujun inheritance, it is somewhat useful. I will also unreservedly help Taoist Yu Yangli practice those secret techniques. Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded seriously, his eyes full of trust. Help you first. Yu Yangli smiled brilliantly, but he was very disdainful in his heart. It's not that he doesn't bother to repair the inheritance, but that the Emperor Shu Yuzhou teaches him. With the big brother Su Lang, he can learn all the exercises quickly, and he needs to be taught by Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Okay, Emperor Shu Yuzhou didn't know what Yu Yong was thinking in his centrifugation, but felt that his friendship with Yu Yangli had deepened a lot. Talking, he then took out the secret of Qi Zi to pass on the profound meaning, and prepared to ask Yu Yangli for advice. But at this moment, wow, waves of time and space came. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou and Yu Yangli had already sensed the low-level eternal powers for the first time. The expressions of the people changed drastically, revealing incredible colors. Only we know the Jizhen universe, how could there be outsiders coming in? The coordinates of the universe must have been leaked, and we have a traitor. Among them, Emperor Shu Yuzhou and his henchmen were truly astonished. Yu Yangli is acting, he wants to perform well in front of Su Lang, so he won't be exposed easily. He must assassinate Emperor Shu Yuzhou by surprise. Of course, he knew that Su Lang wanted to kill Shuyu Emperor Zhou himself. Even if he could kill Shuyu, he would not kill him. At this time, Emperor Shu Yuzhou unfolded the Tao of time and space for the first time, trying to prevent the opponent from coming. But he was too late. The figure of His Royal Highness Shuning emerged from the time and space fluctuations. It's you, Shuning. When Emperor Shu Yuzhou saw that the person who appeared was Shuning, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a trace of panic. The visitor turned out to be the mortal enemy Shuning. Emperor Shu Ningzhou is here, so Xie Zan and others must be here too. With his current strength, he can't deal with so many 7 eternal realms at all. Even if you add Yu Yangli, it is enough. It turned out to be Emperor Shu Ningzhou. Shuyu, what the asterisk is going on? What do you do? I was out for a trip, and you even leaked out the coordinates of this universe, attracting Emperor Shu Ningzhou. As you know, I just secretly formed an alliance with Emperor Shu Ningzhou and the others, now everything is in the dark. Yu Yong left his acting skills wildly, and looked at Emperor Shu Yuzhou in great anger. His face was full of expressions of hatred for iron and steel. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2657. Was it a pleasant surprise to see me? Damn. It's the Shuning Mount who was attracted by the trash. Emperor Shu Yuzhou gritted his teeth and looked at the group of henchmen behind him. In his mind, Yu Yangli is impossible to betray. Only the subordinates of this group of confidants have recently been summoned to this true universe. So, there must be 2 or 5 out of this group of people. In a flash, endless anger and killing intent erupted from Emperor Shu Yuzhou, covering a group of henchmen. Those eternal warriors suddenly turned pale and desperate. His Royal Highness Shuyu, it's not me, it's not me. I have acted alone from beginning to end, it is impossible to leave a trace. His Royal Highness Shuyu, the little one is trembling, without showing any footwork, not little. Even though they knew their words were pale, the subordinates of Emperor Shu Yuzhou still struggled to explain. Dog awful, today I will break your corpses into thousands of pieces. Emperor Shu Yuzhou was stubborn for his own use, no longer trusting his subordinates at all. His face was savage in a moment, and the coercion of terror shrouded him fiercely. Stop, a clear young man's voice suddenly came. It's you, Su Lang. Emperor Shu Yuzhou trembled all over, turned his head torn apart, staring at Su Lang who had just emerged from His Highness Shuning. Su Lang's voice and appearance were remembered by Emperor Shu Yuzhou. He never forgot the hatred and shame of that life. Regarding Su Lang, he didn't know how many times he had fantasized about killing him. At this time the enemy met, extremely jealous. Emperor Shu Yuzhou could hardly wait to catch Su Lang alive, eat his flesh and drink his blood every day, and torture him cruelly to the limit. Ha ha, Shuyu, is it a pleasant surprise to see me? Stop your hands now, put on the chain again, and let me control. I can forget the past and let you redeem your merits in the battle against Suiyu Universe Domain. Su Lang looked at Emperor Shu Yuzhou with a grim face, smiled and secretly took out a chain. Su Lang miscellaneous, you dare to insult me. Emperor Shu Yuzhou once again tasted the endless shame, his whole body trembled, and his teeth were about to break. How did I insult you? Giving you a chance to survive is worthy of you. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, as this last chance, don't you hurry up. The reason why he angered Emperor Shu Yuzhou was to make him completely relax his vigilance so that Yu Yangli could make a better sneak attack. Otherwise, with the vigilance of the 7 eternal realm, it is not easy to sneak attack. If you can solve the opponent more easily, you don't have to fight hard. Smuggle, you thought you would eat me. You are just a bluffing trash, relying on some tricks to get Shu Ning's trust. Emperor Shu Yuzhou stared at Su Lang incomparably bitterly, but kept a sense of reason secretly, and communicated with Yu Yangli. Why don't Xie Zan and others come out yet? Could it be that Shu Ning and Su Lang are the only ones here? Emperor Shu Yuzhou made a guess for Yang Li's secret sound transmission, which is best for him. Very likely. When I secretly formed an alliance with them before, their 7 eternity never came together. Only Emperor Shu Ningzhou and Xie Zan discussed with me, the rest of them don't know where they went. Even, I discovered that the existence of the 5 eternal realms has become less. I thought they were trying to avoid people's eyes and ears before, so I didn't think much. But now, it's just when they are coming out, but they are not all here. Did the people from Suiyu universe invade and attract their power? Yu Yangli solemnly stated the details that he had ignored. Even this happened. Brother Yu Yong Ladao, if this is the case, then we have a chance to win this battle. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou had heard Yu Yangli's half-truth and a gleam in his eyes. Before, he thought more about finding opportunities to escape. But now, he wants to fight. After all, there are not many opportunities for Su Lang and Shu Ning Tobe alone. Thought of this, he looked at Su Lang, his anger became more intense, and the substantive killing intent almost shot out from his eyes. Emperor Shu Yuzhou, you are really stubborn. I think you have the value to use, so I gave you this opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. If you regret later, I can give you another chance, but then, it's not that simple. Su Lang put away the chain in his hand and took out a new one. But this new chain is a dog chain collar with a neck ring. Chapter 2658, Emperor Shu Yuzhou shot in anger. Emperor Shu Yuzhou saw that he was going to be a dog. This is definitely the worst humiliation in his life. Su Lang child, how dare you be so rampant, I will kill you today. Emperor Shu Yuzhou's eyes were cracking, he gritted his teeth, and there was a snake-like roar between his teeth. Ha ha, do you think you can kill me only if you are the only one in His Royal Highness? Shu Ning, I tell you, even if I am here alone now, you can't kill me. Su Lang raised his chin and looked down at Emperor Shu Yuzhou faintly. Damn it, is it tolerable or unbearable? Seeing this, Yu Yangli squeezed his fists, his face flushed, and his breath exploded fiercely, crushing the group of eternal warriors with shallow cultivation. Yes, I can't bear it anymore. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou was originally occupied by endless anger and hatred, and was humiliated by Su Lang, leaving only a trace of clarity in his heart. Now, being fanned by Yu Yangli again, he suddenly lost his vigilance. Zheng, Yu Yangli stopped talking, flicked his right hand fiercely, and Miyu's spear pierced the soul with a scream. Brother Yu Yong Ladao, even if I was seriously injured today, I will let Su Lang die. When Emperor Shu Yuzhou saw that Yang Li was in the same hatred with himself, his heart was full of fighting spirit. The next moment, with the thought of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, his hands changed infinitely in a moment, forming a handprint that encompasses the world. Shard Yu Tianpan. Rumble. Incomparably terrifying pressure suddenly came. Within millions of light years, countless folds appeared in every inch of space. This hand mark is already the strongest one-handed attack method for Emperor Shu Yuzhou without using the secret technique. Its power directly reaches the top level of the 7 universes. At the same time, what made Emperor Shu Yuzhou's confidence greatly increased was that Yu Yangli also shot. The secret of the sword, fate. But when Yu Yangli roared, the spear in his hand turned into a very long silver sword, carrying the smoke and mist of the sword, and it pierced out. Where the fateful sword chi passed, the time and space avenues all around were all over the faults. It was as if they had fallen into another unknown space. Such a fierce sword move is more powerful than Emperor Shu Yuzhou's broken Yu Tianpan seal. And this trick has the ability to cut time and space, and the enemy can't dodge it at all. In the eyes of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, Shu Ning and Su Lang absolutely must display their extreme power to be able to block them. However, what made Emperor Shu Yuzhou unbelievable? Only Shu Ning resisted. Su Lang didn't have any defensive actions at all, but continued to watch him leisurely. How could this be? How could Su Lang remain indifferent in the face of such a powerful attack? Does he think Shu Ning can resist these 2 super powerful 7 eternal attacks alone? Emperor Shu Yuzhou was puzzled and full of doubts. The next moment, the feeling of an extremely serious life and death crisis suddenly enveloped his body and mind. The alarm bell in his heart was overwhelming, his whole body was upright, like falling into an ice cave, and his whole body was cold. Just like the dead gate automatically buckled him down. Yu Yangli, his target was transferred to me. No, how could this happen? Emperor Shu Yuzhou understood everything in an instant, and the whole person was furious in indignation. But it was too late for him to resist Yu Yangli's attack. This was an excellent opportunity for a sneak attack created by Su Lang and Yu Yangli, and it definitely wouldn't allow Emperor Shu Yuzhou to resist. The next moment, in Su Lang's smile without a word, Yu Yangli's sword pierced fiercely from behind Emperor Shu Yuzhou, blood spattered and penetrated directly. What? Yu Yangli's predecessor's life will be shot against the master. The lord was injured in a sneak attack. What to do? What to do? It's over. It's impossible for His Highness Shuyu to be the opponent of Su Lang's trio. Not far away, all the eternal warriors were horrified one by one, looking at the Emperor Shu Yuzhou who was stabbed back by Yu Yangli. Things completely exceeded their expectations. Moreover, Emperor Shu Yuzhou was injured in a sneak attack, almost foreseeing his ultimate failure. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2659, Yu Yangli's backstab Shuyu lost. What should they do with eternal warriors? Will it be killed too? As for working hard, their strongest is only in the 5 eternal realm, and even Su Lang and the other 3 can't handle it with half a finger. At this time, rumble, the terrifying sword aura burst out, spraying out from the 7 orifices of Shuyu, tearing apart space and time. Missions, get out of me. Along with the roar of the trembling universe, chaotic waves rose from Shuyu's body. This was his means of escape, but because of Yu Yangli's sword energy, he couldn't use it successfully. Do not. Yu Yangli let out a roar of incomparable grief. After the failed attempt to escape, he was so badly injured that he never had a chance to escape, and his aura fell layer by layer, and was suppressed by Yu Yangli. No reason. Why does this happen? Emperor Shu Yuzhou was filled with despair, and his face was so terrible that he didn't even recognize him. The secret of blood flames. The secret of life after death. The secret of broken soul. Drive me. Suddenly, Emperor Shu Yuzhou launched various self-harming secret techniques, and the declining breath on his body directly fell to a stop, and then burst out in the opposite direction. In an instant, his strength has been restored to its peak, even far exceeding normal combat strength. You bastards, I will definitely be back. Even though Emperor Shu Yuzhou had exploded with strong power, he had never thought of fighting hard. He knew that Su Lang and others had even more terrifying whole cards. So he wanted to run away after leaving a harsh word, but, at this time, want to go? You are too naive. Yu Yangli's sneer like a night owl came, and with it, there was an incomparable horror, like a deep atmosphere. 8 Eternal Realm Aura. How is it possible? How can you burst out of the battle power of the 8 Eternal Realm? No, this is not true. Emperor Shu Yuzhou was trembling like 5 thunders, and his pupils full of horror suddenly collapsed, like mung bean eyes trembling constantly. He wanted to break his head and couldn't expect that Yu Yangli unexpectedly broke out the battle power of the 8 Eternal Realm. This is the real eternal power of the 8 universes. Right now, not to mention escaping, even maintaining a standing posture under the coercion of Yu Yangli, almost exhausted the strength of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. He knows, no matter how hard I struggled, it was in vain and it was completely over. Ah, I cannot be reconciled. Yu Yangli, why do you want to betray me? Obviously I trust you so much. Tell me why on earth. Emperor Shu Yuzhou immediately roared like crazy, and even spurted blood because of the side effects of the secret technique. He really didn't understand. Why did Yu Yangli betray him? He and Yu Yangli have a common enemy, and that is Su Lang. Then there are common interests, that is Dudu Universe. As long as he was willing to give Dudu Universe to Yu Yangli after the matter was done, Shu Ning couldn't agree. Only he, as the secret force, can help Yu Yangli deal with the Shuning faction after eradicating Su Lang, the counterfeit. Moreover, Yu Yangli also possesses the power of the 8 Eternal Realm. How could Yu Yangli, who possessed such a terrifying power, betray him and become a gang with Su Lang? But now, this kind of thing has become a fact before our eyes. Emperor Shu Yuzhou suddenly remembered a question that Yangli had asked too much before, and he wanted to ask it again. What have you experienced this time out? At this time, Yu Yangli sneered at him, suppressed him with a powerful force, and drove him to Su Lang's feet. Brother. Yu Yangli saluted Su Lang. Yu Yangli has been subdued, please deal with it. Okay. Su Lang smiled faintly and nodded. Such a scene. Even the Emperor Shuyu Zhou was thunderous. Unbelievable stormy waves hit his mind, making him lose the ability to think for a moment. Brother. Yu Yangli turned out to be Brother Su Lang. How could this be possible? Yu Yangli was a direct disciple of Emperor Gujun Zhou, and Su Lang just didn't know where the fakes came out. The key is that Yu Yangli is the 8 eternal realm. How can I call a weak chicken in the 5 eternal realm a senior? This is really challenging people's imagination. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2660. It's late, I gave you a chance, tisk tut. It seems that the surprise is too big, this guy will not accept it for a while. Su Lang looked down at Emperor Shuyu Zhou, this once aggressive guy, at this moment like a prodigal dog. Why? Emperor Shuyu Zhou trembled fiercely, and he didn't know if he was asking Yu Yangli or Su Lang. Let you be a ghost. I and Yu Yangli are both inheritors of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Junior brother thought I was a pretender, but in fact it was a misunderstanding. After we met, the misunderstanding was resolved, and the brothers recognized each other. Su Lang looked at Emperor Shuyu Zhou with a smile, and said lightly. It turns out, that's it. You are really the descendant of Emperor Gujun Zhou. But, why did Emperor Gujun Zhou leave 2 heirs in this Dudu Zhouyu? Is his inheritance so worthless? Emperor Shuyu Zhou opened his mouth and made a trembling sound. An heir to the eternal power of the 9 universes, it would be great to find one in a high-level universe. In Dudu, a high-level cosmic domain that is not too powerful and not a vast expanse, Emperor Gujun Zhou found 2 descendants, which was incredible. For Emperor Shuyu Zhou, this is blood mold that is hard to encounter in 1,000 lifetimes. At this time, then, why did Yu Yangli call you brother? You are just a mere 5 eternity, you are so weak, and Yu Yangli is the eternity of the 8 universes. Why don't you regard him as the mainstay, but instead he regards you as your head? Emperor Shuyu Zhou's pupils trembled and asked again in disbelief. Ha ha, my brother's method is beyond me. Do you know how my body cultivation came from? My battle strength in the eternal realm of the 8 universes was obtained by brother Su Lang instilling eternal techniques for me. Yu Yang evokes a hint of pride from the corner of his mouth. For him, the realm of cultivation is not a question of ability or not, but a question of relationship and not want. No, I don't believe it. He is just a 5 eternal realm. How could he help you raise your combat power to the 8 eternal realm? Fake, it's all fake, you must be acting. Quote. Emperor Shuyu Zhou couldn't accept it, and the whole person's 3 views almost collapsed. Humph, you believe it or not, that is the truth. Oh, yes, if you be a dog for my senior, you can live, and then it is a great honor to see my senior brother's various magic methods. Yu Yangli let out a cold snort, then said with a sneer, impossible. I repair jade, even if I die, I will never become Su Lang's dog. I want to die, I want to be reincarnated, I want to make a comeback, let you all pay the price. Quote. Emperor Shuyu Zhou's complexion was twisted, screaming, while forcibly gathering his strength. Next moment, puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Emperor Shuyu Zhou's mouth, and numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the entire body. This 7 universe is eternal, and it has been split apart. You already understand the cause and effect, the ins and outs of the matter. Su Lang looked at Emperor Shuyu Zhou whose aura was declining, and said indifferently, then, it's time to go. The indifferent voice fell in the ears of Emperor Shuyu Zhou, and immediately made him feel like falling into an ice cave, and his whole body was chilly. Endless fear and despair breed in the heart. He realized that he didn't regard death as home as he said. Immediately, a deep regret rose from his heart. His emotions of remorse were so strong that he had already spilled out his emotional thoughts and was absorbed by the ethereal universe. Regret it? Unfortunately it's too late, I gave you a chance. Su Lang shook his head indifferently, then waved gently, and Yudian's sword fell into his hand. Ling Li's sword chi is contained and not uttered, which is extremely frightening. No, I don't want to die. Shuaning, cousin, please, cousin, let Su Lang let me go. Quote. Emperor Shuyu Zhou suddenly lost his temper, and he panicked and let out a sad cry. He appealed to His Highness Shuning for help, and even shamelessly moved out of their meager and almost no relatives. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2661. The End of Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Shuyu, you can go on the road with peace of mind. Her Royal Highness Shuning's expression was cold, and she would never forget the betrayal of Emperor Jingzhou. I know I was wrong. The invasion of Yuzhou domain at the age of this year is precisely when I am using people. I am willing to surrender. Please, Master Su Lang, Master Yu Yangli, Shu Ning. Emperor Shuyu Zhou completely succumbed under the threat of death, groaning like a vicious dog whose waist was broken. However, he did not wait to forgive, but waited for the sharp Yutian sword. Puff! The Yutian sword pierced the body of Emperor Shuyu Zhou with great ease, not even breaking a sword. Ding! You have the Eternal Soul 1, the Eternal Body 1, the Life Universe 1. The system prompt came, announcing the complete fall of Emperor Shuyuzhou. All the resources he collected went directly to Su Lang's pocket. This guy is finally eliminated. His Royal Highness Shu Ning let out a sigh, and he didn't know whether he was sighing or sighing. Brother, how to deal with these people? Yu Yangli stepped forward, saluting Su Lang with a respectful expression, and pointed to the group of eternal strong men who were not strong. Senior, please spare your life, Senior. We are all deceived by Emperor Shuyu Zhou. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, Master Su Lang, Master Yu Yangli, we are all forced, we refuse to submit, Emperor Shuyu Zhou will kill us. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, we didn't do any harm to the world, we were just forced to collect a lot of resources by Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Master Su Lang, Your Highness Shu Ning, we are willing to surrender, and we are willing to commit our crimes and make meritorious deeds to resist Suiyu Zhouyu. Emperor Shuyu Zhou is a vicious and despicable man. I have hated him for a long time. Please forgive me. Quote. Seeing Su Lang's gaze, every eternal warrior trembles with fright and keeps begging. If there is a corner here, they have specified that they have all been shrunk to the corner and dare not move. Friend Su Lang, although these people are under Shuyu's command, they shouldn't be his confidants. They can be saved. His Royal Highness Shu Ning glanced at the eternal warriors, turned his head and said to Su Lang. Okay, these people will not cause any threats if they are kept, just arrange them properly. My supernatural powers can control their thoughts to a certain extent, so I will deal with them. Su Lang nodded slightly, then turned to look at those eternal warriors. His voice was not covered up. Therefore, everyone heard it all. This immediately made all the eternal warriors who had escaped from the dead ecstatic. Little Master Xie Salong's forgiveness. Master Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shu Ning have great kindness and great virtue, and the younger ones must pay their lives to repay. Quote. Each eternal warrior knelt down and thanked Su Lang, Shu Ning, and Yu Yangli. This is the sorrow of the weak. Yu Yangli shook his head and stopped looking at these people. Get up all. From now on, you will follow me. Su Lang looked indifferent, but his voice was not so cold. Yes, Lord Su Lang, I made a mistake, we should call the Lord. Thanks to the Lord for your great grace. Quote. The Eternal Realm martial artists thanked them for a while, and then stood up tremblingly, and followed Su Lang very humbly. So far, the faction of Emperor Shuyu Zhou was completely annihilated and became an insignificant part of history. Next, His Royal Highness Su Lang, Shu Ning, and Yu Yangli returned to Dudu Universe with a group of eternal warriors. Back to Xiu Tiangong, but the people from Zaitai and Wang Jingchen were waiting outside Xiu Tiangong. Seeing them talking and laughing, they seemed to have become familiar. But the time that Su Lang spent in the Jijin universe was magnified 1,000 times. It was naturally not a short time in the Dudu universe, and they were completely normal. The young man knocked on Master Su Lang, met His Royal Highness Shu Ning, Master Yu Yangli. When the three of Su Lang came outside the Xiu Tiangong, they were immediately worshipped by Wang Jingchen and others. Get up all. These people will be your colleagues in the future. Remember what I ordered before, don't forget. Su Lang nodded, and threw a large group of eternal warriors behind him to Wang Jingchen and others. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2662. There is another news from the Jade. As for what is ordered, it is to collect incense power as much as possible. In the inner world of an eternal strong man, I don't know how many petaflops of creatures exist. These creatures are all good believers. Of course, Su Lang didn't intend to squeeze incense power like Buddhism. Yes, Lord, dozens of eternal warriors took their orders and immediately joined Shi Yitai and others. In this regard, His Highness Shuning didn't care. Instead, it is a good thing for Su Lang to lay more subordinates here and take root deeper. Quickly, Zaitai everyone dispersed. His Royal Highness Shu Ning also left alone. She had to deal with a lot of affairs, and she had to practice, so she was very busy every day. Su Lang took Yu Yangli and returned to the opposite platform. What? It's still comfortable here. Su Lang felt the incomparably rich cosmic energy around him, and his face suddenly became intoxicated. Brother, this cosmic energy is indeed strong, incredibly strong. But, brother wants to use these cosmic energy to reverse the origin of the universe, and then use it for cultivation. But it's too much trouble. It's better to refinish those treasures. Yu Yangli shook his head and said while looking at the dense white mist around him so hard to see his fingers. There are differences in personal training methods. Su Lang smiled faintly. Zan even turned on the one-key practice function. Suddenly, the incomparably terrifying attraction erupted from Su Lang. This suction made Su Lang almost turned into a black hole, and the crazy, moths to the fire, of the surrounding universe energy were all transformed into cultivation bases by Su Lang. Hiss. Brother, what method is this? The effect of gathering and absorbing cosmic energy is so powerful. With such a fast cosmic energy absorption rate, it is estimated that it will not take long to refining the origin of the universe. Yu Yangli patted his thigh in amazement. However, his thinking is still limited to first refining the cosmic energy into the origin of the universe, and then perfecting the crystal wall universe. If he wanted to break his head, he would never have thought that Su Lang could directly use cosmic energy to improve his cultivation, of course. This is actually understandable. It was Su Lang himself that couldn't handle it with common sense, at this time. When Yu Yangli saw that Su Lang had begun to practice, he also planned to find a place to practice. After all, cultivation is like traveling against the current, and then retreating without advancing. Yu Yangli will not let go of the time to practice. Only at this moment, junior brother, your question before, regarding the secrets of words and words, I have compiled a detailed answer. Su Lang suddenly spoke, and handed a jade slip to Yu Yangli. What? Senior brother, aren't you cultivating? How can you be distracted? Senior brother, please leave me alone. When Yu Yangli saw Su Lang practicing and talking, he said in surprise. While I am practicing, I can do anything, including fighting. Su Lang shook his head. Take this jade slip, and I will answer you after sorting out the remaining questions. What? You can practice while fighting? This is too exaggerated. Yu Yangli's expression stagnated and said in disbelief. He has gradually realized that Su Lang possesses a more mysterious and powerful secret than Ji Yu Jun's inheritance. Of course, he is self-aware and will not covet the brother's treasure. Anyway, as long as you are obedient and sensible, you can get a lot of benefits from your brother. While thinking, Yu Yangli took the jade slip and used his spiritual mind to penetrate it. Suddenly, a series of profound meanings appeared in Yongli's mind, making him suddenly enlightened. The problems that have accumulated in his heart for a long time, like white mist encountering sunlight, directly annihilate. As expected, brother, the understanding of the secret of words and characters is so deep, I am afraid that it has reached the founding level. Well, it's very possible. Brother is a man who has practiced 100 million points of founding level eternal practice. Yu Yangli looked at Yujian, and the image of Su Lang in his heart grew taller. Time passed slowly. Su Lang and Yu Yangli practiced alone, and the other learned jade slips, and each gained a lot. At this time, Su Lang's expression suddenly changed, because there was another news from the jade card. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2663, Brother, you are too much. Take out the purple jade card of communication with the movement. But it was a message from His Highness Shuning. It is said that Shu Hu and others under Xie Zan's command have discovered the eternal powerhouse of the 6 universes who had contact with Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, and have found some clues about this person. It contained the breath of the person Su Lang wanted. Now the invasion of Yuzhou domain has been confirmed. But the other party's arrangement is not clear yet. Following the spies of the Six Eternal Realm, maybe you can follow the vines to find out the arrangement of Sui Yuzhou domain in Dudu Universe and their attack plan. Quote. While talking, Su Lang sketched a faint smile. With the breath of the eternal realm of the six universes, with the soul-searching function of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider, it is possible to track across the universe. Brother, are you planning to do it yourself? Yu Yangli looked at Su Lang and asked curiously. Of course, I found that person faster. Su Lang nodded and said with a smile, you can practice here, I'll explore it. Don't take me. Yu Yangli knew that Su Lang had a lot of methods, but he was a little worried after all. Don't worry, I won't die if you die 100 times. Su Lang smiled and patted Yu Yangli on the shoulder, and stood up. Brother, you are too much to say that. Yu Yong twitched at the corner of his mouth, rolled his eyes wildly, and did not believe Su Lang's words at all. You will understand later that I am not too much. Su Lang smiled brightly. He had 163 lives, and he was refreshed every half hour. 100 times or something, it's really not too much. I believe you, brother. Yu Yangli knew that Su Lang would not be confident. Although he couldn't accept it in his heart, he already understood that he would only be beaten if he persisted. Just believe it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and then his body slowly disappeared from the place. Brother is really not a man who can be measured by common sense. Yu Yangli said this with emotion when he looked at where Su Lang had left. After leaving the opposite platform, Su Lang went directly to the small cosmic domain where Zaitai was originally located. This piece of universe had been sold to the rest of the forces by Zaitai, but now it has been taken back by Dudu Universe. Not only this small universe, but the large natural universes in Dudu Universe, all began to be taken over by Dudu Universe one by one. In order to be able to twist the power of the entire Dudu Universe into one unit, so as to fight against the Suiyu Universe. Wow! Su Lang's figure appeared in a ripple of time and space. Walking out of the ripples of time and space, it is the original nest of Zaitai, whose name is called Zaitai. This is a lower universe with a relatively high time velocity, and the event velocity can reach 1/3 of the middle universe. Before this universe can sell a lot of universe origin. But now, the end of the war is about to start, and the buyer has lost money, at this time. Su Lang made no secret of appearing in the Zaitai universe, and was immediately discovered. The person here, turns out to be Lord Su Lang. Don't change the villain Yong, meet Master Su Lang. A martial artist of the Four Eternal Realm appeared not far away with a vigilant look, but after discovering that it was Su Lang, he immediately breathed a sigh of reverence, and bowed deeply. Oh, do you know me? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked faintly. Of course, Lord Su Lang's famous name, the younger ones have long been like thunder. The faction of Emperor Shu Yuzhou was jointly eradicated by Lord Su Lang and the faction of His Highness Shuning. I don't know how many years the Dudu universe has been split, and now it can be unified, it all depends on Lord Su Lang. The young ones also specially found the portrait of Lord Su Lang to pay homage to Lord Su Lang's holy face. Yang did not change his look and respectfully saluted Su Lang again. In the future, the education of younger generations will surely make them remember the heroic appearance of Master Su Lang. This flattering is more obvious. But Yang Buhuan didn't blush at all. He knows how much Su Lang exists. This is the same power as His Highness Shuning. Excepting the small cosmic region nearby from Zaitai, Yang Buhuan knew that Zaitai had already embraced Su Lang's thigh. His eyes were red with envy. Now the master is in front of you. Don't flatter at this time, wait until Su Lang is gone. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2664. The Clues of the Spies. Oh, I see. Unexpectedly, my name has already spread in Dudu Universe. Su Lang nodded slightly, already seeing through Yang Buhuan's careful thoughts. But he didn't look down on it. On the contrary, he looked down on Yang Buhuan very much. Who will let him have no strong people? Master Su Lang is dedicated to practicing, and he doesn't hear the name outside his body. He is really a role model for my generation. Yang did not change his fist and bowed again, his face full of respect. From now on, I will lead everyone in the 10,000 Swords altar to follow the example of Lord Su Lang and concentrate on practicing. Haha, Yang doesn't change. Recently, Yuzhou domain has infiltrated our Dudu domain, and the war may start at any time. This Xiaotai universe is not that safe. When I finish this matter, you can follow me to practice in Dudu universe. You can also recruit more people together. Those who come will not refuse. Well, the real ones will not refuse. Don't pursue the identities of others, just hire them. Su Lang laughed and said with a point. Little understands. Little, thanks to Master Su Lang for taking in. From now on, Lord Su Lang will be the co-master of everyone in the 10,000 Swords arena. Yang did not change his eyes and said with a very excited expression. Simultaneously, he also cleverly understood what Su Lang meant: recruit people with unlimited conditions, and see if there are any fish from the Yuzhou territory that take the bait. Well, just understand. Su Lang nodded slightly. Now give me the map of the natural universe around here. Yes, Lord. Yang changed his mouth without changing it, and immediately took out a jade slip and gave it to Su Lang with both hands. Inside this jade slip is a map of the cosmic region nearby. Among them is the original site map of Xiaotai, as well as the site of Wanjiantan. In the endless universe, the coordinate map of the natural universe is very important. After all, among the natural universes, there is probably the existence of the universal white world. Once the ordinary eternal state falls into it, it is almost certain to die. Even those with a high level of cultivation will lose half their lives without dying. Wow, Su Lang explored his spiritual thoughts, and remembered all the contents of the jade slip in his mind. Then, with a squeeze in his hand, the jade chain suddenly disappeared. Su Lang knew the coordinates of hundreds of natural universes in a cosmic area. Yang does not change. You go to work. After finishing the work, go directly to Dudu universe. Su Lang spoke lightly, and threw it to Yang Bu for a jade pendant. Yes, Lord. Yang did not change the jade pendant respectfully and carefully explored it with his spiritual mind. There was a route to Dudu universe and Su Lang's breath, which was regarded as Su Lang's token. Suddenly, Yang Buhuan was happy. Finally, there is no need to envy the people of Xiaotai. Gone. Su Lang nodded slightly, and immediately unfolded the avenue of time and space, heading towards Hongfu universe. Hongfu universe is the place where Emperor Wu Xiaozhou meets the eternal warrior of the 6 universes in the Yuzhou region. Watching the ripples in time and space, Yang Buhuan bowed deeply and waited for the ripples of time and space to calm down before taking the jade pendant given by Su Lang to go to work. Su Lang passed through one natural universe after another. Arrived in Hongfu universe soon. The spies under His Highness Shuning were still waiting for Su Lang in this universe, and by the way, they conducted more detailed investigations to see if they could get more information. Junior Kangs, meet Master Su Lang. An eternal warrior of the 6 universes respectfully bowed to Su Lang. Behind him, there are some eternal warriors with different levels of cultivation, among them is Shuhu of the 4 eternal realm. Naturally, Shuhu and others also paid homage to Su Lang's grand salute, and did not dare to slack in the slightest. It's hard-worked Kangs to protect the law. Su Lang smiled and nodded. No hard work, no hard work. These are some clues we found. Please look at Master Su Lang. Kangs Cheng shook his head in fear, and offered a temporary compression space to Su Lang. Su Lang stretched out his hand and took the compressed space into his hands. Immediately after, in the extremely horrified look of Kangs and others. Chapter 2665, Treasure Hunting Ancestral Flying, Chase, Squeak. Squeak. Quote. Countless treasure hunting flying gliders suddenly appeared, directly covering the surrounding space of unknown light years. These are Master Su Lang's treasure hunt flying gliders, a special kind of spiritual pet. This treasure hunting flying glider has a half-step speed of the eternal realm, and below the eternal realm can't harm them at all. It's extremely difficult. Unexpectedly, Master Su Lang should have so many treasure hunting flying gliders, it is incredible. Kangs and others looked at the treasure hunting flying glider that had hidden the emptiness of the universe, and they were secretly speechless. At this time. System, start the treasure hunting ancestral flying, function. Su Lang gently raised his right hand, and a treasure hunting flying into his palm. Simultaneously, the countless treasure hunting flying gliders that obscured people's vision suddenly disappeared, leaving only this one in Su Lang's hands. And this treasure-hunting flying glider has become a treasure-hunting ancestral flying glider. This treasure-hunting ancestral flying glider is more powerful than the one used by Su Lang to deal with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Because it has more treasure-hunting flying gliders. At this time, it turned into a treasure-hunting ancestral glider, with no spiritual fluctuations on its body, like a most ordinary creature, no different from before. Kangs and others didn't know what Su Lang did, but they felt very powerful in their hearts, and they all stood in awe. Anyway, they couldn't see the details of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and they thought it was a great thing. At this time, Su Lang pointed at the temporary space, and all kinds of clues in it suddenly appeared. Among them are the images that Kangs, Shuhu and others have used time retrospective methods to find, and there are also the breath of the martial artist in the eternal state of the 6 universes. Regarding the other clues, Su Lang ignored all the clues, and directly took the faint breath into his hands. Start the soul search function. With a thought in Su Lang, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider's eyes brightened, and he took the breath into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately after, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider became a little impatient, as if he had discovered something. It seems that the trace of that person has been locked. A faint smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. As expected of Lord Su Lang, as soon as I shot it, I locked the trail of the thief. Yeah, we tried our best to find this clue. With this clue, we have nothing to do with the thief. Fortunately, there is Master Su Lang, otherwise I think the 4 elders will be stumped. Quote. Kang Shuhu and others saw that Su Lang's shot had an immediate effect, and they immediately admired them. You go back. Su Lang smiled and said, next, I will find that person. Yes, Lord Su Lang. Kangs, Shuhu and others all knew that Su Lang's ability was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Therefore, they all agreed, and did not say anything to follow Su Lang to ensure his safety. Moreover, Dudu Universe has now begun to guard against Suiyu Universe, employing people everywhere. Next, Kangs, Shuhu and others left one after another, and Su Lang was left alone in the Hongfu Universe. Go, find the guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and thrown it in his hand, and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider flew out screaming. However, I saw the treasure hunt flying in the void with black gold patterns, spanning an unknown number of light years in a blink of an eye. Su Lang took one step and followed closely behind. Quickly, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider came to a remote star field, stopped near the star field, made a circle, and got into the void. Next moment, it passed through the space-time barriers of the natural universe and reached another universe. Sure enough, I fled to the rest of the universe. Su Lang nodded slightly, unfolded the avenue of time and space, and immediately followed. Time flies. Treasure-hunting ancestral gliders traveled through the natural universe without stopping. Quickly, Su Lang came to a relatively unfamiliar natural universe, far away from the sites of Zaitai and Wanjiantan. You can really run. Su Lang pouted his lips and kept following up. After passing through dozens of natural universes, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider finally stopped. Chapter 2666. Caught you. This is a very ordinary grassroots universe, and the cosmic energy is thin. Su Lang stopped in the next universe, because if he entered the basic universe rudely and arbitrarily, it would definitely cause huge ripples in time and space, and it would be easy to stun snakes. When the treasure hunt ancestral glider finds the specific location of the person, he will use the clone to replace it and shuttle past. Su Lang thought so, and through perception and sharing, the vision of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider emerged in front of him. But I saw the treasure-hunting ancestor flying all the way. The speed was very fast at first, but gradually slowed down, because it sensed that the target was not far away, so in order to avoid disturbing the target, it began to sneak. Treasure-hunting ancestral gliders are also very smart. It goes without saying that everyone knows that they are lurking close to the target. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and he waited patiently. Gradually, a colorful star field appeared in the field of vision. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider no longer advances alone, but finds a void fleet nearby and sneaks in. Treasure-hunting flying gliders could have ignored the barrier of formation. As a more advanced treasure-hunting ancestral glider, it is not too easy to do this. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider is so careful, it seems that the target is in that star field. Su Lang nodded slightly, then cheered up and waited quietly. The void fleet continued to leap. into space, and soon flew to a very prosperous star field, and then stopped in a planet. Soon, countless warriors emerged from the void fleet and scattered around. Treasure-hunting ancestral gliders mingled in it, occasionally seen by people, and only treated as other people's pets. No one cares about him. In the crowd, treasure-hunting ancestral gliders pretend to be ordinary animals, running around, but in fact they are constantly moving towards their goals. But it is very slow in order to avoid exposing its extraordinary. It's actually on this planet. Since it has been confirmed on this planet, it is all right. As long as the planet is blocked, there is no need for that guy to come out. Su Lang nodded slightly, sent his avatars to the planet with a thought. When the first clone appeared on the planet, what? A strange eternal warrior came here. How is this possible? It stands to reason that only I can know this universe. Somewhere on the summit of a giant peak, a rickety old man suddenly changed his expression. Damn it, won't the doo-doo universe people chase me? They can find me. This rickety old man was exactly what Su Lang was looking for, the eternal spy of Suiyu universe. He is very alert. Pay attention to all movements with divine mind all the time. If Su Lang traveled through time and space before, he would definitely be spotted by him, and then he would flee without hesitation before Su Lang stopped him. But Su Lang is also a careful hunter and doesn't make simple mistakes. At this time, the clone was dispatched and appeared directly on the planet, and the terrifying power of time and space unfolded directly. With the eternal power of the 6 universes, it is easy to interfere with the time and space of a small planet and slow the target's escape speed. Besides, Su Lang didn't just send a clone. Just in case, he sent 10 clones. At this moment, the rickety old man discovered Su Lang's avatar. When he was shocked, he broke out with all his strength without any delay, and wanted to escape through time and space. But, under the interference of Su Lang's clone, he was as if mired in the mud. His speed became extremely slow. Before he successfully crossed the barriers of time and space in the natural universe, a gray and strange space suddenly appeared, covering him. Damn, the rickety old man was completely forced out of the ripples of time and space, and his complexion was extremely ugly. Hey, I caught you, the spy of Suiyu Joyu. Su Lang used the clone replacement, swapped positions with one of the clones, and came to the rickety old man. In an instant, he then called up the opponent's attribute panel and looked at its combat power. This is an ordinary eternal warrior of the 6 universes. With the practice of those eternal warriors of Suiyu universe, this person has at most the power left by the eternal 7 universes as his trump card. You are Su Lang. Su Lang, suspected of the mysterious 9 universe eternal power inheritance disciple. The rickety old man looked at Su Lang with disbelief. Chapter 2667. You are vulnerable. He naturally knew the name of Su Lang, because Emperor Wu Xiaozhou was instigated by him. He never expected that Su Lang would come to hunt him personally. Moreover, there are actually 9 clones around Su Lang who are exactly the same as him, making it difficult to tell which one is the clone and which one is the deity. Yes, it's me. Su Lang looked down at the rickety old man, waved his hand indifferently, and absorbed all the surrounding planets into his body. Su Lang, you really are extraordinary. Although there is only the 5 eternal realm, it has mastered the power of the 6 eternal realm. Even, there are so many unbelievable clones. The key is that you can touch me when I stay alert and dare not relax at all times. This tracking method alone is incredible. The rickety old man squinted his muddy eyes, and there was still horror in his voice. But he was generally calm and not panicked. Ha ha, stop talking nonsense. Now, kneel down to me and explain everything you know. I can spare you not to die. Su Lang looked at the rickety old man condescendingly, and said impatiently. Humph, Su Lang, it is you who should kneel down. You are so arrogant, you dare to chase and kill me alone. How about you think you have the fighting power of the 6 eternal realm? How about you have 9 clones? How about you have the 5 eternal emperor soldiers? In front of absolute power, you are vulnerable. The rickety old man sneered, and his face that was already wrinkled became extremely hideous. Oh, absolute power. Let me see, what you call absolute power. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully. Then let you see and see. The rickety old man was murderous, and the power of the 7 eternal realms suddenly burst out of his body, and there was not only 1, but 13. This moment, it is equivalent to a total of 13 eternal powers of the 7 universes against Su Lang. In front of these 13 powers, if the ordinary 6 universes are eternal, even 10 people will definitely be wiped out, and there will be no suspense. However, Su Lang is not an ordinary eternal martial artist of the 6 universes. This is your absolute strength. Although it is strong enough, it is not enough to kill me. The words are secret. The universe protects me. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. The avatars around him suddenly disappeared, and his breath directly rose from the 6 eternal realm to the 7 eternal realm, and it was constantly improving. At the same time, the mystery of words and words has started, and the current universe has established contact with dozens of surrounding natural universes and Su Lang. The 8-sided shield of the sky also emerged, and before the power of the 13 realms of the 7 universes approached, a light curtain was unfolded. The next moment, rumble, the 13 extremely powerful 7 eternal forces bombarded the sky and 8-sided shield. The terrifying explosion shook, and the whole universe was shaking. If it were not for Su Lang to collect the surrounding planets into his body in advance, these planets would be annihilated, and countless creatures would die tragically. In the torrent of terrifying energy, the space is broken with a thought. The shield formed by mobilizing the power of the natural universe was also torn apart. The 8-sided shield of xianxia also shattered. But the main defensive power of this shield comes from the body, the shield or something, just incidentally. After the mask shattered, the remaining power bombarded his body like a breeze, unable to cause any harm. After the shield, Su Lang remained motionless, without blinking his eyes. How can it be? It's incredible that you have the power of the 6 eternal realm. How can you still burst out the power of the 7 eternal realm? This is impossible. The key is even the 7 eternal realm. It is impossible to stop the 13 warriors of the same level from taking a shot. Quote. The rickety old man looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, his whole body was horrified, and his whole body was cold. Next moment, the thought of escaping once again emerged, driving him to take the opportunity to unfold the avenue of time and space, and to flee. But will Su Lang let him run away? With one thought, the sky is out, and it is directly drawn into the gray space. Drive me. The rickety old man looked horrified, and a powerful force burst out, trying to tear the Nianfang space. But this Nianfang space was arranged by Su Lang with the eternal power of the 7 universes, and the eternal power of the 6 universes could not be torn apart at all. Don't struggle. In the face of absolute power, you are vulnerable. Su Lang looked at the rickety old man indifferently, and returned his words to him intact. Chapter 2668, Interrogate the rickety old man, do not. The trapped rickety old man was pale and desperate in his heart. He really couldn't figure out how could there be such a perverted Su Lang in the endless universe. Obviously there are only the 5 eternal realms, but the power of the 7 eternal realms burst out. Even 13 7-plane attacks bursting out at the same time can steadily resist. This is simply beyond his knowledge. But what he didn't know was that Su Lang didn't give his full strength at this time, and even the swallowing clone card was only played, let alone the rest of his whole cards. After all, everything you know. The number and level of Suiyu Joyu who sneaked into Dudu Joyu, the number and level of strong people in Suiyu Joyu. And your specific invasion plan against Dudu Universe. Su Lang looked at the rickety old man with a cold expression, his body exuded a touch of pressure. But this is the pressure of the 7 eternal realm. Even if it was just a trace, the rickety old man felt the terrifying power, and also produced a strong sense of powerlessness. Facing the 7 eternal realm, he had no chance of winning at all. Although there are still 3 powers of the 7 universes in his body. But these 3 powers were not for him to use against the enemy, but to execute him. To prevent him from leaking information. As long as he receives a fatal attack or actively reveals relevant content, it will trigger the internal restraint. After the prohibition is triggered, the 3 powers of the 7 eternal realm hidden in the body will immediately explode, leaving him dead. At this time, he was just trapped in the Nianfang space, and he had not been judged to be mortal by the restraint, so the restraint in the body was not triggered for the time being. Su Lang, I think too, but I can't say it. From the death of Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, you will understand. The rickety old man looked gray and his voice was hoarse and weak. Even the rickety body hunched more seriously, as if being pressed on his back by an invisible mountain. He really didn't want to die. But the hope of survival is too slim. Oh, in your body, there is also the power to be planted by a stronger person. The hierarchical system of your Suiyu universe realm is really strict, and the 6 eternal realm cannot be avoided. The superior can implant their own power into the body of the inferior at will, and is it fair and open to be recognized? Seeing the rickety old man doing this, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Yes, the law of survival in the endless universe is cruel. And our Suiyu universe has entered a special period again, so. The rickety old man sighed and said, but before he finished speaking, a disordered aura appeared on his body, as if there was something terrifying in his body to break out of his body. This is a step away from the content that is forbidden to leak, almost triggering the eternal power of the three spheres in the body. As a result, the rickety old man immediately closed his mouth and cleared the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, with fear in his heart. Special period. It seems that something major has happened to Suiyu Joyu. Su Lang's expression moved. He didn't expect Sui Yujo domain to have a situation, but he didn't know what was going on. The rickety old man bowed his head and said nothing. How strong is your body? Su Lang asked. If you are not very strong, maybe you cannot die. It is the power of the 3 realms and 7 universes. The rickety old man raised his head, his expression bleak. Moreover, it's an explosion from the inside out, it can't be resisted at all. The eternal power of the 3 paths and 7 universes. It's really difficult, the sword of life may not be able to save you. But it doesn't matter, it's okay if you can't take the initiative to reveal it, I can do it myself. Su Lang pondered for a moment, just in case, he was going to try the other methods first. You do it. The rickety old man heard Su Lang's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He can't actively disclose it, but if he is passively seen through by the enemy, it will not trigger the restriction. Su Lang smiled without saying a word, and waved his hand. A peculiar long knife emerged. It was Mirror Flower Water Moon. Stabbed. As soon as the long sword appeared, it was severely cut at the rickety old man. Chapter 2669. It's better to kill, this is. The rickety old man was horrified, but immediately the confusion flashed past his eyes, revealing the rest of his eyes. He has already caught the illusion of the Mirror Flower Water Moon. Everything he sees and hears, including the things detected by his spiritual mind, is an illusion. But he himself did not know. After Jinghua Shuiyu was promoted, the power was really terrifying. Even the eternal state of the 6 universes will instantly fall into the illusion, forget their true situation, and treat the illusion as the real world. A smile flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and then his heart moved. 8 chains of black jade emerged out of thin air. Like 8 terrifying poisonous snakes, the Moyu chains raised their heads and pierced fiercely, directly piercing the body of the rickety old man, blocking some of his power. The 3 powers of the 7 eternal realm used to kill the rickety old man were almost all blocked. Immediately after, Su Lang felt that he was almost done, and he started his mind. Under the action of many means, Su Lang slowly got the information he wanted from the rickety old man. Regarding the situation of Suiyu Joyu, the layout of Suiyu Joyu in Dudu Joyu has been obtained. A weird change has taken place in Suiyu Joyu. Even the 7 eternal realm has been severely affected and has to leave. And this change is related to old ancestor Suiyu and a certain treasure in his hands. Old ancestor Suiyu, a strong man in the eternal realm of the 8 universes, but seems to have fallen into retreat and will not easily take action. In the Suiyu universe, 6 spies from the 6 eternal realms have been planted in the Dudu universe, and there are even more in the 5 eternal realms. On the contrary, there are not many warriors in the 4 universes and their realms. They are all powerful people who control the local area of the Dudu universe as the tentacle for exploration. The strength of Suiyu universe region is far stronger than Dudu, and there are as many as 27 eternal realms. But its invasion plan is not known in more detail. It seems that only the 7 eternal realm knows it. The information he obtained this time appeared in Su Lang's mind, and he analyzed it little by little. In a blink of an eye, he formed his cognition of Suiyu Joyu in his mind. This is a high-level cosmic domain that is far stronger than the Dudu universe and possesses the eternal realm of the 8 universes. But the Suiyu universe has undergone tremendous changes, and its inner beings, even the eternal realm, have suffered greatly. It's like this rickety old man, who was supposed to be a strong man, but now it has become like this. Therefore, the eternal powerhouses reached a consensus that they must leave the Suiyu universe. And the nearest Dudu Joyu became their best choice. There is currently no specific plan for Suiyu universe's invasion, but Su Lang can roughly guess. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou has already entered the Dudu universe. Moreover, a large amount of information was passed on to this rickety old man, and this old man also passed on the information. Then, the Suiyu big guys who know the true situation of Dudu Universe, it is very likely that they will immediately take action, and directly kill Dudu Universe like a broken bamboo. Su Lang touched his chin, and narrowed his eyes. It seems that we must inform Shuning at this time and let her be prepared. Immediately after, Su Lang got some information from the rickety old man. For example, the rickety old man secretly developed more chess pieces, and the specific route to sneak from Suiyu Universe into Dudu Universe. In addition, there are also the names of the other 5 lurking eternal warriors of the 6 universes. Although the rickety old man didn't know where the other 6 eternal realms were located, the 6 of them all exist independently and are not connected to each other. What they prevent is to be dragged and touched. But Su Lang knew the names of those people. This rickety old man also had items about the 5 people, and he could easily find the 5 people through the treasure hunt for ancestral flying. Immediately after, Su Lang continued to use his heart to obtain information from the rickety old man, but there was no further gain worth mentioning. This person has been confused by me for a short time and won't trigger those 3 7-plane bans. But if this person surrenders, it will trigger a ban, and there will be no place to bury him. I don't have the energy to confuse him with Jinghuashuiyu and seal the power in his body at all times. So, it's better to get rid of it. Su Lang thought so in his heart. The movement in his hand didn't slow down, and the Yudian sword pierced out. Chapter 2670. Gee, there's another prey. Next moment, the rickety old man who was completely defenseless was pierced through his head by Su Lang's Yudian sword, and completely fell. He hoped that Su Lang would be more kind, but Su Lang did not live up to his wish. In the moment when the rickety old man completely died, the local eternal warriors in the Dudu universe under his control all died instantly, all to death. 5 people left. Let's clean up together. A cold color flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider fell into his hand while waving. Immediately after, all kinds of objects were picked out by Su Lang from the spoils obtained by killing the rickety old man. On these objects, each possessed the aura of the other 6 eternal spies. Just start here. Su Lang picked a dark green jade pendant and let the treasure-hunting ancestor glider breathe. Squeak. The black gold patterned treasure-hunting ancestral glider's eyes turned very spiritually, and immediately locked the direction of advancement. It plunged headlong into the void, penetrated the barriers of time and space, and started tracking. Su Lang did not immediately follow, but began to sort out the treasures he had obtained from the rickety old man. The first is the 12 Eternal Realm exercises, including one major exercise. This major practice is roughly the same as Zhou Long Xuanxin, but not comparable to Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra. Start the Gongfa synthesis function. With a thought, Su Lang tried the method of success, but failed. Because among the 12 eternal exercises, some have higher levels, which exceed the current limit of the synthesis function, the origin of the universe is still lacking. Su Lang curled his lips, and immediately deposited the universe origin he had just obtained. Ding. Saved. The balance is 10.82 million cosmic origin. More than 10 million. The warrior of the 6 eternal realm is fat. Su Lang was delighted. With this tens of millions of cosmic origins, he can upgrade system functions again. What is good about upgrading this time? The avatar dispatch function requires 100 million and cannot be upgraded. It seems that we still have to choose the most basic cultivation function. After thinking about it, Su Lang immediately issued instructions to improve the one key practice function. Ding. Consume 10 million cosmic origins, upgrade the one key training function to level 55, and increase the training speed 480 trillion times. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one key training function to level 55. You have obtained the new bonus function, Extreme Nirvana Soul, accompanied by the appearance of the system prompt. A large amount of information about the new bonus features appeared in Su Lang's mind. Extreme Nirvana Soul function. Consuming a certain amount of cultivation base, it can sublimate the consummation level soul of the human Nirvana realm, and gradually enter the extreme Nirvana state. Soul of the realm of extreme Nirvana. It seems that this is the realm of the soul above Wani. Unexpectedly, above Wani there is a higher soul realm. I don't know whether the cultivation realm corresponding to this soul realm is above the eternal realm. A smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Obviously it was a pleasure to upgrade the system functions. Although this bonus feature cannot be used for the time being, once it is necessary to use it, the benefits will be immediately reflected. Next, Su Lang was very skilled in handling the eternal body of the rickety old man. Countless life continents and life planets in it are all stuffed into their own crystal wall universe and crystal wall world. Suddenly, Su Lang got a huge amount of creatures, and what followed was the boundless incense power. The rickety old man's attainments in incense is obviously very low. The crystal wall universe of more than 5,000 Gai in its body, countless creatures, has stored a huge amount of incense, but there is not much to consume. Basically all the power of incense is stored. Now it's all cheaper for Su Lang. If you accumulate more, it is estimated that the 4 major incense weapons will evolve. Su Lang looked at the huge amount of incense willingness stored in the virtual spirit universe, and a faint smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. At this time, through the perception sharing function, Su Lang found that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider had stayed in a low-level universe, obviously. The treasure hunt ancestral flying has found the second goal. Tisk tisk, there is another prey. Su Lang sneered and ordered the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to continue tracking the target. Chapter 2671, The Dignified Year-Old Masters of the Universe. It's like tracking the rickety old man. Treasure-hunting ancestral gliders lurking forward in various ways. Soon he touched a prosperous star field and stopped in the near-field void of a planet. There is no void fleet around to take a ride, and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider did not move forward. Anyway, just finding this star field is enough. Of course, it is better to find the planet where the target is located. It can narrow the range of time and space forbidden and save Su Lang's effort. They all choose to hide in the bustling place. It seems that the people of Suiyu Joyu believe in the phrasebig hidden in the city. It's just that, for the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, it's useless to hide it anywhere. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and he dispatched the avatars in a single thought. Rumble. Over the prosperous planet, dozens of figures exuding horror appeared without warning. The time and space around was completely banned in an instant. Any time-space method is temporarily invalid. What? This is what happened. My God, what level of power are those? It's terrifying. I almost collapsed when I saw it. As the eternal strong, a whole number of 10 eternal strong. Quote. Countless creatures looked to the sky in horror. No matter their cultivation level, they all felt like ants. At this time, roar, accompanied by hysterical furious roar, another figure soared into the sky with a terrifying aura, as if to penetrate the encirclement of dozens of mysterious powerhouses. This man is extremely fat, just like a ball, and looks very deformed. This person is one of the 6 eternal spies of Suiyu universe who sneaked into the Dudu universe. Seeing Su Lang's dozens of 6 universe clones appeared, this round ball warrior was as horrified as the rickety old man, and felt very bad. The enemy actually has dozens of 6 eternal realms, which far exceeds the number in intelligence. Moreover, since the 6 eternal realms have come so many, will the 7 eternal realms still be missing? Without hesitation, this ball warrior has all his cards, just to escape. However, he was obviously daydreaming. An avatar of Su Lang directly expanded the Nianfeng space and pulled it into it. The ball warrior immediately shot, desperately tearing the space of Nianfeng. But Su Lang's second avatar's Nianfeng space also came, and once again enveloped it. The round ball warrior was frightened and attacked frantically, but whenever he tears a layer of Nianfeng space, he will immediately fall into the next Nianfeng space. There is no end. Under extreme anger, the ball warrior brazenly used the eternal power of the 7 universes infused in his body, and planned to escape through the barriers of time and space while repelling the enemy. However, the mighty power of the 7 eternal realm burst out, but was blocked by a round black shield that suddenly appeared. Rumble. The boundless turbulence of energy spreads everywhere. Su Lang collected the surrounding star domains into the crystal wall world inside his body. While looking inside the encirclement, a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Not long, the ball warrior was like the rickety old man, completely subdued by Su Lang, and began to search for information. Just from this warrior, no more effective information was obtained. Su Lang beheaded him with a single sword and snatched the spoils. I killed 2 people in a row. There must have been news of the spy's fall in Sui Yuzhou region. And the 2 died one after another. They should be able to guess that I have the means to find those spies. So, next, I have to speed up, otherwise these people may run away. A light of thought flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he released the treasure-hunting ancestral glider once again, at the same time. In a certain natural universe between Suiyu universe and Dudu universe, the old lady of the mouse, the man with 4 heads and 8 arms, the man with dwarf and the eternal powers of the 7 universes held a special meeting with solemn expressions. "My spy is dead," the old lady mouse said with an extremely ugly expression. "My spies are also dead." The young man with green eyes looked solemn. "There are capable people in Dudu universe. Those 6 universe spies all master the 13 eternal secrets of the 7 universes. To a certain extent, they are a trap for the eternal powerhouses of the Dudu universe 7 universes." The dwarf man frowned, "But now they have died too in succession. The opponent is not only the tracing technique against the sky, but also the first-class combat power. Who would it be?" Chapter 2672. Murder and Fire Gold Belt. Could it be that Emperor Shu Ningzhou made the shot himself? No, even if she takes the shot herself, it is impossible to kill 2 people in such a short period of time. So, did their 7 eternity take all their actions? As for the tracking secret technique, was it provided by Su Lang, the descendant of the 9 eternal? I don't know. Let's hurry up and contact the remaining 6 eternal spies, and those of the 5 eternal realms, recall them all. Damn, the eternal secret agent of the 6 universes under my command is also dead, almost instantly killed. Quote. While everyone was talking, the third 6-time eternal spy was killed by Su Lang. The atmosphere of the meeting became very solemn, and everyone looked very unsightly. 6 of the 6 eternal realms, 3 died in an instant. This speed of death is simply sweating. Fine, it is estimated that they have been exposed a long time ago, and they have already fallen into a trap now, and there is no escape. In this case, we can let all the lurking personnel take the initiative to expose and kill everywhere, so as to attract the attention of the high-level warriors of the Dudu universe, so that we can successfully sneak into the Dudu universe. These people can't withdraw back, just do it. It's a small revenge against Dudu Joyu. Now that a decision is made, hurry up. Quote. The eternal powers of the 7 universes completed the exchange in an instant, and then continued on the road, rushing to the Dudu universe. After getting the coordinates of the Dudu universe, combining with the various natural universe coordinates they have explored during the weekdays, they have already planned many routes to ensure that they can sneak into the Dudu universe. Just when the great powers of Suiyu universe advance, Su Lang also continued to hunt down the remaining 6 eternal spies. The remaining 3 spies received orders from their superiors and began to retreat. In order to cover up their whereabouts, they all chose to keep detouring. However, it was this kind of behavior that caused them to ruin their lives. Because the treasure-hunting ancestral glider walks in a straight line, one goes around and the other goes straight, of course you will be caught up. Quickly, the remaining 6 Eternals were all killed by Su Lang. Then it's time to count the spoils. First of all, it is stored in the origin of the universe. Ding. After storage, the balance is 5.66 million cosmic origin. Sure enough to kill and set the gold belt on fire. It's only been a long time since I have accumulated so many universe origins. If you rely on yourself to reverse the origin of the universe, you don't know how much time it will take. Quote. Su Lang looked at his balance happily, and immediately began to deal with the eternal body and other spoils. Not long, then all the eternal body is processed. The crystal wall universe in Su Lang's body was stuffed into more life planets and continents, and it became more and more prosperous, but his inner world is so many and big that it hasn't reached its fullness yet. In addition, the power of incense has also got more. The 4 pieces of special aspiration crystals needed for the evolution of the incense emperor soldiers, namely, the heart-piercing lock, the 7 treasure tree, the purple gourd and the Jinghua Shuiyu, are almost accumulated. At last, it is a huge amount of various materials. The alchemy material Su Lang immediately used the alchemy function to refine the pill. The rest of the materials are kept temporarily. In terms of exercises and classics, the exercises practiced by these spies are similar, and there are not many new exercises, so Su Lang temporarily put it aside. At this time, there was a movement in the communication jade card. Su Lang knew that it was the message from Shuning, because he had told him the result of the battle before. As expected of Taoist Su Lang, he can even cut the opponent's 6 eternal 6 celestial bodies with one shot. In the coming year, you will definitely be deterred by Taoist Su Lang. After all, This is something that the ordinary 7 universes cannot do forever. Shuning's message was full of surprises and respect, and even faintly meaning of respect. After reading it, Su Lang smiled slightly and prepared to reply. But at this moment, "Friend Su Lang, I just received emergency information. His Royal Highness Shu Ning sent a message again. Suddenly many eternal warriors have appeared in Dudu Joyu and are slaughtering in the natural universe one by one." Chapter 2673. Could it be that this is attracting attention? What? Suddenly many eternal powerhouses emerged, making chaos everywhere. Su Lang looked at the news in the transmission jade card, and thought a little strangely. But he was going to return to Dudu universe first. The time flow is too low here, and staying longer is a waste of time. Then, Su Lang activated the avatar dispatch and avatar replacement functions, and directly returned to Dudu universe, the opposing platform at the summit of Luenji. "Brother, you are back, so soon." Yu Yangli looked at Su Lang, who appeared out of thin air, awakened from his cultivation state in shock. "How long has the Dudu universe passed?" Su Lang looked calm and asked. "He chased and killed the 6 people in the bottom universe. It didn't take much time before and after, but Dudu universe time flow rate was nearly 10 million times faster, naturally longer time passed." It's been 100 years. Yu Yangli looked at him for a moment and replied, 100 years soon." Su Lang rolled his eyes and glanced at Yu Yangli silently. Isn't it 100 years? 100 years will be in the blink of an eye. What's more, the brother is working in the lower level universe, and he comes back so quickly. In the lower level universe, I am afraid it will not be used for a quarter of an hour. Yu Yangli was also a little speechless, and the brother's concept of time seemed to be different from the ordinary eternal strong. "Forget it, don't talk to you about this. How is your practice in the past 100 years? Su Lang sat down next to the case, and asked while taking out the jade card for communication. "Senior brother helped me solve my doubts, and of course all the problems were solved. If there are seniors, I'm still so confused, wouldn't it be as stupid as the porpoise?" Yu Yangli laughed, with an excited smile on his face. Su Lang helped him solve his doubts, but he saved countless years of hard work in The Secret of Words. "That's good." Su Lang nodded, and stopped talking, but entered a message on the jade card of transmission. "What are you doing, brother?" Yu Yangli curiously leaned to Su Lang's side. Seeing that Su Lang hadn't rushed the people, he boldly looked at the jade plate of transmission. "But it says, those eternal warriors who suddenly made chaos are probably the remaining spies buried in Suiyu Joyu in our Dudu Joyu. It's just, how could they suddenly expose themselves? Could it be that this is because I killed 6 of their 6 eternal martial artists, and launched a revenge attack?" After entering the message, Su Lang sent it to Shuning. "An eternal warrior who is messing around. The spy who is lurking in the Suiyu universe in our universe." After reading the message sent by Su Lang, Yu Yangli was a little bit ready to move. "Okay." Su Lang nodded and smiled. "Why, I want to kill someone with itchy hands." Yeah, Yu Yangli said frankly, "With the help of my brother, I have made progress, and want to verify my current strength. Let's talk about it when the master of Yujo domain comes." Su Lang groaned and said, "Those eternal warriors who make chaos are very low level. Okay, it's really boring to fight those low level eternals." Yu Yangli also thought about it, suppressing the fighting spirit in his heart. At this time, a wonderful figure appeared outside the opposing platform, and walked up to Su Lang's slender legs. However, His Highness Shu Ning didn't want to communicate through the communication jade card, and came here in person. "Friend Su Lang." Shu Ning saluted Su Lang slightly, and nodded to Yong Li. "His Royal Highness Shu Ning, please sit down." Su Lang and Yu Yong lied back and asked Shu Ning to sit down. Their approach is obviously very irrational. Although these chess pieces are not very strong, they are also useful, so I gave up like this. His Royal Highness Shu Ning sat down and said straightforwardly, "Could it be that this is attracting attention? Attract our attention, let us send warriors to quell the unrest." Su Lang looked calm and continued to analyze. "Very likely, although I gave an order not long ago to let the eternal powerhouses of all natural universes in Dudu universe gather in the nearby middle universe and wait for the development of events. But in such a short period of time, there are still many natural universes that will not be able to migrate in the future." His Highness Shu Ning paused and continued, "If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2674, Yangmu, although these natural universes are not powerful individually, they are still a decent force when they are concentrated. The key to these universes is the foundation of the Dudu universe, just like mortals are the foundation of cultivators. Without these universes, Dudu's high-level universe is just a rootless duckweed. Therefore, if we do not want to suffer these losses, we must send people to quell the unrest. After Shuning finished speaking, her expression was a bit cold. This is a shame. Those middle and low-level universes are not only the foundation of the Dudu universe, but also the buffer zone for the war in our retreat. Our side must send someone to eliminate the warriors who are in trouble. But in this way, part of our strength will be divided. Yu Yangli also participated in the discussion and put forward his own views. Junior brother is right. Su Lang smiled slightly. Sui Yujoyu had this idea. Take advantage of the distraction of our attention and some of our strength. His Royal Highness Shu Ning frowned slightly. The master of Sui Yujo domain will definitely make big moves. I guess they just want to break into the Dudu universe in one fell swoop. Su Lang said, before our Dudu universe was infiltrated by them, they must have many routes into the Dudu universe. Indeed. Although we have a better understanding of Dudu Joyu, there are people watching on every route. But they have too many manpower, full of more than 27 plane eternal realms, and they carry many eternal martial artists of the 6 planes and 5 planes. At that time, they will definitely not only take one route, but will be scattered into several teams, one after the other, with different progress. One of the fastest teams to further attract our attention, we must separate people to stop them. In this way, our already weak strength will be further dispersed. At that time, their chances of breaking into Dudu will also increase, and we will lose all the advantages brought about by the high time velocity of the upper universe. His Royal Highness Shu Ning frowned while analyzing. How can this be good? I am willing to stop the first Sui Yujo domain team that appears. But I have the power to step into the eternal realm of the 8 universes, let alone stop them. Maybe I can kill them. Yu Yangli volunteered and said that he did not intend to perform in front of Shuning, but to perform in front of Su Lang, and passed away by the way. But his suggestion was immediately rejected by Su Lang. No, we will not stop them. Just let them enter the Dudu universe. Su Lang shook his head and said calmly. This. Yu Yangli was taken aback for a moment, his expression disappointed. You don't know the power of infinity. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, summoning the boundless call. Suddenly, the mecha carrying the terrifying aura reappeared, bringing an extremely huge impact. Correct. With the boundless number, we can only exert the strongest strength if we all gather together. Under the Shuning Hall, it was suddenly revealed that she had been stationed in Wuyin, and she knew the abnormality of Wuyin. Not bad. Splitting out to fight them just adds to the variables. It's better to concentrate your strength and defeat it once and for all. Su Lang nodded slightly. Anyway, at most they will display the power of the 8 eternal realm, it cannot be the 9 universe. That's it. Yu Yangli looked at the boundless ship, his heart was a little hot, and he wanted to try it now. Then, follow the method of Taoist Su Lang. I will send someone to quell the warriors who are in chaos. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded. By the way, let the elders and guardians prepare to return directly to Dudu universe. Soon, she planned to send messages to Elder Xie and others, however. His Royal Highness Shu Ning does not need to send someone to quell the turmoil. Su Lang smiled and said, this is contrary to our plan to concentrate combat power. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2675, Self-Brain Supplement is the deadliest, what? But don't those wars have to be calmed down? Otherwise, even if we win, Dudu Joyu will become a misnomer. The Suiyu universe region is no longer suitable for warriors to survive. We have to go to other universe regions to further improve our strength. Rootless duckweed like Dudu universe cannot allow us to maintain sufficient training resources. Shu Ning said with a look of surprise. Yu Yangli also looked at Su Lang strangely. It's not that we can't quell the unrest. Su Lang shook his head and smiled. Instead, he said, I will go alone. Brother, are you going alone? But you are our backbone. Yu Yangli was surprised. How can we drive the infinity without you, and coordinate the eternal combat power? Yes, His Royal Highness Xu Ning agreed. Now that the war is about to break out, fellow Taoist Su Lang should sit down and fight the universe. Don't worry, I will not leave here myself. It is my clone to quell the chaos. While talking, Su Lang summoned his clone, avatar, and twin avatars. Suddenly, more than 100 clones appeared in front of Yong Li and Xu Ning, each possessing the power of the Six Eternal Realm. Such a scene, Xu Ning and Yu Yangli were stunned. Brother, how come you have so many clones, and each one is so powerful? Yu Yangli couldn't believe his eyes. There were so many eternal clones of the 6 universes that he couldn't even dream of it. It should be known that the eternal 6 universes of the entire Dudu universe, including those killed in the previous wars, plus those hidden unknowns, the current guardians definitely do not exceed 50. But now, there are more than 100 clones of Su Lang alone. It's about 3 times the number of all 6 universe eternal realm warriors in Dudu universe. This is absolutely abnormal. This is a clone created using the technique of clone and 13 corpses. His Royal Highness Xu Ning also mastered 13 corpses, and I must be able to guess how I did it. Su Lang flicked Xu Ning to brain supplement. After all, brain supplement by himself is the most deadly, really. That's it. Taoist Su Lang must use other clone techniques to create about 10 clones. Then use these 10 clones as the basis, and with the 13 corpses technique, each clone cuts out 13 incense clones of the same level. So, there is the current result. Unexpectedly, the potential of 13 corpses is far more terrifying than I thought. Quote. His Royal Highness Xu Ning was fooled by Su Lang, and he started to make up for it by himself, and then he believed it all. A touch rose in her heart. It turned out that the 13 corpses that fellow Su Lang gave her is so powerful. Yu Yangli listened to Xu Ning's brain replenishment, but there was no reason for unbelief. He looked at Su Lang's avatar with his eyes shining, and he was extremely eager for 13 corpses. Then he looked at Su Lang straightforwardly, his eyes hot. Ahem. Su Lang was uncomfortable when he was seen by the pink hunk. If you want 13 corpses, I can instill it for you in the future. Thank you, brother. Senior brother, I will definitely serve the senior brother in order to repay the brother's grace. Yu Yangli bowed and saluted Su Lang with excitement, thinking that he had more than 100 clones of the same level like Su Lang, and then he went around and beat his opponent. Okay. Su Lang smiled faintly and nodded. Theoretically, with beheading the 13 corpses, combined with other cherished clones, it is indeed possible to have hundreds of clones of the same level. However, this is not realistic, because the consumption is too scary. If you really have this resource, it is better to invest the resource in your own deity, of course. If it is really impossible to make an inch, it is useless to keep resources, but you can also try this method of cultivating clones. However, it also takes countless hours and energy. At this time, I have many clones, and I can take them back at any time. Even, I can use my clone as an anchor to travel through multiple natural universes at once to reach my destination. So, using my clone to calm the turmoil in all directions is perfect. Su Lang smiled and said, it shouldn't be too late. I'm going to do it now. Your Highness will give me a map of Dudu Joyu. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2676, Breakthrough, the Eternal State of the 6 Universes, it is good. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded his head and immediately transformed a light picture. The light map is 3-dimensional, and it is full of complicated coordinates, which looks extremely abstract. This is the map of Dudu Joyu. All known natural universes exist here. The turbulent natural universe has also been marked. Su Lang glanced at the map and immediately understood it. Immediately after, in the envious and admired eyes of Xu Ning and Yu Yong, Su Lang waved his hand and dispatched all the clones. These clones scattered and appeared in the natural universe that Su Lang had visited. Immediately, he rushed towards the natural universe that was in turmoil. In order to calm the turmoil better and faster, Su Lang directly activated the 100 Shadow Clone function, turning more than 100 clones into more than 10,000. Even the avatar of buying has the strength of a half-step 6 universe. There are only a few hundred eternal warriors lurking in the Dudu universe at the age of the year, plus the local eternal warriors that have been subdued. Moreover, these people are not even good and bad, and the strongest is only eternal. Su Lang smashed down forever over the 10,005 universes, it was simply crushed. Of course, the time flow of Dudu universe and the bottom universe are different. Although the avatars moved quickly, the three of Su Lang in Dudu universe still had to wait a while before they could see the results. Then, Su Lang simply turned on the one key practice function, continued to accumulate cultivation base, and was ready to rush to the eternal realm of the 6 universes. Simultaneously, His Royal Highness Shuning and Yu Yangli did not leave, and they waited quietly on the platform opposite. Time flies. 10 days have passed since Dudu universe in an instant. In this process, Su Lang infused Yu Yangli with 13 corpses and other techniques, so that his combat power was completely stabilized at the early stage of the 8th universe. In the heart of this pink fierce man, Su Lang's status is already higher than that of Emperor Gu Junzhou. Shuning's side, Su Lang was not stingy either. He also poured some eternal level skills to make his combat power reach the half-step 8 planet level. Of course, Chu Xiaobei and others who live in Su Lang's body will not ignore it. Su Lang released them, met with Shuning and Yu Yangli, and infused them with exercises. Now Chu Xiaobei and others, everyone has thousands of founding eternal techniques. It is because the realm of itself is relatively low, it can be able to break through to the level of the 2nd universe. In order for them to practice faster. During this period of time, Su Lang, together with Shuning, accelerated their time and allowed them to cultivate for thousands of years. Yu Yangli was not idle either. Su Lang handed over Yan Engsheng and other old subordinates to him. Because Chu Xiaobei and others have thousands of eternal exercises in their hands, they can practice very quickly with sufficient resources. At the same time, Su Lang's own cultivation progress is even more gratifying. These days, he has practiced a lot of eternal techniques. All of the Gujun inheritance acquired from Yu Yangli has been thoroughly practiced, leaving none of them. The key is, the cultivation base he accumulated has long been enough for him to perfect more crystal wall universes and enter the eternal realm of the 6 universes. At this time, on the platform, His Royal Highness Shu Ning is using the Tao of Time to accelerate the world in the body and help Chu Xiaobei and others cultivate. The same is true for Yu Yangli, helping Yan Hingxing and others practice. On Su Lang's side, he sat cross-legged in silence. The cosmic energy whizzed in, poured into the body, and turned into countless cultivation. System. Start the crystal wall universe function and perfect the target universe. Su Lang suddenly thought of it and activated the system function. Suddenly, the extremely majestic cultivation base poured into Su Lang's limbs. After mixing with the time avenue, these cultivation bases are poured into the crystal wall worlds, thoroughly perfected, and sublimated into the crystal wall universe that can produce the power of the universe. Almost instantly, the number of crystal wall universes in Su Lang crossed the threshold of 4,500 Gai crystal wall universes in the 6 eternal realm. A mighty breakthrough wave erupted from his body, swept all around, stirred the energy of the universe, and formed various visions. Brother broke through. Friend Su Lang broke through. Yu Yangli and His Royal Highness Shuning showed horror at the same time, couldn't help but stop urging Time Avenue and stared at Su Lang together. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2677. This combat power is pretty good. Senior Brother's cultivation realm has reached the 6 eternal realm. Yu Yangli took a breath. The strength of the aura on his body has directly reached the peak stage of the 7 eternal realm, which is higher than my previous combat power. Not only that, the aura of Taoist Su Lang is still growing. He seems to have perfected countless crystal wall universes in a short time. This is incredible. His Royal Highness Shuning saw some clues, and the whole person was dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. This kind of practice method is simply unheard of. I'm afraid it's the unique secret skill of Senior Brother, the one that can only be used by his physique. Yu Yong was free from the brain to make up. He could only explain this way. Should be. The physique of Taoist Su Lang is probably the kind of special physique that can directly transform the energy of the universe into the origin of the universe. His Royal Highness Shu Ning also said, for this reason, Taoist Su Lang will use this extremely rich cosmic energy to cultivate on the platform. Yes, it should be so. Yu Yangli nodded, and immediately followed Su Lang with His Royal Highness Shuning, to see how much Su Lang's aura could grow. At this time, because I have seen too many incredible things in Su Lang. So the two of them are not surprised. they only feel that this kind of thing happened to Su Lang, it is normal. Simultaneously, Su Lang's side. After the cultivation base broke through to the 6 eternal realm, the accumulated cultivation base only consumed less than half. More crystal wall worlds are upgraded to crystal wall universes in the surging cultivation base. When all the accumulated cultivation bases are used up this time, the number of Su Lang's crystal wall universe has reached more than 5,500. If the 6-plane eternal realm is divided into 5 levels, beginning, middle, high, peak, and half-step 7 planes, then it is a middle-high level. And Su Lang's combat power has also been further improved. System, call up my properties panel. As soon as Su Lang's voice fell, a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Su Lang race, human race qualification level, turbidity realm level, 6 eternity attack level, 7 eternity plus defensive level, 7 eternity plus xianxia level, 7 eternity plus endurance level, 7 eternity plus spirit level, realm of Wani mastering the exercises, the unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, 10,000 Fas into 1 infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, founding activated system functions, 1 key training function level 55, 1 key martial arts function level 54, 1 key clone function level 54, 1 key treasure hunting function level 53, 1 key alchemy function 19 level, 1 key mixer function level 19, 1 key refinement function level 19, 1 key synthesis function level 19, 1 key empowerment function level 28, 1 key enhancement function level 14, 1 key decomposition function no level. This combat power can be regarded as an all-round half-step in 8 cosmic eternity. If it were not for the higher the eternal realm, the greater the gap, I should be able to formally enter the eternal level of the 8 universes in this wave of promotion. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and nodded slightly, thinking that his combat power was fairly acceptable. Immediately after, he looked at Yu Yangli and Shuning, but saw that both of them were looking at him with bright eyes. Haha, luckily broke through once. Su Lang smiled and bowed his hands to the two. Brother is too humble, Yu Yangli said quietly, senior brother deserves to be senior brother. When I first learned about senior brother was only at the level of the 4 universes. At this time, it is half the eternal combat power of the 8 universes. This is really, it's beyond imagination, His Royal Highness Shuning continued. There is still a lot of time, and you will soon start practicing. Su Lang smiled, I am just a little faster, and can be promoted earlier than you. Yu Yangli and Shuning were speechless at the same time. At this time, a voice broke the calm. It was Shuning's jade card that had news. Elder Xie and they have already brought people back to Dudu Universe. Shuning took out the jade plaque for communication and looked at her with joy. The power of Ardo Capital Universe region has further gathered. Okay, my clone has also calmed all the turmoil. Su Lang nodded slightly, and more than 100 clones appeared beside him waving his hands. If you like the 1 key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the 1 key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2678, 7 Universe Peak Udian Sword. During this time, the clones have already beheaded all the eternal warriors in the Dudu universe. Unfortunately, most of these people are not high. Although it has harmed many natural universes, its resources are not very rich. After killing everyone, Su Lang also captured more than 3 million cosmic origins. There are a lot of materials, but the grade quality is just like that, which is too low for Su Lang's current level. Fortunately, there is a 1 key synthesis function. Now at least the materials of the 5 eternal realm can be synthesized. The key is, after successively beheading the 6 great 6 eternals, and then beheading hundreds of eternal powerhouses, Su Lang seized many weapons and other refined products. After using the 1-click decomposition function to decompose, an unimaginable amount of material was obtained. In addition to materials, there are also many eternal bodies. This led to countless life planets and life continents in his Crystal Wall universe and Crystal Wall world. There are countless more cultivation civilizations cultivated in the body, and countless more incense aspirations. In addition, in the past few days, subordinates have successively offered all the incense power they collected. Su Lang's incense aspiration power at this time is already enough for the 4 incense emperor soldiers to be promoted together. Just as his strength has increased, the level of weapons he can master has also become higher. Therefore, Su Lang decided to upgrade a wave of weapons. Of course, the first to be upgraded was the three main weapons such as the Yudian sword. Start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang's heart moved, reset the strengthening effect of Yudian sword, and immediately began to try to evolve. At the beginning, the feedback given by the system is all lack of material, and also gave a list of specific missing materials. According to these material lists, Su Lang used the one-key synthesis function to synthesize many materials one after another. There is still a part. Raise everything from Shuning. After all, Shu Ning is the ruler of Dudu universe. Now Elder Xie and others have all returned and brought back a large amount of collected materials. So Su Lang took the opportunity to gather some rare high-level timeless materials. Now, on the platform, Su Lang put the Yudian sword across his knees, and under the gaze of Yongli and Shuning, he began to evolve the weapon. Start the weapon evolution function. Only retain the specified characteristics, evolve the Yudian sword. Su Lang silently gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, ding, consume Eternal Soul 100, half-step Eternal Soul 100000, Origin of the Universe 1,000,000, Eternal Realm Material Non-Mind Universe Core Crystal 10, Dues Gu Yuan 500, You the Heavenly Sword evolved into the 5 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. In an instant, the Yudian sword changed from the 4 Eternal Realm to the 5 Eternal Realm. Such a scene, even Yu Yangli and Shuning had already seen them, and when they saw them again, they couldn't help but be amazed. But they didn't expect that the shocking thing was yet to come. After Su Lang evolved the Yudian sword, he did not stop, but directly turned on the one-key enhancement function. Ding, strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1, ding, strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1, ding, strengthened successfully. System prompts kept ringing, and the breath of Yudian sword skyrocketed. In a short time, the Yudian sword was elevated from the 5 Eternal Realm to the 6 Eternal Realm, and immediately entered the 7 Eternal Realm, and reached its peak. And the number of strengthening, 6 times, consumes a huge amount of materials from Su Lang. Fortunately, all the spies of Su Lang fell into the hands of Su Lang, as did Emperor Shu Yuzhou. The materials that he can decompose are inexhaustible, so that he can support Yudian sword's promotion. At this time, seeing Yudian sword instantly descended from the 6 Eternal Realm to the 4 Eternal Realm, and then promoted to the 7 Eternal Peak. Shu Ning and Yu Yangli were shocked to their tongues. This can't be explained by the rules of the endless universe. Yeah, this is horrible, it's beyond imagination. A 7 Eternal Realm weapon can only be cast in countless years, but in the hands of a senior, it can be created with a wave of hands. What kind of system is Taoist Su Lang, and why can he master this incredible refining method? Shu Ning and Yu Yang are full of turbulent waves in their separation, and the image of Su Lang in their hearts becomes bigger and more mysterious. Chapter 2679, Promote the Eternal Emperor again simultaneously. The two also sighed. Fortunately, they and Su Lang were in the same group, otherwise, they would not end well. Among them, Yu Yangli is even more grateful to Emperor Gujunzhou for finding him such a powerful senior. At this time, Master, you are great, I love it. A sweet voice came, and then a fair and beautiful girl in a black robe emerged and hung on Su Lang's neck. Since Su Lang and Shuning met, she wanted to come out and stroll around. The relationship between Taoist Su Lang and Yudian sword spirit is. His Royal Highness Shuning stared at Su Lang and Xiaoyu with wide and beautiful eyes, his eyes a little complicated. Yu Yangli's expression remained unchanged. It is very normal for the Eternal Strong to accompany his weapon spirit for life. Compared with ordinary intelligent creatures, the Eternal Strong have too strong aptitude and too high level. An ordinary woman can't keep up with her. But the Eternal Emperor soldiers who are raised by one hand are already close to their masters, and more intimate. Relationships are common. Okay, go back to the body first, be good. Su Lang rubbed Xiaoyu with a smile, and said softly and gently. Yes, Master. Xiaoyu nodded completely obediently, gentle and virtuous. She glanced at Shuning again, not knowing what she was thinking, and finally nodded to Shuning and entered the body by herself. Next, Tianjia's 8-sided shield. Su Lang saw everything in his eyes, smiled and shook his head, and then took out the 8-sided shield. Although the promotion of Yudian sword consumed a huge amount of materials, but many of the materials consumed in it were returned as enhanced reset. Therefore, there are still a lot of materials left in Su Lang's collection. In addition, he had long been in control, and the materials left were completely enough for the weapons such as Tianzhao 8-edged shield to be promoted. Used the same method, Su Lang also promoted the 8-sided shield of the sky to the pinnacle level of the 7 universes. It was also based on the 5 eternal realm and strengthened it 6 times. Behind the 8-sided shield is the Sword of Life. This weapon is very important to Su Lang, and is equivalent to a backup energy source for driving the infinity. In the battle, make him full of blood and blue several times. Consume a lot of materials. Soon, the Sword of Life was also promoted to the 7 eternal realm, but the level was slightly lower, not reaching the peak level, only the high level. But this is enough. Next, Su Lang examined the remaining materials in the storage space and nodded slightly. The remaining materials are enough to strengthen 4 Incense Emperor soldiers. Of course, before that, we have to evolve it. Void Spirit Universe. With a thought in Su Lang, his consciousness descended on the Void Spirit Universe, overlooking the vast world of incense. In this world, all are made of incense willingness. Incense aspirations come from intelligent creatures, full of fantasy, and anything imaginable is available here. There are no real incense creatures here. Only in the heavenly realm of the 4 Incense Emperor soldiers, emptiness dragon veins. Su Lang first looked at the emptiness of dragon veins in the Qibao Miaoshu. This is the first Incense Emperor soldier to condense. The incense creatures inside have been filled by Shaoluo, the master of reincarnation, and are already everywhere. Countless incense creatures in this world, you grab me and I grab you, each can't resist, it's very funny. At the core of the Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm, countless special aspirations crystallized and condensed, almost forming a huge world core. Unconsciously, there are so many special aspirations. Su Lang nodded slightly and immediately ordered, the system, activate the enhanced reset function, and target Qibao Miaoshu. In a flash, the strengthening effect of Qibao Miaoshu disappeared. Numerous materials were returned to Su Lang's storage space. Start the weapon evolution function, and target the Qibao Miaoshu. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions again to activate the evolution function. Ding! Consumption of special willingness to crystallize. After some system prompts, the 7 treasure tree was evolved into the 4 eternal realm by Su Lang. Soon, the enhanced function appeared again. Ding! Strengthening is successful, Qibao Miaoshu +1. Ding! Strengthening success. After 6 times of strengthening, the 7 treasure tree has also entered the 7 eternal realm. Immediately after, Su Lang looked at the remaining 3 Incense Emperor soldiers, and continued to promote their weapons. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant. Million level literature. Chapter 2680. The shocked people of the Yuzhou domain quickly. The mirror flower water moon, the purple gold gourd, and the piercing lock all stepped into the 7 eternal realm, reaching the same level as the 7 treasure tree. Although the strength of these 4 Incense Emperor soldiers was lower than the 3 eternal Emperor soldiers such as the Yudian sword, they had just entered the 7 universe level. However, it is not only sufficient for the battle at the level of the 7 universe eternal realm, it can even be said to be far beyond the opponent. Because the weapons of the eternal powerhouses of the 7 universes are often only the 5 universes level, and the better ones are only the 6 universe level. Just like Yu Yangli, a dignified and lonely descendant, he only possessed the 6 eternal realm weapons with the help of Su Lang. The same is true for Shuning, with only 6 plain weapons. Now Su Lang has a total of 7 Emperor soldiers of the 7 eternal realm. Gu, a total of 7 eternal realm weapons. When I dreamed, I only dared to dream of owning 1 or 7. This is too unreasonable. Yu Yangli swallowed with difficulty, only to feel that the drought died of drought, the flood died of waterlogging, and he himself was the one who died of drought. Xu Ning knew that Su Lang was very extraordinary, but his eyes widened at this time, and his unbelievable eyes were already filled with holes. Through her somewhat hollow eyes, it can be seen that her heart is dull and numb. You don't have to be too surprised. The endless universe is so big, everything exists, I'm just one of the more special people. Seeing this scene, Su Lang smiled faintly. From now on, I will be the pendant of senior brother. Yu Yangli took a deep breath, excited with a touch of sadness. Xu Ning was also prepared to say something blankly, but after reacting, the relationship between himself and Su Lang was not so close. She was suddenly in a daze. Is she already so dependent on Su Lang? Can't you leave him for the rest of your life? Xu Ning thought this way, and then thought that not long ago, Xie Zan and others half-jokingly and half-seriously let her and Su Lang be married. At that time, she was a little moved. If I could take the initiative back then, would I be able to call myself Madame Su now? Just when Su Lang was promoted to the weapon. Dudu universe, somewhere in a remote natural universe. An old lady like a mouse, a woman with 4 heads and 8 arms, a boy with green eyes, a man with 3 eyes. Everyone is advancing fast, crossing the natural universe. But suddenly, everyone moved in unison, looking at each other, their expressions gloomy. In the Dudu universe, half an hour has passed. The Suiyu universe powers here, at this moment, received some battle conditions. All the spies we buried are dead. The eternal power of the strong housed in the Dudu universe is also dead. The old lady mouse looked extremely ugly, and the age spots on her face showed a dark and decadent color. Dudu universe has taken action. They did take our conspiracy to kill those who made trouble. But, how could it be over so soon? The woman with 4 heads and 8 arms couldn't help but breathe. Yup, those warriors have only made chaos in less than a quarter of an hour. We have only advanced thousands of universes, and they will die. The green-eyed boy sighed, his eyes full of solemnity. It's incredible. Our people are scattered in various natural universes, far apart. Even if Dudu universe goes all out and dispatches a large number of people, it is definitely more than this time just to hurry. The 3-eyed man opened his eyes wide, and each eye was covered with bloodshot eyes, as if countless plasma might burst at any time. Now our people are completely killed. Except for the eyeliner that must be left, there is no remnant. The dwarf-like man squinted his eyes. How did those guys in Dudu Joyu do it? Don't worry about that much. Maybe it is a strange method, but it will not play a decisive role in the war. The only thing that can determine the outcome of the battle is true strength. The middle-aged man wearing a ragged red robe and looking like a falcon said coldly, I have bought some time now, so hurry up. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2681. Eternal Warriors Gather in Dudu Universe. Oh, it can only be so. I hope we can successfully enter the Dudu Universe without being intercepted halfway. The 4-armed woman sighed. If you get closer to Dudu Universe, we will spread out and form 3 teams. The old lady mouse flickered in her eyes. Be sure to enter Dudu Universe first. Everyone's deliberation was in an instant. In the next instant, everyone crossed the barriers of the natural universe and entered the next natural universe without any delay. The other side, Doer in the universe. 10 million moments passed in the instant in the bottom universe. Add up, it's a little time. Within this time period, Xie Zan and all the eternal warriors, summoned by Su Lang and Shuning, all came to the opposite platform. Among them, those who had been recruited from the old Emperor Shuyu Zhou also summoned, at this time. A large number of eternal warriors who have never entered the Ziyu Tiangong are excited and restrained looking at the lively scene around them. This originally sparsely traveled platform around the platform is already full of eternal warriors. The eternal powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the natural universe is extremely rare. An average of more than a dozen natural universes can produce an eternal universe. Every eternal strong man is one side dominates. But here, the eternity of the universe is densely packed, and at a glance, the head is heavy, and it needs to be counted in 10,000. There are also a lot of eternal realms in the second and third universes, which are tens of thousands. When the 4 eternal realm was reached, the number decreased a lot. Such a grand scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Every eternal strong man who has lived for many years can't help but feel shocked and make waves. Of course, everyone looked around, was amazed, and talked a lot, and immediately turned their attention to Su Lang, Xu Ning and Yu Yangli on the platform. This is the Ziyu Heavenly Palace facing the platform, so rich cosmic energy. This is the only thing I have seen in my life. This is the core of the Dudu universe. His Royal Highness Shuning and Lord Su Lang are here to control the entire Dudu universe. Naturally, it must be extraordinary. As for the 3 on the platform, the one sitting in the middle is Lord Su Lang, the one on the right is His Royal Highness Shuning, who is the one on the left. Haha, I inquired through the relationship, that is Master Su Lang's junior, Master Yu Yangli, a peak powerhouse of the 7 eternal realm. Hey, Master Su Lang's juniors are so powerful, isn't he himself a great power in the eternal realm of the 8 universes, on the same level as Emperor Do Shu? I don't know, but it's very possible. Look, now Master Su Lang is obviously the master, and the other 2 are the second. My ancestor once revealed that the current situation in Dudu Joyu is not good, and only Su Lang can turn the tide. My master said the same. She has a portrait of Senior Su Lang, and every time she takes it out, her eyes are full of respect. Quote. A large number of eternal warriors talked a lot, crowded, and the eyes looking at Su Lang were full of curiosity, awe, respect and worship. Ahem. Su Lang let out a light cough, and the audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone stood with their heads down and held their breath. Presumably everyone knows that Dudu Joyu is facing a big battle. It is next to us in the universe of the universe. Because of changes, it invaded our universe in advance. You may know through some channels that Suiyu universe is stronger than us. Su Lang looked around at everyone with a calm expression, but I tell you, this is false news, and the stronger one is us. This statement came out, everyone couldn't help thinking, their eyes flickering. Many people know that Dudu Joyu has experienced civil strife, and the 7 Joes will be destroyed forever. And Suiyu Joyu was stronger than Dudu, and its strength was well preserved. It is clear at a glance which one is strong and which is weak, but now, the most prestigious Su Lang gave a completely opposite view. Although everyone is in awe of Su Lang, they are not blind. They cannot believe this view. While this is going down, how can Dudu Joyu be stronger than Suiyu? Could it be that Master Su Lang is comforting me waiting in order to boost morale? No, Lord Su Lang is not like a person who can tell lies. Quote. Among the eternal powerhouses, some of them couldn't help but look at their irreversible friends and communicate secretly. Chapter 2682, 8-7 Eternal Emperor Soldiers at this time. I know you can't believe it. So, to gather you here is not to tell you big talk. It's just to let you know what a powerful force that we people will be together. Su Lang looked serious, suddenly got up, and waved his hand. The 7 Eternal Realm Infinity came out of thin air. Wow, as if the universe had collapsed, an extremely terrifying coercion fell from the sky. A large number of eternal warriors couldn't stop their bodies short, and they were about to be pressed into the ground in horror. But the next moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Everyone lightened, and immediately stared at the boundless ship in shock and confusion. It was a giant humanoid mecha that stood up and down, with undulating lines on the surface, full of explosive power. There is restrained coercion on the surface of the mecha, but when the spirit senses, you can feel the terrible coercion. This is a weapon, a humanoid weapon. 7 Eternal Emperor Soldiers, this is a special weapon of the 7 Eternal level. Oh my god, the 7 Eternal Emperor Soldiers, doesn't it mean that the entire Do Capital Universe region doesn't exist? The original Do Shu Emperor didn't exist, and Master Su Lang did. It is rumored that Lord Su Lang is a descendant of the mighty power of the 9 Eternal Realm. This weapon may be left by the mysterious 9 Eternal. That should be the case. Under normal circumstances, the Eternal Emperor cannot change hands, but if the original master orders it, it will be fine. Unexpectedly, Lord Su Lang should have such a powerful weapon. With it, the strength of our Do Capital Universe region will be greatly increased. Yes, this 7 Eternal Realm weapon is well used, and it is more powerful than a 7 Eternal martial artist. Quote. Everyone talked a lot, and the shock and blankness on their faces turned into shock and surprise. And at this moment, wow, 7 streamers came again with an extremely majestic breath. A stream of light fell into the right hand of the Boundless, and turned into a long sword like a waterfall, a Udian sword. A stream of light fell behind the infinity and turned into a colorful giant tree, the 7 treasure tree. A stream of light fell on the colorful giant tree and turned into a black jade chain, clinging to it like a vine, full of evil aura, a heart-piercing lock. A stream of light fell on a black jade chain and turned into a purple-black gourd, swaying, quite extraordinary, it was a purple-gold gourd. Finally, 3 streams of light fell on the waist of the infinity. 2 of them are turned into a sword and a sword, pinned to the left waist, one is full of gold, and the other is a sword of life and a mirror. The last one hovered around the body of Wu Yin, surrounding the Wu Yin and the other 6 weapons, it was the 8-sided shield of Tianyao. These 7 weapons were released. Immediately triggered countless visions of heaven and earth, purple dragon pattern, dazzling starlight, black and white sky, more and more. in the senses of all eternal warriors. It seems that the entire Dudu universe trembled. Such a scene. The martial artist, who was shocked and surprised, became silent, but the ecstasy in his eyes spurted out like flames. Even Xie Zan and others who knew Su Lang was extraordinary, were shocked to see these 7 eternal emperor soldiers. It is the 7 eternal emperor soldiers. All are the 7 eternal emperor soldiers. Master Su Lang actually owns 7 eternal emperor soldiers. Ha 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 ha, am I dreaming? It's incredible. I finally understand why Master Su Lang is so confident. With so many 7 eternal emperor soldiers, it has long since been able to make up for the 7 eternal warriors who fell during the civil strife. Master Su Lang is really the benefactor of our Dudu Joyu to turn the tide. With Master Su Lang here, we are still afraid of a fart. This time we must kill all the celebrities of Sui Yuzhou region. Quote. A large number of eternal warriors widened their eyes, and a wave of passionate emotions erupted in their chests, which made them cry of ecstasy. There is also a wave of warfare rising from the body of an eternal strong person, condensed into an extremely strong morale. At this time, Su Lang raised his hand and pressed. Everyone calmed down and the needle dropped. Chapter 2683. Eliminate Insider. Weapons are certainly important. But more importantly, it's us people. In this battle, we must work together and don't have any other thoughts. Su Lang looked around at everyone and said lightly. Yes. Tens of thousands of eternal strong men shouted in unison. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. It's just that some of us are not sincere. Su Lang smiled, then his expression sank, and he waved his hands and pierced the 5 black jade chains into the void. Not good. Among the crowd, 5 eternal warriors with different cultivation bases suddenly changed their expressions. 3 of them showed horror, trembling all over, standing still and dared not move. There are also 2 people who will immediately burst out of the eternal power of the 7 universes hidden in their bodies, and use this to escape. But, before they burst into power, next moment, they have been pierced by the heart-piercing Moyu chain. The terrifying band power came, and immediately suppressed and blocked all the power in his body. With Su Lang's current strength, not to mention a force left by the eternal martial artist of the 7 universes. Even if the real 7 eternal eternity is locked by the heart-piercing lock, don't think about having the power to resist. At this time, everything comes fast and goes fast. From Su Lang's hands until everything subsided, it was only an instant. Wow, the surrounding eternal realm warriors all scattered, forming a large blank space. Everyone stared and looked. In the middle, the 3 shivering faces were pale, and a thin layer of man was immersed in their foreheads. There are also 2 warriors who are locked by the heart-piercing lock, hanging by chains like puppets. Their eyes are full of panic, fear and despair. Do not, I don't want to die, Lord Su Lang, I want to surrender. One of the 4 eternal warriors sensed that his power was completely dead, and immediately uttered a cry of fear. I want to drop, and I want to drop too. Another 3 eternal warrior begged loudly, I know a lot of information about Sui Yuzhou, and I am willing to explain it all. This statement came out. Suddenly it seemed to have ignited dry gunpowder. It's a spy from Sui Yuzhou. These 5 people are the local warriors of our Dudu Joyu, but they secretly took refuge in Sui Yuzhou. Damn, we have to unite and fight the enemy together, but these traitors actually want to stab us in the back. You Dongzi, you traitor, I still treat you as a close friend at the expense of me. Today I am absolutely stubborn with you, I really want to kill you myself. Damn it all these people deserve to die, they should all be shattered into pieces, their bones and ashes turned into ashes. Quote. The eternal warriors looked at the 5 eternal warriors in disbelief one by one, and couldn't help but scream. Some of them were relatives and friends of those 5 people. Seeing this scene, all of them were distraught and hated. They never expected that their friends would become the enemy's secret son. This is to put them all to death from behind. The 5 people in the middle looked at a large number of eternal warriors filled with outrage. Looking at Su Lang, who looked cold and gloomy, and the eternal powers of the 7 universes, he suddenly knew that he had no chance to escape. Endless despair breeds from the bottom of their hearts, making them chill from the inside out, and they can't help but begin to tremble. I was forced, I'm all forced, if I don't obey them, I will die. Master Su Lang, I beg you to have a large number of them, and kill me. Quote. An eternal warrior who didn't dare to move rashly from the beginning pleaded with a sad face. Ha ha, the enemy is now. You didn't want to resist, but betrayed everything and took refuge in the enemy. It's an inexcusable sin. If you don't kill you, how can you be worthy of the other compatriots who were murdered by the warriors of the year-old universe? Su Lang looked cold and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, the sound of the chain sliding was heard, and a chain of Moyu chains bound a person's limbs and head. Immediately after, boom, the chains suddenly tightened. The piercing lock is specially used to restrain and torture people. In an instant, the traitor did not know how much pain he had endured. Chapter 2684, Establish Dudu Alliance, Ah! In the endless pain, the traitor couldn't help letting out a miserable cry. Immediately after, he saw his head and limbs being torn apart from his torso, and a large swath of blood was spilled from the sky, and was instantly annihilated under a force of strength. In a blink of an eye, the screams of the traitor stopped, because he was completely dead in full view. Good death. Master Su Lang killed well, that is, this person should be tortured to death. Great. Seeing that traitor was dismembered and died, I finally vented a lot of bad anger in my heart. There are 4 others, and those 4 cannot escape death. If anyone dares to be like them, this is a lesson from the past. Quote. A large number of Eternal Warriors onlookers applauded loudly, their faces full of excitement and joy. And the remaining 4 traitors were ashamed, their pupils trembling, desperate to the extreme. Suddenly, a traitor sighed and laughed. Ha ha ha, I originally thought Dudu Joyu would definitely lose under Suiyu Joyu's invasion. After struggling and desperate, I decided to abandon everything and join Suiyu Joyu. Now it seems that I was wrong. With Master Su Lang here, Su Lang can't ask for it. My original hometown can still maintain peace and will not fall into the hands of outsiders. Okay, it is my luck to be able to see that hope, but unfortunately I have committed a capital crime. Lord Su Lang, please do it. The traitor closed his eyes, a gentle smile appeared on his face, with a trace of regret in his smile. See this scene. The people onlookers couldn't help being thankful that they didn't take the wrong path. Also firmer Dudu Joyu's idea that under the leadership of Su Lang will surely win. Kill. Su Lang nodded faintly, waved his hands, and the 8 chains of magic feathers that pierced the heart and moved around like a dragon. In an instant, flesh flying, the remaining 4 traitors were tortured and killed one after another, and they fell completely. Suddenly, there was another applause all around. In that warm atmosphere, morale became more and more high, and people's hearts became more concentrated. Even the power of incense has been formed and absorbed by the virtual spirit universe. At this time, Xie Zan stepped forward. Master Su Lang, today, our fighting capital universe has become one. It's no longer the same as before, developing separately. In that case, I boldly suggest that Lord Su Lang establish an alliance, become the leader, and lead the big guy to develop under the same roof. After Xie Zan finished speaking, he was immediately approved by all members of the Shuning faction. Because the big guy has already passed the gas. Immediately after, the Eternal Warriors gathered from all directions of the Dudu Joyu also chanted their approval. Before, Dudu Universe claimed to rule the Dudu Universe. But because of the internal fighting between Shu Ning and Shu Yu, they didn't have much energy to guard against each other. The people below are mostly divided into 2 factions, and then they are further free range and develop freely. Now, the Shuyu faction was completely finished, and under the pressure of Suiyu Joyu, all the Eternal Warriors of Dudu Joyu gathered here. Now, it can be called all-round rule. But for all of this, Su Lang has the greatest role and the greatest credit. And the Shuning faction was just one of the splitting forces in the previous Dudu universe. So it is best to change the title. In this way, the Eternal Warriors from all over the Dudu universe can be better gathered. After some discussion, Shu Ning and Su Lang decided to push the alliance relationship to the forefront, replacing the original way of governance. Among them, under the insistence of Shu Ning and others, the League will give priority to Su Lang. In this way, to a certain extent, it was equivalent to Shu Ning personally giving Dudu Joyu to Su Lang. But everyone understands it well. Without Su Lang, Dudu Joyu would no longer exist, and there would be the only ending to be destroyed by Suiyu Joyu. Nowadays, it is the best result to rule Dudu Joyu in the way of leagues. To this, Su Lang did not refuse either, and frankly agreed. Chapter 2685, The Top of the Universe at this moment. Everyone in the Shuning faction agreed and stated their position. How can those Eternal Warriors who come from all directions have objections? I agree with it. Master Su Lang is supernatural and superb, he is the best candidate for the leader. Master Su Lang established the League, and I would like to serve for the League from generation to generation. Quote. These eternal warriors have no backing, no heels, and they are groping ***** the eternal road alone. It is the unchanging principle to enjoy the cool under the big tree. They naturally agreed with their hands and feet. In that case, then I will establish the Dudu Alliance and assume the position of leader. Xu Ning is the left deputy leader, Yu Yangli is the right deputy leader, and the remaining positions will be discussed later. Su Lang looked down the audience calmly and officially announced that he would take over Dudu Zhouyu. Yes, leader, Xu Ning, Yu Yangli, Xie Zan. From top to bottom, the whole audience clasped their fists and bowed their orders. Okay, Su Lang looked around and nodded lightly. Look back, not long ago, he was still a rookie-level eternal warrior, trying his best to deal with Emperor Yuanmingzhou in the boundless universe. Now, he is sitting in the highest position of this upper-level universe. It all depends on my own efforts. Su Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Soon, he looked down. The face of every eternal warrior was filled with excitement, as if recklessly, he couldn't help but want to do a big fight. High morale, big things can be done. Next, you all give me all the resources. I will plan the use of resources in a unified way, refine pills for you, and promote weapons. Su Lang looked around at everyone, with irreversible majesty in his faint tone. Hear this. The scene was suddenly quiet. Immediately, it was like a huge boulder was thrown into the calm lake, and a stormy sea was set off. Your lord will refine medicinal pills for me, and promote weapons. Ha ha ha, great, I never expected that I would be lucky enough to be granted this opportunity by the lord. The materials for my weapon promotion are much worse, but the rest of the materials are much more. Now I can use resources under the overall planning of the leader, and complement each other, and everyone's weapons can be promoted. My master once received the pill given by the Lord. I really want to have a broken mirror eternal pill to accelerate the perfection of the crystal wall world. With the leader's action, our overall strength will be upgraded to a level, and we will have more confidence in the face of the Sui Yuzhou domain. Quote. The eternal warriors have already known the rumors of Su Langdon's 3 attainments against the sky. At this time, seeing Su Lang planning to make overall use of resources for the benefit of all members, he burst into tears with excitement. Just then, my lord, this is the resource we have collected recently. Xie Zan and other elders, Ming Hua and other guards, Ada and other guards, all stepped forward and offered their only resources. Suddenly, countless precious and colorful eternal level practice resources emerged and flew into Su Lang's storage space. Immediately after, my lord, this is my life's savings. I would like to dedicate it to the League to support the war. Leader, the small one also has a special pill, which can speed up the cultivation of the eternal warrior to a certain extent. Leader, the rest of the eternal warriors, regardless of the level of cultivation, all dedicated the resources they had accumulated for countless years. Among them, there are not only materials for various alchemy refining arrays. There are also a variety of mystical magical codes, the pills of Qi Fang. In a blink of an eye, everyone present gave away their savings. Of course, everyone kept some, but not many, and it was almost nothing compared to the part that was given. Well, those who come from Su Lang will not refuse, accept all the resources, and secretly remember the total value of the resources contributed by everyone. Only in this way can it be determined what value pill and weapon will be refined for these eternal warriors. After all, he did not open a shantang. Moreover, if everyone is equal, it would be unfair and unfair to many people. This is prone to problems. Next, it is the moment to fulfill the promise. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2686. Gather resources, win-win again. Elder Xie, what do you want? Su Lang looked at Xie Zan and smiled slightly. The reason why I asked Xie Zan at the beginning, not Xu Ning and Yu Yangli, was because the resources of the latter two had been fully utilized by Su Lang. Return to the Lord, I don't have many resources, I just ask for some recovery medicines, so I can do more in the war. Xie Zan replied with respect. The resources he himself collected had already been consumed by Su Lang a long time ago, and he was promoted to weapons and changed pills. So there are not many resources left on him, and he dare not put forward any demand that is too valuable. Restore the pill, then I will give you some pills. These elixirs include 3 types of elixirs: recovery, healing, and auxiliary cultivation. Su Lang nodded slightly and waved. A large canopy pill fell into Xie Zan's hands. When the pill was flying through the air, attracted the eyes of all the eternal 5 universes. They all recognized that it was the perfect pill of the 6 eternal realm. Suddenly, the audience is silent, and the needle drop can be heard. Thank the leader for the reward. Xie Zan respectfully saluted, then returned to the crowd. Elder Yu, how about you? Su Lang turned his eyes and looked at the second eternal powerhouse of the 7 universes. Xie Sha, like fellow Taoist Xie Zan, asks the Lord to grant me a pill. Elder Yu immediately stepped forward, bowed his hands, and said respectfully, "It is good." Su Lang nodded slightly and rewarded him with the pill. Next, it is the rewards one by one. The warriors who had received Su Lang's favor basically said that they needed to restore healing pills. This is preparing for the war with one heart. The other eternal warriors naturally made the requests they needed most. Most of them are promoted weapons, and then seek formation, quickly. Everyone found out. The benefits that I got from Su Lang basically far exceeded the resources for practice. This immediately made everyone grateful and desperate. Of course, it is impossible for Su Lang to suffer. Regardless of the alchemy refining array, when using the system functions, it can save a lot of materials. Especially when refining pills, 1 part of material can refine 5 parts of pill. Moreover, the materials used in the world can also save the most valuable main materials. In short, this is another win-win situation. Time passed slowly. Because Su Lang's alchemy refining device has a system to do it, and it can be completed in a blink of an eye. So one day later, all the eternal warriors received Su Lang's reward and smiled with joy. The smiling faces that Su Lang overlooked below seemed to see a large field of sunflowers. At the same time, everyone looked at Su Lang above the clouds, and they also respected and worshipped more and more, full of conviction. But just when they thought the meeting was about to end, everyone, improving weapons and using pills are just foreign objects. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Now, everyone hand in all the eternal level exercises, and I will return an eternal level founding level exercise to you. With this founding level eternal technique, your combat power will be greatly improved. Su Lang looked around at everyone, and said indifferently, as if he was only talking about trivial things. But in the hearts of those eternal warriors, thunder seemed to have risen, and they were stunned again. What? Return an eternal exercise at the founding level? What does it mean? Isn't it all about practicing slowly, experiencing introductory, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and consummation, and finally reaching the founding level? Everyone was horrified. Leader Lord has a special secret technique that allows people to inspire and directly receive the founding level eternal cultivation technique, saving countless millions of years of penance. Xu Ning's lips lightly opened, and a sweet voice spread throughout the audience. This statement came out. Everyone was shocked again, dumbfounded, in disbelief. At this time, Xuning, let's start with you first. Su Lang smiled slightly and nodded to Xuning. Yes, leader. With a smile, Xu Ning came to Su Lang and offered some classics. Soon, under everyone's attention, Su Lang raised his hand to cover Xu Ning Tianling, initiated the exercise initiation, and chose an exercise that increased the total power of the universe to instill it. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2687. A man from the secluded universe appeared in a blink of an eye. Su Lang retracted his palm. Xu Ning sat down cross-legged and began to organize the profound meanings of the exercises so that the newly obtained exercises could better match the rest of the exercises. In the exercise she just got, it is a special technique developed by Su Lang's combination of exercises to improve the endurance of the eternal strong. Su Lang named this exercise, Fuyushengxilu. The eternal warrior who has mastered Fuyushengxilu to the founding level will increase the reserve of the power of the universe by at least 1/10, and the resilience will also be greatly increased. In the eyes of Su Lang, all the eternal warriors in front of this moment are humanoid energy sources of the boundless number. The stronger their cosmic power, the more terrifying the future endurance of infinity. Therefore, Su Lang will refining a large number of recovery pill to create this kind of exercises that increase battery life and resilience. Yu Yangli, you come. Seeing Shuning cross legs and closing his eyes, Su Lang turned to look at Yu Yangli. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli took the order, took a step forward, raised his forehead, and accepted the exercises taught by Su Lang. This scene came quickly. I can see those who don't know below are confused and confused. What's the situation? This is the eternal method of instilling the founder level. Why does it look so trivial? Many people have had such incredible thoughts as, this is not a fake, am I dreaming? But in their incredible eyes, Su Lang instilled all the way, and soon used up more than 500 initiations. And all the eternal martial artists who were instilled in the exercises, all sat down cross-legged, sorting out the profound meanings of the exercises, and adjusting their emotions by the way. Because this is really shocking. If you don't try to control your emotions, you will lose your temper. However, no matter how much they control, they can hardly conceal the ecstasy on their faces, and all of them exude the same wave of eternal cultivation technique, which is the fuyushengshenglu that increases the power of the universe. All signs. Let the rest of the eternal warriors who have not been instilled in the exercises deeply realize that what Su Lang said is definitely not a false statement. Suddenly, endless excitement and anticipation rose in their hearts, but at this time, Su Lang's number of empowerments had been used up and could only be suspended. Everyone, the practice of empowerment will continue tomorrow. Now Shu Ning and Yu Yangli, deputy chiefs of the left and right leagues, sort out the details of the alliance. Su Lang said faintly, and returned to the platform, waved his hand to cover the formation, isolating the inside and outside. Everyone, the league is first established, it needs. Shu Ning continued to preside over the rally on behalf of Su Lang. She had been the party leader for a long time and was a professional leader. And Yu Yangli is not skilled or interested in these. So he kept silent, just sitting outside the platform to protect Su Lang. Under the auspices of Shu Ning, everyone has a clear division of labor, and all have their own responsibilities in the league, and of course they also have corresponding salaries. A stable salary can make everyone feel at ease and is one of the best ways to gather people's hearts. When everything is settled, the next day also arrived, and Su Lang's number of empowerments was refreshed again. He walked out of the opposite platform, once again infused more than 500 people with Fuyu Shengji Lu, and then practiced in retreat again. The Eternal Warriors, under the auspices of Shuning, each showed their magical powers and established a brand new league resident on the original site of Luenji Peak. The resident is extremely vast, and the row upon row of palaces resembles one upon another, spreading directly to the end of the field of vision, connecting with the sky. In the palace complex, there are buildings with various functions, such as the Mengwei Mountain Gate, the Chamber of Deputies, the Hall of the Lord of the Alliance, the residence of the members, the trading market, and so on. The platform facing Su Lang here became the Hall of the Leader. This is also his retreat place, regarded as a private residence. But Shu Ning and others led all the staff to the chamber. Each and every eternal warrior cherished this big rally and began to communicate with each other and make friends. At the same time, he was waiting for Su Lang to leave the customs for the second time to instill the exercises. After more than 1,000 people were instilled in Fuyu Shengshi Lu. In the face of the hard facts, everyone believed in the incredible thing. Although it is so dreamy. Then they began to look forward to it. Next, time passed slowly, passing by day, Su Lang continued to accumulate cultivation bases, practice exercises, and at the same time instill Fuyu Shengshilu to all eternal warriors. Therefore, the overall strength of Dudu Alliance has been significantly improved. This day, there is news from spies in the universe near Dudu Universe that people from Suiyu Universe have appeared. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2688, Gear up and do a lot after getting the news. Shu Ning entered the opposite platform immediately and informed Su Lang of the matter. I know, let the pioneers outside come back. Su Lang smiled indifferently when he heard the news. It is good. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded. Now Dudu Joyu has also erected walls and cleared the fields, and can go to war at any time. Okay, just wait for them to come. Su Lang said in a hurry. Immediately after, Xu Ning left the opposing platform and announced the news that the invaders from the Suiyu universe were about to arrive. Suddenly, a large number of eternal warriors, look at me and I look at you, suddenly burst into heated discussions. Appeared. The people from Suiyu Jouyu finally appeared. Hey, I've been waiting for them for a long time with the muscles all over my body, and I've already been hungry. Dajiba, we can't get ahead of us in this battle, it's a battlefield of the 7 universes. That is, we can only stand behind the leader and provide the power of the universe to the leader, but I heard that then we can also experience the feeling of facing the eternal power of the 7 universes. Yes, I also heard that after entering the infinity, you can look at the outside from your own perspective, and you can also experience the incomparably powerful power, as if you have grown countless times stronger. Quote. In the Chamber of Deputies, the eternal powerhouses discuss the news after hearing the news. After Su Langus manifest the sacred, their hearts have long been full of confidence in victory. During this time, everyone is gearing up, ready to do it. To this, Su Lang is very satisfied. The other side, in a natural universe near Dudu universe, a group of eternal powerhouses in the year-old Yujo domain temporarily stagnated in the void, looking around in amazement. Another natural universe cleared by vertical walls. After we traveled this way, after arriving in the Dudu universe, everything we passed was empty, and there was no wise creature. What exactly does this guy from Dudu Jouyu want to do? Do you want to concentrate all your power to fight us to the death, or will you leave your hometown with everything valuable in Dudu Jouyu and flee? The old lady mouse looked at the lonely void around her, narrowing her old eyes, full of suspicion and fear. They can't escape just then. Yes, otherwise they wouldn't have mobilized in a big way to kill all of us who made trouble. They must want to fight us desperately. One battle will be the winner. HMPH, although they are indeed very strong and very weird, in terms of their true strength, our Dudu Jouyu is stronger. Whether there is any conspiracy, kill it directly, all the schemes are in vain in the face of absolute strength. Quote. The powerful people of the year-old universe communicated with each other, some of them looked solemn, while others looked excited, with the excitement of revenge. Now it seems, it is very likely that they are not prepared to break into parts, and delay our entry into the Dudu universe. However, we still have to be cautious. We divide our troops into 3 ways and enter Dudu universe from different directions to prevent this from being a trap. After all, they can also choose to ambush us in the adjacent universe of Dudu. Once injured, they will immediately escape into the Dudu universe and heal the injuries with the help of the flow of time. The old lady mouse groaned and said solemnly, "This statement makes sense. We are fighting in another place. We are not familiar with this universe, we don't have much control over the natural universe, and we have very little room for change. Therefore, we must ensure everything is foolproof." The 4-headed meow man woman nodded solemnly. Disperse now. A team of 8 people, a second team of 8 people, and a third team of 7 people. The man in the torn red robe said blankly, "Then, there are 23 7 Eternals in the Suiyu universe, divided into 3 teams. Among the 3 teams, there are 7 or 8 7-plane Eternal fighters, a dozen or 26-plane Eternal fighters, and a greater number of low-level Eternal fighters." Chapter 2689, Everyone, fight with me after turning into 3 teams. Everyone in the Sui Yujo domain dispersed, each entered a natural universe, and set off toward the Dudu universe. With the time and space barriers of the universe shuttle again and again. Everyone in Yujo domain is getting closer and closer to Dudu universe. Because in the nearby universe, Su Lang's induction array was arranged, and information such as the opponent's number and approximate combat power could also be obtained. Therefore, the people of Su Lang who were on the road didn't even know that their tracks had been seen by Su Lang, and they knew it well. Those people are getting closer. Even if you change the time to Dudu universe, it takes less than an hour to reach Dudu universe. It's also time to use up the cultivation base accumulated these days. Su Lang sensed the formation method placed in the surrounding natural universe, and a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he looked at the cultivator in the mysterious black space and directly gave instructions. System. Activate the crystal wall universe. Function. Following the order, the sea of repair was emptied directly. Numerous cultivation bases poured into Su Lang's body, mixed with the time avenue, and then merged into the crystal wall world, perfecting it into the crystal wall universe. During this time, although the cultivation base he accumulated was not enough to raise his cultivation level to the 8 eternal realm, but it is enough to perfect the 1500 Gai crystal wall world into the crystal wall universe. This brought the total number of Su Lang's crystal wall universe to a full 7000 Gai, not far from the 7 eternal realm. Coupled with these days, I can practice a lot of exercises every day. His combat power has soared again, reaching the point where he is infinitely close to the eternal realm of the 8 universes. It's a pity that I practiced too many techniques. Everything that should have an effect has already taken effect. The rest of the exercises with similar effects don't have much gain after practice. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. Unlike the guy Yu Yangli, he doesn't practice many exercises, so after I instilled some exercises into him, the effect was very obvious, and he directly entered the 8-dimensional level. Su Lang checked his attribute panel again, and shook his head helplessly. Although the eternal realm of the 6 universes, crossing close to 2 small realms to reach the current combat power is not bad. But without stepping into the 8 eternal realm, Su Lang felt very upset. The war is coming, we can only improve after the battle is over. Su Lang put aside the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind, his expression straightened, and disappeared from the platform facing him. When it reappears, it is already in the chamber of discussion. Tens of thousands of eternal powerhouses have stayed in the conference hall these days, and no one has left. Su Lang appeared. All the eternal strong men put aside the things in their hands, their eyes gathered on Su Lang, and gradually became enthusiastic. My lord is here. I haven't seen it in a short time. The lord leader's aura is even deeper. Haha, your lord is worthy of being the #1 genius in Dudu Joyu. He has gone further in such a short time. With the lord, why don't we worry about the fight against the alliance? Quote. Excited thoughts arose in the hearts of eternal strong men. This time, Su Lang instilled eternal techniques into each of them and completely convinced them. The thief of Sui Yujo domain has arrived. Everyone in the Dudu alliance, fight with me. Su Lang stood out of thin air above the clouds, overlooking the audience, ascending like a abyss like a prison. War. Xu Ning, Yu Yangli, Xiezan and others stood under Su Lang, equally majestic and overwhelming. War. All the eternal powerhouses look exhilarated, shouting in unison, with a mighty momentum. Set off. Su Lang nodded slightly, took a step, and immediately walked out of the Dudu Alliance resident. Xu Ning, Yu Yangli's 2 deputy leaders, Xiezan and other elder guardians, followed closely behind, even the dense eternal warriors. In a flash, under the leadership of Su Lang, everyone came to a vast expanse of freezing ice. There were originally many creatures alive in this glacier, but now they have been rescued by eternal warriors. Therefore, this place, which is already inaccessible, has completely become a life-forbidden zone, and it is also the battlefield chosen by Su Lang. Standing in the white misty glacial sky, everyone waited quietly in the heavy snow and the howling cold wind. The other side, chapter 2690, be more stable, slowly, did not expect. They even gave up on Dudu's neighboring universe. It seems that they are determined to fight us to the death in Dudu. They are so courageous. After the notice, everyone will enter the Dudu universe together. The old lady mouse stood in an adjacent universe in Dudu, with a trace of coldness in her eyes, like the green eyes of a mouse. The next moment, the 3 teams of Suiyu Joyu simultaneously crossed the barriers of time and space from different universes and entered Dudu universe. The moment he stepped into Dudu, the sense of confusion brought about by the difference in time flow and the extremely strong cosmic energy refreshed everyone in Suiyu Joyu. High-level universe. Healthy high-level universe. Although the lifespan of this universe is not long, it can allow us to temporarily settle down. And you can use this as a springboard to find a better high-level universe. This battle, we must win. Everyone in Yujo domain at the age of the year looked excited, and their eyes were slightly red, revealing bursts of killing intent. What? There is not a single creature around here. Even this fight is in the universe, and they have been cleared by them. Also, since they chose this place as a battlefield, they naturally have to be prepared to prevent excessive losses. They did a good job, but unfortunately they must do a dowry for us in the end. Maybe this is not to prepare for the war, but to prepare for escape. Some people discovered the anomaly in the Dudu universe. After some analysis, they laughed. There are abnormal time and space fluctuations in the northwest. I feel it, there is a large gathering of strong men there. The strong man with 3 eyes and gray, white and black looks into the distance, his 3 eyes are slightly narrowed, and the mysterious light flows in it. It seems that they did not escape. Mrs. Rat's expression did not change, she was prepared for this and waved her hand. Go and see the group of stubborn opponents, and also see who Su Lang is. The voice did not fall. The figures of everyone have disappeared into the ripples of time and space. Not long. The group of people spanned countless light years and came to the White Glacier. A large group of people appeared in the eyes of Suiyu Joyu. I saw that it was an eternal warrior army led by 7 eternal powerhouses of the 7 universes, with a number of as many as 100,000. The condensed momentum shook the world and countless visions grew. But for this terrifying army of 100,000 eternal, Suiyu Joyu and others sneered and dismissed it. That's it, 7 eternal warriors, with a large group of chickens and dogs. The man in the ragged red robe showed contempt and shook his head repeatedly. Ah, with this strength, I didn't even run, but waited for us to come and kill. I don't know if they are scared stupid now. Quote. The emerald green boy also smiled coldly, full of disdain. The old lady rat and others didn't say anything, but she was also very surprised. The opponent group is too weak. Except for the 7 Eternals, the rest is simply cannon fodder. The old lady mouse really couldn't understand how this group of people destroyed the 6 Eternals under her command, and the spies distributed in various natural universes. It was also when everyone in Suiyu Joyu was stunned and disdainful because Su Lang and others were too weak. Su Lang and others are also observing the other 23 properties panel. With a thought, Su Lang called out all the attribute panels of the opponent's 23 people. Suddenly, the combat power of the people in the Sui Yujo domain was presented in front of them. They are at least the advanced level of the 7 universe eternal realm, and there are many characters with half-step 8 universe level, of course. Su Lang knew that this group of people should still have cards. For example, various self-harming secret techniques, and the power from the eternal ancestor of the 8 universes, etc. The opponent should have a lot of cards. Suiyu Joyu suffered those changes. The treasure of Suiyu ancestor is probably of the 9th universe level. And this group of guys are all affected by that thing, and there may be variables. Su Lang thought so in his heart, still with a trace of vigilance in his heart. He decided to be more prudent and see what methods the opponent could have. Soldiers came to cover the water and earth, slowly trying to do it. Chapter 2691. I really thought I was going to win at the same time. Su Lang can know himself to a certain extent. The people below cannot accurately estimate the difference in the real combat power between the enemy and ours. In the eyes of everyone, the opponent's 23 7-plane eternal realms are far more than his own 7 7-plane eternal realms. If you add Su Lang's 8 7 eternal emperor soldiers, the outcome is unpredictable, but even the eternal warrior who was a little uneasy in his heart had never thought of fleeing at all. With the leader, this battle will be won. Xie Zan and other people who are more familiar with Su Lang looked indifferent and showed war intent. In this battle, even if I die, I will never be timid. Take a step back. A woman of the eternal class has firm eyes, her white fingers formed into a fist, and she squeezed it tightly. At this time, you are Su Lang. In the intelligence, you are only the 5 eternal realm. I didn't expect to have the aura of the 7 eternal realm. You are really good at hiding. Unfortunately, now, even if you burst out all the hidden power, you can't change the ending of your death. The emerald green boy stepped forward, looked at Su Lang who was standing first in the crowd, and said with a sneer. Su Lang, right, the little girl gives you a suggestion, surrender immediately, hand over your eternal inheritance of the 9 universes, and we can spare you not to die. The woman with 4 heads and 8 arms opened her mouth with all 4 heads. The expressions on the 4 faces are different. Some are disdainful, some are smiling, some are cold, and some are glamorous. Even if the eternal warrior sees it, they will feel uneasy, very strange. Su Lang, don't think it's useful if you have more people. We have more people than you, and the eternal warrior is more than 200,000, but we don't bother to let it go. Because, that's just a superfluous act. The old man in a 7-color Taoist robe sneered. Su Lang, and Shuning, you Yangli. I can give you a chance to surrender to Suiyu Joyu. The old lady mouse was expressionless, her tone was cold. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unsympathetic. Finished. The 23-year-old Yujo domain all. looked down at Su Lang and the others, with a proud look, and the winning ticket was in sight. You call Tang Zufei, right? Su Lang looked at the old lady mouse, with a relaxed expression on her face. I will give you the same choice, surrender or die. He actually knew my real name. Tang Zufei, the old lady of the mouse, shrank her pupils suddenly, becoming the size of a mung bean, becoming more and more like an old woman transformed by a mouse into a spirit. Although the other 22 people looked the same, they were still surprised. Immediately after, they all guarded their minds and prevented mind-reading secret techniques. Obviously, they thought that Su Lang had used a strong mind-reading secret technique to probe their thoughts. Humph, Su Lang, a little trick is not at all painful, let alone change the situation of the battle. The red-robed man's eagle-like eyes showed a sharp cold light. Since you want to fight stubbornly, then go to death. The voice just fell. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, and the endless air seemed to freeze the universe, making people chill. Kill, don't keep the peace armor. Tang Zufei's shriveled mouth was slightly open, and a thin blade shot out, flying around his body, killing intent rushing out. The other 21-7 universes of eternity also summoned weapons together, showing their terrifying aura, and pressed them down against Su Lang and the others. The two armies are fighting. Morale and fighting spirit are very important. If you are afraid, hesitate, thinking of retreating, thinking of running away, it will be difficult to move without reservation. Therefore, to frighten the opponent with momentum before the war is not aimless, of course. For Su Lang, there is no use for eggs. Hee, I really thought I was going to win. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and the 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers appeared in an instant while waving Yudian sword. 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers. A total of 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers. This Su Lang actually has so many 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers, this should be passed on to him by his master, this guy. Quote. When Tang Zufei and the others saw Su Lang's 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers, their faces were immediately shocked. Among the 23 of them, only 7 have the 6 Eternal Emperor arms, and the rest are the 5 Eternal Emperor arms. Chapter 2692. Crane my neck so that I can chop 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers. Only Suiyu ancestor has it. But now, a Su Lang actually took out 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers, which is simply unimaginable. After the horror, endless greed and excitement appeared in the hearts of Suiyu Joyu. No matter how strong Su Lang is, it is only the eternal power of the 7 Eternals. How about having 7 Eternals? It is not that he can't beat them. That being the case, can kill Su Lang and seize all his wealth. Even if the weapon can't be captured, the remaining resources will definitely be countless. Su Lang, everyone is innocent and guilty, and today even if you are willing to kill me, I will kill you. Tang Zufei's voice was extremely sharp, with an excited trill, kill him. In a flash, everyone in Ujoyu is about to do it. But at this moment, rumble, hundreds of powerful figures suddenly appeared, enclosing all the people in Suiyu Joyu. All of his body was surrounded by the aura of the pinnacle of the 7 Eternal Realm. These figures are surprisingly the clones of Su Lang, a total of 162. 162 clones came out, arrogant, and the universe roared. Everyone in Yujo domain was going to do something, but at this moment, a sudden break came, and they looked at the surrounding Su Lang clone. Dumbfounded. What's the situation? How can there be so many 7 Eternal Peak Warriors? 162, a total of 126. The breath of these people is exactly the same as Su Lang, and the appearance is exactly the same. This is his clone. No, it's impossible. How could he have so many clones? This must be the Guardian Legion left to him by the master Su Lang, it just turned into Su Lang's appearance. Quote. Everyone in Ujoyu was stunned, horrified, unbelievable, and deeply jealous. Su Lang, this son, not only possesses 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers, but also has so many 7 Eternal Guardians, which is so exasperating. How come they haven't met such a good master? Just when Suiyu Joyu and others were making up for it, the people in Dudu League were also shocked. Except for Shuning, Yu Yangli and others who had been fooled by Su Lang, the others were all gutted, and their eyes were about to fall out. Gosh, Leader Lord unexpectedly has so many helpers. 162 eternal predecessors of the 7 universes, plus the leader and them, is 169 7 universes. Ha, that Tang Zufei thinks that there are too many people, right now they are dumbfounded. Our Lord's helper is 8 times theirs. This group of craps must be so scared now, it's a relief. Quote. The Eternal Warriors in the Dudu Alliance felt extremely happy, looking at Su Lang as if mortals were looking up to God. Suddenly, as this stunned, it's not over yet, Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and raised his hand to pinch the Jew together with the 162 clones, call the word secret, open. Tang Zufei and the others looked dark, as if they were facing an enemy. But I saw a very long, vicissitudes of life permeating. Immediately a number of phantoms appeared, there were males and females, old and young, a total of 163 people, all of them were the powers of the 7 eternal realm. Among them, it even includes Jingji and others who were beheaded by Su Lang before. This is Su Lang and the avatars using the secret calling words together, one for each, the strong summon from the history of the Dudu universe. At this moment, another 163 7 universe-level phantoms appeared, standing with Su Langzhong's avatar, and surrounded the people in Suiyu Colossal region to a level that was impenetrable. Hiss. Wazmi can still be used so exaggeratedly, you deserve to be a senior. Yu Yangli looked at the summoned phantoms, completely dumbfounded. Xu Ning and others, regardless of their cultivation level, were all shocked. And Sui Yuzhou and others, all covered with cold sweat drenched in their palms, and their hearts seemed like endless thunder and stormy waves. Tang Zufei, please crane your necks so that I can chop my head. Su Lang looked at the 23 people of Su Lang in the distance, and waved his hands lightly, kill. Chapter 2693, Hands on, War instantly. 162 avatars raised their hands together, rushed into the sky, and severely cut out with a sword. Sneer. The sky full of various visions was instantly cut through by 162 sword lights. The sword light that looked like a kanglong going out to sea was chopped off from the sky and the ground towards the middle. This is the brand new, Baoyijian, that Su Lang has further condensed after practicing the secret of sword characters, which is even more powerful. The occasion of the avatar shot. The 163 phantoms also immediately raised their hands. The power of the Dudu universe was swayed by a strange force, and while trembling, it turned into the strongest secret technique mastered by 163 ways in his lifetime, violently killing Tang Zufei and others in the middle. In an instant, a full 325 7-level attacks broke out at the same time. The power of terror caused time and space to be distorted, and the white glacier, together with the heavy earth, instantly vaporized and disappeared. It seems that the entire universe will be torn apart under this total. Under this power, the hundreds of thousands of eternal powerhouses in the Dudu Alliance only feel that they are unprecedentedly small and fragile. Even the powerhouse of the 7 universe eternal grade tremors all over, his eyes widened, and his gaze stared blankly. Say it later, the terrifying power that could easily kill the eternal powerhouse of the 7 universes suddenly slammed in front of Suiyu Zhou and others. Damn it, Suiyu, the secret of Zhou Jia. Tang Zufei's complexion changed drastically, and she started a self-harming secret technique in a single thought. Her breath was like the pulse of a beating heart. With a bang, she directly soared to the 8 eternal realm. Instead, they used the Suiyu Zhou Jia secret technique, not only Tang Zufei, but all of them. A total of 23 Eternals of the 7 universes, under the effect of this secret technique, one thought turned into the eternal state of the 8 universes. It's just a matter of time. They raised their weapons, and the eternal power of the 8 universes burst out instantly. Rumble. Su Lang's avatar in the secret void of calling words, more than 507 cosmic eternal attacks fell on Tang Zufei and the others. Rumble. A terrifying explosion happened. The space-time black hole tore apart at the center of the explosion, like a black lightning ball expanding wildly. The surrounding energy aftermath bursts out layer by layer in a spherical shape. It further vaporized and evaporated, hot orange-red magma, hard and dense geocentric spar, without exception. It wasn't until a series of skeleton-like underground mountains emerged that they could resist the aftermath of the terrifying battle. In the explosion center, 23 tall, short, fat and thin figures spread out their shields, like the Dinghai divine needle in the huge waves of the world, letting the violent looting rampage, and staying still. But all of them were pale and obviously consumed very intensely. But the eternal power of the 8 universes burst out in such a powerful attack by Su Lang, and the resistance came down, and everyone in the Dudu Alliance was shocked. The ***** of Sui Yuzhou domain, blocked the attack of the Lord Leader. At the level of the 8 universes, they actually burst out of the power of the 8 universes, which is really unexpected. 23 8th level powerhouses, even if they are just a secret technique, it is too terrifying. Quote. Many people in Dudu Alliance felt astonishment in their hearts. Even Yu Yangli, who had stepped into the eternal realm of the 8 universes, couldn't help being shocked. But they know, Su Lang is only a small test, and even the 7 great soldiers are useless, let alone have other cards, now. The aftermath of battle comes and goes fast. In a blink of an eye, the first confrontation is over. The boundless glacier has become a vast abyss. Had it not been for Emperor Doshu, who had spent a lot of effort to build Dudu continent back then, Dudu continent would have been defeated. Su Lang, it can force us to use Suiyu Jojia, even if you die, you are proud enough. Next, it's our turn. Tang Zufei's shriveled old face was expressionless, but his mouse-like eyes were filled with spiteful eyes. Suiyu Jojia not so easy to use. Use it once, at least consume hundreds of billions of years of life. Kill this crap. The emerald green youth with double pupils looked savage. His majestic cosmic power was poured into his black and red blood blades 6 Universe Emperor soldiers, cutting out a scarlet blade light. The rest of the year-old Yujo domain powerhouses who didn't say a word even used counterattacks long ago. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2694, Dare to Sculpt Tricks Suddenly. The 23-8 Eternal Realm displays 23 attacks of all kinds. Although the number is smaller than the more than 500 attacks that Su Lang had previously performed, the momentum is even more fierce and terrifying. The already torn time and space are shattered again, and the fissures are like fierce tentacles connecting the world and dividing the world. Such a powerful attack, in an instant, everyone in the Dudu Alliance changed their faces. Brother, leader, quote. Yu Yangli, Shu Ning and others looked at Su Lang one after another, and it was now the turn of the infinite to shoot. Do not worry, use the secret technique in front of me. I dare to use the secret technique in front of me. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and his thoughts pacified everyone. Just when everyone was shocked. Above the sky, 162 Su Lang clones suddenly disappeared, leaving only 27 people, but these 27 people burst out of the powerful aura of the 8 Eternal Realm at the same time. This is Su Lang's Xing Kuanyan He clone. The 6 avatars, and twin avatars that are infinitely close to the Eternal Realm of the 8 universes merge with each other and directly enter the realm of the 8 universes. 27 8-planet-class stars, Kuanyan clones, all start their joint defense. The next moment, a thick crystal wall shield emerged out of thin air, covering everyone in the Dudu Alliance. As soon as the crystal wall shield came out, the whole world suddenly shook, as if it were reinforced by some powerful force. The surrounding space-time cracks and faults healed instantly and no longer existed. Just then, the attacks of the people in the Sui Yujo region fell fiercely, blocked by the crystal wall shield. In an instant, a more violent explosion appeared between heaven and earth. Under the power of terror, layers of folds and cracks appeared on the crystal wall shield, as if it were covered with deformed dragon scales. But until all the attacks of Sui Yujo domain were annihilated, they failed to break through the defenses arranged by Su Lang clones. What? 27-8 Cosmos powerhouses, how is this possible? Isn't that his protector? How could they swallow each other? What are those guys? Quote. The stormy waves that came straight to their minds rose up in the hearts of Tang Zufei and others, and they couldn't hide the incredibleness in their eyes. But this does not prevent them from persevering in performing a second attack. Suiyu Eclipse, Tang Zufei and the others are incomparably tacit understanding, and they all start a second powerful secret technique in an instant. This is a tricky secret technique. A strange aura suddenly burst out of the 23 people, covering the world. This breath swallows the free and residual energy that has lost its threat, and immediately merges into the Dudu universe, nowhere to go. In an instant, a clear heart palpitations appeared in the hearts of everyone in the Dudu Alliance. The targets of Tang Zufei and others were Su Lang and his 27 clones. But even so, everyone as bystanders still felt heart palpitations and fear. This can be seen. How powerful is Tang Zufei's secret technique attack? Puff and puff. Su Lang seemed to hear the sound of his heart beating from every crystal wall universe. With a jump, there will be a feeling of instability. If it weren't for his crystal wall universe that was systematically perfected and flawless, it is estimated that a few crystal wall universes had already collapsed, no doubt. This is a weird attack that ignores ordinary defense barriers. Suiyu Eclipse. Using my residual power as a guide, using Dudu Universe's endless road as a way, retrograde and directly attack my root crystal wall universe. Su Lang felt it for a while, and then judged the opponent's secret technique principle through that unparalleled practice experience. The secret technique works. Increase the output of the universe and cut their foundation. Tang Zufei saw that Su Lang's face had a different color, and he was sure in his heart, and communicated with the rest of the people in one thought. Suddenly, that weird power is getting stronger and stronger. Ha ha, with the power of Dudu Universe. Today I will let you see what is the real use of the power of the natural universe. An imperceptible sneer appeared in the corner of Su Lang's mouth. In a moment, the 7 secrets of Gujun, the secret of words and words, unfolding directly from the clones of Su Lang in 27. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2695. What else can you do? Suddenly, the entire Dudu universe has become the home of Su Lang and his clone. What? Tang Zufei and the others suddenly felt terrible pressure and repulsion. It's like the entire Dudu universe wants to expel them. The Suiyu Eclipse secret technique that was performed with the help of the power of the Dudu universe was broken silently. What's going on? The entire Dudu universe is repelling us. It is impossible for the natural universe to produce something like the spirit of the planet. This is because Su Lang himself is playing a ghost. Here has turned into his home court. Quote. Everyone in Yujo domain was terrified with horror, their expressions gloomy and their eyes solemn. At this time they were rejected by the universe and their combat power was greatly damaged. On Su Lang's side, there were a total of 27 powerful 8 eternity rank combat powers. Their years of age Yujo Yu have completely fallen into a disadvantage. When they came, they were full of confidence, but at this time, none of Tang Zufei and others were not terrified. At the same time, everyone in the Dudu League felt the heart-palpitating breath, and then looked at the ugly faces of Tang Zufei and others, and suddenly understood that Su Lang had the upper hand in the confrontation again. Haha, these invaders are not opponents of the Lord at all. Yes, these guys are bound to die in the hands of the leader. Quote. The eternal warriors were excited, their eyes bright, and they were full of worship when they looked at Su Lang. Everyone listens to the order and enters my universe. Su Lang calmly gave instructions to expand his life universe. He saw that the people in Suiyu Joyu were already close to the point where they were poor. In order to prevent the other party from destroying his own, boundless humanoid energy, he decided to include them in the life universe. Yes, 100,000 eternal strong men converged their strength, entered Su Lang's universe of life one after another, hibernating. Brother, me. Yu Yangli opened his mouth somewhat hesitantly, and wanted to stay where he was. Suiyu Joyu and others have fallen into a disadvantage. He also itchy hands and wanted to fight, try the secret technique Su Lang taught him recently. I'll talk later. Su Lang shook his head, his expression resolute. Yes, Yu Yangli no longer insisted, and obediently flew into Su Lang's universe of life. Suddenly, only Su Lang and 27 avatars remained in the Dudu Alliance, standing in the sky, overlooking the dark abyss on the broken ground. Tang Zufei, what else do you have? Let's use it. Su Lang looked at the people in Suiyu Joyu expressionlessly, his voice indifferent. Humph, Su Lang, don't think that you have turned Dudu into your home, and there are 27 weird clones, and you have a chance to win. Today, I will let you see what the real power of the 8 universes is. Tang Zufei snorted with an ugly face, and frantically pinched his 2 chicken foot-like dry and thin palms. Suiyu One Tongming. Suiyu Tongming. The other 22 powerhouses are also moving in their hearts, and they all start the secret arts together. Suddenly, a black line emerged. Connect the 23 people of Suiyu Joyu. Not only that, on the basis of the power of the eternal realm of the 8 universes, they unexpectedly exploded once again with a more powerful 8 universe force. This power carries the sense of vicissitudes of endless years, and even faintly gives people a sense of decadence. But this does not make people ignore its power. Senior 8 universe power. This is the power that old ancestor Suiyu has implanted in your body. I knew it was impossible for you to be without this kind of method based on the urine of Yuzhou domain at your age. Su Lang was suspended in the 9-day gust, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly. The ancestor Suiyu is definitely a strong existence in the 8 universes. 23 people including Tang Zufei, each of them had the power of an old ancestor, which made people dignified. Now that I know, then let us see what you used to block it. Tang Zufei's turbid eyes were murderous. Kill. The remaining 22 people did not say a word, and all started together. A total of 23 powers from the old ancestor Suiyu erupted together, and they even united to form an incomparably terrifying attack secret technique. Suddenly, the attack shattered time and space and fell on the defensive crystal wall arranged by Su Lang clone. Kakaka click. There was a dull cracking sound, and a large cobweb crack appeared on the defensive crystal wall. Combined attack. Function with a thought. With a move in Su Lang's heart, the 27 avatars instantly locked onto the target and opened the space of chanting. Wow! A series of gray and white spaces surfaced out of thin air, covering and dividing Tang Zufei and the others. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2696. Today is your death day next year. What kind of weird technique is this? Even to separate me, all connections are cut off. Whatever it is, drive me. Quote. Tang Zufei and the others were horrified, and immediately used that powerful force to tear apart the Nianfeng space in an instant. The incomparably powerful force of the 8 universes was suppressed by Su Lang with his home court advantage, and he used a thought to seal the sky to interfere, and his power was immediately reduced. Click. Wow! The defensive barriers displayed by the 27 clones were still broken. The barrier turned into countless crystal-like fragments, and immediately turned into wisps of light smoke to dissipate in the twisted time and space. Rumble. The frantically plundering energy surpassed the broken barrier, like a ferocious dragon, rushing towards Su Lang and his 27 clones. Fight against the enemy. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the 163 phantoms moved suddenly, one after another, standing in front of the terrifying power. They mobilized the mighty power of the universe to form countless defenses, like dividing the heavens and the earth into countless layers. Click. The remaining power of the combined attack secret technique destroys countless defenses along the way, annihilating a phantom, simply invincible. However, it is not that the illusion of the 163 powerhouses of calling the word secret is not ineffective, but further consuming the combined attack power of Tang Zufei and others. When the power of the combined attack reached the front of Su Lang and the clones, it had already suffered a huge weakening. In front of me, there is an endless moat. Su Lang spoke slightly, his eyes blooming with glazed glaze. Kill everything, no one can get through. In front of me, there is an endless moat. Kill everything, no one can get through. The avatars also spoke, and their voices overlapped with Su Lang's, like singing. This is the method of secret of words. Suddenly, Su Lang and Dudu universe assimilated, and a trace of cosmic power is linked with it, mobilizing all the power of the entire natural universe, thus forming a galaxy-like natural cosmic power. This power of the natural universe lay in front of Su Lang and the clones, instantly turning into a chasm. At the moment, the chasm swallowed the residual energy of Tang Zufei and the others' combined strike secret technique. Silent. The residual energy began to disappear like smoke. The gap formed by the power of the natural universe is also slowly shrinking, and the two seem to end up together. If you only have this ability, today is your anniversary of death next year. Su Lang looked at Tang Zufei and other 23 people with indifferent eyes, and his voice was cold and merciless. This can't kill him. The power of the ancestor has been used, and this clutter can still be blocked. This choppy, it seems to be at ease, the situation is very bad. You must fight quickly, crush him, kill him. Let's use that trick. That trick, the ancestor is in a deep sleep, and how much power can come is yet to be known. HMPH, this looks easy, but it's actually the end of the battle, but it didn't show it. Yes, using that trick will definitely kill it, otherwise even if we leave, there will be endless troubles. In that case, use it. Quote. Tang Zufei and the others looked terribly ugly. They exchanged thoughts and made a decision. The next moment, the 4-headed and 8-armed Meow Man woman suddenly showed a hideous face and opened her life universe directly. The other 22 people entered one after another, immediately. With the entry of every strong man, The aura of a woman with 4 heads and 8 arms will become stronger and stronger. Especially the strength from Suiyu's ancestor, which has been exhausted, has accumulated a little bit at this time, and has recovered a lot again. Okay, Su Lang narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light, but he didn't do anything, but observed quietly, in order to respond to changes, at this time. Suiyu's secret of Yulin, the Meowman woman roared, her voice as sharp as metal rubbing hard. Suddenly, she seems to be connected with something. Use itself as the anchor point to welcome something to come. This process is very fast. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang seemed to perceive another powerful will coming. The years are long, with a faintly decadent breath, like an existence that has lived for countless years. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2697. Flip the cards, the peak showdown when this will comes. It even carries an extremely majestic power. Ancestor Suiyu. Su Lang felt the overriding but decadent aura, and his eyes flickered. In his eyes, the combat power of the Meowman woman has reached the advanced level of the 8 universe. The ordinary eternal realm of the 8 universes is not an opponent at all. Only Suiyu ancestor can possess this kind of power. Su Lang, die, the Meowman woman roared with all 4 heads, tracing the mysterious trajectory with 8 arms, pinching the secret at the same time. As her handprints change, the aura on her body becomes more active, as if it will explode at any time. This should be your last whole card. Su Lang's expression was calm. 8 universe advanced level. Do you think that only you can reach it? Rumble. Suddenly, the boundless ship appeared out of thin air, and the real 8-time eternal realm aura condensed into an invisible flame, causing countless swaying ripples in time and space. The 7 eternal emperor soldiers of the 7 universes are worn around the body of the infinity, and the rime of the Tao is hanging down, like a bright galaxy. Infinite number. Shu Ning, Yu Yangli, Xie Zan, Yan Engxing, Chu Xiaobei. All eternal warriors are already ready. Finally it's our turn to play. In this battle, I was able to personally participate in the battle against the 23-7 eternal 7 universes of the Suiyu universe domain. At the level of the 8 universes, is this the power of the infinite? With this power, the Dudu Alliance will win. Leader will win, Dudu Alliance will win. Quote. The eternal powerhouses who are stationed in the boundless, are full of fighting spirit, impassioned, and can't wait to fight immediately. The mere intermediate level 8 eternity, give me death. The 4-headed and 8-armed Meowman woman finished her mudra and yelled hysterically, Suiyu Wanyu. Rumble. The immensely vast eternal power of the 8 universes forms an illusory black handprint that covers the sky and the sun. Breathing room. The pitch black handprints are getting firmer. The world suddenly became pitch black, countless avenues appeared turbulently, time was broken, and space was shattered. It seems that the entire Dudu universe will be crushed. Humph. Su Lang let out a cold snort, and suddenly disappeared with the 27 clones, and stationed in the core parts of the infinity. In a flash, the breath of Boundless has a huge increase. The combat power skyrocketed directly from the eternal intermediate level of the 8 universes to the advanced level. How can it be? What kind of eternal emperor soldier is this? It can gather the power of the strong. The 4 pretty faces of the 4-headed and 8-armed woman all showed horror, but she suddenly became determined. This is the end of the matter, and there is no further way back. She frantically poured the 23-7 Eternals of Suiyu Universe region and the power of Suiyu ancestors' arrival into the dark handprints of the sun. Rumble. The pitch-black handprints were finally completely solidified, like a collapsed natural universe, carrying the power to destroy everything, printed in one palm. The power of this palm has almost reached the top level of the 8 universes. Where the handprint passes, all time and space are shattered, and the cracks are wrapped around the handprint, like a dark thunder. Humph. The world is dying, breaking a sword. Su Lang's eyes flashed, controlling the boundless, holding a waterfall-like secluded sword, slashing the sky with one sword. In a flash, all the power of the boundless was exhausted, condensed into a pure white sword light, severely slashed in the dark world. Sneer. It seems that the long night that has permeated the ages has been cut off, and the dazzling bright light forms a straight line across the universe and penetrates the giant palm of Sui Yuhuanyu. Rumble. The pitch-black giant palm degenerates directly from its solid state into an endless black mist, which is billowing and overflowing. No, how is this possible? Unless there is the real 8 universe eternal backing behind him, how could he explode with such power? All 4 faces of the Meow Man woman changed drastically, and she uttered incredible shouts. But when she was shocked, she started the self-harming secret technique Suiyu Zhou Jia again. It's not just her. Tang Zufei and other 22 people who assisted her in her body also unfolded the secret technique desperately. In an instant, the handprint of the sun was slightly stagnant, and the remaining power stopped the overflow trend, and madly printed on Su Lang. But Su Lang never stood dry. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2698, Trying to Hide from Me, Too Naive. I saw the Boundless drew the sword of life and turned it into another golden sword like a heavenly river. In a flash, the Boundless slashed fiercely at itself for 3 consecutive times. 3 staggered sword lights penetrated into his body. Wow, the majestic power is poured in, directly recovering 1/3 of the power. The sword of life was bleak, disappearing out of thin air, and entered the interior of the infinity. Infinite number. Su Lang, Yu Yangli, Shu Ning and other 100,000 eternal powerhouses don't even want money like pill. For an instant, the power of the Boundless has been restored again, and it has been restored to more than half of the original. But this is not over yet. Infinite number. The eternal powerhouses have launched self-harming secret techniques one after another, just to restore more power to the infinite. Death and life after death, life but no life. Su Lang's heart moved, and he also performed self-harming secret techniques with all the clones, and his breath soared. To stay away, he didn't use the secret of death or life. But this is enough. The power of the Boundless has recovered 80%. Next moment, calling words secret illness. Su Lang, the 27 avatars in his body, and Yu Yangli worked together to start the secret of calling characters. Suddenly, 29 powerful phantoms emerged from historical time and space, rushing straight into the sky, and slammed into the dark giant palm. Wow! Behind the Boundless, 8 black jade chains soared up from the 7 treasure tree, coming first, piercing through the black palm prints like an evil dragon. The powerful banning power exploded, making the black palm prints suddenly stiff, and the aura continued to decay. At the same time, the world is dying, breaking a sword. Su Lang raised his right hand and once again cut the sky. The Boundless Sea raised her hand synchronously, holding the waterfall-shaped Yudian sword, severely cut out. Sneer. The black palm print was pierced again and collapsed, turning into a turbulent flow of energy. This is like a single skill turned into a group attack spell, covering countless light years. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and it was the phantom of the 29 word-calling secret powerhouses being killed by the collapsed black palm print. But they also consumed a lot of energy from the black palm print. The black palm print of the top level of the original 8 eternal realm has now only left the ordinary 8 eternal level power. No, how is this possible? How could he recover so fast? Damn it, Suiyu Wanyu is exhausted, and I am already unable to fight anymore. Retreat, you can only retreat. The woman with 4 heads and 8 arms screamed wildly in her heart, and Tang Zufei and others in her body were also shocked. In a flash, the woman's 8 arms pinched again. Rumble. The majestic black mist that the palm prints turned into swallowed Su Lang's infinity, and the black mist turned into countless magical powers to kill. Ahahaha, come and asterisk me. Don't kill me, never want to hurt my master's hair. Aja laughed wildly, his body turned into a transparent ball of light, blocking the black mist tightly outside. No matter how turbulent the black mist outside, he couldn't get past the thunder pond. Use this opportunity. Su Lang and the rest of the powerful in Wuing once again madly squeezed the pill into their mouths and quickly recovered their combat power. Far away. The woman with 4 heads and 8 arms suddenly showed almost imperceptible temporal and spatial fluctuations around her body. Want to escape? Although this escape method is concealed, I want to hide from the assimilation of Dudu universe, it is too naive. Su Lang smiled coldly, Nianfeng's space appeared out of thin air, and pulled in the woman with 4 heads and 8 arms. Do not. The 4-headed and 8-armed woman, as well as 22 others including Tang Zufei in her body, all showed panic and despair. They have exhausted their cards, but they still haven't been able to kill Su Lang or even get Su Lang injured. Now even the last escape method has been cracked by Su Lang. This is simply desperate. Humph. Next. Die. Su Lang let out a cold snort, waved his hands and waved 8 heart-piercing black ink jade chains falling from the sky, like a black dragon hole piercing through the billowing black fog, setting off a huge wave, and violently killing the woman with 4 heads and 8 arms. Suiyu Joji, Suiyu Wanyu. The woman with 4 heads and 8 arms was pale, and in desperate situation, she once again carried out the secret technique of self-harm. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2699. What are you waiting for? Surrender in an instant. Her breath became weak and strong. Like a thick but rootless duckweed, it will sink and die at any time. 8 small black handprints were punched out of her 8 arms, at varying speeds, and successively slammed into the surrounding Nianfeng space. Boom boom, one after another handprints hit the same point in the Nianfeng space almost in an instant. Click, Nianfeng space exploded into countless pieces. Disperse and escape. Meowman woman sprayed thick black blood, and rotting smoke filled her mouth. Its body, 22 tall, short, chubby and thin silhouettes emerged, without any hesitation, scattered and fled around. Assemble 23 people with all their strength and still cannot escape. Want to escape after spreading out? What a wishful thinking. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, countless formations appeared out of thin air between each thought, layer by layer, spreading for dozens of light years. Secret of words and words also plays a role, mobilizing the power of the natural universe of the giant Dudu. The space and time of heaven and earth have become extremely solid, and it is difficult to move an inch. When thoughts flicker, Tang Zufei and the other 23 people were constantly obstructed in fleeing, such as sinking into the mud, and the speed was greatly reduced. Function with a thought. Su Lang once again unfolded the most rogue means, and pulled the wonderful and graceful woman into the Nianfeng space. Not only that, there are also 22 avatars together with them to start a thought to confine the sky, trapping each other separately. Do not. Could it be that I am going to fall here today? Why is there such a perverted existence in Dudu Joyu? Miscellaneous, you must be exhausted too. At the end of the force, I want to see if it is you or me today. Quote. Everyone in the Sui Yujo domain was completely divided, and all of them looked gray, some unwilling, some frightened, and some hideous. But no matter what, no one gave up resistance. 23 people made the same choice and sacrificed their eternal emperor soldiers. Then, 23 eternal emperor soldiers of the 5 universes and 6 universes rose up with an extremely irritable atmosphere. They will use self-detonation to create a chance for their master to escape. But at this moment, 7 treasure tree, brush it for me. Su Lang's thoughts flashed, and the 7 treasure tree that looked like a world tree stood upright behind the infinity, and suddenly burst into 7 colors of light. As soon as this light appeared, it enveloped all the weapons of Tang Zufei and others. 23 eternal emperor soldiers suddenly seemed to be pinched by a terrifying big hand, and could no longer move. Even, in the horrified eyes of Tang Zufei and others, their weapons flew towards Su Lang immediately, disappeared in an instant, and lost all contact. What means is this? How could there be this kind of secret technique? My weapon has been practiced for countless years, and it has already been in the same heart with me. It's over, the weapon is taken, I will never have a chance to escape. Master Su Lang, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to be a cow and a horse for you, just beg you to let me go. Quote. In panic, one of Tang Zufei and others did not hesitate to kneel on the spot. The kneeling man was the man in the torn red robe with sharp eyes like an eagle. What are you waiting for? Surrender. Suiyu universe is no longer inhabitable. The so-called good birds choose wood and live there. Lord Su Lang is far from what I can compare to. Why not surrender, be a cow and a horse, and do your best? Not only did he kneel himself, he also looked terrified, and eagerly shouted to the others for persuasion. This scene, everyone in Suiyu Joyu was taken aback. They never expected that the man in the red robe would surrender so simply. To this, Su Lang also raised his eyebrows. At this time, Master Su Lang, I would like to drop, and I would like to drop too. The dwarf man also softened his knees and surrendered. See here, Tang Zufei's eyes suddenly cracked. But among the rest, there are many tempted generations. Oh, want to surrender? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashed with golden brilliance. This was using his heart. This is just a superficial action. Secretly, Su Lang launched the secret of stealing words. The next moment, if you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2700. Less acting. There he came back without success. But, secret of the word, stole a lot of the Red Robe man's ideas. Just then, quick, Master Su Lang is a stronger person than Suiyu Ancestor, and his talents far exceed Suiyu Ancestor. You guys. The man in the red robe showed a flattering look to Su Lang, while yelling at Tang Zufei and the others who hated iron and steel. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Lang. Ha ha, stop acting there. You want to pretend to surrender and persuade others to surrender with you. One is to gain time to restore the power of the universe, and the other is to try to escape after I become a great hero, while I trust you a little bit more. Su Lang's indifferent voice filled the world. You snack maker, don't play around in front of me. Instantly, I was seen through. The red-robed man trembled all over, and his heart trembled. When he returned to his senses, he had already squeezed out a cold sweat on his palm. Tang Zufei and the others condensed their eyes, and extremely cold eyes flashed from the red-robed man. Master Su Lang, it's not what you think. The villain really wants to surrender. I beg you for the sake of being the first one to surrender. Please spare the little one. The man in the red robe didn't hesitate, and immediately opened his mouth to explain. Want to delay time? Okay, I will fulfill you, so let's delay. Su Lang's expression was calm, his strength quickly recovered, and his speed was terrifying. The opponent has to delay time to regain his strength, and he is the same. Otherwise, it is not easy to kill 23 people at once, and he needs time to perform the secret of stealing words, stealing the other party's techniques, secrets and the like. After squeezing the value of these people to the greatest extent, it is a good time to kill. Master Su Lang, the little one really didn't lie to you. Although I was a little bit cautious before, but now I definitely dare not. Master Su Lang, what the little ones say are from the bottom of your heart, please show your mercy and be kind. Quote. The man in the red robe was pointed out by Su Lang's true thoughts, and was terrified in his heart. Su Lang sneered without saying a word, secretly using a secret word, have to say. Stealing the word secret is really very useful, more advanced than his Shintong, more powerful. Hexintong can only see the thoughts of the target on the surface. But the secret of word stealing can steal things deep in the target's memory, even information that the target can hardly remember, can steal it. Moreover, the concealment ability of the secret of the word is the key. Tang Zufei and the others who had been used to steal words were hard to detect. Even if they perceive something strange, with their current state, it is difficult to defend. In an instant, Su Lang received a lot of secret techniques of exercises, secrets of Suiyu Joyu, and so on. Using the information stolen from the 23 people to compare and make up for each other, the result is the most authentic information. Master Su Lang, the little one really dare not. Little is willing to be your cultivation vessel, and speed up your time day and night. Quote. Seeing that Su Lang was indifferent, the man in the red robe knew that begging for mercy was hopeless, so he had to escape. Then, he was talking. They will start to escape. Tang Zufei and others looked ugly one by one, staring at Su Lang while staring at the red robe man distractedly. Since that guy used them, they also used the red robe man in turn. The man in the red robe is now in his early days, and he is definitely the first person targeted by Su Lang. It is also the one under the most pressure. Once the red-robed man could not bear the pressure, he chose to escape. Then, when Su Lang shot him, the 22 of them would take the opportunity to flee together. Even if the benefits of such use are minimal, it may not work. But Tang Zufei and others have fallen into desperation, and any trace of hope will not be let go. Just then, the man in the red robe was talking, and there was a secret wave around him. The next moment, he is about to break the Nianfeng space and escape through the barriers of the natural universe. However, Su Lang had anticipated and prepared for it. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2701. Kill the 23/7 universe with one sword. Boom. The man in the red robe used part of the recovered power to smash the Nianfeng space with a hideous expression. Sneer. Infinity drew a sword with his right hand. Jinghua Shuiyu, a semi-imaginary glazed knife light is released, like a tsunami, covering hundreds of light years in an instant. In an instant, the man in the red robe, and the 22 people like Tang Zufei who followed him, felt that they were all closed. They suddenly lost all sense of orientation. They didn't know the up, down, front, back, and left, let alone where they were. What kind of ghost secret technique is this again? Where am I? Where am I? Asterisk 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 it. Quote. The panic and fear of all the people in the Sui Yujo domain could not be suppressed. Some of them froze in place. Others tried to escape by relying on the location in memory, but their senses had long been tampered with by Jinghua Shuiyu, and their memory positions became no longer accurate. Not to mention, Su Lang still has countless arrays, Nianfeng space, and the power of the Dudu universe to besiege them. At this time, Chuanxin Lock also joined the siege. The 8 black jade chains penetrate through time and space in a spiral shape, winding around 23 people, binding them into rice dumplings. Even so, the Nianfeng space is automatically released. But the banning ability of heart-piercing lock is stronger than that of mind-sealing space, but the casting speed is much slower. Now, Tang Zufei and other 23-7 Eternals were all banned, and the power in the body could not be used for half. And there is no way to escape. Endless despair filled their minds. Next, I will send you on the road. Su Lang looked at the trapped Tang Zufei and others, and raised his right hand indifferently. The world is dead and broken. 1. Sword. The indomitable boundless ship pinched the Shuidian waterfall like Yudian sword, and slashed at the front. Puff. 23 sounds of flesh and blood being cut into one layer. Tang Zufei, a woman with 4 heads and 8 arms, a man in a red robe and others, their eyes widened and full of horror, they were all beaten up by one sword. If it is cut in half by the rest of the people, it is just a small matter. But when Su Lang cut it off with the Yudian sword, there was only one end, and that was death. Ding! You get the eternal soul 1, the eternal body 1, the eternal Daojing asterisk 1. Ding! You get, quote. 23 consecutive system prompts came, announcing that Tang Zufei and others had completely fallen. Hoop. 23 corpses of the 7 eternal realm disappeared from the original place and were collected into the storage space. More trophies were scraped by the system, sorted roughly, and piled up into vast continents in the storage space. Dead. The invaders of Sui Yujo domain are all dead. Oh my god, I know the Lord Leader is very strong, but I didn't expect the Lord Leader to be so strong. It's great, great, all the invaders are dead, now we are safe in the universe. Quote. In the boundless space, all the eternal warriors up and down were shocked and overjoyed. Among these people, most of them were thinking that it would be nice to be able to beat the people of Suiyujoyu away. Killing 23 people directly is something they dare not even think of. However, Su Lang did this. Moreover, those of them who are stationed on the Infinity are also fortunate to contribute from the first perspective and participate in this battle personally. This makes everyone feel like Urangian, and even feel that they have no regrets in this life. At the same time, Su Lang was digesting the information he had received from Tang Zufei and others. Put the exercises aside first. Regarding Suiyu Ancestor, and Suiyu Ancestor's weird treasure, it is very important. And this important information, among the 23 people including Tang Zufei, only Tang Zufei and the woman with 4 heads and 8 arms knew about it. Because they are the true confidants of Suiyu Ancestor. The others only know that there is such a treasure, and they don't even know more. After some sorting, Su Lang already had a general understanding of Suiyujoyu, Suiyu's ancestor, and strange treasures. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2702. Actually, I still have a whole card, a treasure from the universe white world. Weird pages with weird characters. Those strong men who go to the Lingshu fragmented realm to participate in the battle are special treasures that they must compete for. Suspected that it can make a powerful eternal warrior transcend the endless universe. Get rid of the curse of living with the universe, and gain true eternal life. This dangerous place like the universe white realm is actually a way to transcend the endless universe. Quote. Su Lang looked at the various information in his mind, his eyes flickered, and he was a little surprised. The change of the Suiyu universe actually involved things like the transcendence of the endless universe, and the true eternal life. In the Lingshu fragmented domain, in the intelligence is also the place where Emperor Ji Junzhou went to participate in the war. Now it seems, the purpose of Emperor Ji Junzhou can already be roughly guessed. He is also for true eternal life. The reason why Emperor Do Shuzhou disappeared was probably because he knew these secrets, and then left with Emperor Gujunzhou to pursue the true immortality. Because the previous use of calling the word secret did not call out the phantom of Do Shu, which means that he has not fallen. The battle that Emperor Gujunzhou faced back then seemed to make him very urgent. Perhaps, in that Lingshu fragmented realm, similar treasures from outside the endless universe. It's just that, neither he nor Do Shu expected that such treasures would appear in the next door of Dudu Joyu for a period of time after he left. Now that Suiyu ancestor has obtained that kind of treasure, in order to seek true immortality, he did not hesitate to take risks to assimilate it, and even abandon Suiyu universe. Su Lang thought silently, a little sorrowful in his heart. The eternal strong dominates countless worlds, but still dying. Only by transcending the endless universe and walking out of these closed loop-like natural universes and universes can you truly live forever. What is the endless universe? What is outside the endless universe? The kind of treasure that comes from the universe-wide realm and can cause the entire age of the universe to change, what is it? Countless powerful eternal warriors are chasing, exhausting their efforts and working hard. A look flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Old ancestor Suiyu is an opportunity for me to get in touch with more secrets. Through Tang Zufei and the four-headed Miao Man-woman, Su Lang already knew that Suiyu's situation was a bit bad. This veteran of the eternal realm of the 8 universes, his combat power plummeted, and he even stepped into the deadlock with half his foot. Now is a good time to deal with him. Otherwise, if Tang Zufei and others fall, he might leave the retreat and either come to kill me, or go to other places to continue lingering. After all, Tang Zufei and others used the Suiyu Yulin's secret technique before, but they borrowed his power. For the process of this battle, he is very likely to see it. Su Lang thought for a while, and immediately issued instructions to everyone in the infinity. The war is not over yet. Next, we are going to kill the eternal Suiyu ancestor. Everyone quickly restored their strength. This battle will be more difficult than killing Tang Zufei and others. Su Lang's voice resounded in everyone's mind. Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded, speechless, a little unbelievable. The killing of 23 people including Tang Zufei was already overjoyed. Su Lang even had to do something to kill the true 8 eternal realm, Suiyu Patriarch. That is the real eternity of the 8 universes. A senior, a terrifying existence as long as the natural universe. This is incredible, brother. The younger brother knows that the old ancestor Yu is likely to hit the door. But he is coming. After all, it will take some time. Why don't we take this opportunity and take a break first? Yu Yangli expressed his opinion sincerely. In this battle, he was exhausted, let alone the rest. Therefore, he thinks that it is a better choice to repair in place and wait for work. And this is also the thought of everyone except Chu Xiaobei and others. You can't say that your idea is bad, it's actually good. Su Lang smiled and said, it's just that you don't know that in the previous battle, I still had my whole cards to play. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2703. I can only say that I deserve to be my brother. This statement came out. Everyone in the Boundless was so shocked that their eyes were about to fall out. What? It's all done like that, and the whole cards are still not shown. Ah, this. My lord dared not to do his best yet. Oh my god, do you want to be so perverted? Lord, if you don't finish playing the whole cards, you will beat the team of the 8 celestial power class to the ground, and then kill 23 people with one sword. How strong is the Lord's Lord? I can't guess at all. I can only say that it is my brother. 100,000 eternal warriors, including Yu Yangli's combat power at the 8 cosmic level, looked dull and shocked. Ji Rushui, Chu Xiaobei, Yan Hingxing and other old subordinates are quite normal about this kind of thing. In addition, with a half-shocked and half-stricken look in the palace of Shuning, it is estimated that he will soon join the queue of Ji Rushui and others. Everyone. Now the ancestor Suiyu has been consumed a lot. Moreover, This person was already greatly weakened due to some special reasons. So this is a great time to deal with him. Su Lang looked at the strong among the 120,000 parts under his feet indifferently, and smiled slightly. It turns out that old ancestor Yu was weak. Yu Yangli looked excited. In that case, what the brother said is extremely true. Please also ask the brother to take us and kill the old thief. Lord has not shown his cards. The real combat power will be even more terrifying. At this time, the ancestor Suiyu is weak. I must not miss this great opportunity to cut the grass and eliminate the roots and never suffer future troubles. Lord, please take us to kill the ancestor Suiyu, although you will die without regret. Small, too, I can follow the Lord and conquer the eternal power of the 8 universes. Even if I die, I am willing. Quote. The rest of the eternal powerhouses, one by one, are also very passionate. Their eyes are shining, and they want to run to hammer Suiyu ancestor immediately. They entered the boundless ship, followed Su Lang to kill Tang Zufei and the others, and they already tasted the pleasure of beheading a super enemy. And this time, since Su Lang decided to kill Suiyu Patriarch, he must be sure of it. So, who wants to miss this experience of killing Suiyu ancestor? Everyone, don't worry, the deity has dispatched the clone and the treasure-hunting ancestor flying to the Suiyu universe. As long as the avatar of the deity reaches the destination, then we can directly pass through many small universes and directly kill Suiyu ancestor. Now, it will take a while for the deity's clone to reach the Suiyu universe. Take advantage of this little time. You all quickly restore the power of the universe, and you will definitely use it in the battle waiting for it. Su Lang looked at the morale rising and his subordinates who couldn't wait, smiled lightly. Hear this. Everyone was in an uproar immediately. For the eternal strong, crossing the barriers of the natural universe is almost commonplace, but basically it can only pass through one natural universe at a time. Occasionally, the strong can travel through multiple natural universes at once, and the number will never be too much. But Su Lang was able to traverse an entire high-level cosmic realm, accurately reaching the destination in another high-level cosmic realm. The number of natural universes in these 2 great universes is simply innumerable. Quiet, rest quickly. Su Lang couldn't stop the shocked voices of everyone, raised his hand and pressed it down. Suddenly, everyone calmed down, closed their mouths in respect and awe, and began to recover. Su Lang also directly stuffed a large amount of pills, and then moved his heart, controlling the infinity and returning to the opposite platform. Here, the energy concentration of the universe is countless times higher, which can better restore the power of the universe. More importantly, organize the spoils. The trophies I harvest this time are definitely the most once in my life. Su Lang sat cross-legged among the core parts of the Huayan center, and a trace of heat rose in his heart. But this time he did not immediately begin to store the origin of the universe, because there are still many that have not been cleaned up. Eternal life of the universe, out. Su Lang waved gently, and suddenly 23/7 universe-level eternal life universes emerged. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2704. No need to stay for the unwilling. These life universes were obtained from Tang Zufei and others. Open. Su Lang stretched out his hand to pinch one of the life universes, and the huge power of time and space enveloped it. Suddenly, a gap appeared in this universe of life, revealing a miniature version of the universe star field and the universe continent inside. In this long star field, among the continents of the universe, there was a breath of very powerful aura, and the masters of these auras were all eternal powerhouses. These are the warriors who followed Tang Zufei and others to leave the Suiyu universe. In the previous wars, they also contributed. It's just that, like Su Lang, it's impossible to perfectly gather everyone's power through the infinity, and increase it to a level far beyond simple addition. Their strength can be increased by 1/10 to the 7 eternal eternity that accommodates them, which is pretty good. At this time, perceive that the universe of life is opened. A series of eternal auras resemble awakened behemoths, slowly rising, head raised, eyes shot out, looking towards the exit of the universe of life. But then, these breaths shrank like an electric shock, and gradually fell silent, shivering. Because they saw a pair of extremely terrifying eyes. It's like the master overlooking the universe, the ***** in eternity, crushing all existence, and can take everything from them, including life. Those are the eyes of Su Lang. Mingguang Wanji. Su Lang overlooked the huge universe of life. In an instant, endless golden light burst out, filling the entire universe. The creatures below the eternal realm are directly assimilated and worshipped down in an instant. Among the eternally strong, the weaker existences could not resist for a few breaths, so they knelt down one after another. Only the existence of a higher cultivation base can resist a longer time, just. Many of them did not resist at all. Master Su Lang is here, the younger is willing to be a slave and maidservant, and will never betray him forever. Master Su Lang of Xie Huayan showed mercy and spared my life. Great Master, Master of the universe, your servant worships you. Quote. An eternal strong man crawls down, bowing his head in awe, praise. Resistance. Looking for death. 23 eternal powers of the 7 universes are dead, and you still dare to resist. Want to survive, now is the only chance. If you miss this opportunity, you will definitely die. There are quite a few acquaintances. Unfortunately, my mercy is not so cheap. An indifferent smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Soon, secret word stealing. Su Lang unfolded the secret technique. A strange power enveloped all the eternity in this universe of life. Suddenly, the true thoughts of an eternal powerhouse were clearly seen by Su Lang. These eternal powerhouses are not as respectful and completely obedient as they seem to be. There are many unwilling people at its center. Many people plan to surrender to Su Lang with expedient measures, and then wait for Su Lang to kill Su Lang. Not bad, it was Suiyu ancestor who gave them unwilling confidence. After all, that is a real power of the 8 eternal realm, far beyond what Tang Zufei and others can compare. Humph, as long as you have a different mind, you don't need to keep it. A hint of coldness flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and an avatar descended into the eternal universe in his hand and began to kill. No, Lord Su Lang, I sincerely surrendered. Great Lord Su Lang, the young one is willing to be a bull and a horse for you, never regret it. Su Lang, you will die, and Suiyu ancestor will not let you go. No, don't kill me, help. Quote. In the universe of eternal life, a large number of eternal powerhouses were frightened by the sudden killings. One by one, they fled in panic, and they kept crying and pleading. But how could they escape from Su Lang's clones? Not to mention the clone of the peak combat power of the 7 universes, even the ordinary clone of 100 Shadows, it is not these people can fight. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang's clones killed all unwilling people. Suddenly, another system reminder came, and there were countless more treasures in the storage space. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2705. Massacre hundreds of thousands of eternal warriors. Of course, Su Lang did not kill them all. There are still some eternal warriors who are really willing to take refuge. Most of these people are Rancho, in Suiyu universe, and they don't have much contact with Tang Zufei and others. They only joined the Suiyu universe to leave Suiyu. It happened that Su Lang's boundless number still had a gap of 20,000 eternal powerhouses. The 20,000 gaps were previously used half-step eternal warrior generals. Now with these eternal warriors who are willing to take refuge, they can fill the gap. If 120,000 parts are all eternally strong, the strength of infinity will definitely increase again. Su Lang smiled slightly and immediately planted restraints and other control methods for the remaining eternal warriors while waving his hands. No, not dead, I'm not dead. Hi, many eternity are dead, a humanoid universe, just like this, piles and piles fell. It's terrible, terrible, but luckily I don't have any bad thoughts. Master Su Lang is planting a ban on me, great, I don't have to die. Quote. The surviving eternal warriors were both frightened and pleasantly surprised. These people had originally intended to take refuge, but at this time they were killed and banned. Not only were they not angry, but rather relieved that they were being planted. With these control methods, they are equivalent to dogs tied to a leash and are accepted. My eyes look at you all the time, but if anyone dares to have the slightest bad idea, don't blame me for being merciless. Now, hand over all your wealth, except weapons and life. Su Lang's avatars are suspended in the sky inside the universe of life, overlooking the eternal warriors who bow to their knees. Yes, Master of the Stalwart. The little ones will never dare, thank Master for your mercy. The slave must commit crimes and make meritorious service, and fight to the death for the master. Quote. Every eternal warrior was grateful and swore one after another. It's not okay to say it nicely without speaking, it depends on your performance. Su Lang smiled coldly at this. Now, let me come out. Talking, an avatar of Su Lang disappeared. The eternal warriors who knelt down one after another, left the passage. After these people left the universe of life, Su Lang was immediately assigned to the vacant boundless parts. Soon, Su Lang began to transfer the eternal life universe in his hands again. As a universe of life at the level of 7 universes, this universe is really vast. Su Lang must integrate some crystal wall worlds before he can install them. But fortunately, everything is familiar to you. Not long after, Su Lang transferred the 7-universe life universe in his hands into his body. A large number of lives have brought a strong humanity. The ethereal universe instantly didn't know how much incense aspiration power it had absorbed. Next, Su Lang's gaze shifted to the next life universe. In this universe of life, there are also many eternal warriors from Suiyu universe. Su Lang also used the secret of the words to steal a lot of knowledge of the eternal strong while secretly monitoring his true thoughts. Really. Among the second wave of eternal warriors, the unwilling to occupy the majority. Su Lang did not hesitate to kill them all. Time passed slowly. Su Lang kept dealing with life universe after life. Originally there were only 23 7 universes to deal with, but because of the mass murder, the number of eternal life universes that needed to be dealt with directly exceeded 100,000. In other words, from the beginning to the end of sorting out the universe of eternal life, Su Lang killed more than 100,000 eternal powers. It must be known that the entire Dudu Joyu has only 100,000 eternal warriors. At this time, Su Lang killed more than 100,000 eternal warriors, leaving 50,000 eternal warriors. These eternal warriors were all accepted by Su Lang and became residents or substitutes of the infinite. These eternal warriors who act as substitutes are equivalent to the energy batteries that can be directly replaced, and they are naturally much faster than recharging when they are used up. 50,000 eternal warriors surrender. 20,000 permanent, 30,000 substitutes, no needles. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. As a result, the infinity, no matter its explosive power or endurance, became more powerful. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2706. Extraordinary Function Group with Bonus soon. He looked at his crystal wall universe. There are hundreds of thousands of crystal wall universes, each containing a universe of life. There are a huge amount of life in these life universes, and countless incense aspirations can be produced every moment. Soon, I will be promoted to incense weapon again. Su Lang smiled slightly, his eyes finally shifted to the storage space system. Stored in all the origin of the universe, the core origin of the universe. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions to the system. Ding! The storage is complete, the balance is 546.68 million cosmic origin. Tisk tut, 500 million, Lai Noisy, is the eternal warrior of Suiyu Joyu so fat? After Su Lang heard the system prompt, his expression suddenly moved, somewhat surprised. But when he thought about it, he thought of a possibility. Sui Yujo domain has an abnormal appearance, those eternal warriors can hardly go further, so they have stored the origin of the universe, and now he has all of them. Luck is so good. 5 small goals, I can already upgrade all system functions. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly and looked at his system function. Currently, the one-click practice and clone dispatch functions require 100 million cosmic origins to upgrade. Most of the remaining system functions require 10 million, and some require only 1 million. Individual system functions can be upgraded more than once. Su Lang was a little excited, and then began to order, "System, upgrade me the one key practice function." Ding! Consumes 100 million cosmic origins, the one key training function is increased to level 56, and the training speed is increased to 960 trillion times. The cultivation rate has doubled again. This multiple, 1 second of cultivation does not know how many years others have cultivated. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and immediately ordered again, "System, upgrade the clone dispatch function." Ding! Consumes 100 million universe origins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 55, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 55, the number of clones is 55, and the number of twins is 55. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 55. You have obtained the brand new bonus function, Clone Self-Destruct. 2 system prompts came, and Su Lang was surprised. New function. Ha ha ha, got new features again. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and then he began to check information about the new function. Self-destructive clone. The clone will destroy itself instantly after activation, forming an attack with 100 times the power of its current combat power. This attack can lock a single target or multiple targets at will. 100 times the current combat power attack. Ha ha ha, this function deserves to be produced by the system, it suits me too well. Nowadays, my clone can not only use the xianxia clone, but also various self-harming secrets. The most terrifying thing is the secret of death without life. After the xianxia clone is activated, various self-harming secret techniques will be activated, and finally the clone will be used to self-destruct. That scene, tisk. Su Lang took a breath and slowly calmed down the excitement in his heart. Now that he has a new whole card, he is more sure about dealing with Suiyu ancestor. Awesome, I don't know what bonus functions can be obtained for other system functions. Su Lang rubbed his hands impatiently. System, upgrade me the 1-key martial arts function. Ding. Consumes 10 million cosmic origins, upgrades the 1-key martial arts function to level 55, and increases the training speed 480 trillion times. Ding. Consumes 100 million cosmic origins, upgrades the 1-click martial arts function to level 56, and increases the training speed 960 trillion times. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1-click martial arts function to level 55, and you have obtained the new bonus function, Extreme Yikyun. Accompanied by 3 system prompts. Another message appeared in Su Lang's mind. Take a closer look. Absolute Yikyun. The proficiency of the exercises surpasses the original rank order, and the blue is better than the blue. After the current exercises are practiced again, they can reach the exceptional level above the founding. It turned out to be about the system function of proficiency. Above the founding, are you absolutely surpassing Yikyun? Also, the founders of the exercises can't exceed them. How can they not have the proficiency above the founding? Su Lang was pleasantly surprised, with a bright smile on his face. Soon, if you like the 1-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The 1-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2707, Material Transformation, Characteristic Swallowing, System. Stop the current exercises. Activate the function Often Mind Martial Arts and Practice, 10,000 Hearts into 1 Infinite Profound Meaning. 10,000 Laws into 1, Infinite Profound Meaning, is a combination of countless exercises and is exclusive to Su Lang. It is a fusion of countless exercises, a single exercise, which can be practiced directly. Therefore, Su Lang did not hesitate to give the order. Suddenly, inside the mysterious black space, the 10 martial arts villains who were busy practicing stagnated, and then practiced again. The 10,000 Ways to 1, Infinite Profound Meanings, contains countless profound meanings, and the time to practice may be longer. But no matter how long it is, it shouldn't last long. At present, I have started Thetan Hard Martial Arts, and the maximum speed of martial arts function is 96 trillion times. The rest of the eternal martial artists can never dream of it. In addition, all the ways to 1, Infinite Profound Meaning, reaches the level of super ease, which will surely bring infinite benefits, and it is worth the time spent. Quote. While thinking, Su Lang looked at the next system function. At present, 310 million cosmic origins have been consumed, and there are more than 230 million. After some consideration, Su Lang decided to upgrade the 1-key treasure hunt and 1-key mixer functions, plus a cheap 1-key empowerment function. Ding. Consumes 10 million. The number of flying gliders is 480 trillion. Ding. Consumes 100 million cosmic origins. The 1-click treasure hunting function is upgraded to level 55, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 960 trillion. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1-click treasure hunting function to level 55. You have obtained the new bonus function, Material Conversion. In an instant, the information of the new bonus function appeared in Su Lang's mind. Material Transformation. Treasure hunting flying gliders who are good at collecting heaven, material and earth treasures have the ability to transform target materials into specified types of materials. The limitation is that the transformed material has the same quality and grade as the original material. Material transformation. It turned out to be this kind of seemingly simple, but actually extremely abnormal function. Using this function, I will never lack any kind of materials, and I can use low-grade materials to transform into advanced materials. The quality of the most converted materials is poor, but it can also be improved with synthesis and enhancement functions. It's awesome. The functions of this system are getting better and better. Su Lang looked at the system function profile information in his mind, and golden light appeared in his eyes. Now his weapon level is relatively high, many treasured eternal materials are hard to find, and it is difficult to evolve. But now it's alright, and the evolution of weapons will no longer be blocked by some kind of material that cannot be found. System. Start the material conversion. Function. Turn the Yijun Chaos Stone into Yueyulan Tianyu. Turn Tianliswanyusha into. Su Lang immediately activated the function to transform the materials that were lacking in the evolution of the Yudian sword. He chose to use more advanced materials as raw materials to transform them into low-cost materials required by Yudian sword. In this way, the quality of the material obtained is very, very high, which is perfect. Continue to transform, and soon Yudian sword and other weapons will evolve again. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Lang's heart, and he was immediately distracted, transforming materials and upgrading the one-key mixer function. The material is enough, and the system function must keep up to evolve the weapon. Ding. Consumes 10 million universe origins, unlocks the one-key refining function to level 20, and can refining the 5 eternal and lower-level weapons. Ding. Consumes 100 million cosmic origins, unlocks the one-key refining function to level 21, and can refining 6 eternity and its lower-level weapons. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-key mixer function to level 20, and you have obtained the new bonus function, Character Swallow. After the system prompts, another brief introduction of new functions flooded Su Lang's mind. Devouring features. It can swallow the features of the innate Eternal Emperor soldiers, and avoid all negative effects. Character Swallowing. Avoid all negative effects. It's another function of smashing the sky. It is worthy of a 20-level one-key mixer function. After reading the function introduction information, Su Lang was excited to add another point. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2708. Devouring Dream Breaker Characteristics when the Natural Universe was born. Some congenital treasures with strange congenital characteristics will be produced. The weapons built with these innate treasures possess the innate characteristics of divine weapons. For example, Su Lang's Yudian sword has the horrible innate characteristic of breaking the defense and dying, the Broken Dream knife has the innate characteristic that it must hit with a single blow, and the xianxia 8-sided shield has the innate characteristic that it can block attacks. These innate characteristics are very unreasonable and difficult to restrain. At the same time, some weapons with these innate characteristics will bring negative effects. It's like the Broken Dream knife, with the weird side effect that keeps the holder wearing a green cap. Until now, Su Lang didn't dare to use it. Fortunately, the Yudian sword and the heavenly 8-edged shield had no negative effects, perhaps because they were both produced by the system, which perfectly avoided this. In addition, the more pure the innate characteristics of the weapon, the stronger. Once the innate characteristics of a weapon are too complicated, the effect of the innate characteristics will be reduced, and the overall trend will be mediocre. This is because when Su Lang evolves his weapons, he always only retains the current innate characteristics. But now, the innate characteristics swallowing function can avoid all negative effects, naturally including the problem of weapons that have too many innate characteristics and too complicated, resulting in reduced effects of innate characteristics. As long as the innate characteristics are swallowed, they can have the strongest power without affecting the effects of the original innate characteristics. Of course, the innate phagocytosis function also has limitations. Each weapon can consume innate characteristics 3 times, and consumes more materials at a time than once. It's not a lot of 3 times. The materials are not a problem at all. It just happens that the Eternal Emperor soldiers just captured have not had time to disassemble. There was a look of expectation in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately looked at a sealed box in the storage space. The box is slender and delicate, and inside is the forbidden broken dream knife. Come out. With a thought of Su Lang, he put the box in front of him and released some of the restrictions. Master Su Lang, are you finally willing to be my master? Broken Dream Dao Qi Ling sensed the loosening of the ban, and when he found out his mind, he saw that it was Su Lang. It was very excited and shouted, as if it could not wait. No, I am not your master. Not from beginning to end. But now I can give you a chance of relief. I can try to get rid of the Green Hat curse on you and make you less perverted. Su Lang cleanly denied that he was the master of Broken Dream Knife, so he didn't dare. A chance for liberation, get rid of the Green Hat curse on me. Alright, although this curse is strong, it also limits my freedom. Please make me normal. Broken Mengdao groaned, then agreed. Well, after I'm done, I will find you a good host. Su Lang nodded. In fact, he could forcibly deprive the Broken Dream Knife of its innate characteristics. But after all, this weapon had made some contributions, making the enemy Origin Demon Emperor, who was very powerful for Su Lang, a generation of green slaves. Therefore, Su Lang still solicited some of its opinions. It doesn't matter if Broken Dream Knife disagrees. He now has 100,000 Eternal Emperor soldiers, and he is afraid that he can't find weapons with innate characteristics. At this time, find me a good host. Broken Dream Dao Qi Ling shook his head. No, Lord Su Lang, I want you. No, forget it. Su Lang looked stagnant and waved his hand to refuse. Although the negative effects will disappear after swallowing the innate traits, his heart is still hairy. Well, I know, you don't like male spirits. Broken Dream Dao Qi Ling shook his head regretfully. Then you let me find the master by myself. Do you want you to find it yourself? Su Lang touched his chin, also. Then please start. Broken Dream Knife Ling said solemnly. Su Lang nodded slightly, took out the Yudian sword and put it aside. System. Activate the feature Devour. Function. Su Lang locked the Yudian sword and Broken Dream Knife with his divine mind, allowing the former to swallow the latter's innate characteristics of one hit must hit. Ding. Consumes 1 million of the origin of the universe, eternal realm materials, successfully swallowed innate characteristics. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2709. Characteristics, solidified words and secrets accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. Yudian sword immediately possessed the innate characteristic Offone hit must hit. From then on, Su Lang basically didn't need to worry about his hit rate, unless he encountered the innate characteristic of restraining, one hit must hit. The Broken Dream Knife's breath was greatly reduced, and the spirit of the device was a little sluggish. Go. Su Lang waved his hand and threw the Broken Dream Knife into a super large crystal wall world in his body, letting him find his master, out of curiosity. Su Lang tracked the Broken Dream Knife with his spiritual mind, and also used the avenue of time to speed up the time in that crystal wall world, quickly. Su Lang saw Broken Dream Knife had selected his new owner, and that new owner turned out to be a real green slave powerhouse. I'm going, the innate characteristics are gone, this taste is still so tricky. Su Lang couldn't help but spit out, then looked at Yudian sword. Master, I miss you so much. The little ghost spirit ran out to let go, obviously a lowly figure, but soft and charming. Ah, staying on top of my head every day, are you still not satisfied? Su Lang gave a light cough and laughed. Now I'm here to prepare you the second innate trait to be swallowed. Good. Xiao Yu promised excitedly that she had already tasted the sweetness of devouring her innate characteristics. Okay. Su Lang nodded slightly and looked at his storage space. However, I saw a large number of eternal weapons piled up in one corner, and just a few, it exceeded the number of 100,000. There are so many eternal weapons, some of which are made of innate treasures. Let me see, what good innate characteristics can I find? A bright smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately searched among a lot of eternal weapons. While searching, he also activated the decomposition function to decompose the unnecessary eternal weapons into raw materials. Then, ding, the decomposition is successful, and you will get the Eternal Realm Material Extreme Disaster * 22,544. Ding, the decomposition is successful. Ding, system prompts came one after another. There are occasional screams of some spirits before they die. Disassemble these eternal weapons. brought more natural treasures to Su Lang. A low-level eternal weapon, the decomposed materials, can pile up into planets. Not to mention those high-level eternal weapons, the materials that are decomposed are countless. Pieces of weapons were disassembled. Su Lang was looking for weapons with innate characteristics in his heart. The weapon recognition function allows him to never miss any weapon with innate characteristics. In fact, the number of weapons with innate characteristics is not small. It's just that the innate characteristics of many weapons are relatively weak, and Su Lang doesn't like it, so he hasn't selected the right one for a long time. But when choosing weapons, Su Lang also gradually understood one thing. That is, weapons with innate characteristics are all related to the power of the natural universe. It is by mobilizing the power of the natural universe that the unreasonable innate characteristics can be formed. It seems, Maya Secret of Words and Words is also a super secret technique. Developed by Emperor Gujun Zhou using this as an inspiration. Although Secret of Words and Words consumes a lot of money, it is very fearful that it can greatly mobilize the power of the natural universe to form the effect you want. The innate characteristics of weapons are like a solidified word secret, with a single effect, but more specific. The power is equally terrifying, and the key is that the consumption is small. Quote. Su Lang's eyes revealed a sense of comprehension. In a more advanced battle, the mobilization of the power of the natural universe may become a big bargaining chip for victory. At this time, a bow and arrow appeared in Su Lang's spirit. This is a slender long bow covered with purple and black, full of texture, and the bowstring formed by energy is even thinner and invisible. The name of the bow is Luotianyu. Bow. Su Lang stretched out his hand, and the slender long bow suddenly appeared in his hand, almost 2 meters long. Buzzing. Luotianyu appeared in Su Lang's hands. He made a buzzing sound, trembling constantly, with resistance and fear in it. Open. Su Lang grasped the bow with his left hand, and held the bowstring with his right hand, fiercely. Kaka. The power of resistance came from Luotianyu, but still could not stop Su Lang from pulling it away. The slender long bow became curved unwillingly, and the texture on the bow stretched out like snake scales. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2710. All 4 weapons have characteristics. Nice weapon. Su Lang nodded slightly and let go. Luotianyu's bow and arrow are not very high level, but the eternal level of the 4 universes. But his innate characteristics are relatively strong, and he can actually mobilize the power of the current natural universe to strengthen himself to a certain extent. When the arrow is shot, it can attract a large amount of natural cosmic power to surround and blend into the arrow, and its power can be 100% increased to twice the original. This innate characteristic may be called a-knowing blow, or a critical strike. 100% crit, every crit is double power. But it's better to hear a little better. Well, it's so decided. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang activated the innate characteristics devouring function. Suddenly, a system prompt appears. Ding. Consumes 10 million of the origin of the universe, eternal realm materials, successfully swallowed innate characteristics. The resources consumed this time are significantly more. The origin of the universe alone is 10 times as much as before, and the rest of the materials consume more. With a rough calculation, Su Lang almost reached hundreds of times. But, Yutian's sword also successfully acquired new innate characteristics, a knowing blow. As for the original Luotianyu, his spirit was dim, with panic and resentment. Humph. Start the one-click decomposition function. Su Lang smiled coldly, and when he waved his hand, Luotianyu broke down. Soon, Su Lang looked at Yutian's sword. Knowing one blow is his third unreasonable innate characteristic after breaking the defense and dying, and one hit must be hit. It seems that the innate characteristics of knowing one strike are relatively ordinary, and it is not as good as death in one strike. But when you think about it carefully, this innate characteristic is actually terrifying. From now on, all attacks condensed with the Yutian sword can critically strike with double power. This is equivalent to double my combat power in disguise. Quote. Su Lang laughed so badly that he quickly continued to search for other innate Eternal Emperor soldiers, with innate characteristics. Not long, he also found some Eternal Emperor soldiers with innate characteristics. However, The Yutian sword could not swallow the innate characteristics. Because the origin of the universe is not enough. Su Lang speculated that if Yutian sword swallowed the third innate characteristic, at least 100 million universe origins and more heaven, material and earth treasures would be consumed. But now, the origin of the universe is only more than 15 million. I can only upgrade his weapons. It just so happens that weapons such as the eight-sided shield of the sky and the sword of life can swallow the innate characteristics. Su Lang thought in his heart, happily taking out the eight-edged shield of heaven and starting to devour innate characteristics for it. The current innate characteristic of xianxia's eight-sided shield is that it can certainly block attacks, but its defense strength is slightly lacking. The innate characteristic that Su Lang found for him is indestructible, which can double his current defense power. Speaking of indestructibility, Yutian sword also has this characteristic, but it is only a characteristic, not an innate characteristic. The other, God Slash, is just a feature. Many weapons will come with mental attacks, and their own very strong characteristics. Ajia, thanked the master for his innate characteristics. Qiling Ajia respectfully knelt down and thanked him, with fiery loyalty in his eyes. Don't worry, there is also an inherent characteristic of rebound. As long as you can resist it, you can rebound the enemy's attack by 80% of the power. Moreover, this rebounding power can freely control the target of attack. The corner of Su Lang's mouth grinned. This innate characteristic is very difficult. Many weapons have this characteristic when rebounding from an enemy's attack, but it is only a characteristic. Very few have the innate characteristics of rebound. Su Lang found one among so many weapons. His rebound ability. With this innate characteristic, Ajia can also attack the enemy. Ajia was extremely excited. He was originally a super timid and introverted guy. However, Su Lang gradually overcorrected, as if he became more outgoing, and liked to taunt the enemy. Now I am not satisfied with being beaten. I really want to gain offensive ability to fight and kill the enemy. Just now, his wish is about to be fulfilled. Start the innate characteristic swallowing function. Su Lang gave an order, and the system immediately activated the function. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2711, I'm so poor in a blink of an eye. Ah Zhang has the innate characteristics of rebounding damage and has the ability to kill the enemy. This shield is becoming more and more terrifying. Of course, the consumption is also very large, directly consuming 10 million universe origins and a huge amount of heaven and earth treasures. Now there are only more than 4 million cosmic origins left. There are still many eternal emperor soldiers with innate characteristics. Then choose 4 weapons and devour an innate characteristic each. Anyway, keeping these $4 million is of no use, so don't worry about the empowerment function for the time being. There was a thoughtful look in Su Lang's eyes, and his eyes fell on the infinity, the sword of life, and 4 incense weapons. I don't know whether the special desire power crystal required for evolution will change after the incense weapon consumes the remaining innate characteristics. Su Lang frowned slightly, but immediately stretched out. Again, it doesn't matter if the required special aspiration is crystallized and cannot be provided. You can let the rest of the weapons swallow the innate characteristics, and then swallow them back after evolution. Figured this out. With a smile, Su Lang selected 4 weapons: Infinity, Sword of Life, Heart-Piercing Lock, and Jinghuashuiyu. The innate characteristic chosen for Wuyin Iseself charge, which can grab the power of the natural universe to supply itself. In this way, the consumption of stationed warriors can be reduced to a certain extent. The innate characteristic chosen for the Sword of Life is consumption reduction, which is also to mobilize the power of the natural universe to replenish itself and achieve the purpose of reducing consumption. With this innate characteristic, the Sword of Life can probably be used 5 times in a row before it will be exhausted. The innate characteristic chosen for the Heart-Piercing Lock is Fatal Penetration, which greatly improves the ability of the Heart-Piercing Lock to break. After all, Su Lang's current defensive method is break a sword, but it is not very suitable for heart-piercing locks. With this innate characteristic, the heart-piercing lock can better pierce the target and enter the target's body. The innate feature chosen for Jinghuashuiyu is Ultimate Rhythm, which can greatly increase the attack speed and perform 3 attacks in one performance. This allows Jinghuashuiyu's ability to act on the enemy faster, and 3 times stacking. The effect is extremely terrifying. It took a while. Su Lang swallowed the innate characteristics for 4 weapons. Although the weapons have not evolved and strengthened, they are much stronger than before. Without evolution, it is better than evolution. It's wonderful. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly, and then continued to disassemble the Eternal Emperor soldier. Weapons that have innate characteristics and better inborn characteristics should be kept temporarily. All other weapons are disassembled. Quickly, Su Lang got a huge amount of material again. Under the metamorphic ability of the treasure hunt flying glider's material transformation, except for the 4 incense weapons, the evolutionary materials of the remaining weapons are all gathered, which is the origin of the universe. There are only 660,000 source of the universe. I am so poor. Su Lang sighed slightly. Not long ago, he was still a billionaire. The system, it's really a gold-swallowing beast. Put away the weapons. Su Lang began to read the 3 classics of the Pill Chi array collected this time. As long as it is knowledge below the level of the 4 universes, it can be understood at a glance. Even if he is beyond the level of the 4 universes, Su Lang can rely on his current extensive knowledge to comprehend things by analogy. After reading the classics of the Pill array, the system starts with the functions Ophone Key Alchemy, 1 Key Strengthening, Andone Key Synthesis. Su Lang took a deep breath, activated the system function, and began to manufacture high-level Eternal Realm Pill. Suddenly, ding! Successful alchemy, you will get a magic song to refine a clear Pill 5. Ding! The synthesis is successful, and you will get the magical source Pill 1. Ding! Strengthened successfully, you get. Ding! Successful alchemy. Under the cooperation of the 3 major system functions, countless elixirs are produced like an assembly line. These pills are all eternal grade pills of perfect quality, ranging from 1 universe to 7 universes. After all, Su Lang is not just for his own use, he also has more than 100,000 Eternal Realm subordinates. It was also during Su Lang's alchemy. In the Suiyu universe, in the basic universe where the flow of time is the slowest. If you like the 1 Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The 1 Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2712, Ancestor Xiang, all dead. The eternity of my year-old Yujo domain was completely destroyed by that Su Lang. Damn it, a mere descendant who has been inherited, dare to be so rampant, not to put my old ancestor Suiyu in his eyes. Su Lang, I will completely erase you from the endless universe. Quote. The year-old ancestor in a large black robe, floating in the dry void, slowly opened his eyes. There was a deep anger and pain in his pupils. In the process of being assimilated by the weird broken pages, he has to endure endless pain and injury at all times. But even so, he is also a true eternal powerhouse of the 8 universes, and a senior powerhouse, stronger than Emperor Dusho. Those eternal realms are all his subordinates. In the Suiyu universe, the mutations are getting more and more serious, and those eternal strong can better resist the mutations and shelter countless creatures in their bodies. And these eternal powerhouses, as well as the creatures they shelter, are the key to his age-old ancestor maintaining the power of humanity in the power of the universe. But now, nearly all of the 23-7 cosmic eternals and more than 100,000 eternal realms were extinct. All the living betrayed and turned to Su Lang. All the creatures in Su Lang had all the creatures in the Su Lang. This makes Suiyu Patriarch not hate it. And the most important thing is, Su Lang knew he had a weird broken page. The ancestor Suiyu believes that as the eternal descendant of the 9 universes, Su Lang must know some information about the weird broken pages. Well, Su Lang is very likely to ask someone to come and ***** him, and bring disaster. No, this child must be killed. The sudden change in Suiyu universe region now can suppress that kid. If I lead him to Suiyu and do it again, it will be easier to kill him. In that case, a cold light flashed in the eyes of old ancestor Suiyu, and immediately lifted his arms with almost no flesh and blood, only black withered skin and bones. Suddenly, a cosmic force in his body gushed out, turned into a strange wave, and rushed towards Dudu universe. The speed of this kind of fluctuation is very, very fast, countless times faster than the eternal journey of the 7 universes through the barriers of the natural universe. Not long, this wave appeared in the Dudu universe, on the broken and chaotic battlefield. Wow, strands of insignificant aura emerged from the broken time and space, surrounding the strange fluctuations, forming a ghost. It turns out that those strands of breath are the power of Suiyu ancestor summoned by Tang Zufei and others. Old ancestor Suiyu also relied on these remaining powers to display his magical powers and reach Dudu universe so quickly. At this time, the phantom was condensed, the body was very rough, without a face, only two dim eyes. Suddenly, a shadow covered hundreds of millions of miles in a radius, shrouded the ghost of Suiyu ancestor. The owner of the shadow is the infinity. Old ancestor Suiyu, I haven't found him yet, he actually came here first. Su Lang looked at the faint phantom, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. This phantom body is full of the breath of Suiyu ancestor. It is very weak, and there is no ***** level, and a look can make it annihilate. Moreover, when the phantom appeared, he did not cover himself up. It's the old age. Suiyu ancestor Xiang slightly arched his hands. Little friend Su Lang is really blue and better than blue, it is admirable. Ha ha, stop talking nonsense. Since you are here, you are either just talking nonsense, then secretly inquiring about intelligence, waiting for an opportunity to get revenge, or you have other things to say. Su Lang smiled indifferently, or both. Little friend Su Lang's strength, the old man has already seen it. Those people like Tang Zufei are just ants for me, so if they die, they die. On the contrary, it is worth paying attention to the talents of fellow Su Lang. The ancestor Suiyu showed contempt when he talked about Tang Zufei and others, and when he talked about Su Lang, he became solemn. So, you are not here to take revenge? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked with a sneer. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2713. Acting with Suiyu ancestors, presumably little friend Su Lang already knows the changes in the Yuzhou territory at my age. You also know why the change happened. Su Lang ancestor Xiang did not directly answer Su Lang's words. How about knowing? I don't know, so what? Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Suiyu ancestor faintly. To obtain true eternity, I will have to transcend the endless universe, but this is an extremely difficult thing. Now, I got the broken page and started to assimilate it, but because it was just a broken page, the chance of detachment is too small. The ancestor Suiyu's voice was a little hoarse, even if his phantom had no expression, it still showed deep fatigue, and then Su Lang said coldly, my time is running out. The old ancestor Suiyu's voice became solemn, so, I want to invite my little friend Su Lang to cooperate and go to Lingshu fragmented domain together to seek opportunities. Invite me to cooperate, I just killed your subordinate. Moreover, that is probably your subordinates accumulated over the years, a full 100,000 people. You can let go of such a deep hatred, and you still have to cooperate with me. Don't you think it's a fantasy? Su Lang smiled unsatisfactorily, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Although you killed my subordinates, in the face of eternity, everything can be abandoned. As long as you can get eternity, let alone 100,000 eternal subordinates, even millions of millions. The ancestor Suiyu smiled, at that time, the entire endless universe will not be seen by me. Well, what you said really makes sense. Su Lang groaned and nodded slightly. So, fellow Taoist Su Lang promised to be old. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the ancestor Suiyu asked eagerly. Hehe, naturally not, although what you said makes sense, why should I cooperate with you? You are going to die of old age, but I still have countless years to live, why should I be so anxious? During the long years, I can slowly find a suitable helper, and even train myself. Su Lang showed disdain and performed that arrogant temperament to the fullest. This statement came out, the ancestor Suiyu suddenly stagnated, and felt like being tricked, and a wave of anger and shame arose in his heart. But other people are so sophisticated and excellent in acting, so naturally they won't show the slightest abnormality. What Taoist Su Lang said is not correct. The Lingshu broken domain war has happened many times. Every time it happens, there will be countless white worlds in the endless universe. The universe white world is a forbidden place for countless creatures and one of the paths to detachment. It is said that the more expansive the white world, the less likely it is to die when entering it, and the greater the chance of detachment. Therefore, you can easily speculate that the outbreak of the Lingshu fragmented domain is not only a group of eternal powerhouses competing for the broken pages and actively provoking them. There are also a large number of behind the scenes who are secretly promoting the war, hoping that there will be more and more white realms in the universe, so that they can more easily detach from the endless universe. Nowadays, the white realm of the universe is more and more flooded, such as a single spark can start a prairie fire, which will eventually burn up the entire endless universe. Then where do you go? So you still have to plan ahead. And I, with a broken page, can better find more broken pages, and I can even lend you this broken page for a look. In this way, you can also more intuitively experience the power of broken pages and prepare for future plans. After Suiyu said a lot of words, he fixedly looked at Su Lang, waiting for him to consider. Su Lang was also surprised when he heard what Suiyu ancestor said. The ancestor Suiyu dared to say that, at least not all are false, the possibility of 9 true and 1 false is the greatest, so this information can be regarded as some value. No matter how widespread the universe white realm is, it will not happen in an instant. Before the white world of the universe is completely filled, my cultivation level will definitely reach the 9 eternal realm. I can choose to continue practicing and make a decision based on the situation. Su Lang's eyes flickered. Of course, working with you is also a good choice, but you don't have enough chips. Coming. This kid is tempted. The ancestor Suiyu was overjoyed, his expression unchanged on the surface. What else do you want? If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2714. Infinite Meaning. I want to cultivate resources. A lot of cosmic origins, all kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures, all are needed. Su Lang smiled and raised his right hand. The vast boundless spacecraft made a synchronous action, the giant planet-like fists were squeezed fiercely, and a lot of lightning-like cracks burst out in the surrounding void. You want spiritual resources? Yes, but I can't give it to you here, and it's too far away from Suiyu universe, I don't have the ability to do it. The ancestor Suiyu pondered for a moment, nodded and said, in this way, I will prepare the resources and wait for you in Suiyu universe. You can get it after you arrive. What I want is not a small amount. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and his eyes lit up. If I'm not satisfied, I won't talk about cooperation or anything. I know, I have a lot of resources, most of which are not available to me, but they are still useful to you. It is worthwhile to trade these resources for an ally. Suiyu ancestor smiled, and immediately condensed a star map between his fingers. This is the closest route to Suiyu universe, the old man is waiting for you. Finished. The phantom Suiyu ancestor collapsed completely. Su Lang waved his hand and wiped out all the remaining power without leaving a trace. Years in the secluded universe. Ha 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 ha. Su Lang, this kid, really can't stand the temptation, he will be fooled if he just throws a little sweetness. HMPH, dare to destroy my eternal subordinates, I will make you pay the price of life. Old ancestor Suiyu's skull-like face showed a penetrating sneer. Soon, time and space ripples slowly appeared around him, and in a flash, they disappeared from where they were. Quickly. Suiyu ancestor appeared in the high level. Universe Suiyu universe. The time velocity of each universe is different, but if there is no comparison, the sense of time in different natural universes is the same. Suiyu ancestor's own lifespan, how many years should there be? The reason for staying in the grassroots universe with the lowest flow rate of time is to make use of the tens of millions of times the difference in time flow rate to let the subordinates look for opportunities to continue his life and detach himself. In this way, he can make the most of his remaining life. Now that all his subordinates have been killed, naturally there is no need to do this anymore. This universe is becoming more and more barren. The ancestor Suiyu looked at Suiyu universe and couldn't help sighing. The most prosperous universe in this year's universe, now a large number of creatures wither, it can be said that there is no one in a million. This is also the result of him staying away from the Suiyu universe and going to the remote grassroots universe. Otherwise, this year's ghost universe will be the same as the base level universe and the countless crystal wall universes in his body. The creatures will be completely extinct and turned into death. Of course, the ancestor Suiyu naturally would not show mercy to these creatures, because everything seemed to him just a tool. Next, collect more creatures to prevent the power of my crystal wall universe from going wrong. In addition, the resources that Su Lang's small chopsticks want must also be prepared, otherwise the fish will not see the bait and will run away. The ancestor Suiyu started to act while thinking. The other side, fight in the universe, cooperation, I want to see what medicine you sell in the gourd. Su Lang smiled coldly, of course he was going to Suiyu universe. Because he originally wanted to eradicate Suiyu ancestors in order to avoid future troubles. If Suiyu ancestors sincerely cooperate and give a lot of resources as sincerity, you can also consider it. After all, the Suiyu ancestor, who is gradually assimilated by the broken pages, is a good observation object. Next, Su Lang once again returned to the platform to accumulate and practice 10,000 laws into one, infinite profound meaning. System functions such as one-key alchemy are also constantly working, producing a large number of perfect eternal pills. Infinite number. An eternal strong man recuperates and recharges. Time passed slowly. Su Lang's clone addition and subtraction arrived at Sui Yuzhou region, and came to the hinterland. Just in case, Su Lang did not follow the route given by Suiyu ancestor. It was a route stolen from the mines of Tang Zufei and others. This will be more secure. Really. The clone had no trouble all the way, and successfully arrived in a universe adjacent to Suiyu universe. Next, it's Suiyu universe. Su Lang sat on the opposite platform, slowly opening his eyes, cold light flashing in his eyes. At this time, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! 10,000 ways to one, infinite profound meaning, has reached the super easy level. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2715. All-round 8-plane combat power. Hey, it's really time to come. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealed surprise. Soon, he felt an incomparably vast force appearing in his body out of thin air, blending into the soul while blending into the crystal wall universe and the universe of life. In an instant, Su Lang found that his eternal body, the soul of the world of nirvana, had all been greatly improved. Expand the properties panel. Su Lang thought about it and called out his own message. Name, Su Lang race, human race qualification level, turbidity realm level, 6 eternity attack level, 8 eternity defensive level, 8 eternity shenfa level, 8 eternity endurance level, 8 eternity spirit level, realm of Wani mastering the exercises, unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, 10,000 laws return to one infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, super yi activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 56, 1 key martial arts function level 56, 1 key clone function level 55, 1 key treasure hunt function level 55, 1 key alchemy function 19 level, 1 key mixer function level 21, 1 key refining array function level 19, 1 key synthesis function level 19, 1 key empowerment function level 28, 1 key enhancement function level 14, 1 key decomposition function no level. The combat power has reached the level of the 8 universes in all directions. I have crossed 2 realms with the 6 eternal realms, and reached the 8 realms level. Great, in this way, after I swallow the clone, the combat power will be even more terrifying, and the Xing Kuanyan in the clone will also be even more terrifying. A hint of joy flashed in Su Lang's eyes. The confidence to deal with Suiyu's ancestor is a lot. Immediately after, he sorted out the weapons and checked the pill. Seeing that everything was ready, the infinity was received into the universe of life, and the avatar of Bying who was on the way was ordered to shuttle through the barriers of time and space into the Suiyu universe. Because I want to meet Suiyu's ancestor, there is no need to hide his whereabouts. Wow, a ripple of time and space swayed from the void. A gray and black picture appeared in front of him, and even the distant star-field galaxies had the same hue. To this, Su Lang has long been accustomed to it, and he has seen too many scenes like this on the way here. At the same time, Suiyu universe, a giant planet, underground space. The vast underground is expanded into a huge underground world, in which a large number of spherical man-made spaces float. The interior of each space ball is very vast, with countless well-protected creatures living. There are wise beings, but there are also unwise lives. These are the creatures that Suiyu ancestor prepared to supplement the humanity power. Use great supernatural powers. In a short period of time, he scraped a large amount of natural universe, plundered all its inner creatures, and stored them in man-made space for future use. Suddenly. Okay, there are 7 eternal warriors who have entered the Suiyu universe. The ancestor Suiyu lying in the underground space noticed the ripples in time and space, and his expression was shocked. He quickly unfolded his mind and saw the unabashed Su Lang clone. It's Su Lang. How is it possible? How could he reach Suiyu universe so soon? Ancestor Suiyu's skeleton showed a touch of shock on his face, but he quickly frowned. No, that's not right, this person is not Su Lang, this person's breath is weaker, and there is a slight difference. If I hadn't practiced a special secret technique, I would definitely be concealed. But this person must have a deep connection with Su Lang, and it is most likely his clone. This kid is so cautious, it seems that those resources must be given to him first, stabilized, and attract the deity. Thinking of this, the ancestor Suiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, absorbed all the artificial space into his body, and then disappeared from the place, outside world. Su Lang used perfect leaning, his will descended on the clone, suspended in the void of Suiyu universe and waited slowly. Not long, a ripple of time and space appeared in front of him. A thin figure in a large black robe emerged from it, which at first glance looked like a loose robe hanging on a human-shaped hanger. But it was this thin figure that exuded an extremely powerful and strange aura. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2716. Siko Yun, System. Call up this person's attributes panel. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and retrieved Sui Yu's ancestor's information. Years-old ancestor, formerly known as Siko Yun, is a strong man in the eternal realm of the 8 universes. Siko Yun's current combat power is the eternal level of the ordinary 8 universes, half a small level higher than Su Lang's true combat power. This person has mastered the major exercises, Yuyun Tianxi Jing, combat exercises, Suiyu Zhou Jia, Suiyu Zhou Zan, Suiyu Reverse Erosion, Suiyu Yanling, and many more. As the normal combat power only the ordinary 8 universe level, it seems that the broken pages really made his combat power drop a lot. However, this person has a lot of secret skills, all of which are founding level, and the explosive strength must not be underestimated. Quote. Su Lang looked at the attribute panel in front of him, thinking silently. At this time, friend Su Lang came so quickly. However, the old man still hopes that fellow Taoists can meet with the deity so that they can discuss major issues. The ancestor Suiyu looked at Su Lang's avatar, raised his skinny arms and arched his hands slightly. Let me see your sincerity, the deity will naturally appear. Su Lang carried one hand on his back, his expression was indifferent, it seemed that he was not facing an 8-plane eternal, but an ordinary old man. Ha ha ha, it should be so. These are my sincerity. Fellow Taoist Su Lang will see if he is satisfied. Ancestor Suiyu threw a temporary space ball between his hands and slowly flew towards Su Lang. Not enough. Su Lang waved his hand to live in the temporary space ball, and said directly without looking at it. Friends of Taoist have a great appetite. The ancestor Suiyu narrowed his eyes and immediately smiled, but since it is my cooperation, it is all right to show more sincerity. Talking, he once again condensed a temporary space ball, filled it with a lot of resources, and threw it to Su Lang. Senior Suiyu, wait a minute, I'll take a look first. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and 2 space ***** were thrown into the storage space while waving. Wow, the space ball shattered, and countless resources inside suddenly emerged. Save to the origin of the universe. Su Lang did not hesitate, and deposited it into the origin of the universe for the first time. Ding, the storage is complete, the balance is 345.86 million universe origin. More than 340 million. Make a big profit. Su Lang was overjoyed, then looked at the treasures of heaven and earth. Good guy, more trophies than you get by killing Tang Zufei and others. At this time, friend Su Lang, the ancestor Suiyu's voice was slightly cold, please also see your deity, it is good. Su Lang nodded slightly, the deity directly stationed in the infinity, and then activated the clone replacement. Quietly, the place where the clone was located was occupied by the extremely magnificent infinity. The huge infinity, like a giant planet, is suspended in the void of the universe, and every gesture of action will cause a lot of distortions in time and space. What does Taoist Su Lang mean? The ancestor Suiyu's expression changed slightly, and the whole person retreated 100,000 light years like a bat, and stopped. In another star field, he looked at the boundless number, feeling a little shocked. Compared with the time when I was in Dudu universe, the infinite number I saw at this moment was even stronger. But, the old ancestor Suiyu didn't know that this was because Su Lang had hidden it, and most of the clones and eternal realm subordinates had reduced their strength. Since I want to cooperate, naturally I have to show my strength. Su Lang's faint voice came from the infinity, shaking the void and forming ripples. It should be so. The ancestor Suiyu nodded. Then, please also invite Taoist Su Lang to show up and make an alliance blood oath with me. Seeing the boundless, he was basically certain that Su Lang's deity had arrived. Because the eternal emperor soldier can only be controlled by its master, the more advanced eternal emperor soldier, the more so. But Suiyu ancestor still asked Su Lang to come out just in case. Since you are very sincere, then I will show up. Su Lang left the boundless ship and came to the void outside, looking at the ancestor Suiyu indifferently. Weak 8 cosmic power. Taoist Su Lang is truly an eternal arrogant unparalleled in the world. The old ancestor Suiyu laughed out of joy, and said, I am fortunate to meet today, the old man must take your life. In a flash, the incomparably terrifying black beam of light seemed to penetrate the natural universe, carrying the vast power of the 8 cosmos, and it fell on Su Lang's deity. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2717. Start War, Break Out. In the eyes of Suiyu ancestor, the deity of Su Lang is only the pinnacle of the 7 universes, infinitely close to a warrior of the 8 universes. Although this kind of combat power is not weak, but under his sneak attack, he will undoubtedly die. As long as the deity of Su Lang is killed, the rest will be killed, it will be easy. However, what happened in the next moment exceeded his expectations. A black buckler suddenly appeared, forming a barrier of light, blocking all his sneak attacks. Rumble, click, click, Gia, old thief, you really have a ghost in your heart, but with me, you don't want to hurt my master's hair. Aja screamed presumptuously. Even if there were countless cracks in the light curtain and it was about to break, there was no trace of fear. Even from above his light curtain, a wave of power was reflected against the black beam of light. This is his new feature, attack rebound, in effect. Of course, just relying on the heavenly 8-edged shield now has twice the defense of the peak of the 7 universes. Even with the addition of attack rebound, it will not be able to block Suiyu's ancestors for a long time. At most, it can only support 1/10 of the breath. But this time is completely enough for Su Lang. Swallow the clone. Su Lang calmly activated the swallowing clone and swallowed 50 clones directly. In a flash, the breath on his body is soaring, and he has crossed the 8 eternal realm to reach the intermediate level of the 8 eternal. Rumble. The majestic and vast power poured into the 8-sided shield of the sky, and immediately helped it stabilize, blocking the black beam of light from the old ancestor Suiyu. What? Your deity's combat power can become so strong. The ancestor Suiyu's eyes widened, full of horror. But the attack in his hand did not hesitate, and he killed it again. Suiyu Zhou punishment. But seeing the ancestor Suiyu accumulating a little, a more terrifying spiral-shaped black beam of light came again. That terrifying power is just like the punishment of this universe, the ordinary power of the 8 universes. See Koyun, you are too underestimated with me. Su Lang dismissed that powerful attack like the punishment of the universe. Rumble. A powerful attack hit the 8-sided shield of the sky, and the light curtain instantly shattered. But that huge beam of light became thinner and thinner as if it was attracted, and finally hit the body of the 8-sided shield of the sky. Boom. Xianxia's 8-sided shield was directly blown out. But Su Lang had long since disappeared from the place and entered the infinity. At the same time, a spiral-shaped black beam of light reflected from the surface of the main body of Xianxia's 8-sided shield, fiercely killing the old ancestor Si Ko-yun. Humph. Children Su Lang, your current strength is only forcibly enhanced by the secret technique. I want to kill you easily. Si Ko-yun snorted coldly, his eyes were full of killing intent. Suiyu Zhou Zan. In an instant, a huge black whirlpool emerged, killing all the attacks from the sky's 8-sided shield. Not only that, more black vortexes condensed, like a terrifying nebula-shaped grinding disk, submerging the infinity. This is an attack from the power of the natural universe, good at obliterating other forces. Si Koyun sees me using the secret technique to improve, and wants to fight a war of attrition with me, haha. Su Lang's spiritual mind saw the essence of those black whirlpools. He smiled coldly. Xing Quan Yun He. Infinity, come, secret of words, secret of stealing words, illness. The Yutian sword, the 8-edged shield of the sky, the sword of life, the heart-piercing lock, the 7 treasure tree, the mirror flower and the moon, out. Su Lang thought, and his combat power exploded in an instant. A avatar and a twin avatar are gathered together. Every 6 can form a normal 8-planet star Quanyun clone instead of the previous, weak 8-planet class. Yu Yangli, Shuning and other 120,000 eternal powerhouses have all contributed their power. Under the influence of infinity, everyone's power will be added to each other, and the whole will skyrocket like a geometric multiple. Rumble. The breadth of the boundless space suddenly skyrocketed from the ordinary 8 eternal realm to the 8 eternal high level. Not only that, Su Lang used words and secrets to assimilate the Suiyu universe, turning it into the main field, easily mobilizing the power of the natural universe, lingering around his body, waiting for opportunities. The secret of word stealing is always open. Try to steal the thoughts of Suiyu ancestors at any time, and get insight into his next move in advance. At last, pieces of 7 eternal emperor soldiers with various characteristics such as the Yutian sword appeared one after another, swirling around the infinity. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2718. All show their magic suddenly. All kinds of powerful auras spilled out, causing countless visions in the surrounding universe, and the stars in the distance collapsed and dissipated. What? 8 eternal high realm. Moreover, these 7 eternal emperor soldiers are stronger than expected. Su Lang child, you are really surprising. The ancestor Suiyu was shocked, but he was not afraid of it, but his expression was gloomy, and his muddy pupils shrank slightly. Next moment. Suiyu reverse eclipse. The treacherous breath erupted from the old ancestor Suiyu. Just like the Tang Zufei and others at the beginning, the aura swallowed the residual free energy emitted by the surrounding infinity, and merged into the void of the natural universe. Immediately after, Su Lang felt an attack that ignored the defensive barrier silently and silently landed on the infinite. But Su Lang had already experienced this kind of attack from Tang Zufei and others. Therefore, be prepared. The secret of words and the power of Suiyu universe, expel it. Su Lang's heart moved. An incomparably mysterious and powerful force shook Suiyu universe's natural cosmic power, directly suppressing and eliminating the Suiyu erosion attack. Although it was the ancestor Suiyu himself who launched the Suiyu Nirvana, it was this powerful and senior 8 eternal. But Su Lang's power at this time was even stronger than Suiyu's ancestor. Moreover, the power of Yanzimi has been upgraded from the founding level to the superior level. Therefore, the force of reverse erosion didn't even have a real impact on Su Lang, and it just vanished. And this scene stunned Suiyu's ancestor. How can it be? How can you assimilate the Suiyu universe? How can my eclipse power be so fragile? The ancestor Suiyu looked at infinity in disbelief. His pupils collapsed more and more intensely. Old thief, it's my turn. Waves were heard from the boundless ship, causing ripples in the void, forming Su Lang's indifferent voice, accompanied by the appearance of voice. In an instant, Jinghua Shuiyu ultimate rhythm. Su Lang's thoughts flashed. Jinghua Shuiyu, whose attack speed was soaring, had already slashed 3 times and retracted her waist. The incomparably strong power of confusion enveloped hundreds of thousands of light years in a radius, and buried Suiyu ancestors. Suddenly, the ancestor Suiyu's expression changed, slightly confused. But he is worthy of being a senior 8 celestial powerhouse. Although weak to this point, his soul is really strong. Suiyu Yanling, struggling to pinch his hand skills, Suiyu Patriarch's expression became more and more ferocious. The turbulent power of the natural universe and the power of your own universe, combined with the incomparable spiritual power of the soul, washed every crystal wall universe up and down the whole body in an instant. This also allowed him to find a trace of clarity from the 3 superimposed psychedelics of Jinghua Shuiyu. But this is only Su Lang's first attack. If you want to fight, you have to kill the opponent in one set. Wow! The 8 black jade chains unfolded from the top of the heart-piercing lock, and they had already reached the ancestor Suiyu. Not only that, Su Lang himself even raised his hands to hold the long sword, severely cut it down. The secret of death. The world is dead, break a sword. With the addition of the self-mutilation secret technique and the profound meaning of the world's extinguishment, the entire power of the infinity was instantly poured into the Yutian sword. A charged burst of sword light tore through time and space along the way, and immediately after piercing the hard lock, it slammed in front of the ancestor Suiyu. At this moment, Chuan Xin Lok has already stabbed Sui Yu ancestor's body fiercely. Damn it, unexpectedly, such a fast and powerful attack can erupt. This must be the 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers with innate characteristics. Old ancestor Sui Yu looked extremely ugly, his black robe swelled and collapsed like alive, turning into countless floating silk threads, clinging to 8 black jade chains, and entangled them tightly. At the same time, a series of colorful glass-like light curtains emerged in an instant. In the light curtain, there are countless armor pieces connected in series with silk threads. This is the defensive treasure of Sui Yu Patriarch. Immediately after, in the pupils of the ancestor Sui Yu, the scene of Mo Yu's chain moving forward firmly was reflected. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2719, Cracking is easy then. The 8 sharp chains pierced his glass-like light curtain fiercely. Although the speed was greatly reduced, they still steadily pierced his body. Another imperial soldier with innate characteristics. And it is the innate characteristic of the penetrating type. The ancestor Sui Yu never expected that the 8 chains of black jade also had innate characteristics. At the time of horror, he no longer cared about his own state, and exploded fiercely. Sui Yu Huoling, just as the tip of the 8 chains of the heart-piercing lock was about to pierce the body of Sui Yu ancestor. Another mysterious energy permeated in an instant, hitting the chain of piercing heart lock Moyu. Suddenly, heart-piercing lock stopped the attack. Master, the thought of the trembling of the heart-piercing device reached Su Lang's mind, as if he was struggling in extreme pain. It was at this time, Po Yijian fiercely stabbed old ancestor Sui Yu to appear half a hollow, above the colorful colored glass barrier that was already in a half-fragmented state. Rumble, the colorful glazed barrier directly turned into countless pieces. The aftermath of the extremely terrifying battle exploded directly, forming a circle of spherical shock waves, frantically shredding everything along the way, and time and space were annihilated. This powerful breaking sword was Su Lang's full blow with the eternal power of the 8 cosmos, and it drained countless energy. In the violent shock wave, Sui Yu ancestor was like a fragile and rotten little wooden boat, and his body would be broken in the next instant. The key is, after breaking a sword and smashing the colorful glazed barrier, there is still a large amount of residual power to directly kill him. What? This sword light is far beyond the ordinary and advanced 8 eternity. Damn it, guard at the end. The ancestor Sui Yu sank in his heart, gritted his teeth and activated the ultimate defense against the imperial soldiers, Black Robe. This defense method is second only to the self-explosive imperial soldier, but it will still cause extremely serious damage to the Black Robe. As a loyal Emperor Sui Yu ancestor, his generous Black Robe naturally did not hesitate, and he immediately obeyed. But I saw the countless silk threads that the Black Robe turned into, separated from the chain of the heart-piercing lock, and instantly turned into colorful silk threads. Suddenly, colorful silk threads are woven into a barrier, like a simple cloth, vulnerable to a single blow. But it was the cloth that seemed to be blown away by a breeze, but it literally blocked the power of the remnant of the sword. Although under the power of Po Yijian, the colorful cloth is constantly torn and collapsed, but there are always new colorful silk threads emerging, blocking the attack of Po Yijian. Su Lang child, with this explosive attack, I see how long you can last. The ancestor Sui Yu retreated madly in the aftermath of the howling attack of the Sea of Stars, and let out a hoarse roar. He understood that Su Lang's move used his whole body's power. Moreover, Su Lang originally relied on various secret techniques and the addition of Eternal Emperor soldiers to have the current power. These are all external forces. Once consumed, it is extremely difficult to recover. Therefore, in the eyes of Sui Yu ancestor, after blocking Su Lang's attack, his winning side has been greatly improved. Of course, he will not take it lightly. The power of Sui Yu Hilling, on his body that made the heart-piercing lock stop attacking, and it was hard to get rid of the crazy struggle. When he confronted Po Yijian, it had spread and enveloped hundreds of thousands of light years. It's not just a hard lock. Now even Jinghua Shui Yu is seriously affected. Even weapons such as the Yutian sword, Infinity, and Tianya 8-edged shield were also affected, and the spirit of the weapon appeared in an unstable state. 6-year-old ghost, the power against the artifact. For the average eternal warrior, it is really powerful, but unfortunately for me, cracking is easy. Su Lang sneered when he watched that Po Yijian and Sui Yu ancestors' colorful cloth consume each other frantically. Next moment, An extremely strong golden light burst out from the interior of the infinite. This is the power from the Mingguang 10,000 realms, possessing an extremely terrifying assimilation power. Relatively speaking, Suiyu Healing can only target artifacts, while Mingguang Myriad Realms can target all existences with souls, whether they are creatures or artifacts. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2720. An extremely angry old ancestor. This bright light came out. The Yutian sword, the infinite number, the sword of life, and the heavenly eight-edged shield instantly returned to normal. The heart-piercing lock, the seven treasure tree, and the mirror flower Shuiyu, because the weapon spirit is transformed from the evil-eating clone, and is relatively weak compared to the orthodox eternal emperor weapon spirit. Because of the power of the spirit of deception, it has caused a serious impact, so it will take a little longer to recover. But Su Lang was not prepared to wait. Evil devouring, void spirit universe. Within a single thought, the universe of evil devouring and void spirit emerged and appeared in front of Su Lang. Master. Biting evil turned into a black figure, saluting respectfully. His face was pale, and it was also affected by the power of deceiving spirits. Okay. Su Lang nodded faintly, and waved his hand to tune out countless incense will power from the virtual spirit universe, and poured it into Evil Eater. Suddenly, the evil breath is maddening, becoming more powerful and vast. 13 corpses. Ji Xie was very clear about Su Lang's purpose and immediately began to strengthen his clones as incense weapons. In a blink of an eye, all the spirits are stabilized. Just then, the power of Po Yijian was actually wiped out by Suiyu ancestor. Smuggle. Severe damage to my defense imperial soldiers, I will destroy you today. The old ancestor Suiyu swallowed a pill, and his body's unending breath rose slightly. Old thief, die for me. The heart-piercing lock spirit roared angrily and unbearably, 8 extremely sharp Moyu chains, madly killing the Suiyu ancestor. Because the 8 chains of black jade were very close, they actually pierced the skin of the ancestor Suiyu. What? The power of the soul was cracked so quickly. The ancestor Suiyu was shocked and felt that the power in his body, even his consciousness, had begun to fall silent. Without hesitation, his whole body was shocked, and the 8 pieces of skinny flesh pierced by the Moyu chains unexpectedly fell off of his body. Miscellaneous, I will kill you. The ancestor Suiyu yelled hysterically while retreating frantically. Those 8 pieces of skinny flesh are countless crystal wall universes. For him, this is a fundamental loss, which is simply unbearable. Ah, Suiyu Zhou. The extremely angry old ancestor Suiyu no longer cared about his state at all, and unexpectedly broke out a self-harming secret technique, and his body continued to improve. Perhaps it was because he had fallen from the Senior 8 Universe Eternal Realm, so this improvement was extremely fast. When the thought flickered, Suiyu ancestor's breath rose to the advanced level of the 8 universes, even faintly beyond. Ha ha, you want to kill me, I want to kill you too. Su Lang dismissed it, his heart moved, and the sword of life fell heavily on the infinity. At the same time, the 120,000 warriors stationed in infinity are all taking pills, restoring their strength wholeheartedly. Among them, the 20,000 eternal warriors with poor recovery ability were replaced by substitutes. With 20,000 substitutes, the infinity can maintain a good combat power in the weakest moment, and there are surging forces of the natural universe around it, pouring into the infinity. This is Su Lang's secret of words, and Yan's own self-rechargeable recovery characteristics work together, at this time, under the action of various means. In the instant that Po Yijian's power was exhausted, the infinite had once again returned to its peak state. After a round of offense and defense, the two confronted again in their peak state. And this confrontation was also broken in the next instant. Suiyu Yanling. The ancestor Suiyu immediately activated the secret technique, which was a method he used to eliminate the confusing effect of Jinghua Shuiyu, but it was actually an attack against the enemy's soul. At the level of the Supreme Emperor, the souls of the warriors are completely fused with flesh and blood in the universe of life, making it difficult to be attacked. This is especially true for the Eternal Strong. But it is difficult to attack, which does not mean that it cannot be attacked. Specific and rare secret techniques can attack the souls of eternal martial artists to a certain extent. The ancestor Suiyu's power of annihilation is one of them. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2721, The Trump Card Flipped, Humph. Small bugs, dare to use them. Su Lang smiled coldly, and a faint light appeared on his body. He practices too many exercises. Defensive techniques against soul attacks are 90 million without 100 million. Under the function of the source of the exercises, these exercises are all elevated to the eternal state. Under the action of the unity of 10,000 laws, all of them are coordinated together to form an extremely powerful soul defense method, and the 8-sided shield also has soul protection capabilities, and any attack can rebound 80% of its power. Coupled with the secret of words and words to mobilize the power of the natural universe. All kinds of defense methods have protected Su Lang strictly, silently. Part of the power of Tan Ling was consumed, and part of it was bounced off by the 8-sided shield of the sky, killing the ancestor Suiyu. Scatter. The old ancestor Suiyu's expression condensed, and he will be dispersed by the rebounding power of the ghost. His pupils became more dignified, and his heart was so gloomy and cold as a pool of water. Su Lang's difficulty was greater than he expected. But he still firmly believed that Su Lang was promoted by the secret technique and could never last for too long. At this time, old thief Si Koyun, don't struggle, in front of me, you have no chance to win. Su Lang's sneer spread throughout the cosmic void hundreds of thousands of light years away. At the same time, countless golden light bursts, filling the entire battlefield. Inside, a series of invisible fluctuations are hidden inside. This is the power of Jinghuashuiyu. The sword light, which was displayed with the profound meaning of the world's nirvana, roared out like a white dragon in the golden light, and the surrounding 8 black jade dragons followed. This is another attack that Su Lang is doing his best. Suiyu Yanling, Suiyu Zhou Zan, Suiyu Zhou Punishment, Suiyu Zhou Yi, quote. Old ancestor Suiyu's expression was gloomy, his eyes were cold, and he didn't know how many methods broke out in an instant. And his various methods are mainly defensive and fighting. The only few attacks are also the number of ways to use offense instead of defense. Obviously, he still wants to fight the war of attrition, to kill Su Lang. I have said it, the war of attrition is useless. Su Lang sneered in his heart, as countless pills were crazily digested in his body, and the sword of life was cut down again. Spiritually, the ancestor Suiyu used the secret technique, Zhou Yi, of escape. If he doesn't move, it's as if the entire universe including Su Lang has changed. Although the scope of this universal shift is not large. But the ancestor Suiyu successfully avoided the attack of the 8 black jade chains. However, the broken sword light followed like a shadow, stabbing Suiyu's ancestor fiercely. How can it be? The long sword has other characteristics besides its power far surpassing the same level. This is a hit. The ancestor Suiyu's eyes burst into violent horror, and he immediately mobilized all defense secrets to resist the attack of Po Yijian. However, countless colorful silk threads emerged from him, once again forming a seemingly fragile cloth. Obviously, he once again used the final defense that damaged the defense of the imperial soldiers. The colorful cloth unfolded, and countless silk threads fluttered, blocking the infinite golden light in Po Yijian. Boom! The sword light of the broken sword once again collided with the colorful cloth of the old ancestor Suiyu, bursting out a terrible aftermath of the battle that destroyed a large number of star fields. Hit the center. Zhang Guang and the colorful cloth are deadlocked again, consuming each other. But just when old ancestor Suiyu thought he was blocking this attack, a colorful light suddenly appeared in the golden light. This colorful light is the secret attack of the Qibao Miaoshu, almost exactly the same as the colorful cloth of Suiyu ancestor. It is hard to detect. The ancestor Suiyu found something wrong at the moment of his death. The colorful cloth shrouded in the light of the 7 treasure tree will immediately revoke the defense. Defensive at the end, the power of deceiving spirits. The old ancestor Suiyu reapplied the old technique, and the 2 secret techniques erupted together. It was dangerous to stabilize the colorful cloth. But, in Su Lang's attack this time, there were also the power of bright light, and the power of mirror flower, water and moon. These 2 kinds of attacks have extremely perverted assimilation and confusing abilities respectively. When the light of Qibao Miaoshu was frustrated, the 2 attack effects worked together. Suddenly, the colorful cloth, which was kept sober by Suiyu ancestor, directly revoked the defense method. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2722. A thoroughly fierce battle, how can it be? The Guardian Robe, blow me up. Seeing that his defensive Emperor soldier had withdrawn his defense, the ancestor Suiyu was about to be killed in the next moment, and for the first time appeared a frightened look in his eyes. He immediately detonated the Eternal Emperor soldier and activated a stronger self-harming secret technique, Suiyu Ranyuan. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the ancestor Suiyu, who directly rose to a level, reaching the top level of the 8 universes. At the same time, more magical power is shrouded in colorful cloth. The powers of the 7 treasure tree, Mingguang World and Jinghua Shuiyu are temporarily invalid. Rumble, colorful cloth got the opportunity, and he was loyal and he blew himself up for Suiyu ancestor without hesitation. Instant time, another aftermath of the battle that shook the universe broke out, shredding all the surrounding time and space. The sword light broke a sword, and it was gradually consumed in that vast power. Su Lang child, die to me. The ancestor Suiyu's eyes were about to split, and his expression was terrifying. He didn't even run away anymore, but fiercely slammed the boundless ship controlled by Su Lang. Although at this moment the breath of the boundless has been restored to its peak. But in the eyes of the ancestor Suiyu, the other party could not be recovering. Now, it's time to decide the winner with one blow. However, an offensive weapon finally appeared in the hands of old ancestor Suiyu. It was a long spear, black like a spear entangled by withered tree roots, and its level was impressively the 7 eternal realm. Suiyu Zhou Mi, Suiyu Wanyu, quote. The old ancestor Suiyu, holding a spear, directly launched various attacking secret techniques and stabbed Su Lang fiercely. Wherever it passes, all existence is directly annihilated. Even the star field a million light years away was shaken into countless powder. The entire Suiyu universe seemed to be torn in half by his shot. Are you an attack at the top level of the 8 eternal realm? In this case, death and resurrection, there is the secret of life but not life. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and also displayed various self-harming secret techniques that he hadn't used before. That is to say, the secret of death without life was not performed, and the rest of the secret arts were all unfolded. Not only that, in the boundless number, Su Lang's major stars Quanyun clone, Yu Yangli, Shuning, Xiezan, and all the eternal powerhouses, all performed terrifying self-harm secret techniques. As long as you use the secret technique that can't be killed, use it all. While performing the secret technique, they crazily stuffed pills in their mouths. These perfect quality eternal realm restoration healing pills are now just when they come in handy. With everyone working together, the breath of boundless is soaring. Also from the advanced level of the 8 universe eternal realm, directly skyrocketed to the top level. The world is dying, breaking a sword. Su Lang raised his hands and slashed fiercely, and the giant planet-like infinity made synchronized movements. The Yutian sword like the Milky Way of the sky waterfall was held in his hand, and he severely smashed the killed Suiyu ancestor. Sneer, a fissure that tore through infinite time and space spread, and the white sword light fiercely killed the ancestor Suiyu. Su Lang's broken sword, the spear of the old ancestor Su Lang, are like 2 fierce giant dragons tearing apart in the time and space of the universe, and they collided together in an instant. Boom! An unprecedented shock wave swept through countless light years. The surrounding time and space are all shattered like lenses, spreading directly to the end of the spiritual mind. I don't know how many billion light years of the universe are directly destroyed, and the star fields that are annihilated are countless. It's just that the creatures in these star territories have long been captured by Suiyu ancestor and used them as tools to provide humanity, and there is nothing to lose. At this moment, in the middle of the collision between Po Yijian and Suiyu ancestor's spear, there was even an unusual white light that made Su Lang feel frightened. As this white light flashed, whether it was Po Yijian or Suiyu's ancestor's spear, many were annihilated. At the same time, in this same level of attack, Po Yijian possesses the characteristics of restraining everything, and has the upper hand. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2723. Let you see what is lasting. Chichi. The weird fluctuations spread from where the sword light and the spear collided. All around, In the chaotic battlefield of time and space destruction, countless spatial rhythms waved in disorder, like the palm of a dying person struggling. If you change to a normal early powerhouse, you will be unable to withstand damage from the environment, and will gradually weaken and fall. The eternal strong man who has mastered the avenue of time and space can survive in this environment because he is independent of the natural universe. Broken time and space. The ancestor Suiyu was holding a spear, trembling all over, and the panic in his eyes became more intense. How can it be? How could it be so strong? Even if you are the descendant of the 9 universes, you can't be so strong. This is only one step away from the 9 universes. Quote. Old ancestor Suiyu closed her shrunken mouth tightly, but couldn't help but scream in disbelief. Perceiving the sword light that completely restrained his eternal spear and eternal magical powers, a strong sense of crisis appeared in the heart of Suiyu ancestor. For countless years, only the end of his life can make him feel critical. In addition, no one in the entire Suiyu universe, or even some of the surrounding universe, could make him feel this way. And now, Su Lang, a younger generation, actually caused a fatal threat to him. Damn it, Su Lang, you chop, our company Koyun is invincible throughout his life, and it is impossible to lose to your hands. Suiyu autophagy. The ancestor Suiyu shuddered fiercely, and the black and dry skin on the surface of his body melted, revealing the scarlet muscles and tendons inside. It should be noted that the body of the Eternal Strong is composed of countless crystal wall universes. The skin that occupies the surface of the eternal body does not know how many crystal wall universes it contains. But at this time, the ancestor Suiyu took all these crystal wall universes as a certain price to launch a new round of self-mutilation mystery. This secret technique came out. The ancestor Suiyu's breath immediately rose, and the eternal spear in his hand, the spear light that destroyed everything, swelled sharply, directly stopping the disadvantage. Old thief Koyun, you are really tenacious. I have so many whole cards out, plus Yudian Sword's double attack feature, you can actually stop it. Just, if this is your limit, then give up unnecessary resistance. Su Lang controls the boundless, constantly maintaining the power of breaking one sword. Su Lang chopsticks, you are really strong, but you can't perform this kind of attack. You who use the secret technique to forcibly upgrade are already at the end of the crossbow. You can last longer than anyone else, you definitely can't compare to me. The old ancestor Suiyu was covered in blood, like a ghost or zombie with peeling skin. In his body, there are countless healing drugs that melt away, turning into countless energy to fill the damage caused by his secret technique. Not as good as you. Hehe, then I will let you see what is lasting. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and countless pills exploded in his body. Under the operation of the one-key practice function, the medicinal power is directly transformed into infinite power to supplement oneself. These elixirs are not comparable to those of Suiyu ancestors, all of them are the perfect quality of the 6 eternal realm, and even the 7 eternal realm. And Su Lang himself has practiced a lot of bodybuilding exercises, and his resilience far exceeds that of the same level, and he is not weaker than Suiyu ancestor. The sword of life was chopped down one after another, greatly restoring strength. Infinite number. After the 120,000 eternal powerhouses who used the secret technique, they also ran wildly to restore the exercises, swallowing the pill. As long as they can't die, they will eat it desperately. Among them, the weaker 20,000 had been replaced by the previously replaced warrior. At last, infinity's own characteristics are also effective at all times, constantly absorbing the power of the surrounding natural universe to supplement itself. All aspects of resilience add up. The recovery speed of the boundless ship directly surpassed the Suiyu ancestor. Do not. This is impossible. What whole cards do you have? How can you recover so quickly? The old ancestor Suiyu twitched his face while looking at infinity. The pressure from the eternal spear in his hand increased again. One goes down. He will soon be unable to hold it. This made the panic in his heart breed and spread again. Chapter 2724, The Final Trump Card, by Ji Zhenyu, haha. Want to know what whole cards I have? After you die, I will let my reincarnation master tell you. Now, give up the unnecessary struggle. Su Lang's indifferent and cold mind erupted from the infinity. At the same time, the power he recovered was enough to drive the rest of the Eternal Emperor's soldiers while maintaining a broken sword. In an instant, the old ancestor Suiyu was dodged by the heart-piercing lock and the 8 black jade chains were once again killed from all directions. Not only that, Qibao Miaoshu and Jinghua Shuiyu also showed off together. The colorful rays of light and the glaze ripples are mixed together, like a big net covering the old ancestors of Suiyu. Instantly, buzzing, the eternal spear spirit is severely affected, struggling violently, and must give up resistance. Suddenly, Suiyu ancestor's complexion changed drastically. In less urgent situations, he can immediately use Suiyu Huoling to offset the impact. But now, in his current state, he couldn't spare the power to use more methods. But, now the eternal spear is the key to his victory. Without this spear, he would not be able to resist the power of the broken sword. Su Lang, I will definitely eat your body one bite at a time. The old ancestor Suiyu roared like an evil spirit, and the scarlet muscles and tendons on his body were melted again just like the skin before. With the help of the power gained by sacrificing countless crystal wall worlds, another strong power of confusing spirit burst out. The old ancestor Suiyu didn't do two things. Not only did he stabilize the state of the eternal spear with the power of the soul, but also delayed the attack of the heart-piercing lock, allowing him to move a few light years away. There was even an excess of magical power that spread its teeth and claws, clinging to the infinity and Yudian sword. It's this little carving insect again. Do you think I will be as powerless as you? Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, with countless golden lights bursting out of his body, enveloping the infinity and Yudian sword in gold. The glass-like ripples of the mirror flowers and water moon also bloomed, covering a layer beyond the golden light. Suddenly, what magical power is all invalid? Do not, how can that be? I want to run out of oil and the lamp is dead. What should I do? Seeing that he was losing again, Suiyu's ancestor, apart from panic, was uncontrollably desperate. After casting Suiyu autophagy twice in a row, he can no longer perform a third time. Otherwise, without waiting for the attack to be displayed, he would die directly. Just then, accept your fate, Si Koyun. The killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes. The world is dead, a sword. The energy that had just recovered from the infinity was all pouring out again. The golden waterfall-like secluded sky sword in his hand burst out again with pure white sword light. Do not, Su Lang, stop, don't force me. The ancestor Suiyu was completely desperate when he couldn't believe it. His lustful voice was already full of pleading. But Su Lang was not moved at all. The sword light of the broken sword shot from the blade of Yutian sword in an instant, and with the blessing of the characteristic of, the sword must hit, he directly killed the ancestor Suiyu. This sword, the ancestor Suiyu can't avoid it no matter what, even if he uses the strongest dodge secret technique Zhou, it will not help. Su Lang, this is what you forced me. In this battle, I won't necessarily die, but you will definitely. The despair in the eyes of the ancestor Suiyu suddenly disappeared, a touch of hesitation flashed past, turning into firmness. Just between the flashes of his thoughts, the eternal spear in his hand didn't break open, and a more powerful force burst out, which temporarily blocked Su Lang's second breaking sword. Although the cracks of the eternal long spear continued to spread under the two sword lights, it was about to be shattered in an instant. But it did buy a little time for Suiyu ancestor. And this bit of time can do a lot of things in the high-level eternal realm. Su Lang, let you taste it, the power from outside the endless universe. The old ancestor Suiyu's voice was cold, like a cold wind, white world Zhenyu. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2725. Use your life as a thank you gift the next moment. A dazzling white light burst out of Suiyu's ancestor. This light is surprisingly similar to the flashing light from the previous Po Yijian and Suiyu ancestor's spear, and it gives people a stronger sense of danger. Through white light, that is, weird broken page. Su Lang seemed to faintly see a broken page with ragged edges and full of holes. Time flashed by a thought. Su Lang felt a strong sense of crisis coming. It was an extremely heavy crisis of life and death, the kind that could never be resisted. Moreover, this crisis came so fast that he had no time to travel through time and space, or use a clone to replace it. Too late to watch. Time for a few thoughts. The white light spread to him. It looks like it's going to die once. The thought of Sai flashed in Su Lang's mind, and at the same time all weapons including the infinity were brought into the universe of life. Just finished everything. He was overwhelmed by the dazzling white light. The spreading white light did not stop there, but continued to spread for tens of millions of light years into the distance, turning all the places it passed into white, and this time it slowly stopped. If someone looks here from thousands of light years away, they can see a large group of white holes. The white light in the void is so dazzling that even the low-level Eternal Strong can hardly look directly at it. At this time, the white light that stopped spreading suddenly began to shrink, as if the white waves that fell on the beach began to recede. The speed of the white light contraction is slower than the speed of the explosion, of course it is still very fast overall. After a few thoughts flashed, the white light completely disappeared. But after the white light faded, you could see the place that was shrouded in white light before, and there was no longer any existence. Even the fragments of time and space, and the remnants of the messy spatial rhythm lines, were all annihilated. If you have to say something, it probably feels like white, at this time. A thin, pitch-black line passed by, emerging from the center of the burst of white light on the edge. Soon, the black line flickered, turning into an incomplete person with almost only a skeleton left. This person is the old ancestor Ko Yun. I didn't even die, ha ha ha, there is no 1 in 100 chances of survival, I ran into it. I'm not dead, furthermore, my assimilation with the broken pages is even higher, I will soon be detached, I will be eternal. Quote. The ancestor Suiyu not only has the joy of the rest of his life, but also the ecstasy of getting out of the endless universe and getting eternal life. Although he is extremely weak now, even using the Suiyu autophagy secret technique many times, he suffered heavy losses in the universe of the crystal wall, and his realm directly fell to the level of the 7 universes. However, he doesn't care anymore. As long as he can truly live forever, he will surpass countless eternal powerhouses. Losing strength, what's the matter, can he make up for it sooner or later? In my current state, as long as I assimilate for a short period of time, I will definitely be able to enter the universe white realm. It just so happens that my current injury also needs to recover. Both of them will be taken together. Soon, I will be able to truly live forever. Haha, I didn't have much to make me reach where I am before the end of the period. Unexpectedly, this battle brought me directly close to success. Dead Su Lang child, I thank you, ha 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 ha. Old ancestor Suiyu laughed wildly while swallowing a lot of medicine pills. In his opinion, this battle himself is the absolute winner. Su Lang is dead, he is still alive, and accidentally accelerated the assimilation of the remaining pages, and is directly approaching the last step. Isn't he a winner? But at this moment, thank me, use your life as a thank you gift. A clear male voice suddenly appeared in Suiyu's ears. What? The ancestor Suiyu's complexion changed drastically in an instant, and he didn't want to immediately open the avenue of time and space to escape. But 8 chains of black jade have already taken a step ahead of him, piercing his body fiercely. The head, limbs, chest and abdomen were all pierced by chains, and those chains were flexibly tied with a bow. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2726. The Death of Si Koyun, the mysterious leftover page under the ban of piercing lock. The old ancestor Sui Yu, who was already seriously injured and dying, was completely banned. In endless horror, the ancestor Suiyu saw a familiar figure emerging from the ripples of time and space. It was Su Lang. Si Koyun, just ask you, are you surprised or surprised? Su Lang hovered in the void, looking at the old ancestor Suiyu who had lost all resistance, smiled faintly. Do not, impossible, how can you withstand the explosive power of broken pages? I have assimilated the broken pages by a large margin and survived the grand fortune. How could you be alive? Fake, it's all fake, you are fake, who are you? Quote. Seeing Su Lang, who should have died, appeared in front of him, the ancestor Sui Yu, his eyes were instantly covered with scarlet blood and madness, and roared like an irrational beast. Ah, impossible, even if you kill me a few more times, it will be the same result. This battle is doomed from the beginning. Su Lang chuckled lightly and lifted the Yutian sword in his hand. Si Koyun, since you are the first 8 eternity I killed, let's say your last words. The beastly Si Koyun stopped his frantic roar, and opened his mouth slightly. I would like to come down. Until now, he had no way to break out the power of the broken pages again. The only option is to surrender and wait for the opportunity, unfortunately. Okay, this is your last word. Su Lang smiled, and the long sword in his hand cut across Si Koyun's head fiercely. Suddenly, the head passed through by a black jade chain flew fiercely and fell into the distance like a meteor hammer. On that ***** face, his eyes were violently open, and he couldn't squint. Ding! You get the mysterious torn page 1, the Eternal Soul 1, the Eternal Life Crystal 1, the Eternal Life Universe 1. The system prompt sounded in Su Lang's mind. The Lord of a generation of high-level universe, the old ancestor Si Koyun, declared his permanent fall. But Su Lang didn't care too much about it. No matter how strong Si Koyun was, it was just an eternal realm of 8 cosmos. Not to mention him, even Yu Yangli, the cheap junior, is the power of the 8 universes. What Su Lang cared more about was the mysterious leftover pages among the spoils. Mysterious broken pages. It's called this name itself, or is it even the system can't know its real name? If the latter one, Su Lang's expression changed, and his pupils shrank suddenly. After staying in place for a while, he took a deep breath and took the mysterious leftover page out of the storage space. The broken page came out. A breath that made Su Lang's heartbeat suddenly dispersed. A series of strange powers seemed to invade his body and assimilate him. There is just such a trend. Su Lang felt the endless pain. It was like countless steel needles piercing into the body. Moreover, he also faintly felt a sense of reduced self-awareness. Hiss. How did Si Koyun bear it? Su Lang took a deep breath, and immediately put the mysterious leftover pages into the storage space. The strange feeling and countless tingling pains disappeared immediately. Call. A treasure used to transcend the endless universe. It's really weird. Su Lang let out a long breath, and he could feel that the mysterious torn page was indeed very powerful, but it was not necessarily a good thing. It is possible that even the system cannot determine what the broken page is. Moreover, the above text and the system function proficient in Chinese and written language are also completely invalid, which is not supposed to be. Until you thoroughly understand the broken page, don't try to use it. Su Lang thought vigilantly, and immediately looked at the remaining treasures harvested in this battle. The first is the sincerity, obtained from the ancestor Suiyu, which is more than 340 million cosmic origins. Then there are those valuable and huge treasures of heaven, material and earth, more than they can get by killing Tang Zufei and others. If I had the opportunity to use these resources before the war, I might be able to play more easily. However, in front of the power of the white world inspired by the mysterious broken pages, I guess it is still not enough. Su Lang muttered, then looked at Si Koyun's eternal body and other things. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2727. A new bonus feature: things like the eternal Daojing are directly thrown into a certain life universe in the body. The warriors who need to condense rules or avenues will go to enlightenment and get a lot of benefits from them to advance to the realm. This is also a good thing for Su Lang, whether it is incense aspiration power or humanitarian power, he needs it. The soul of eternity is naturally thrown into a certain void dragon-veined heaven in the virtual spirit universe first, and let it turn into an incense creature. An eternal realm of 8 cosmos, a soul at the level of nirvana, once formally becomes the soul of incense, it will definitely provide a huge amount of incense aspiration power. And before Si Koyun's soul, the souls of Tang Zufei and others had already entered the void of dragon veins. Soon, it is Si Koyun's eternal life universe and eternal body. Su Lang looked at it with his divine mind. No matter it was the universe of eternal life or the crystal wall universe of eternal body, no creatures survived. It should be understood that the number of crystal wall universes is huge. It is about 9,000 Gai, which is a crystal wall universe of 9 quadrillion billion. But now the life inside is dead. Even the treasures that were originally very advanced have fallen sharply and become thinner in energy. It can be seen that Si Koyun really did his best in this battle, and the lamp was gone. If there is no mysterious torn page, he has no ability to let me trigger death substitution. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he was still very satisfied with this inference. Next, it is the time to organize and use the spoils. While Su Lang stuffed the continents and planets in the Eternal Life universe and the Crystal Wall universe into his body, he gave an order to store the origin of the universe. Ding! The storage is complete, and the balance is 398.89 million universe origins. The system prompt resounded through my mind. It seems that after C. Koyun gave his sincerity, there is not much left on him, only about 50 million. So, it's time to upgrade system functions. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately issued instructions. Suddenly, ding, consumes 10 million cosmic origins, and the one key enhancement function is upgraded to level 15, currently it can be enhanced 15 times. Ding, congratulations on, you get the bonus function, enhanced quality change. Soon, a piece of information entered Su Lang's mind, which was an explanation of enhanced qualitative change. Enhanced qualitative change. Whenever an item is strengthened 5 times, use this function to make the strengthened item get an enhanced qualitative change, the effect is uncertain. It turned out to be such a function. Every 5 times, the quality can change once, and that 15 times is the energy quality change 3 times. I don't know what the specific effect of this function will be. Now Utianjian and other weapons have been strengthened 6 times, enough to complete a qualitative change, try it later. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately continued to upgrade system functions. Ding, consumes 10 million cosmic origins, unlocks the one key alchemy function to level 20, and can refine the 5 eternal eternity and its lower level pills. Ding, congratulations on, you have obtained the bonus function, Den multiplication. Pill, production multiplied. When using system alchemy, the number of pill production is increased from 5 to 10. The quality remains the same. Ding, consumes 10 million universe origins, unlocks the one key formation function to level 20, and can refine the 5 eternity and its lower level formations. Ding, congratulations on, you get the bonus function, formation self-regeneration. Self-regeneration of formations. After using this function on the deployed formations, the formations will continue to deduce themselves, absorb the natural materials and treasures by themselves, and become a stronger formation. Ding, consumes 10 million cosmic origins, unlocks the one key synthesis function to level 20, and can use the same 5 eternity or lower level materials and medicines for synthesis. The synthesis ratio is 10:1. Ding, congratulations on, you get the bonus function, proportion reduction. Alternate ratio. The synthesis ratio of the one key synthesis function is reduced from 10:1 to 5:1. These bonus functions are very good functions in Su Lang's view. Needless to say, it's a super magical skill to save materials. The self-derivation function of that formation, as long as the time and materials are sufficient, it can self-generate a formation that far surpasses Su Lang's current formation. If you like the one key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2728, Evolution Utian Sword, the formation is self-developed. It seems that I don't need to sit on the bench with the methods of formation. If there are enough materials and time, the array I set up can even grow to above the level of the 9 universes. Of course, the higher my formation attainments, the more advanced the basic formation I have arranged, and the less treasures and time it takes to develop and grow on its own. So, the formation skills still have to be improved. Su Lang is very satisfied with the newly acquired bonus features. Looking at the system balance, only 40 million was used, and there are more than 350 million. Carry on. Su Lang smiled and continued to upgrade system functions. After some consideration, Su Lang chose to consume 300 million cosmic origins to upgrade the functions of one key alchemy, one key formation and one key synthesis to level 21. Because the current number of one key enhancements is completely sufficient, and level 15 can just reach the 3rd enhanced quality change. To achieve the 4th enhanced quality change, you have to upgrade it to level 20. Next, there is also a one key empowerment function. Now that I have more and more subordinates, they can also help me in battle. Upgrading the empowerment function to give them more benefits is also good for me. Thinking of this, Su Lang gave instructions in his heart. System, enhance the one key empowerment function. Ding, consume 1 million cosmic origins, 580 empowerments per day. Ding, consumes 10 million cosmic origins. The one key empowerment function breaks through the limit and is upgraded to level 30. The current empowerment efficiency is 100%, and the number of empowerments per day is 600. Ding, congratulations on raising the one key empowerment function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, multiple times. Immediately after, another message appeared in my mind. The number of empowerments has doubled, from 600 to 1200 directly. Hey, the number of empowerments doubled. This is exactly the kind of bonus feature I want. Su Lang's eyes brightened. With this system function, he can train his subordinates faster. At that time, the power of his subordinates will be transformed into his combat power to a certain extent. The key one-click empowerment function has almost no cost, except for the cost of upgrading. The next thing is pure earning. By this time, the system function is temporarily upgraded. Su Lang looked at the system balance and found that there were 47.89 million universe sources left. The next step is to upgrade the system's functions. The cheapest one-key empowerment will cost 100 million. The rest of the system functions all need 1 billion to upgrade. These 40 to 50 million are really a drop in the bucket. Su Lang thought so, and immediately divided some to Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and others. They need to use the origin of the universe to perfect the crystal wall universe. But Su Lang didn't tell much, because what he left was still useful. Next, Su Lang's gaze shifted to the huge number of heaven and earth treasures. It can be said, from the Suiyu universe to Si Koyun and down to the weakest eternal warrior, all the treasures of heaven and earth collected in the unknown years are now his. Tisk tisk, it is equivalent to plundering an entire high-level universe. Su Lang's spiritual thought swept across the countless materials in the storage space, and couldn't help rubbing his hands excitedly. Immediately after, system, start the material conversion function, Su Lang thought, and gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, according to his ideas, the system transforms a variety of materials into materials required for the evolution of various weapons. The necessary materials for the evolution of weapons such as the Yutian sword, the heavenly eight-edged shield, and the sword of life are completely collected. Even the materials for the land of reincarnation and the nest of civilization have been collected. Originally, the materials for some of these weapons had been collected, but Su Lang improved the quality of all the materials they needed this time. In this way, after these weapons are promoted, the power may be even stronger. System, start the enhanced reset function. Start the weapon evolution function. After finishing the materials, Su Lang locked the Yutian sword with his spiritual thoughts, keep my current characteristics and evolve the Yutian sword. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2729, Upgrade various weapons. The voice just fell. The system prompt sounded immediately, ding. Consume the Eternal Soul 5000, the Origin of the Universe 10 million, the Eternal Realm Material Non-Mind Universe Core Crystal 100, Dues Gu Yuan 1000, God Demon Jackdaw Crystal 4525. Yutian the sword has evolved into the Eternal Emperor of the Six Universes. Accompanied by system prompts, a series of mysterious brilliance flashed above Yutian sword. Suddenly, the Yutian sword, whose breath was reduced due to the strengthening reset, surged again and entered the Sixth Eternal Realm. The existing materials are estimated to be enough to evolve the Yutian sword to the eternal level of the Seven Universes. It's a pity that the limit of the one-key refining function is the Eternal Emperor of the Six Universes. To continue to evolve, you must upgrade it to level 22. Well, I also have a key enhancement function anyway. The regret in Su Lang's eyes flashed away, and he immediately issued an instruction, system, start the one-key enhancement function for me, and the goal is, Yutian sword. The order has just arrived. A series of system prompts sounded immediately. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Yutian sword +1, ding. Strengthened successfully, Yutian sword +1, ding. Strengthened successfully. The Yutian sword's aura skyrocketed, and it quickly rose from the Sixth Eternal Realm to the Seventh Eternal Realm, returning to its previous level. But this is just the beginning. System prompts for successful enhancements continue to appear. In the end, when you strengthen 5 times, you have already entered the eternal level of the 8 universes. At this level, the materials needed for reinforcement become more and more terrifying. And it's getting more and more difficult to improve, because in the 8 eternal realms, the gap between small realms is even greater. After strengthening 7 times, Su Lang gave up to continue strengthening, because the cost performance had begun to decrease. He still had to leave materials to strengthen the rest of the weapons. But even so, the power of Yutian sword has also reached the intermediate level of the 8 universes. In addition, one-click enhancement function also has an active bonus function that can be used, that is, enhanced qualitative change. I don't know what the effect will be. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately issued an instruction to the system: start the enhanced quality change, and the target Udian sword. Ding. Consuming eternal grade material. Reincarnation Tianyu Stone 1542, Zanai Joling 7845, Wanming Shadow Heart Jade 8754. The Udian sword has been successfully strengthened. Along with the system prompt appears: the breath of Udian sword has soared again, and it has been directly promoted from the eternal intermediate level of the 8 realms to the advanced level. Lying down, right to an advanced level. If this is replaced by using the enhanced function to enhance it again and again, it will take 4 times. Su Lang's expression moved, his eyes revealed surprise. Although the enhancement of the qualitative change did not get anything strange, the overall improvement effect is very satisfying. Not to mention, Udian sword doesn't need any fancy things either. With the sword coming out, you will die, breaking the defense, double power, these 3 characteristics make it the purest big killer. As for the remaining auxiliary functions, leave it to the rest of the weapons. A pure attack-shaped Emperor Soldier at the advanced level of the 8 universes. If this is against Si Ko Yun, the Udian sword is so powerful, then he is afraid that he will be forced to play the mysterious broken page with my sword. Su Lang stroked Yu Tianjian lightly, feeling the joy from Xiao Yu. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Master Xiao Yu wants more. A soft and sweet voice came from Udian sword, with a touch of intoxication and charming. It was Xiao Yu's voice. When did you learn this tone? Well, no, I can't give it to you, not once. In the future, when I have the stock, I will give you enhancement. Su Lang dumbly patted the body of Udian sword, and shook his head with a smile. Well, master, I'll wait for you. Xiao Yu was more sensible, and did not continue to entangle or make trouble unreasonably. Okay, Su Lang nodded his head, before putting the Udian sword back on his head as a hairpin. Immediately after, he began to use the same method to strengthen the 8-sided shield and the Sword of Life. After some operations, Tianjia's 8-sided shield also evolved into the 7 Eternal Realm, and under the action of the 1-key enhancement function, through 7 enhancements, it is promoted to the intermediate level of the 8 Eternal Realm, which is the same as the Udian sword before the qualitative change. If you like the 1-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The 1-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant. Million-level literature. Chapter 2730. The universe is useless. I am poor again. The Sword of Life has also evolved into the 7 Eternal Realm. But the number of enhancements was slightly lower, with only 5 enhancements, and finally reached the primary level of the 8 Eternal Realm. But this level is sufficient for the time being, and if you continue to strengthen it, the cost performance will be significantly reduced. After the strengthening is over, Su Lang also started to strengthen the qualitative change function. Suddenly, another wave of materials was consumed. Immediately, the indestructible characteristics of Tianjia's 8-sided shield were strengthened. The original, indestructible, feature is to double the defense power. But under the action of strengthening the qualitative change function, the indestructible effect has become 10 times. This undoubtedly greatly increased the defensive effect of Infinity. Originally, the damage that the defensive Imperial soldiers could bear was more than their own weapon level, and they could barely resist 2 attacks against attacks much higher than their own. The defense power has now become 10 times that of the basic defense. This makes it no longer a problem for Tianjia 8-edged shield to block the eternal high level of the 8 Eternals in a short time. Let's talk about the Sword of Life. After the strengthening and qualitative change, the healing effect of the Sword of Life has been greatly improved, almost reaching the eternal intermediate level of the 8 universes. In addition, the Sword of Life has the consumption reduction feature, which makes it more effective in actual combat. Next is the World of Reincarnation and the Nest of Civilization. These 2 weapons are the pinnacle of the 5 Eternal Realm. But now I have entered the 6 Eternal Realm. Recently, I have killed a large number of Eternal Realm experts and plundered countless creatures. For the World of Reincarnation and the Nest of Civilization, the pressure will definitely increase greatly. Su Lang thought in his heart, and started the weapon upgrade process in his hand. Everything was familiar, and soon the world of reincarnation and the nest of civilization reached the pinnacle of the eternal state of the 7 universes under the dual effects of evolution and strengthening. And both weapons have completed 5 enhancements. This means that they will be able to use an enhanced qualitative change. Su Lang did not hesitate and immediately used the enhanced qualitative change function on them. Neither weapon has received any special enhancements and qualitative changes, but the basic capabilities have increased, which is equivalent to a major enhancement. Su Lang put the 2 weapons back into his body, and immediately looked at himself, overlooking the countless crystal wall universe. However, a more complete system of reincarnation has been established in the realm of reincarnation. Every second, there are countless trillions of souls passing on the road of reincarnation. Although Su Lang has only 4 incense fire emperor soldiers, Shaoluo has completed more hells to punish the sinful. Therefore, the current road to reincarnation is the same as the myth that Su Lang has heard before, it is full. But under the management of countless ghost chasers and ghost officials cultivated by Shaoluo, everything is in order. Let's talk about the nest of civilization. To this day, the nest of civilization is no longer comparable. The spores he produced now can evolve any kind of creature that exists in Su Lang's body. And, with the nourishment of a large number of eternal bodies, the nest of civilization has gained almost infinite energy. Original. After Su Lang transferred the life planets and continents in the eternal body, the remaining crystal wall world was difficult to use. But after passing through the nest of civilization, these unusable eternal bodies became countless creatures in Su Lang's body. Whether these creatures are bodies or souls, they will eventually belong to Su Lang. This is equivalent to those eternal bodies that are indirectly used perfectly. There is a realm of reincarnation and a nest of civilization, which really saves countless troubles. With a satisfied smile on Su Lang's face, he immediately counted the consumption of these weapons for promotion. All kinds of natural treasures are too lazy to count. Speaking of the origin of the universe, a total of 35 million was consumed, with a balance of 12.89 million. The origin of the universe is really useless, I'm poor again. Su Lang smiled bitterly and shook his head, and took out 4 more pieces of incense fire emperor soldier. Wearing hard locks, Qibao Miaoshu, Jinghuashuiyu, purple gold gourd. In the previous wars, Su Lang only used the first 3 weapons, not the Zijin gourd. Because Si Koyun's was too fierce, he was worried that Zijin gourd would not be able to be locked, and that it would explode and lose a lot. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2731. Promoted to Emperor Incense. These 4 incense imperial soldiers have only evolved once before. The key lies in the battle. In order to stabilize the spirit of the instrument, I also poured a large amount of the remaining incense aspiration power into the body of Eating Evil. However, this has also improved the weapon spirit of Emperor Shangwo, but it is not a loss. Now that the incense aspiration power gap is too big to evolve the incense imperial soldier, it can only be strengthened. While thinking about it, Su Lang issued instructions and began to strengthen the incense emperor soldiers. These 4 weapons have been strengthened 6 times on the basis of the 4 eternal realm, reaching the 7 eternal realm, at this time. At any cost, Su Lang strengthened each weapon 3 additional times. Suddenly, the 4 incense emperor soldiers have all entered the 8 eternal realm. Although they have just entered, they are also the real eternal level of the 8 eternal. And it's not over yet. System. Start the enhanced qualitative change function. The goal is heart-piercing lock. Su Lang used the enhanced qualitative change function again. Immediately, the strengthening quality of the through heart lock was completed. The effect is that the fatal penetration ability is greatly improved, and the penetration effect has reached dozens of times the original. Although this is not as effective as Broken One Sword, it is also very scary. The key is that Su Lang was able to forcefully impose the heart-piercing lock on the heart-piercing lock, once again enhancing his ability to break defenses. If the Po Yijian profound meaning is blessed on the heart-piercing lock, among the same level, it will absolutely break the defense. After trapping the enemy, I will use the Yudian sword to cast a breaking sword to be able to kill it. But before and after it needs to be used twice to break a sword, the consumption has increased a lot. Furthermore, the 2 attacks were sent out one after another, not at the same time. There is a risk of being avoided by the heart-piercing lock, such as Si Koyun's Zhou Yi. Su Lang thought about it in his heart, but he kept moving, completing the strengthening of the Qibao Miaoshu and Zijin Gourd. The 7 treasure tree does not have a devouring feature. The enhanced qualitative change effect is the overall improvement of the ability, and the power of plundering enemy treasures is more powerful. If a warrior in the eternal realm of the 8 universes is not paying attention, he will be taken away from weapons or other treasures. Like the 7 treasure tree, the purple gourd does not have the extra characteristics of devouring, so its basic power is enhanced. If the Zijin gourd had its current level in the previous battle, Su Lang would take it out of Yin Si Ko Yun without saying anything. Next, Su Lang has successively completed the enhancement and qualitative changes of Jinghua Shuiyu. The strengthening qualitative change effect of Jinghua Shuiyu is related to its characteristics. The ultimate rhythm feature was originally designed to speed up the attack and can stack 3 attacks at once, but now it has become 6 times. 6 full stacks. This is so special, the General 8 Eternal Realm will be led by my nose. Su Lang's eyes widened, and a golden light of joy appeared in his big eyes. After playing with the brand new Jinghua Shuiyu for a long time, he was surprised to put it into the life universe in his body. Finally, it's your turn, big guy. Su Lang's gaze turned to the boundless ship he was driving. At this time, all the eternal powerhouses have been relieved, and there is no need to heal and recover so urgently. Therefore, Su Lang included everyone in the universe of life. Compared with Suiyu universe, the environment of a crystal wall world in his body is better. Upgrade the infinity, and then return to Dudu universe. Su Lang thought so. His divine consciousness covered the incomparably huge infinity. Infinity itself only reached the eternal level of the 7 universes. But in the previous battle, he has endured the power of the top level of the 8 eternal realm. This brought an extremely terrible load to him, and after the battle was over, the wounds surfaced. But I saw the entire boundless, whether on the surface or inside, was covered with countless tiny cracks. Its power has become very unstable, high and low, just like a flashing light bulb. System. Start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang took a deep breath and began to use the weapon evolution function to repair the infinity's injuries. Suddenly, the number of enhancements disappeared, and the breath of infinity fell. Immediately, a series of system prompts for the successful evolution of weapon parts emerged. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2732. Practice the 7 secrets of Suiyu in a blink of an eye. 120,000 parts of infinity, all of which have been improved to a small level. This not only gave the infinite a new look, but also increased its power. But Su Lang was not satisfied. On this basis, the parts have been further evolved many times. Quickly, Infinite has completed a major upgrade. Among its 120,000 parts, 3 reached the 6-plane eternal state, and 1,000 reached the 5-plane eternal state. The remaining parts are Shizhou and below grades, of which the Erjo grade is the largest, with more than 70,000. Compared with the previous number of more than 110,000, the number of the lowest level parts of Wuyin has been greatly reduced. I don't know what will it be like if all the parts of the infinity ship reach the level of Zhuzhou. Su Lang looked expectantly, and then began to strengthen the infinite, quickly. He completed 5 enhancements and 1 enhancement qualitative change on the infinite. The effect of strengthening the qualitative change is related to the characteristics, which greatly enhances the self-charge ability of the infinite. Even if the current infinity is unmanned, it can carry out the most basic battles, and it is not a problem to crush the junior level of the 8 universes. Finally, all the weapons have been evolved and strengthened. Next, it's time to practice the exercises and strengthen my own combat power. The secret techniques of Si Koyun are not weaker than those of Emperor Gujunzhou. I don't know if his secret technique was originally passed on from the 9 Eternal Realm, or is it that Emperor Gujunzhou did not pass down his true ability? Well, I guess the possibility of the former should be higher. Su Lang touched his chin, and then placed various secret techniques of Suiyu Patriarch in front of him. They are Suiyu Zhou Punishment, Suiyu Zhou Zan, Suiyu Erosion, Suiyu Huoling, Suiyu Zhou Jia, Suiyu Xuanling, 7 kinds of Suiyu Ranyuan. As for the Suiyu Tongming and Suiyu Yulin, used by Tang Zufei and others, Its function is to use the power given by Siko Yun and the power to summon Siko Yun. Therefore, it is completely useless for Su Lang. In the end, the secret technique, White World Gen Territory, which is a means to mobilize the power of the mysterious leftover world, was seen by Su Lang before. This secret technique is a method that can be used naturally after being assimilated by the broken page. It's just that Siko Yun gave it such a name. Su Lang doesn't plan to try to be assimilated by the broken pages now, and he thinks he won't do it in the future. Therefore, White World Town Domain is also useless. What is useful is Siko Yun's 7 secrets. Simply call it Suiyu 7 secrets, just to be a company with the 7 secrets of Gujun. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he nodded. Soon, he looked at the 7 secrets of Suiyu. The 3 secret arts of Suiyu Zhou Punishment, Suiyu Zhou Zan, and Suiyu Reverse Erosion are all means to induce the power of the natural universe with the power of the universe. The first 2 are offensive methods, one is explosive attacks, and the other is sustained attacks. The latter eclipse is based on the enemy's residual strength, taking the power of the natural universe as the path, and going retrograde, directly attacking the enemy crystal wall universe. If the enemy's ability to mobilize the power of the natural universe is very weak, then this technique is very scary, otherwise, this technique is almost ineffective. Let's talk about Suiyu Huoling and Suiyu Yanling. These 2 secret techniques are all aimed at the soul, the former aimed at the enemy weapon spirit, and the latter aimed at the enemy warrior's soul. In Su Lang's view, Suiyu Hiling is more threatening than the latter. If it hadn't been for him to have the light of all worlds and the spectacle, it would be really difficult to crack the power of deceiving spirits. However, this secret technique belongs to Su Lang himself now. With the light of the myriad realms, the mirror flower and the moon, and the 7 treasure tree, the enemy will surely suffer from the weapon. At last, Suiyu Zhou and Suiyu Ranyuan are 2 explosive secret techniques. The level of the former is equivalent to the secret technique of Death and Resurrection, and Life Without Life, while the latter is stronger, but not as good as the secret of Death Without Life. However, the Suiyu Ranyuan secret technique exploded forcibly at the expense of its own foundation. This is equivalent to using Crystal Wall Universe as a consumable, rather than a side effect of occult technique. Therefore, Su Lang could not use vomiting the old and accepting the new to immune this kind of damage. This burning source secret technique is also useless for him. But this kind of secret technique can be used by the clones. Anyway, the clones don't need to care about the foundation. Just start with the simple Suiyu Zhou Punishment. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions: activate the 10 heart martial arts function. If you like the 1 key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The 1 key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2733. On meritorious deeds the order is issued. 10 martial arts villains immediately worked hard to comprehend and practice exercises. With my current practice speed, I will be able to finish the practice soon. Su Lang looked at the martial arts villains who were constantly struggling, and said with a smile, moreover, he has reached the level of super elegance, so he can easily slap Siko Yun, the original master of the secret technique. Immediately after, he directly activated the avatar dispatch function and the avatar replacement function, and instantly returned to Dudu Universe, facing the platform. Sit down on the opposite platform. The cosmic energy around him was so dense that it couldn't be dissolved, and it swarmed into Su Lang's body. Well, that's cool. Due to the mysterious remnants of Suiyu Zhouyu, the cosmic energy has begun to decay. On the other hand, Dudu Universe, although the lifespan is about to end, the energy concentration of the universe has not dropped at all. Next, I will practice in the Dudu Universe until the cosmic energy here cannot satisfy me. I don't know how many days it will take me to reach the eternal state of the 9 universes. Quote. Various thoughts popped up in Su Lang's mind, but the 1 key practice function has been turned on at full speed, accumulating cultivation skills crazily. Soon, he released more than 100,000 eternal warriors in his body. Brother, leader, see your lord. Yu Yangli, Shu Ning, Xie Zan and others saluted Su Lang, and the excitement in their eyes was hard to conceal. Those eternal warriors with a relatively low cultivation base are even more excited at this time, unable to restrain themselves. Because they personally participated in the whole process of killing Suiyu ancestor. That is a real and veteran 8 universe eternal, the master of the vast natural universe in the Suiyu universe. These people, in front of the ancestor Suiyu, can only be said to be ants. But now, they actually also contributed to killing Suiyu ancestor. The key is that they experienced this in the first person throughout the entire process, as if they had killed Suiyu ancestor with their own hands. With their weak power, slaying a high-level cosmopolitan ruler like Suiyu ancestor, how can they not be excited? Thank you guys. Su Lang looked around at everyone and said with a smile, everyone deserves credit for this battle. Leader, we know how many jins and tails we have. This battle is entirely dependent on the lord of the leader to kill the ancestor Suiyu. I will only try my best, not worth mentioning. Yes, the leader of this battle has contributed the most. It is a great honor for us to participate in this battle, and we will die without regret. Quote. A group of eternal powerhouses refused to accept the reward. This is indeed sincere, because they do regard the honor of this battle as their biggest gain, and they are very satisfied. You guys, don't belittle yourself. In addition, what I said, that's what. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and waved, Yu Yangli. Brother, I am here. Yu Yangli took a deep breath, folded his fists and bowed in salute, his expression respectful and full of worship. Give me your weapons. Su Lang nodded, slightly and stretched out his right hand. Yes, Yu Yangli immediately gave his weapon to Su Lang. Although the weapon you build with, Chi-Zmi, has a characteristic. Su Lang played with Yu Yangli's weapon, but the effect of this characteristic is relatively weak. My younger brother used to practice secrets of Chi-Z too badly, and insulted the inheritance of the master. Yu Yangli looked ashamed, and immediately smiled. Since the brother mentioned this matter, is there a way to improve the feature effect? It's not the effect of improving features. Su Lang paused with a mysterious look, and then said, instead, add characteristics to the weapon, stronger characteristics. This statement came out, not only Yu Yangli, Shu Ning, Xiezan and all the eternal warriors who heard this were shocked. There are not many eternal emperor soldiers with innate characteristics, and half of them must be cultivated from a very low level. But as the weapon level gets higher and higher, the level of the innate materials used at the beginning is relatively backward, which leads to a decrease in the effect of weapon characteristics. Chapter 2734, 100,000 Eternal Warriors are grateful, and this is a shortcoming that can hardly be remedied. Because the innate materials used at the time were almost unique, there was no way to find a higher level, and so the characteristics of the Eternal Emperor Soldier, even if it is to enhance its effect, is extremely difficult, let alone add another more powerful characteristic. Brother, what you said is true. Yu Yangli touched the corner of his mouth with a dull expression. Don't tease me, brother. What did I lie to you? Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and took out another Eternal Emperor Soldier. This second Eternal Imperial Soldier was constantly trembling, and everyone knew it was struggling at a glance. This is a captured Eternal Emperor Soldier. Its level has reached the 6th Eternal Realm, and it has the characteristic of increasing attack power. Although the effect is not very strong, it is much better than the characteristics cultivated by your weapon. As Su Lang introduced, he tossed the weapon in his hand. Now, I will transfer its characteristics to your weapon. Look good. Transfer characteristics. What kind of incredible means is this? There is no record of this method in the secret of Chi-Z. Could it be that brother Su Lang is unique to him? Hi, brother is really a strong person who cannot reason. Quote. As Yu Yangli thought, he looked at Su Lang intently. Behind him, there are more than 100,000 pairs of eyes staring at this side, all of them are about to stare out. Start the feature swallow function. Su Lang turned a blind eye to everyone and directly activated the system functions. Suddenly, the weapon that was captured immediately became extremely weak. The characteristics of it were transferred to Yu Yangli's weapon. In an instant, a new and different kind of breath came from Yu Yangli's weapon, and everyone immediately felt it. The transfer was successful. God, you deserve to be the leader. It's incredible. Master Yu Yangli's weapon will have 2 characteristics from now on. 1 characteristic is still enviable, 2 characteristics, this is simply. Quote. The Eternal Warriors looked at Yu Yangli's weapons in amazement, and immediately burst into heated discussions. Senior brother Xie for supporting this useless thing. Yu Yangli quickly recovered from the shock and immediately saluted Su Lang to thank him, and immediately he stared at his weapon. Small, thanked Master Su Lang for his reinvention. Full of shocking weapon spirits, immediately ran out and respectfully knelt in front of Su Lang and kowtowed. There is no need to be so polite. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and tossed the weapon back to Yu Yangli. Go and get familiar with its new features. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli nodded excitedly, took the weapon and ran to the side, then looked and touched, wishing to lick it. His Royal Highness Shuning. Su Lang turned to look at Shuning and smiled. I also prepared new features for your weapon. Shu Ning thanked Taoist Su Lang for his kindness. Shuning was surprised, and immediately handed the weapon to Su Lang excitedly. Next, Su Lang transferred the characteristics of the weapons of Shu Ning and others. These characteristics are all left over by him. For him, these characteristics are tasteless, and it is a pity to discard them, and so simply transfer the characteristics of these captured weapons, and then decompose them, of course. Su Lang did not transfer the characteristics of each of the weapons under the eternal class. One is that there are not many weapons with characteristics that are captured, and the other is that transferring weapon characteristics also requires materials. The higher the level of the target weapon, the stronger the transfer characteristics, and the more cosmic origin and other materials consumed. Su Lang is so poor that he has no money at all. Quickly, Su Lang ended the reward activity for transferring the characteristics of his subordinates' weapons, and turned to reward the pill. Now the most important thing in his body is the pill. Under the effect of the new bonus function, pill multiplying, 10 eternal pill of perfect quality can be refined from one ingredient. And in this piece of material, you can save a most cherished main material. Therefore, in Su Lang's storage space, there were too many pills. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2735. Mysterious blood-haired man. It was also when Su Lang rewarded his subordinates with treasures. Years-old Yuzhou domain. Sure enough, there was a page of eternal life here. The strongest person here is Suiyu old ancestor Si Ko Yun. Hehe, it's a mere 8 cosmos eternal realm. If you surrender, it's fine. If you dare to resist, Quote. A young man with blood and hair and a strange face stood in the void of a natural universe, muttering disdainfully. This blood-haired man came from Lingshu fragmented domain. By chance, he met an eternal strong man who had left Suiyu Jouyu and learned of the changes in Suiyu Jouyu. So he guessed that the page of immortality appeared here. The page of eternal life is another name for that mysterious page, because no one knows its exact name, so it becomes a variety of different. But the name page of eternal life is the most widely used. After all, its function is to let the eternal warrior get real immortality. After guessing that Suiyu Jouyu had a page of immortality, he immediately rushed to it with the fastest speed. Because he knows very well that he is definitely not the only one who knows the changes in Suiyu Jouyu. All the eternal powerhouses who know this, as long as they are determined to live forever, will swarm in without hesitation. In fact, if it is not for his deity who has other important things, then it is his deity of the eternal realm of the 9 universes. At this time, in this universe, the blood-haired man has caught some intelligent creatures seeking information. He was roughly certain that there had not yet been the 8 eternal realm from outside here, so he was very happy. The page of eternal life must be mine. The blood-haired man took out a map of the universe, and after checking it, he stepped forward and disappeared from the spot. Quickly, Suiyu universe. A ripple of time and space swayed away, and a blood-haired man emerged from it. Okay, there is a big battle. And it's a battle of the eternal level of the 8 universe. Suiyu universe region clearly only has Si Koyun and the 8 universes eternal, who can fight him. Outsiders, but based on the intelligence I detected, I should be the first foreigner to arrive here. As soon as the blood-haired man appeared, he immediately frowned. Could it be that someone is one step ahead of me? Thought of this, the blood-haired man suddenly showed his anger and eagerly launched the avenue of time and space. Next, he constantly shuttled through time and space, and soon followed the remnants of the battle to the edge of the fragmented battlefield. This level of battle is definitely not the 7 eternal realm uniting to fight the 8 eternal eternity. It's true that the 8 eternal realm has fought against Si Koyun, and it seems that someone really has the first to come before me. The blood-haired man furrowed his brows and his face grew ugly. Damn thief, I must catch you. Immediately after, he unfolded his mind and cautiously probed towards the center of the battlefield. Although his deity is in the 9 eternal realm, he is only a clone, only the 8 eternal realm, so he still needs to be cautious. Not long. The spirit of the blood-haired man passed through the edge of the fragmented battlefield and entered a position near the middle. It's here. The turbulence and other visions caused by the fragmentation of time and space have all disappeared. Even time and space itself has disappeared. Time and space are annihilated. The battle between the 2 eternal realms of the 8 universes can indeed create this scene, but it is too clean. It's as if there is a force that has directly erased time and space. Could it be that Koyun completed the in-depth assimilation and mobilized the power of the white world of the Page of Immortality? Quote. The blood-haired man shrank his pupils and his eyes flickered. But immediately, he showed a hint of joy and sneer. The power of the white realm that erupted on the Page of Eternal Life is not something that the eternal realm of the 8 universes can bear. Even if the assimilation of the Pages of Immortality is completed, Koyun will almost certainly die. And the eternal warrior of the 8 universes who fought against was 100% obliterated by the power of the white world. In this battlefield, both sides of the battle have fallen. The only thing left should be the Page of Immortality. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect that I would be a fisherman in a snipe and clam fight. Quote. The blood-haired man was overjoyed, with excitement in his eyes, and hurriedly flew towards the middle of the battlefield, looking for the Page of Immortality. Chapter 2736, The Strong looking for the mysterious broken pages in a flash. He came into the void of the universe where even time and space had been erased. The power of time and space burst out from his body, which became his foothold. The spirit of the blood-haired man was also wrapped in the power of time and space, probing around and constantly searching, but when his divine mind covered the entire void of the universe, he did not discover the existence of the Page of Eternal Life. How so? Could it be that the Page of Eternal Life was taken far away by the aftermath of the battle? Or when the void of the universe heals itself, the healed space-time is teleported to the rest of the place, or it simply falls into the surrounding natural universe? The blood-haired man frowned slightly and stopped probing. Well, it's not a big problem. With my ability, I can find it soon. Soon, he began to cast spells to find the Pages of Immortality. The simplest and most effective way is to trace the source of time and look directly at the specific destination of the Page of Eternal Life. The center of this battlefield is still in the hollow state of the universe, and the flow of the long river has not yet been compensated. So we have to fix this cosmic hole first. This is not a small project for blood-haired men. Go with Search Me Suiyu universe and nearby natural universe. When the blood-haired man waved his hand, countless warriors rushed out of his body and dispersed in all directions. These warriors are all raised in his body, and there are many eternal warriors of the 5 universe and 6 universe levels. Two-pronged approach. I will find the Page of Immortality soon. There was a glimmer of expectation in the blood-haired man, and immediately began to mobilize his cosmic power to help Suiyu universe recover the wound. The other side. Su Lang has completed the activity of rewarding merits. Even those eternal warriors who surrendered from Suiyu Joyu were rewarded more or less. Therefore, more than 100,000 eternal warriors are grateful and can't wait to hold him in his lap forever. Next, let's move around freely in the League resident. Su Lang waved his hand and dismissed all the eternal warriors. As a result, everyone dispersed, and Yu Yangli, Shuning and others also dispersed, practicing their own practices. Just then, ding, Suiyu Zhou punishment has reached the super level, accompanied by system prompts. A gong method's profound meaning poured into Su Lang's body, blended into his soul and body, and he instantly grasped that method to a level beyond the founder. Tisk tut, after the one-key martial arts function is improved, the speed of practicing Eternal Kung Fu is really getting faster and faster. Suiyu Zhou punishment is also a difficult exercise, and the practice is completed so soon. A smooth smile appeared on Su Lang's face, and immediately he placed Suiyu Zhou Zan on the martial arts villain, and began to practice the 10-heart martial arts function. Speaking, recently, I have practiced a lot of exercises. The key to myriad laws, infinite profound truth, has reached the super easy level from the founder level, and its power has skyrocketed. It seems that my source of power should be activated again. Moreover, this time, not only must we perform a stronger broken one sword, but also a new move. Eternally strong high-level battles frequently involve the power of the natural universe. It just so happens that I have also practiced a lot of these techniques. When I finish practicing Suiyu Jokushuin, Suiyu Eclipse, and Suiyu Joyi, I will develop new moves. Su Lang showed the color of thinking, and immediately gave instructions to the system in his heart. System. Activate Theosource of exercises, function to deduct a stronger broken one sword. Ding. Start Po Yi Jian deduction. Ding. The deduction was successful. 2 system prompts appeared almost simultaneously. Su Lang felt an even more side-breaking sword mystery into his soul and body, turning it into instinct. A big improvement. Not bad. He stretched out a finger, and the sword light burst out from the fingertips, showing a pure white color. Soon, Su Lang closed his eyes again and waited for the exercises to complete. Time passed slowly. Quickly. Suiyu Jo Zan, Suiyu Reverse Eclipse, Suiyu Jo Yi, have been practiced to the super level. Chapter 2737, Deduction of Mystery, Dominate the Universe, Start 10 Hard Martial Arts, Practice, Suiyu Jo Jia. Su Lang placed a new exercise that needs to be practiced, and once again ordered, activate the function of the source of exercises. After the order is issued, the system prompt appears immediately. Ding. Start deducing the source of the exercise. Suddenly, Su Lang regarded himself as his body, and saw countless exercises and profound meanings appearing in his body. The profound meanings of these exercises cover all aspects, showing colorful streamers in his body. Soon, these streamers are all fused together to form a group of seemingly transparent balls, but there are countless different colors inside. The ball trembles slightly, and ripples continue to appear on the surface, but it quickly becomes completely smooth and quiet. At this moment, deduction of secret techniques related to the use of the power of the natural universe. Su Lang kept muttering in his heart, and a strong will burst out of his soul. This is to dominate the deduction direction of the source of the exercise. When he first deduced Po Yi Jian, he let him do it himself. But now that Su Lang has specific needs, he has to interfere in the deduction process. The deduction of the source of the practice has indeed gradually been dominated by Su Lang. The round and smooth ball of the source of the exercises suddenly collapsed inward, while most of the source of the exercises exploded and disappeared. Immediately after that, that part of the source of the collapsed technique also exploded. However, these profound meanings formed a torrent, surging into every crystal wall cell of Su Lang's soul and body, and then formed an instinct. Ding. After the deduction of the source of the exercise is completed, you will get the secret technique, Zero Domain Master. The system prompt sounds. Su Lang had already understood the effect of this new secret technique as early as the time when the profound meaning of the practice was integrated into him. Master of the Universe. After being used, it can assimilate with the natural universe to a great extent, and mobilize the power of the natural universe to a great extent, turning it into a means of various characteristics. The deeper the degree of assimilation, the fewer natural universes that can be assimilated. On the contrary, the shallower the degree of assimilation, the greater the number of assimilated universes. These are basically the characteristics of word secret. But even if 100 natural universes are assimilated, it is deeper than the previous use of words and secrets to assimilate one universe. Moreover, compared to the secret of words and words, the effect of the secret technique of the universe dominance has more choices, and it is more flexible to use. The ruler of the universe is also expected. Su Lang nodded slightly, still very satisfied with this secret technique. At this time, suddenly, his expression moved, his thoughts swept across his Dantian life universe, and he saw the expectant Chu Xiaobei and other women. Brother Su Lang, where are our rewards? Morong's beautiful eyes are full of colors. If we don't satisfy us, we will be angry. Yes, Su Lang badass, you quickly let us out. Ji Rushui and others also spoke. Oh, what do you want? I know. A playful smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, a large number of formations were placed between his hands, and then Chu Xiaobei and other women were released from the universe within. The other side, in the quiet universe, the blood-haired man stood in the dark void, with a large number of trans-universe communication treasures floating in front of him. He was watching the news from his subordinates. However, none of the communication treasures has good news. What? No, there is no Suiyu universe, nor are there any nearby natural universes. How is this possible? It stands to reason that the page of eternal life can only flow into the adjacent universe, and it is impossible to flow into the natural universe further away. Could it be that someone became this fisherman before me? No, this is absolutely impossible. The blood-haired man frowned, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Find it. Keep looking for me, look back in time for me to find it, and if you can't find it, go further to the natural universe. Immediately after, he looked down at his feet. During this period of time, he went all out to help Suiyu universe heal the cosmic void exploded by the power of the white world. The power of a long river of time has once again filled this area, everywhere. The page of eternal life, it must be mine. The blood-haired man looked grim, and the power of the universe exploded, and he began to look back in time, the past, all come back to me. Chapter 2738, Shocked blood-haired man suddenly. The incomparably powerful power of the time avenue erupted from the blood-haired man. The power of these time avenues shook the time avenue of the entire natural universe. Under the mighty power of the nearby long river, it began to flow upstream. Quickly, the blood-haired man saw that the repaired universe around him slowly annihilated again. But this is just a false sight. Although blood-haired men can really use the time countercurrent to restore the damage of time and space, they will not do that. After all, what he wanted to see was the previous battle. As time goes back, the surrounding scene changes rapidly, quickly. The scene of the battle between Su Lang and Si Koyun appeared. However, this battle is like a reversed movie, everything is retreating rapidly. But the blood-haired man did not stop, nor did he look at the scene. Rather, it has been looking back in time until the moment when the war began. The war scene was playing right. The blood-haired man began to watch the illusory image seriously. The first thing that caught the eye was the deal between Su Lang and Si Koyun. This year-old ancestor actually gave the young man his treasures of heaven and earth and the origin of the universe twice. This old guy is really confident. The blood-haired man continued to look back indifferently. Next, the deity Su Lang appeared. Suiyu ancestor fought outright. A grand battle of the 8 eternal realms has begun. This Su Lang has soared from the peak of the 7 universes to the level of the 8 universes. Although it is worth entering the eternal level of the 8 universes, it is also an extremely rare explosive method. What kind of weapon is this? Human-shaped eternal emperor soldier. Su Lang actually rushed in. 8 cosmos high level. On that weapon, the eternal high level of 8 cosmos aura erupted. Furthermore, there are so many 7 eternal emperor soldiers besides this, and every emperor soldier has innate characteristics. That white sword light, what kind of kendo attack, is so powerful? Who is this Su Lang? Could it be that the reincarnated 9 eternal realm failed? The blood-haired man looked at the images of the battle in the field, his eyes turned back and forth on Su Lang and Si Koyun, but he was looking at Su Lang most of the time. As the battle progressed, Su Lang revealed more whole cards and directly beat Suiyu ancestor to the wind. This made the blood-haired man more shocked. Quickly, the battle came to an end. The ancestor of the year-old ancestor was so poor that he finally used the page of eternal life. The bright white light bloomed, erasing everything around him, and even Su Lang, who had put away the boundless number, disappeared. This is the power of the pages of eternal life. It's really powerful, it just wipes out everything in such a large area. It is a pity that Su Lang also died under this trick. So, what about the ancestor Suiyu? There was a wave of waves in the blood-haired man's heart, and he immediately looked at the Suiyu ancestor. Then he was shocked. The ancestor Suiyu didn't die. Instead, he survived under the power of the universe white world that erupted on the page of eternal life. This old man actually survived. Su Lang, who is stronger than him, is dead. It seems that he usually assimilated the pages of immortality and got some benefits, thus avoiding death. Then, the page of eternal life should be on this year-old ancestor Yu. He must be running away now. I will catch up now. The blood-haired man was about to leave as he thought, but the next moment, he became stiff and showed an expression of disbelief. He saw Su Lang unexpectedly reappear. This Su Lang is not dead. The previous one is indeed his deity. How could he not die? That is the power of the universe white world of the page of eternal life. It stands to reason that he must be wiped out by the power of the universe white realm. Those rebirth techniques and clone techniques will all fail. When the blood-haired man was horrified, Su Lang in the false image had already urged piercing the hard lock to bind the dying ancestor Su Lang. Immediately, that amazing white sword light flashed, and a sword cut off the head of Suiyu ancestor. Chapter 2739, Set Su Lang as a prey. This old ancestor Suiyu is dead. The white sword light completely killed the ancestor Suiyu, and everything that allowed him to survive may be killed. I didn't expect that a peak of the 7 universes would fight an eternal duel with a senior 8 universes, but the former won. The blood-haired man squinted his eyes and touched his beard. Suddenly his expression stagnated. By the way, where's the page of immortality? He carefully observed every scene in the battlefield, but could not find the page of immortality. He only found that Suiyu's ancestor's body suddenly disappeared, and nothing else was harvested. The body of the old ancestor Yu disappeared. Definitely not disappeared for no reason, but was taken by Su Lang. It seems that the page of eternal life must be on Su Lang's body. Quote. The blood-haired man's eyes suddenly turned into a sneer. Witnessing the whole process of the battle between Su Lang and Si Koyun, he has a clearer understanding of Su Lang's combat power. In his opinion, Su Lang is indeed very strong, with all kinds of weird methods, and even able to fight the top-level enemies of the 8 universes in a short time. And unexpectedly survived under the power of the white world that erupted on the pages of eternal life, but the blood-haired man claimed to be a clone created by the eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes with countless hard work, not comparable to the old ancestor Suiyu. In addition, in his opinion, Su Lang was definitely not unscathed in this battle, but paid an extremely heavy price. In the end, the strange resurrection technique should not be able to be used again for a period of time. And this, a period of time, at least a few months. Therefore, the blood-haired man is confident to deal with Su Lang. Next, start hunting this Su Lang. The blood-haired man designated Su Lang as his prey, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and the power of time and space on his body suddenly vibrated and became more intense. Soon, he stretched out his hand. In that illusory battle scene, there was a breath that turned the fake into real and flew into his hand. This breath is exactly Su Lang's breath. Although it was impossible to do so, it would take a long time to directly pull the real person Su Lang in front of him. But he was able to take in a real breath. Tongyu finds the magic. With a move of the blood-haired man, a mass of cosmic power shook open, spurring the surrounding natural cosmic power. Immediately after, the forces of the 2 universes merged with each other and wrapped the breath of Su Lang to form a small purple bead. Then, a spatial ripple appeared around the purple bead, and the bead itself seemed to sink into it. With Tongyu looking for the orb, Su Lang has nowhere to escape. The blood-haired man sneered, his body moved, and disappeared into the ripples of time and space along with Tongyu's divine orb. Next moment, he appeared in the adjacent universe of Suiyu universe. Tongyu Mi Shinju continued to make ripples in time and space, and the blood-haired man continued to move forward under its guidance. Move aside. The blood-haired man also took out the universe map to observe and confirm his position. The map of the universe didn't know how old it was, it actually recorded many universes. The 3 universes of Suiyu, Dudu, and Yilong are impressively above. This is to the direction of Dudu universe. Then Su Lang, is it from Dudu Joyu? But that's just an ordinary high-level cosmic domain that is unknown, and an ordinary 8 cosmic martial artist is considered a master. How could there be such an eternal arrogant Su Lang? Well, whatever he was born, everything can be killed for the page of immortality. Quote. The blood-haired man kept moving forward while thinking about how he should deal with Su Lang. He had already understood that Su Lang had a way of traveling through the universe without knowing it. If you rashly kill Shang Dudu universe, the opponent will find out in advance, and it is likely to escape. Su Lang's magical means, even he didn't have complete certainty to stop it. The subordinates I carry are not enough to besee Su Lang. The blood-haired man frowned slightly, his thoughtful gaze gradually fell on the map of the universe in his hand, the area where the Yilong universe was located. Soon, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, he nodded slightly, and continued to move forward under the guidance of Tongyu Mi God Orb. Chapter 2740, Re-enable the source function of the exercises. The other side, Dudu universe, on the platform. Countless cosmic energies are still gathering here, endless, seemingly inexhaustible. Suddenly, the formation around the platform disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. The feeling of 10 repairs is really addictive. At the center of the platform, Su Lang put on his robe, with a trace of drunkenness remaining in his smile. Immediately after, his expression moved, and the light in his eyes regained clarity. Because, a system reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Suiyu Ranuan has reached the founding level. At the same time, a large number of the profound meanings of the exercises appeared in Su Lang's mind, perfectly blending with the soul and the body. Si Koyun's strongest self-harming secret technique has also been learned. Although this secret method doesn't apply to me, the clone must be easy to use. Su Lang smiled slightly, and once again placed an eternal realm forging secret method harvested from Si Koyun. Nowadays, I have practiced countless various exercises, but the cohesive methods of the source of all laws are the only, broken one sword, and universal ruler. Perhaps, I can condense 4 more moves, corresponding to defense, recovery, body skills and explosive secret skills. You don't have to worry too much about it, first finish practicing the remaining techniques on your body. Also, the newly obtained technique can also be synthesized into a more advanced eternal secret technique, as long as the level does not exceed the limit of the synthesis function. While thinking about it, Su Lang continued to accumulate cultivation base and practice exercises. Time passed slowly. Quickly, Su Lang combined all the techniques that he could synthesize into a wave. Then practice exercises one after another. Eternal exercises do not require much time, and the training time required for lower-level exercises is even lower. A lot of practiced exercises are integrated into the 10,000 Fas into one, infinite profound meaning, exercises, making it even more powerful. The period of time in the high-level universe, under the huge time-velocity difference, changed to the middle and low-level universe, and it became very short. But the blood-haired man moved quickly. It didn't take long. From the Suiyu universe into the Dudu universe, he searched for information in some remote universes, and found that the creatures in these universes were too weak to know anything. But he was unwilling to enter the stronger natural universe to inquire, and he was afraid of throwing grass and scaring snakes. Without any choice, the blood-haired man can only temporarily give up searching for intelligence. After studying the universe map again, he found a route and went directly to the Yilong universe. He was very careful all the way. No longer take the initiative to contact any creatures in Dudu universe, quickly. The blood-haired man passed through the remote place of the Dudu universe and entered the Yilong universe. To this, Su Lang did not know at all, because all the eternal powerhouses in Dudu universe have gathered in Dudu universe. No one in the rest of the universe can find traces of blood-haired men, at this time. On the platform, Su Lang has already practiced all the exercises he can practice to the super easy level. There is no more exercise for him to practice. Although you can create your own exercises, the profound meanings of the exercises created with your own knowledge are likely to overlap with the infinite profound meaning. Unless, under the premise of inspiration, it takes a lot of time to create useful exercises. But that would be too much trouble. Therefore, Su Lang didn't think about creating his own practice. Now all exercises are finished. It's also time to deduce the secret techniques of the source of defense, endurance, body skills and burst. At that time, in battle, I won't have to cast too many spells at once, wasting a lot of time. A light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately issued instructions to the system: activate the source of the exercise function, give me a deduction. Accompanied by the order issued, the source of exercises function is activated. Numerous exercises have formed a torrent of colors and melted into a sphere. The entire deduction process is basically the same as the deduction of Po Yijian and Zero Domain Lord, with only minor differences. Chapter 2741, 4 Secret Skills Derived Quickly. Su Lang completed the deduction of the secret skills off defense. This trick is called Severe Number Remedies. This is a defensive secret that mobilizes the power of the natural universe and merges it with the power of the universe, and it can cut off the enemy's attacks from all directions. With the addition of the secret art of Zero Domain Master, this secret art will become especially powerful. And this secret technique can also be applied to other targets to add defense to them. The reason for this characteristic is also because Su Lang interfered in the deduction process. Because he already has the powerful line of defense of the Heavenly Shield with 8-edged shield, he can sever no direction, and can be used on the Heavenly Shield with 8-edged shield to make its defense stronger. Next, Su Lang has completed the deduction of the endurance type of secret technique, and the secret technique he obtained is called Breath Without Evil. Breathing innocence is a kind of active recovery secret technique, which can mobilize the power of the natural universe and restore one's power to a large extent, and it is continuous. This secret technique can also be applied to other targets, helping others to heal injuries. It's a pity that this is the secret technique of the source of the technique and cannot be taught to others. Otherwise, pass it to my eternal warrior, and the endurance of the infinity will be increased by one more period. Fortunately, they also have the Fu Yu Sheng Ji Lu that I taught. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang kept moving in his hands, and quickly completed the deduction of the secret skills of the source of the physical exercises. The final secret skill of body type is called Zhou Shan. This is based on the profound meanings of Sui Yu Zhouyi as the main part, supplemented by the profound meanings of other physical exercises. Same. This technique is also a flashing technique that mobilizes the power of the natural universe, and its dodge effect is better than that of Sui Yu Zhouyi. Next, it is the deduction of explosive secret skills. The process need not be repeated. The secret technique deduced is called the Jade of Life. This is a kind of explosive secret technique that Su Lang assembled a large number of self-harming secret techniques such as Death Without Life and Sui Yu Zhou. After the display, it will greatly increase the attributes of attack, body skills, defense, soul, etc., at the cost of everything including life. If the enemy is defeated, the life of the Jade Fragment will be reunited and resurrected, and beyond the power of the universe, there will be no more consumption. If you fail to kill the enemy after casting the Jade of Fate, you will really die. Of course, for Su Lang, it was nothing more than a death replacement. It is worth mentioning that the effect of Jade Fragment of Life is much stronger than the secret of Death Without Life, which will undoubtedly die after being cast. Finally completed the deduction of all aspects of the secret technique. Breaking a sword, the ruler of the universe, the cosmic flash, the Jade of Fate, the innocence of life, and the extinction. With these 6 secret skills, it is no more troublesome to kill than to kill a chicken in the ordinary 8 eternal realm. A satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and then he looked at the cultivator in the mysterious black space. The cultivator has been madly absorbing the cosmic energy and transforming it into a cultivation base. Even if Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei were repaired for 10 years, they had no effect. After a while, I will be able to break through to the 7 eternal realm. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and began to wait. The waiting process is really boring. Therefore, Su Lang quickly opened his eyes again. The days of penance are really boring. Why don't you try the function of self-regeneration of formation? It hasn't been a long time since the formation has been arranged. This is also a very powerful method. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately took out a large number of classics to read. Most of these classics were obtained from the eternal warriors of the secluded universe such as Si Koyun. After some reading, Su Lang learned all the formations below the level of the 6 universes. More advanced ones can only be learned after the 1 key refining function is upgraded to level 23. But the level of 6 universes is enough. With his profound knowledge of formations, he can completely create a joint eternal formation at the level of 7 universes. Chapter 2742, Blood-Haired Man Enters Yilong Universe. What formation is good to create? It seems that my ability to retain people is still lacking. Only Jinghua Shuiyu Andong Nian function can be used, and the Nianfeng space is easily broken by others. In this case, just create a formation to trap people. Thinking of this, Su Lang made a decision, and immediately began to search for a 7-plane eternal combined formation. Benefit from the functions of 1 thought formation and 1 key decomposition. He can try different combinations of formations at the fastest speed. Anyway, if something goes wrong, just break down the wrong formation, and when you're done, you can try the next combination in an instant. Time passed slowly, just as Su Lang constantly tried to design the joint formation of the 7 eternal realms. The blood-haired man has stepped into the upper universe of the Yilong universe, the Yilong universe. In this process, he inquired about the intelligence in detail and knew that the Yilong universe and Dudu universe did not communicate. Even many eternal powerhouses who are not low-level do not know the existence of Dudu Zhouyu, let alone Su Lang's name and Suiyu Zhouyu. Then, the blood-haired man entered the Yilong universe with confidence and boldness. Yilong universe will definitely not be easily used by me. It's just that if you can convince them, you can save a lot of trouble. The blood-haired man thought in his heart and looked into the distance, where there are already a large number of eternal dragons and eternal strong dragons that travel through time and space and emerge. He smiled, arched his hands, and began to negotiate. But soon after, humph, toast and not eat fine wine. The blood-haired man looked unhappy, his eyes were cold, causing countless ripples in time and space. From now on, the Yilong universe belongs to me. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me die. Roar, this is so rampant, dare to be wild in my Yilong universe. What about the great power of the 8 eternal realm, everyone, summon ancestral dragon. Quote. The eternal dragons with different shapes and colors and the eternal warriors with burly and powerful dragon veins are angry. They worked together to summon the strongest combat power in the Yilong universe, and began to attack the blood-haired man. A trembling battle of more than half of the Yilong universe begins. Fight in the universe. Su Lang didn't know this, and was still designing the 7 eternal formations. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it will take. He finally designed the 7 eternal realm array that made him very satisfied. This formation was named by him as the Desperate Eternal Prison Array, and the purpose of the practice was to turn the entire universe into a desperate cage. This formation has a very powerful ability to catch people, trap people, and grind people, and it is the kind that can mobilize the power of the natural universe. This allowed Su Lang to have an extra means of trapping people while freeing his hands. Desperate Eternal Prison. After growing up, it must be a formation that even the 9-universe eternal realm must be afraid of. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately activated the 1-key formation function to refine the formation of the Desperate Eternal Prison formation. Although this large formation is the 7 eternal realm, it is combined by the 6 eternal array, so it does not exceed the refinement limit of the 1-key refinement function. It was almost instantaneous. The system prompt sounds. Ding. Successfully refining the formation, you will obtain the perfect quality, Desperate Eternal Prison Great Formation, Array 1. The sound has not disappeared. A formation disk appeared in Su Lang's storage space. Hey, the refining is complete. Su Lang took out the formation and arranged it directly in a small area in front of him. The scope of this formation can be large or small. The smaller the scope, the stronger the power. After the formation is expanded, a small area in the front is slightly distorted, as if looking at the rear view through a hot flame. Grow up for me now. The system, activate the function of formation self-regeneration, and the goal is Desperate Prince Formation. Su Lang locked onto the large array in front with his divine mind, and for the first time activated the array's self-regeneration function. Suddenly, a mysterious force appeared out of thin air, integrated into the front formation. For an instant, Su Lang felt that the formation was alive, and he began to constantly improve himself, evolving towards a higher level. Chapter 2743. Daily Practice and Empowerment. The speed of this evolution is very, very fast. Su Lang can almost see the continuous flickering, twisting, and fusion of each formation with his naked eyes, becoming more and more powerful. If you continue at this speed, it is estimated that you will be able to evolve to the level of the 8 universes in a few days. Su Lang looked excited, and immediately took a look at his storage space and found that all kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures were also rapidly disappearing. It's just that the speed of the disappearance of the treasures of heaven, material and earth is much slower than the speed of self-regeneration of the formation. It can be seen that the function of self-regeneration of formation is very efficient and consumes very little. Although, this self-reproducing function is simply too abnormal. It deserves to be a bonus function of level 20 with the 1-key array function. Su Lang stroked his chin happily. Soon, he began to wait boringly again. Time passed slowly. In the boring waiting, the cultivator in the mysterious black space finally accumulated more savings, reaching the point where Su Lang could be promoted to a higher level. It's time to break into the 7 eternal realm. Su Lang's loose eyes condensed slightly, revealing a touch of excitement. System, activate the crystal wall universe function. I want to break through. With a thought, the system function is activated. Suddenly, numerous cultivation bases poured into Su Lang's body, mixed with time Tao, and then merged into the crystal wall world locked in by his spirit. Quickly, these crystal wall worlds have become crystal wall universes that can produce the power of the universe. The qualitative change from the first crystal wall world to the 100 million crystal wall world qualitative change is just in an instant. Time continues to pass. A powerful aura burst out of Su Lang's body, sweeping across all directions, stirring the entire Dudu universe. In this mighty breakthrough fluctuation, the number of his crystal wall universe has been soaring from more than 5,500. Quickly crossed the threshold of the 8,000 Guy crystal wall universe, and continued to advance, and finally stopped at 9,100 Guy. So far, the repair is completely consumed. 9,100 crystal walls. Although the people in the 8 universes are only early characters, my strength has already leapt to a higher level. System, call up my attribute panel. Su Lang thought, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human race. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level, 7 eternal attack level, 8 eternity defensive level, 8 eternity xianxia level, 8 eternity endurance level, 8 eternity spirit level. Realm of Wani. Mastering the exercises: Unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, 10,000 laws return to one. Infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, Super Yi. Activated system functions: 1 key practice function level 56, 1 key martial arts function level 56, 1 key clone function level 55, 1 key treasure hunting function level 55, 1 key alchemy function 21, 1 key mixer function 21 level, 1 key refining function 21 level, 1 key synthesis function 21 level, 1 key initiation function 30 level, 1 key enhancement function 15 level, 1 key decomposition function no level. Daily combat power is already at the normal 8 plane level. And it must have reached the intermediate level, but it has not yet reached the level of a plus. After using various weapons and secret techniques, you will definitely be stronger, and it will be easier to reach the top level of the 8 eternal realm. In addition, the various upgraded system functions seem to be pleasing to the eye. Hehe, so happy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a satisfied smile. Just then the 1 key empowerment function was refreshed, and he immediately sent Chu Xiaobei and others, Xu Ning, Yu Yangli and others in anxious manner, and began to empower. Before that, he would empower his subordinates every day. One time was 1,000 or 200 times, and it didn't take long before everyone under his command received the super easy proficiency eternal technique empowered by Su Lang. This makes the combat power of the subordinates become stronger and more loyal. After giving people daily empowerment, Su Lang fell into a boring practice again. But if he can continue to cultivate so peacefully, then he will be very happy. Just before long, there was a bad news from below. If you like the 1 key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The 1 key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2744, Invasion of the Yilong Universe. What? Is there an eternal powerhouse outside the Dudu universe who has entered our territory? Those external eternal powerhouses are mostly different kinds of eternal dragons, and eternal dragon veins. Hehe, it seems that the people from the Yilong universe are here. Yes, after all, the 2 universes are adjacent to each other. Even if there are a large number of universes separated by white realms, there is a border. Perhaps, the Yilong universe has already known about the existence of the Dudu universe, but it has been pressed and not sent. Now that we know that the Dudu universe has changed, we send someone to check it out. If there is a chance, they will occupy Dudu Joyu without hesitation. Quote. Su Lang looked at the jade plaque in his hand with a sneer in his eyes. Not to mention that he has now been promoted to the 7 eternal realm, deducing the source secrets of various exercises. Even with the previous combat power, I would not be afraid of the Yilong universe. The big deal is that the soldiers come to cover the water and the earth, fight to support the war, to kill to stop the killing. It depends on what choice you will make. If the person is not good, don't blame me for being merciless. While thinking about it, Su Lang used the jade card of transmission to distribute the order, let people come to negotiate, and closely monitored the people in the Yilong universe. But not long after this order was given, Xu Ning personally brought bad news. Friend Su Lang. Xu Ning fell from midair to the opposite platform and saluted Su Lang. Since following Su Lang's continuous battle, she has completely worshipped Su Lang. And has become more respectful. Su Lang can do anything to her. Of course. Su Lang did not do whatever he wanted to her for the time being. Sit. What made you go there for yourself? You should be preparing for a breakthrough now. Su Lang pointed to the jade futon in front of Aji and asked with a smile. We negotiated with the people of Yilong universe. Although they retreat on the surface, They are constantly infiltrating our natural universe in secret. I don't know where their information came from, and they are very familiar with many areas of our Dudu universe, and now I don't know how many hidden children have been inserted. Shuning said solemnly, at this moment, the matter is very important, I can't make a decision, please give instructions from the leader. Yilong universe is really bad-hearted. In that case, let's give them some color to see. The corner of Su Lang's mouth curled, and he smiled coldly, it just so happens that I am very short of the origin of the universe and all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Yes, I will summon eternal members. Shu Ning nodded heavily, and immediately took out the jade card of transmission to write the order, and after showing it to Su Lang, he sent it out. This order has just arrived. Suddenly, the eternal warriors of the entire Dudu universe began to act. Now there are nearly 180,000 eternal warriors in the Dudu alliance. The extra eternal warriors were all spawned by Su Lang using the empowerment function, just like the mass production of 2 junior powerhouses in the boundless world. Anyway, you only need to initiate the time avenue, and nothing else. For countless years in Dudu Joyu, I don't know how many half-step eternal warriors, many of them are on the verge of a breakthrough, it's just a time when the road is close. Su Lang complimented the time avenue for it, and they would naturally break through. These newly promoted eternal warriors, although they don't have much combat power. However, it is still possible to serve as a liaison, spy, or clerks in the major areas of the Dudu universe, of course. There are not many low-level eternal powers sent out, and even those sent out will only be sent to the nearby universe, after all. Su Lang's more than 10,100 shadow clones are not a display. Each of these more than 6,000 clones has a combat power that is infinitely close to the 8 eternal realm, and its mobility is countless times stronger than the ordinary eternal. At this time, the order sent by Shuning was to return all the eternal warriors dispatched abroad. Soon, so it was Su Lang's turn to take action. Buying clone, show it to me. Su Lang thought. A large number of buying avatars suddenly appeared in the Dudu Joyu natural universe where he had been. When he was encircling the secret agent of Suiyu Yuzhou domain before, his footsteps had almost reached the entire Dudu domain. Sending the avatar over now is just a matter of thought. Just when Su Lang dispatched a clone. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2745, Blood-Haired Man and the Ancestor of Yilong in the Dudu Universe. Somewhere in the natural universe closer to Dudu Universe, the mysterious blood-haired man hides in the void, and no one can find him. The reason why the people from the Yilong universe suddenly appeared in the Dudu universe was naturally his handwriting. In the Yilong universe, with the power of one person, he conquered the entire Yilong universe, and beat fear. Immediately, he lured him to profit, assuming that his deity was the strongest of the 9 eternal realm, made various promises, and also promised to lead the 8 eternal dragon ancestors of the Yilong universe to search the page of eternal life together. Then, under the leadership of the eternal dragon ancestor of the 8 universes, the entire Yilong universe is fully devoted to the blood-haired man. At this time, the eternal ancestor dragon of the 8 universes led the eternal strong in the clan, together with the old eternal strong of blood-haired men, began to weave a net of siege against Su Lang. Each and every eternal powerhouse is like a virus, madly invading Dudu universe, which is much stronger than the invasion of Yuzhou universe in the past. Relying on the map of the universe, the road to round up made by the blood-haired man is very tight and perfect. If Su Lang wants to escape, he will be able to stop him immediately. The net of siege has been shed. Su Lang must have also known the news, but with his combat power, he probably won't be too jealous of the Yilong universe, he won't choose to escape, but choose to fight. So, he must still be in the Dudu universe now. There was a chill in the blood-haired man's eyes, even if he was about to call the ancestor of Yilong, he went to Dudu universe. The so-called net of siege is just to prevent Su Lang from falling off just in case. Only he and the ancestor of Yilong are the ones who have to face Su Lang. But at this moment, a message suddenly appeared in his transmission treasure. The transmission of the treasure tool was very dynamic, and a trace of blue electricity broke out directly, reminding the blood-haired man of important news. Okay, this is the most urgent way for my guards to show up. What happened? The blood-haired man's expression changed, his movements stagnated, and his brows slightly frowned. He picked up the communication treasure that not only bursts with blue current, and poured the power of the universe. Suddenly, a picture is condensed. The host. The subordinate encounters the mysterious 7 eternal powerhouse. This person has almost reached the level of the 8 cosmos, and the subordinate can't hold it. Ah, the blood spirit broke out. I fought with you. Quote. In the picture, a frightened look of the eternal blue-haired man of the 7 universes said anxiously, and he could see that there was a barrier about to break in front of him. Suddenly, the barrier is broken. The green-haired man showed a decisive expression, and he happily performed a self-harming secret technique, and his whole body suddenly exploded. But, the next moment, a white sword light occupies all of his vision. Immediately afterwards, the blood-haired man saw his guard pierced by sword light and died directly. Damn it, then Su Lang has such a powerful subordinate. Moreover, I happen to be bumped into by my guard. Besides Su Lang, in Dudu Joyu, is there really such a powerful person? The blood-haired man did not see the appearance of Su Lang's avatar from the transmission projection, only saw a figure shrouded in bright light. Separated from a large number of natural universes, he couldn't develop his spiritual thoughts to investigate only by relying on the transmission treasure. At this time, the sudden accident brought the blood-haired man's actions to a halt. He took the jade card of transmission and sent orders to the subordinates in the universe near the guard to investigate. As for himself, he set off again to the Dudu universe. He is fast. The ancestor of Yilong lurking forward from other directions is also fast. The two have entered the Dudu universe in just a few breaths. On the platform, 7 eternal realm warriors, and it's a very strong kind. The key point is that the one killed by the clone just now has no dragon veins on his body, and the exercises he practiced obviously have nothing to do with the dragon clan. Could it be that this is just one case? Through the sharing of perception, Su Lang carefully observed the blood-haired man's guard. A trace of doubt arose in his eyes. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2746. Just try the new secret technique at this time. Another clone found an eternal powerhouse lurking in, obviously not from the dragon race. Take a look at the properties panel. Good guy, the same exercises practiced by the green-haired man I killed before. It seems that this is someone from another force. Yilong universe unexpectedly united with the rest of the universe and launched an invasion against me. That is to say, I want to buy and face, not just one 8 universe powerhouse, but 2, or more. However, it doesn't matter, as long as these 2 people are not all powerful at the top level of the 8 universes, they are completely worthwhile. Take another 10,000 steps, even if the opponent is the top level powerhouse of the 2 8 universes, I can completely fight one. Quote. Su Lang thought about this, and looked down the opposite platform, where all the eternal powerhouses had gathered. See Su Lang look over. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully and bowed down together. Everyone. Another invaded our Dudu universe. As everyone knows, in fact, our Dudu universe can't last for many years. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Now they are coming in, we are just in time to kill them and move ourselves a nest. Leader Shenwei is invincible. Any intruder will be killed by the Lord. Some mayflies are just a little bit. Your Lord will take action. It's easy to destroy them. I am waiting to follow the Lord, fight against the power of the 8 cosmos, and seize the high-level cosmic domain for my own use. Quote. An eternal strong man is full of fighting spirit, his expression is excited and impassioned. Those who have personally experienced the killing of the old ancestors see Ko Yun can't wait and are eager to try. It is good. Now, everyone returns in order. Su Lang waved his right hand as he spoke, and the Life Universe channel and the infinite space appeared simultaneously. The boundless number at this time has been upgraded again. Even when no one has settled in now, they have the aura of the intermediate level of the 8 universes, and the early stage of the 8 universes is more than enough. The infinite has become stronger. 8 eternal realm, that is the eternal emperor soldier of the eternal realm. My lord's method is really against the sky. In such a short period of time, he not only repaired the infinite, but also promoted it to the 8 eternal realm. Ha, it seems that this battle will be easier than we thought. I really want to see what the intruders look like when they see the infinity. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up to the infinity. Hey, I'm the 33rd, 572nd. I envy you seniors, I can only be a substitute. Quote. A series of eternal powerhouses were excitedly discussing works, turning into streamers one after another, entering their corresponding parts of infinity. There are more than 70,000 weaker eternal warriors who have entered Su Lang's life universe and become substitutes. In a flash, the sea of people under the platform has become empty. However, the aura of the boundless ship became stronger and stronger, and it had reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. This is still in the case that Su Lang clones are all outside and not stationed in the infinity, otherwise, it will be stronger. Immediately after, Su Lang drove the boundless ship, took one step, and instantly appeared in a lifeless desert in Dudu universe. Just then, two extremely slight temporal and spatial fluctuations came from a distance. One of them is so slight that it can hardly be found. If it hadn't been for Su Lang to control the infinity at this time, and the combat power surged, it would really be possible to ignore the past. Are you here? Hehe, just try my new secret technique. Su Lang looked into the distance, a sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and the breath of infinity was like a tsunami, announcing his existence unscrupulously. The sky millions of light years away. This kind of fluctuation is that humanoid weapon. It really is still in the Dudu universe. He didn't even conceal himself and didn't move. It seems that he was waiting for me. Killing a Sikoyun, you think you are terrific. Really ridiculous. Quote. The blood-haired man hurried to the place where Su Lang was under the guidance of Tongyu Mizuo Orb. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2747. No, your future is full of darkness another direction. A 10,000-meter-long gray dragon is also constantly traveling through time and space, rushing towards the round agreed with the blood-haired man. The gray dragon head has a dragon horn knot, and countless dragon bristles are like a peerless sword, constantly cutting through time and space in the action of the dragon. How fast is the speed of the 8 eternal realm? In a blink of an eye, one person and one dragon appeared in the vast and boundless desert, and saw the boundless ship standing upright in the sky with 2 feet in the desert. As soon as I saw the boundless, the blood-haired man and the ancestor of Yilong were shocked. What? This humanoid weapon has reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. How is this possible? In the previous battle, this weapon was obviously damaged. How can it be repaired in such a short time and so many and so heavy injuries? Quote. The blood-haired man shrank his pupils slightly, his expression a little gloomy. Master, the Lord of Dudu is stronger than we expected. The ancestor of Yilong had never seen the scene of Su Lang driving the infinite to fight Sikoyun, and smiled. With your power, you can easily kill it and take the page of eternal life. In his opinion, even if Su Lang's boundless number is the eternal high level of the 8 universes, under the joint hands of him and the blood-haired man, it is not enough to see. Because he alone is an eternal high-level powerhouse in the 8 universes. Humph, what you said is true. No matter what method he uses to quickly repair the weapon, with his current strength, it is impossible to be our opponent. The blood-haired man nodded slightly, his body moved, and flew further towards the infinity. The ancestor of Yilong quickly followed. At the same time, Su Lang was also looking at the blood-haired man and the ancestor of Yilong, and called up the opponent's attribute panel. The blood-haired man is named xianxia, an eternal powerhouse at the top level of the 8 universes, who has mastered a variety of eternal secrets of founding proficiency. The ancestor of Yilong was named Yi Nanjuo, an eternal powerhouse of the 8 universes, and also a senior powerhouse. These two are much stronger than Sikoyun. The two combined, it was a powerful combination, so Su Lang did not dare to despise it. In the boundless number, an eternal strong man also showed a solemn and resolute expression, and he had already made preparations to give his life. At this time, xianxia and Yi Nanjuo had already arrived not far ahead, and had almost entered Su Lang's attack range. The Lord Su Lang is in front of you. xianxia didn't do anything immediately, but arched his hands slightly and said, without further ado, the two of you, with a large group of people invaded my Dudu universe, and even sneaked into Dudu universe. I don't believe you have good intentions. Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the mouth of the boundless horn, shaking nearby hundreds of thousands of light years. Fortunately, there is a desert around, and there are no creatures far away, so there is no need to worry about killing innocent people. Humph, Su Lang, with your superior combat power in the 8 eternal realm, You dare to talk to Shangku Hanju like this? I tell you, Shangku Han Lord is the clone of the eternal power of the 9 universes. If you dare to resist, 10 lives are not enough for you to die. Now Shangku Han Lord is willing to give you a chance to surrender. As long as you hand over the page of eternal life and surrender to the Lord, you will not only survive, but also live better. At that time, the eternal realm of the 9 universes will not be a dream, and there will be a greater chance of getting the page of eternal life, detaching from the endless universe, and truly immortal. Look at me, it's an example. Following Shang Qiuhan, my future is full of hope. Yi Nanjuo gave a cold snort, belittled and warned Su Lang, then smiled again and persuaded Su Lang to surrender. However, okay, do you think that following Shang Qiuhan, the future is full of hope? Then you are so wrong, your future has completely fallen into darkness. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and his voice of disdain spread throughout the desert, because Shang Qiuhan must die, unless the deity of the 9 universes comes. Secretly, he is ready for the dead clone. These surrogate avatars are scattered in Suiyu, Dudu universe, and the middle universe of Yilong universe where Yu Yangli had been. Even if the 9 eternal powers really come over, he will trigger death substitution, and there is no loss. Su Lang, don't be ignorant of praise, don't know what to do. Now you don't eat this glass of toast. When the fine wine is poured, you won't have time to cry. Yi Nanjuo's complexion was stagnant, and a flame of anger rose in his eyes, burning. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2748. I can show you insight, humph. Su Lang, are you sure you want to fight me to death? You have to know, not only are you not my opponent, you can't even escape. Shang Qiuhan raised his chin coldly and proudly, because my eternal army has blocked all your escape routes. This statement came out. Yi Nanjuo also sneered. However, eternal army, just your few dozen 7 eternal warriors. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. I can show you what is meant by the real eternal army. During this time of preparation, his clone is not idle, he has been searching for the Yilong universe army that invaded Dudu universe region. In order to prevent the enemy from being scared away, except for the first one to be killed by him, the rest were discovered but not immediately killed. In this time, the clones have discovered the Yilong universe martial artist and Shang Qiuhan's subordinates who formed the encirclement. And, always monitor the stronger eternal warriors. Su Lang's clone can be executed at any time for all the 7, 6, and 5 subordinates controlled by Shang Qiuhan, at this time. Listen to Su Lang finish. I know you have a few strong 7 universe eternal warriors, but it's limited to those few. A cold light flashed in the cold eyes of Shang Ku, and a trace of impatience appeared on his face. Even if the number of remaining eternal warriors is enough, they are all low-level ants. Not bad. What kind of eternal army can you dare to call some trivial waste? Yi Nanjuo said with a sneer. Ah, the frog at the bottom of the well, alone and lonely. Now, let you see the real sky. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and immediately waved his right hand. His heart moved, and gave the clones an order to do it. However, the avatars of Su Lang are far away in the rest of the natural universe, and movement cannot be transmitted here, and the flow of time in the middle lower universe is much slower, and you have to wait a while to see the results of your hands. However, Shang Qiuhan and Yi Nanjuo thought that Su Lang would summon the army. It stands to reason that with a wave of the hand, thousands of troops emerged, swords and swords like forests, and the momentum was overwhelming. However, after Su Lang waved his hand, there was no response. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Shang Qiuhan and Yi Nanjuo looked at each other, and the latter burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, master, this Su Lang summoned a bunch of air. Yi Nan laughed presumptuously. This is his eternal army, the invisible eternal army, it is ridiculous. Tisk tut, don't convene like this, you have to let someone hold back for a while, maybe they will hold back a few farts. Shang Qiuhan tweeted, his face also showed a slight sneer. However, at this time, an urgent message appeared in his transmission treasure, which blew up a large group of blue electric current. This is exactly the scene caused by the emergency call of his guards. What? It's an urgent message for a guard. Shang Qiuhan was startled, and was about to open the communication treasure to see what was going on. Suddenly, boom, a blue electric current exploded on the transmission treasure again, then the second, the third, What happened? How come my guards sent me emergency summons one after another? Could it be that they were attacked at the same time and are already on the verge of death? A hint of shock flashed in the cold eyes of Shangku, and a sense of badness rose in my heart. This bad feeling, with more and more urgent communications, it became more intense. At this time, more than 20 urgent subpoenas have appeared, and more are still appearing. It should be understood that the number of 7 universe-level subordinates he brought with him is only more than 30. Seeing Shang Qiuhan continuously receiving urgent messages, Yi Nanjuo also understood what was going on, and the whole person couldn't contain himself in horror. That is Shang Qiuhan's 7 eternal subordinates. Each one is stronger than the ordinary eternal warrior of the 7 universes. But now, in a very short period of time, one after another emergency calls, or calls for help before death. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2749, the whole army under Shang Qiuhan's command is annihilated. Does this mean the 7 eternal powers under Su Lang not only have a large number, but they are also stronger than those under Shang Qiuhan, and they are much stronger? This is incredible. Who is Shang Qiuhan? The clone of 9 universe power. His subordinates are actually his deity, nurtured by the eternal power of the 9 universes. Who is Su Lang, a genius in a remote cosmic realm? Why did he cultivate such a strong and many subordinates? How is it? Now you know what the eternal army is. Su Lang, who was driving the infinity, looked down at Shang Qiuhan and the two faintly. My army has long regarded your siege nets as prey, and now is the hunting time. Damn it, where did you come from so many 7 eternal warriors? Shang Qiuhan's expression was dark, it was hard to see the extreme. At this time, the jade card of his communication was still erupting with blue lightning of emergency communication, telling him that his subordinates were still falling in the attack. Just then, Yi Nanjuo's expression also changed drastically, because he also received a lot of help messages or farewell messages from his subordinates. These distress messages come quickly and go quickly. Not long, there was no more movement in the jade cards of Shang Qiuhan and Yi Nanjuo's transmission. However, their hearts are dripping blood, because they can confirm the life and death of their subordinates through other means. At this time, their army has been destroyed, up to the eternal power of the 7 universes, down to the indiscriminate 3 universes and 2 universes, and even the eternal warriors of the 1 universe, all have been killed. All right, the hunting of the subordinates is over, now it is my turn to hunt you. Su Lang clapped his hands, and the infinity made a synchronized movement. The giant planet-like palms slapped together, making a terrifying roar. Smuggle, who do you think you are? If you kill some of my insignificant subordinates, you think you can beat me? Shang Qiuhan's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. I have a lot of subordinates under the 7 Eternals, even the 8 Eternals is not uncommon. You are so brash, extremely ridiculous. Not bad, Su Lang child. These things you do are nothing to the Lord. And you have completely offended the Lord. There is no room for change, you are dead. Your subordinates can kill our people in such a short period of time. Surely they have all been sent to the periphery of Dudu Joyu. If I see it right, you, the eternal emperor soldier in human form, is a special type that gathers the power of countless powerful people. Your subordinates won't come back in a short time, and they will be killed by me when they come back. There is no chance to enter your imperial army. So, although you killed me and the Lord's subordinates, you also broke your arm. Just relying on your current high-level combat power in the 8 universes, it's about the same as mine. Yi Nanjuo echoed Shang Qiuhan while looking at Su Lang coldly and sternly. What are you using to resist us? It's not ashamed of hunting us. Beep it out. Yi Nan burned out a bad breath and felt much more relaxed in his heart. After listening to Yi Nanjuo's analysis, Shang Qiuhan looked a lot better. Those subordinates are really nothing to him. It's just that he hasn't suffered a failure for a long time. When his subordinates are killed, he is naturally angry. Su Lang, since you can't cry without seeing the coffin, and you have to be stubborn, then go to death. Shang Qiuhan's eyes were cold, and a slender red knife with a slight curvature appeared out of thin air with a slight pinch in his hand. This long sword is an eternal emperor soldier of the 8 universe realm, an immeasurable source-devouring blade. Yi Nanjuo also immediately took out his weapon, a long-handled sword of the 7 eternal realm. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2750, Su Lang, Where Are You Holy? 8 Universe Level, Eternal Emperor Soldier with Energy-Absorbing Characteristics. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and used the weapon recognition function to get a thorough look at Shang Qiuhen's weapon, and his heart sighed slightly. As for Yi Nanjuo's long-handled broadsword, there is nothing to say, it's just an eternal weapon with weak characteristics. At the same time, his heart moved. Swallow the clone, Xing Quan Yun He. Su Lang directly activates the system functions, except for the dead clone, all other clones are swallowed. The avatar and the twin avatars merged with each other to form an avatar with stars and clouds. The number and combat power of these Xing Quanyan combined clones are the best ratios that Su Lang has obtained after many attempts, which can maximize the combat power of the infinite. Now, swallowing clone and Xing Quanyan are over. Su Lang's own strength directly skyrocketed to the advanced level of 8 Zhous. In addition, an 8-planet class star Quanyun clone was stationed on the infinity, pushing it to the peak of the 8th planet. In a flash, the breath of Wuyin skyrocketed, and the breath that accidentally leaked made the entire Dudu continent tremble. In this sudden change, it also made the two of Shang Qiuhen look drastically changed. What? 8 universe peak level? How can Su Lang burst out with such a powerful force? This is already approaching the level of the 9 eternal realm. Shang Qiuhen's eyes widened, and he looked at infinity with some gaping mouths. Even with his insights, it was a bit horrified. After all, Su Lang's boundless ship surpassed the top level directly from the advanced level and reached the peak state of the 8 universes, which can be said to be infinitely close to the level of the 9 universes. The gap between the 8 eternal realms is very, very big. Crossing 2 small realms one after another, no one can do it, but Shang Qiuhen's deity is rarely seen. Even Shang Qiuhen was shocked. Yi Nanjuo was even more shocked. This, how can that be? How could he become so strong? This aura is more terrifying than Master Shang Qiuhen. Yi Nanjuo was dumbfounded, looking up at the boundless number that casts a sky full of shadows, and his whole body was trembling slightly. At this time, even more frightening things happened. I saw streamers flying out of the infinity. One pure white sword fell into the right hand of infinity, and the other golden sword fell into the left hand of infinity. A long glazed sword is suspended on the left waist of the infinity, and a round black shield revolves around the infinity. More weapons fell behind the infinity, turning into a gourd wrapped in 8 black jade chains, just like a colorful giant tree supporting the universe. With the addition of these 7 weapons, Wuyin exudes a more majestic and fierce aura, making Shang Qiuhen and Yi Nanjuo's expressions changed again. 8 Eternal Realm weapon. All are the weapons of the 8 Eternal Realm. A total of 7 different types of eternal weapons of the 8 universes, plus this Eternal Emperor Soldier in human form, a total of 8. What is Su Lang's background? How could he have so many Eternal Emperor Soldiers of the 8 Eternity? Stormy waves rose in Yi Nanjuo's heart, and his whole body even trembled slightly. He realized that he and Shang Qiuhen seemed to have hit the iron plate. Shang Qiuhen also felt this way. The 8 Eternal Emperor Soldier, as the clone cultivated by the 9 Eternal Dedication, only possessed 1. But Su Lang owns 8. This gap is simply staggering. Su Lang, where are you holy? Could it be that you are also a clone of a certain 9 Universe Eternal Senior? Shang Qiuhen's body tightened and his expression was extremely solemn. If so, this is a misunderstanding. Maybe your deity and mine are acquainted, so why not just let it go? The more he thought, the more he felt that his guess was correct. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2751, Council, I won't let you go look. The opponent has more and stronger subordinates, and more and stronger Eternal Emperor Soldiers, and even the power of the white world that erupted on the page of eternal life could not really kill. All signs indicate that Su Lang is very likely to be of the same type as him. If it is not the eternal clone of the 9 universes, it is simply the eternal power of the 9 universes reincarnated and rebuilt for various reasons. Therefore, he persuaded, but in his opinion, this is called Kongshin, not counseling. Su Lang, sir, it's because we didn't investigate the situation clearly, so we rushed in. Misunderstanding, it was all misunderstanding. Yi Nanjuo also slapped Haha with an anguished expression, obviously also persuaded. Tisk tut, it's really faster than turning a book. If I said, I am not someone's clone, nor is it the nine-universe great power to rebuild, what shall you do? Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the mouth of the boundless horn. Immediately turn his face again and deal with me. Ha ha ha, friend Su Lang, don't be joking, your excellency is so extraordinary, how can you be an ordinary eternal warrior of the 8 universes? If xianxia didn't feel the irony in Su Lang's words, he laughed and said, exactly. Yi Nanjuo immediately agreed, Su Lang, sir, you see, our subordinates are all dead, and you have nothing to lose, so let's just forget it. Ha ha, I will tell you the truth. Actually, I am really not a 9 eternal reconstruction, let alone a clone of the 9 eternal realm. Su Lang sneered, so, you must fight me to the death. Although xianxia and Yi Nanjuo were soft, but he couldn't let them go. xianxia is a real avatar of the 9 universes. If you ask him to go back and investigate the truth and know that he guessed wrong, he will definitely call the deity. At that time, the trouble will be big. With the abilities of xianxia's deity, investigating Su Lang's footsteps is not easy, and certainly not difficult, and so, sooner or later, we have to match up. It's better to kill xianxia here first. Are you not a clone of 9 universe great power? Isn't it a powerful person who can rebuild 9 universes? xianxia squinted his eyes, and suddenly smiled. The Taoist joked, even if he took 10,000 steps, the Taoist really has nothing to do with the great power of the 9 universes. Because of the extraordinary qualities of the Taoist, he is not willing to offend him. Master Su Lang, we can't meet each other without fighting. Let's stop here, let's turn the fighting into jade silk. Yi Nanjuo said, he wanted to implement this matter. Tisk tut, I said that I have nothing to do with the 9 universes and eternal fifth. It is really pitiful for you to not turn your face. Su Lang's ridiculous voice came from the infinity once again, unfortunately, you will not let you go. Your Excellency Su Lang, xianxia's eyes condensed, and he said coldly, that's the end of the conversation, are you going to fight us? Seeing that Su Lang still refused to take a break, xianxia feels a little bad. In his opinion, Su Lang must be related to Zhuzhou Eternal, and the reason why he said those words was to tease them. But Su Lang was biting so hard that xianxia had to wonder if the other party had an enmity with his deity, and he happened to run into him. Master Su Lang, you know that Lord xianxia is the eternal clone of Zhuzhou. We want to go, you can't stop it at all. Then you will usher in the disaster. Yi Nan's frantic expression gradually disappeared, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly. Can't keep you, unless the 9 universes come forever, otherwise, this is a joke. Su Lang sneered again and again, and with a direct thought, the desperate eternal prison array immediately unfolded, covering a light-year radius. After these days, under the action of the self-reproduction function of the formation, the desperate eternal prison array has grown to the top level of the 8 eternals. Although a lot of materials are consumed, the effect is surprisingly good. The Despair Eternal Prison Array was originally an array used to retain people, and it unfolded extremely fast. xianxia and Yi Nanjuo hadn't reacted before they realized that they were enveloped by the formation. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2752, The Top 8 Universes, Now, What? This is the top-level formation of the 8 Eternal Realm. How is it possible? How can this formation be arranged in an instant? Even the arrangement of the 9-universe Eternal Level Super Array Mage will definitely take a while. xianxia unfolded his spiritual thoughts, and looked at the formation arranged by Su Lang with horror. It was incredible. Yi Nanjuo's complexion became even more stiff, and her pupils shrank sharply. He could feel that if he came alone, he could not deal with this formation alone. At this time, Xuanwang grinding, under Su Lang's guidance, the sky and the ground appeared on the top and bottom of the universe. The sky is the color of the sky, and the color of the earth is yellow. Suddenly, an extremely depressed feeling appeared in the hearts of Shang and Qiuhan. This is an array that consumes mana and will. The barriers around the formation are also extremely strong, I can't break it in a short time. This Su Lang is really going to fight me to death. xianxia gritted his teeth, he didn't expect Su Lang to be so decisive, he must kill him. At the same time, Yi Nanjuo looked at xianxia frequently, and his eyes flashed anxiously. Su Lang chopsticks. Do you really think you've taken me down? Don't forget, you are only a temporary boost. Shang Qiuhan nodded to Yi Nanjuo, looked at the tall and boundless infinity, and said coldly, since you are going to fight to the death, then see who wins and who loses. Noisy. The majestic voice came from the infinity, like the trembling movement of the entire universe, at the same time. The moment of Xuanwang in the sky and the ground, the two of Shang, Ku and Han are severely suppressed. The fusion of the desperate eternal prison array and the Dudu universe in space, not only has the power of Su Lang's universe, but also the support of the Dudu universe. Its power is extremely terrifying. In the mill of Xuanwang, Yi Nanjuo, an advanced level of the 8 universes, even felt that he was about to be wiped out here. Roar. The dragon fights Tianyu, the scales are open, the armor is off, and the mane is burning. Yi Nanjuo directly performed the strongest self-harm secret technique. However, he saw his dragon body collapse further, leaving only a dozen meters, which is not the size that an eternal dragon should have. But his combat power has exploded one after another, and the aura on his body has been superimposed, and he has temporarily reached the top level of the 8 universes. In a flash, a ripple-like wave of flame erupted from the body of the burning dragon in Yinan, and the ripples gathered on the fang-like long-handled knife, slashed fiercely, propping up a golden red space. Rumble. The Xuanwang double grinding together, pinching up and down, directly compressed the golden red space opened by Yi Nanjuo to a range of tens of millions of miles. But, after all, the desperate eternal prison array was a killing-type formation, not an explosive attack formation, so it did not break the defense that Yi Nanjuo desperately deployed. It was when Xuanwang Xuangmo collided with Yinan Zhou Jinhong ripples. Global borrowing La Tongyu. Shang Qiuhan's cosmic power surged, the secret technique unfolded, and the surrounding natural cosmic power shook. This secret technique is surprisingly from the same source as Tongyu Divine Orb. In other words, Tongyu Divine Orb is a sub-spell under this secret technique. Now, after mobilizing the power of the surrounding natural universe, Shang Qiuhan's breath rose obviously, and the magnitude was not small. However, before he had time to activate the remaining secret arts, I am the ruler of the universe. Anyone who is not allowed by me must not use the power of the natural universe. The boundless horn controlled by Su Lang made a thunderous roar, and the secret technique, Master of the Universe, suddenly unfolded. Suddenly, the entire Dudu universe has completely turned into Su Lang's home court. This is because he narrowed the scope deliberately, otherwise the natural universe with a radius of hundreds or thousands would be turned into his own territory by him. And narrowing the scope will allow Su Lang to assimilate Dudu universe at a deeper level. After all, this is to compete with an eternal clone of the 9 universes for the power of the natural universe. At this time, as soon as Master of the Universe came out, Shang Qiuhan's cosmic art suddenly failed. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2753. Your mother, I also suck, do not. How can that be? What I use is the secret technique created by the eternal power of the 9 universes fused with countless secrets. How could you seize the power of the natural universe that I shook? Shang Qiuhan felt that he was rejected by Dudu universe, and his eyes widened in horror. It stands to reason that even if Su Lang's secret technique is stronger than him, he can't directly deprive him of the power of the natural universe, unless Su Lang's secret technique has surpassed his secret technique too much. But this makes people think deeply. The mystery of the universe that he used in Shang Qiuhan was created by his deity, who spent countless years, spent countless times, and used countless techniques to eliminate the waste. This secret method, even in the eternity of the 9 universes, is extremely powerful. However, it was so far worse than Su Lang's secret technique. Then, who created Su Lang's secret technique? How terrifying is his background? Thought of this, Shang Qiuhan felt like he was having a nightmare. He suddenly regretted to provoke Su Lang. But now he has become a feud, immortal, and there is no room for change. The other side. When Yi Nanjuo saw Shang Qiuhan's face change drastically, he was terrified and shocked. What kind of person is Shang Qiuhan? A clone of the 9 eternal realm, but just as soon as he fought, he showed this look. This made Yi Nanjuo a little pessimistic about this battle. It was at the time when the secret technique of Su Lang's cosmic domain rule was launched. Shang Qiuhan was horrified, but there was no delay in his actions. The world borrowing method, the universe jump. Destroy the life is judged. Kill and kill. Countless thoughts in his mind, body, eruption, assassination, all kinds of secret methods have unfolded. His whole human blood was flying, his arrogance was overwhelming, and he held the immeasurable source-devouring blade, turned into a scarlet streamer, and instantly smashed in front of the infinite. Without the blessing of the power of the natural universe, it has reached the level where the 8 cosmos have passed and the 9 cosmos are not full. Is this desperate? With a thought in Su Lang, the power of the universe merged with the power of the natural universe, instantly condensed into the strongest defensive secret technique, severe no prescription. Moreover, this severance was applied to the 8-sided shield of the sky. Just at the moment when the boundless source-devouring blade was about to cut the boundless, when the small black buckler directly blocked the front of the boundless source-devouring blade, it was the 8-sided shield of the sky. At this time, blades and shields struck each other, an extremely harsh impact sound erupted, and countless uncontrollable aftermaths of battle tore the surrounding time and space, making the entire world look like it was covered with countless black thunders. Quack, come and me, little white face. The little black shield device xianxia popped his head out and looked at Shang Qiuhan with a sneer. It was blocked. What kind of shield is this? It is also the innate eternal emperor soldier. Shang Qiuhan's eyes burst open, anger and suspicion flickered, but he instinctively performed the next attack, Yuan Yoyan. Boom! The majestic and vast scarlet light burst from the immeasurable source-devouring blade, like a world-destroying tsunami, overwhelming the sky, directly covering the sky and 8-sided shield and even the entire infinity. These scarlet rays of light are madly absorbing the power of the heavenly shield and the infinity. Ah, you suck me, and still so hard. The first time xianxia encountered this situation, he exclaimed, and then shouted, you mother, I also suck. Immediately after, the anti-injury feature on his body exploded, and he also began to absorb the power of the immeasurable source-devouring blade. Although the anti-injury ratio is only about 80%, it also makes Shang Qiuhan dumbfounded. What the hell? This shield has 2 innate characteristics. Shang Qiuhan's heart was shaken, incredible. However, the opponent's anti-absorption power was only 80% of his own, and he had a celestial and 8-sided shield on his side, and was still absorbing the power of infinity. The latter is the big head. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2754, Shang Qiuhan deity will, suck it down like this. Su Lang, the temporarily promoted guy, will definitely weaken faster. At that time, it will be his death. The thoughts in Shang Qiuhan's heart didn't completely pass away, and he suddenly stood upside down all over his body, like falling into an ice cave. The next moment, before he could react, he was enveloped in a stream of colorful colored glaze. This is an attack jointly launched by Qibao Miaoshu and Jinghua Shuiyu. The latter is even more superimposed 6 times under the effect of characteristics. Suddenly, Shang Qiuhan felt himself in a daze, and a plain-looking young man with a frown appeared in front of him. How dare you kill the master? The incomparably ordinary young man reached out his hand to pinch the edge of boundless source-devouring blade. His voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the world. The deity, how could I? Shang Qiuhan was terrified and seemed to forget that he was fighting Su Lang. Desperately, the immeasurable source-eating blade was even more immobile, not only stopped the attack, but also seemed to be taken by the deity in front. Humph, for the sake of your hard work, go to the heart-piercing ****** and face the wall for 1,000,000,000,000 years, and then look back. Shang Qiuhan heard this deity say this, and then saw the deity wave his hand, a stream of light fell on him, and he tightened. Suddenly, Shang Qiuhan felt that all his strength was banned. But he did not resist. Instead, his knees were soft, and he knelt down directly. The slave knows his mistakes, and I am willing to face the punishment of trillions of years. Okay. The plain-looking deity nodded slightly, his eyes indifferent. But at this moment, where is the rat, dare to fool me into a clone? An extremely angry voice erupted from Shang Qiuhan's body, like a sharp sword in the sky, directly smashing the entire illusion. In an instant, Shang Qiuhan's sense organs returned to normal, and only a faint light shrouded his body, blocking the 8 black jade chains and colorful glazed light. He suddenly understood that he had been confused by Su Lang's illusion. But, a long sword like a galaxy and a waterfall was already swept by the infinity, and it was suddenly killed. Its power is already infinitely close to the 9-universe eternal realm, and it can even be called the weak 9-universe level. Do not. xianxia didn't have time to defend, and his eyes were cracked, panicked, and he felt that he was about to fall in the next instant. 9 tribulations of extinction, kill. Suddenly, a low drink broke out in his body again, directly stimulating the upgraded version of the self-harm style secret technique of extinction. I saw xianxia's whole body directly changed from plump and jade to gray and blue, skinny corpses. A majestic force exploded, surging up surgingly, not weaker than Su Lang's breaking sword with the universal annihilation secret. The next moment, the two attacks collided, the center of the impact annihilated each other silently, and the aftermath of a terrifying battle swept away at the edges. Jilin, the life sentence is reduced. xianxia was rescued by the deity's will. He first maintained his state with the secret technique of silence to prevent further falls, and then launched the secret technique of recovery. I don't know how much he paid, and his breath has recovered a little, from a gray-blue mummy appearance to a pale, sickly dying person, at the same time. Dragon Mark World. Yinin's beard and hair were stretched, and the dragon scales all over his body were annihilated, turning into countless twisted lines into the golden red space that he opened. Desperately resisting, he finally persisted in the aftermath of the attacks from Su Lang and xianxia. Unfortunately, Su Lang sighed in his heart. He had already seen that xianxia had the power of his deity. The reason why the heart-piercing lock was used first was to replace the power of xianxia's deity, but it could not be completely replaced, and the second move, Po Yijian, was also blocked. I have to say that the clone of the eternal power of the 9 universes has a profound background. Even this mortal situation can last longer. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Su Lang didn't stop at any moment in his hand, raising the sword of life with his left hand. On this occasion, endless hatred and excitement erupted in xianxia's heart. Su Lang relied on secret techniques and foreign objects to temporarily improve. After this blow, his combat power would definitely fall like crazy. Then, his xianxia must win. However, if you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2755. His xianxia is in danger. However, he was just getting excited. I saw that the infinity in front had inserted the golden long sword in its left hand into its heart. What's the situation? Why is he cutting himself? xianxia couldn't help but rise in a deep consternation. Immediately after, in a flash, the breath of boundless space skyrocketed directly, returning to its 30% state. How can it be? He clearly used secret techniques and foreign objects to upgrade. How can he recover again? Moreover, I recovered 30% at one time. That golden long sword, what kind of weapon is it? xianxia looked dumbfounded at the infinity number that Su Lang was controlling, and his whole body was stunned. But the more shocking thing is still to come. Life is innocent. Su Lang used the recovery secret technique, and swallowed countless pills at the same time. In infinity, a large number of eternal warriors were replaced by the substitutes, and all the members swallowed the perfect eternal emperor pill, and started the record of Fuyu life. This is not over yet. Under the dominance of the universe, the infinity's self-recovery ability received a terrifying bonus, and it was absorbing due to universe energy to replenish itself at all times. Multipronged. The status of boundless is directly restored to 70%. Su Lang was unsatisfied, and once again swung the sword of life to slash him, and the infinite was restored to its peak. Do not. How can it be restored to its peak state? xianxia changed from dumbfounded to canthus, his bloodshot eyes shone with fright. Su Lang Wubian recovered to its peak, but he only recovered 30 to 40% of its strength, and he also paid a great price, sacrificing his own heritage. Comparing the two sides, make a judgment. The point is that this is in the midst of a great war. One loses and the other grows. His xianxia is in danger. If you are not recruited, then go to death. Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the mouth of the boundless trumpet, turning into a violent thunder, and at the same time wearing the hard lock. Qibao Miaoshu, Jinghuashuiyu and you all dispatched. If xianxia had no future moves, then these 3 weapons would be enough to solve it. Just. Su Lang knew that the opponent would not be defeated so simply, because the opponent had his own will in his body. The true will of the eternal power of the 9 universes will never be so easy to kill. The release of the 3 weapons such as the piercing lock was largely another test, really. The combined attack of 3 weapons such as the piercing lock came to xianxia's body. Suddenly, there was another burst of light from his body, blocking Su Lang's attack. However, part of the cost of using this light is the power left by the deity, and the other part is the power of the strange xianxia. Xianxia, who had recovered some of it, once again became ashamed, like a long-dead corpse. If you stop, this matter will be exposed. An extremely majestic will rose from xianxia's body, directly replacing his original consciousness. This will is extremely vast, heavy, vicissitudes of life, and majesty, giving people a sense of being king of the universe. Are you the deity of xianxia? Hehe, you didn't say a word to ****** my eternal life page. Now that you can't hit it, you will stop. Not to mention that the matter has come to this point, Liangzi has already settled, I will not let you go. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of sarcasm flashed through his cold eyes. Since you insist on shooting, let me die with this clone. The voice of xianxia's deity did not fluctuate at all, and he appeared extremely calm, but the more he did this, the more angry he was. A rising star in a remote cosmic region, even saying that he couldn't let him go, it was so arrogant. Perish together. Don't say it's you, your deity comes, and you can't die with me. Su Lang sneered, but he was extremely alert in his heart. Young man, you are too arrogant. The deity of xianxia is as cold as ice, with a trace of murderous aura. Ah, Su Lang chuckled, but turned his head to look at Yi Nanjuo. Yi Nanjuo, xianxia will undoubtedly die. You can avoid death by returning to me. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2756, Ha 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 ha, come to fight, wishful thinking. Yi Nanjuo resisted the desperate eternal prison array for such a short time, it was already at the end of the crossbow, and could be wiped out by the formation at any time. But in his opinion, if the deity of xianxia shot, then Su Lang would definitely be finished. What's more, when he surrendered to xianxia, he was also subjected to methods and could not betray at all, otherwise he would pay an extremely terrifying price. Just. Yi Nanjuo never expected it. A resolute sentence of oneself seemed to have triggered something. As soon as the words were finished, an extremely powerful suction was applied to him. It is the Zijin gourd that has taken off. Next, we have to face a battle with xianxia's will. Therefore, Su Lang planned to clean up Yi Nanjuo, so that the desperate eternal prison array could affect xianxia's body. At this time, the purple gold gourd hanging on the Qibao wonderful tree pointed at Yi Nanjuo, and the powerful and unparalleled suction surged out. Do not, Lord, save me, save me. What? Yi Nanjuo cried out for help, he had already run out of energy to resist the desperate eternal prison array. At this time, he was locked in by the purple gold gourd, and he couldn't maintain the dragon mark realm. The whole person turned into a black spot and was sucked into the gourd. From beginning to end, the deity of xianxia didn't make a move at all. He knew that once he shot the rescue device Nanjuo, after all, he would usher in a storm-like attack from Su Lang. What's more, Yi Nanjuo is no longer able to work, and it has lost its value, so why bother to save it? During the entire process, he stared at Su Lang, and he hadn't even looked at Yi Nanjuo. For Su Lang, if Su Lang used the Yutian sword to attack Yi Nanjuo, then xianxia's deity would definitely take action. But he never expected that Su Lang's approach was unique and completely beyond his expectations. Now Zijin gourd shot automatically, and Su Lang was still holding the Yutian sword in his hand, and he could burst out the highest combat power at any time. All right, now let you and I decide the victory and defeat, the points are born and die. The huge planet-like eyes of the infinity star fixed on xianxia, and Su Lang's sneer came from his mouth. At the same time, Wu Ying held the hilt of the Yutian sword with both hands and raised it high. Su Lang, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. The deity of xianxia saw that Su Lang was dead and wanted to fight to death, and his heart was very angry. He really didn't want to lose this clone. The top-level clone of the 8 universes, even he, would take countless years to cultivate. In the long years, he only cultivated 2 such clones. Ha 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 ha, come to fight. Su Lang's wild laugh came from the mouth of the boundless horn. On the sword like the galaxy sky waterfall, the immense power is condensed into a broken sword, which is instantly cut out. Suddenly, a pure, white sword light seemed to penetrate the entire Dudu universe, from top to bottom, to kill Xianxia. In this process, wearing Heart Lock, Seven Treasure Tree, and Jinghua Shuiyu also broke out a second wave of attacks. More desperately, Xuanwang Shuangmo of the Cosmopolitan Formation was severely suppressed. This moment, it is as if Xianxia were to be killed by Su Lang along with the entire universe. The world borrows the law Lixu. The deity Xianxia sighed in his heart, without any hesitation, directly used the secret technique at the bottom of the press box. In a flash, however, he saw his body turned into an illusory translucent shape, as if detached from this universe, unable to be attacked. This move is indeed a very powerful move. Standing still in place, it can also avoid fatal attacks. But Yutian's sword had already swallowed the characteristics of Broken Dream Sword, and the sword was hit. Sneer. The pure white sword light fell on Xianxia's body. The innate characteristics contained in the sword aura suddenly evoked countless cosmic forces from the void of Dudu universe. These cosmic powers have very strange characteristics, like countless hands grabbing Xianxia's body, pulling it out of the state of emptiness. What? The deity of Xianxia was shocked in his will, and instinctively once again performed the void secret art. Suddenly, if you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2757. The Jade of Life is broken with a sword. His body is illusory again. Amidst reality and emptiness, it looks like a flickering image. But a moment before this, part of Po Yijian's power fell on Xianxia. Rumble. A group of white light gradually enlarged, and a violent explosion suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. Damn. The deity Xianxia was very angry, and the light on his body had been shattered by the sword light. If it hadn't been for the second time that he was able to expand in time, he would have already broken his defense. But he can use Lixu twice in a row, which also cost him a lot. This kind of secret technique is good. With a touch of detachment, it deserves to be the power of 9 universes. When Su Lang witnessed Xianxia launching the void secret art, avoiding weapons such as the heart-piercing lock and the combined attack and the killing blow of the breaking sword, his heart was slightly frozen. Fortunately, the void secret art can only last a very short time each time. At this time, the sword light exploded in all directions. Xianxia's state of emptiness is also lifted again. How many times can you use this secret technique? Su Lang showed a sneer. While swallowing the pill, he raised his hands again and slashed fiercely. Sneer. Break the sword and tear the time and space. A piece of colorful glazed light was shrouded around the sword light, and on the outside, 8 chains of black jade pierced like a flying sword, so sharp. The world borrows the law Lixu. The deity of Xianxia will repeat the old skills, and he is also prepared for defense and counterattack. Boom. The pure white sword light slashed on Xianxia's body fiercely. The characteristics of the instant of sword emergence collide with the secret method of the will of Xianxia deity once again. The violent explosion appeared again. Su Lang, I will kill you. At the center of the explosion, a ray of light appeared and disappeared, and the deity of Xianxia roared ferociously. However, Xianxuhan's body collapsed in an instant, turning into countless grid-like crystal wall universes. These crystal wall universes are also constantly disintegrating, and the energy generated has turned into a strange octagonal array. This formation came out. From the 8 corners, 8 pillars of emerald blue light jetted straight into the sky. The power of these beams of light actually broke the siege of the desperate universe. It even counteracted Su Lang's cosmic domain dominating secret technique, grabbing a large amount of the power of the natural universe and integrating it into the formation. Tongyu 8 directions. Su Lang used the formation recognition function to directly see the name and characteristics of the formation. This formation has 2 functions. The first is to use the clone of Xianxia as an anchor to attract the power of the deity. The second type is incidental. The will of Xianxia's deity can escape through the channel formed by the formation. The will of Xianxia's deity is surprisingly to use both. It was the moment Su Lang saw through the formation. The incomparably terrifying power appeared out of thin air in the Tongyu 8 Fang formation, and then attached to the boundless source devouring blade. Kacha. There were cracks on the boundless source blade. Another majestic force swarmed out of the cracks, and merged into the power of the deity attracted by the universal array. This is a secret technique at the cost of damaging weapons. This is the true power of the 9 universes. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and for a moment the sword of life in his left hand was directly inserted into the heart of infinity. Immediately afterwards, the infinity, surrounded by Xianxia's 8-sided shield, raised the Yudian sword, the jade of life breaking a sword. The condensed white sword light shattered time and space, and suddenly slammed in front of the Bafang Tongyu formation. This power of breaking a sword and light is surprisingly stronger than any previous one by hundreds of thousands of times, and it has directly stepped into the real eternal realm of the 9 universes. What? How could he burst out with such a powerful force? The deity of xianxia was horrified and unbelievable, and a deep sense of badness rose in his heart. He had a faint hunch, his distraction, I am afraid it will be damaged here. But he had no choice but to control the boundless source-devouring blade, slashing out source-devouring pharyngeal. Clang. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2758. I Remember You, Su Lang Child Rumble. The scarlet sword light bombarded with the pure white sword light, exploding the aftermath of the overwhelming battle. The sword light hit the center, directly forming a small cosmic hole. Tongyu octagonal array, desperate eternal prison array, annihilated at the same time. The deity of xianxia will control the boundless source-devouring blade, while resisting Su Lang's peak blow, while constantly devouring the power of breaking the sword light. However, the power of breaking a sword is too majestic and vast. It has completely exceeded the limit of the immeasurable source-devouring blade. Crack. The immeasurable source-devouring blade that had already cracked again with a large number of black cracks, and a terrible scream came from the blade. Do not. xianxia's deity was extremely furious, but he had no other means to use. At last, Kang. The immeasurable source-devouring blade broke apart and flew like broken leaves in a strong wind. The sword light of the broken sword was like a galaxy that crushed the sky, and hit the will of xianxia's deity fiercely. I remember you, Su Lang child. The will of xianxia's deity collapsed. Suddenly, he fixed his eyes on the infinite number, put down a cruel word, and then completely annihilated. Ding! You get the Eternal Soul 1, the Eternal Daojing 1, the Eternal Life Universe 1, the Eternal Body Fragment 1081 Guy, the Infinite Source Devouring Blade Fragment 3954. Accompanied by system prompts, a large amount of wealth appeared in Su Lang's storage space. But Su Lang can't manage for the time being. Between the heavens and the earth, the remaining power after breaking the sword and killing the will of xianxia's deity began to return, and merged into the body of Su Lang who had been dead. This is the second stage of the Fate Jade Broken Secret technique. If the enemy is successfully killed, there will be a second stage where the remaining power will return to itself as quickly as possible, reviving the caster. As long as there is still a trace of residual power, even if it is insignificant or almost none, it can be successfully resurrected. Of course, the less the remaining strength that is gathered together, the weaker the caster will be after resurrection. At this time, pieces of residual power melted into Su Lang's body, causing him to slowly open his eyes. 9 eternity is really difficult. This is just a will to stay in the body. Su Lang let out a foul breath, he was very weak now. Breaking the eternal power of the 9 universes exerted by xianxia's will, the remaining power is very small, causing him to be very weak after his resurrection. Fortunately, the enemy has all been resolved, no one will suddenly hit him, and Su Lang himself also has various recovery methods. In an instant, the pill, secret technique and other methods were all unfolded. Su Lang's breath rose rapidly, and soon returned to his normal state. xianxia is dead, and I don't know if Yi Nanjuo is dead. Su Lang stretched out his hand, brought the Zijin gourd in front of him, and dived into his spiritual mind. Suddenly, he saw a **** eternal dragon that had lost its scales, horns and bristles. It was Yi Nanjuo. He was not dead yet, but he was not far away. It seems that Su Lang's will is coming. Yi Nanjuo opened the longan with difficulty, and there was a trace of pleading in his bleeding eyes. Do you want to live? Su Lang used a mass of energy to condense into an incarnation, standing under the head of Yi Nanjuo. There is a huge difference in size between the two, but the huge eternal dragon is the weak one. Of course I want to live. Master Su Lang, I was also coerced and lured by xianxia, so I had to join him. Yi Nanjuo smiled hard. Hee hee, what else can a weak person like me have? Yes, the weak can only be dominated. Su Lang nodded indifferently. I sympathize with you a bit, but that's all. I still use it. Yi Nanjuo stagnated and said bitterly, I can be your mount. Do not, you cannot. Su Lang smiled faintly. Mount, I only accept beautiful women. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2759, Kill Yi Nanjuo, Get Information. Yi Nanjuo gaped, shocked and desperate. Well, you go to die. While talking, Su Lang dispersed this temporary avatar. No, please. Yi Nanjuo didn't know where the strength came from, and suddenly the dragon's body vibrated and let out a terrified and stern cry. However, a white sword light fell from the sky, and chopped off his huge dragon head. Ding! You got the Eternal Soul 1. The system prompt appeared in Su Lang's mind, but he didn't care about it, but was sorting out the information he had just received. He went to Zijin Gord specifically, but he didn't talk nonsense with Yi Nanjuo, but used, secret of the word, to steal the intelligence in his brain. Yi Nanjuo was on the verge of death, unable to even detect it, let alone resist stealing the word secret. Humph, this Yi Nanjuo really knows something. Su Lang squinted his eyes, a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. xianxia also showed some sincerity in order to intimidate and lure Yi Nanjuo. Among them is some information about Lingshu fragmented domain. The intelligence includes multiple paths from the Yilong universe to the Lingshu fragmented realm, as well as the current situation of the Lingshu fragmented realm. Lingshu fragmented domain is the universe where the pages of eternal life appear the most, and it is also a universe with a large number of high-level universes. In the endless universe, a large number of eternal existences of the 8 universes gathered here to start a fierce battle. Recently, it seems that it has come to the cycle where the pages of eternal life appear in large numbers, and more powerful men can't help but emerge from the dark curtain and participate in the battle for the pages of eternal life. And there were some rumors in Lingshu fragmented domain. It is said that there are enough of the white world in the universe, and the endless universe is about to collapse. The appearance of the page of immortality this time is also the last time. At last, there is also some information about the pages of eternal life. The page of eternal life is the most widespread name in the endless universe. This thing is divided into 3 grades. The first grade is broken pages, the second grade is complete pages, and the third grade is blank pages. On the first 2, there are characters that are difficult to understand. The eternal warrior who has obtained these 2 pages of immortality spends a lot of time and can complete a certain degree of assimilation, thus stepping into the white world of the universe and seeking detachment. This process is extremely difficult. Usually, the more incomplete the page of eternal life, the more difficult it is. Therefore, the complete page is much more precious than the eternal page of the torn page. However, the page of eternal life has a weirdness. That is, the same page of eternal life falls into the hands of different eternal warriors, and the assimilation difficulty is actually different. Once there was an eternal warrior who got a broken page, and the assimilation difficulty was actually lower than the complete page he already had. Of course, this situation is very rare. Let's talk about the 3rd level blank eternal page. This thing is a legendary thing. There has never been exact news of such broken pages, only some specious rumors. But all the eternal warriors who aspire to immortality firmly believe that there is such a thing. It is said that as long as you get a blank page of eternal life, you can directly assimilate, and even directly transcend the endless universe. Lingshu broken domain, page of eternal life. For me now, the page of immortality is not very useful. It's just that this kind of thing is important, at least, I have to make it clearer first. Moreover, the rumors from Lingshu fragmented territory, that the endless universe is about to collapse, are probably not groundless. Now, the deity of xianxia knows that I have a page of immortality, and I killed his clone. He will definitely not let me go easily, maybe he is already on his way to kill. Thinking about it this way, my situation is actually a bit urgent. Next, I can't stay here. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately decided to leave Dudu universe. If he said nothing, he immediately dispatched buying clone. A total of 16,500 shadow clones scattered out, following the path stolen from Yi Nanjuo, starting from different paths. There are also clones appearing in Suiyu universe and Yilong universe, exploring in more directions and leaving a few more retreats. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2760, rounded to 3 or 2 billion. There are avatars on the way. Naturally, Su Lang didn't have to personally. He left the battlefield and returned to the opposite platform. After he was ready to flee at any time, he further recovered himself and counted the spoils. System. Save to the origin of the universe. Su Lang started the first step of the inventory process. Ding. The storage is complete, and the balance is 3.188.9 million universe origin. Round to 3 and 200 million. Tisk tut. This harvest is really rich. Su Lang's eyes widened, 2 golden lights spurted out like searchlights. A full 3.2 billion of the origin of the universe. This is definitely the most harvested in his history. But think about it, this time not only killed xianxia, the avatar of the eternal power of the 9 universes, but also killed Yi Nanjuo, the domain master of the Yilong universe. Below these 2 people, hundreds of thousands of eternal powerhouses were all destroyed in Su Lang's hands. All the net worth of these people was perfectly plundered and collected into the storage space. Tisk tisk, it's so cool. Next, the system functions can be improved again. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately issued an instruction. System, improve the dispatching function of the clone. Ding. Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 56. The number of clones is +1. The current number of clones is 56. The number of clones is 56, and the number of twins is 56. The 56 level avatar dispatch function. The total number of avatars reached 168. If the buying avatar function is activated, it will be a total of 16,800. There are more than 2 billion left. Su Lang did not hesitate and gave the instruction again. Improve One Key training and One Key martial arts functions. Ding. Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins. The One Key training function is upgraded to 57, and the training speed is increased to 19-20 trillion times. Ding. Consume 1 billion cosmic origin. The one-click martial arts function has been upgraded to 57, and the martial arts speed has increased 19-20 trillion times. 2 system prompts came. The speed of cultivation and martial arts has all doubled. At this time, there are still 189.96 million universe origins left in the balance. Think about it, Su Lang did not upgrade the One Key empowerment function, but kept it for other purposes. For example, it can be used as the consumption of characteristic swallowing, or for subordinates to improve their own use. Next, count the eternal bodies. With a thought in Su Lang, a large group of minced meat exuding strong cosmic power appeared in front of him. This is the eternal body of xianxia. Because the will of his deity used a very terrifying self-harm burst secret technique, causing his eternal body to collapse directly. The crystal wall universe within it has been annihilated by more than 90%. Originally, the number of crystal wall universes in the top eternal realm of the 8 universes should be more than 19,000 Gai. But now, there are only more than 1,000 Gai left, and Su Lang swept through these remaining crystal wall universes with his spiritual thoughts, and found that the world inside was all destroyed. Those life planets or continents that should have been extremely prosperous are all dead, and even the planets or continents themselves have turned into countless cosmic dust. It's almost useless. Su Lang curled his lips, waved his hand and threw it to the nest of civilization. Soon, he took out an eternal body again, this time a dragon corpse, the corpse of Yi Nanjuo. After Yi Nanjuo died, his body shape returned to normal. Its size is 1,000 times larger than the infinite number, which shows how huge it is. But, under Su Lang's space power, the eternal dragon turned into a length of more than 1 meter, like a small snake lying in front of him. Start to transfer the crystal wall universe. Su Lang started to work on the road. Yi Nanjuo is also the eternal dragon of the 8th level high level, and the number of crystal wall universes is around 18,000. This number is terrifying, nearly 10,000 Gai more than Su Lang's own. It can also be seen from this that Su Lang's daily combat power can reach the intermediate level of the 8 universes, and what a huge increase in combat power his skills have brought him. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2761, Devouring Immeasurable Phagosome Blade Characteristics. Next, the extremely skilled Su Lang used the fastest speed to transfer the life planets and continents in the eternal dragon body. There are so many life planets and life continents this time. In order to be able to install it all, Su Lang had to use some clones to compress and splice a large number of life planets and continents in his body to save space in the crystal wall universe. Then, a large number of super life continents similar to Dudu continent appeared in the crystal wall universe in his body. But the scale is definitely much smaller than the Dudu continent. But in terms of quality, it definitely far surpasses Dudu continent. In those compressed and spliced life continents, every inch of land is at least the primary treasure land level. The high-level treasures are countless. The creatures living in these crystal wall universes, the cultivation environment is so good. This also further improved the level of wisdom and civilization in Su Lang's body, and made the power of Taoism and the power of incense aspirations even stronger. Completed the splicing of countless life continents in the crystal wall universe. Su Lang threw the dragon's body to the nest of civilization, and took out more eternal bodies. The eternal bodies of xianxia and Yi Nanjuo's subordinates, roughly numbered, have exceeded 300,000. 300,000 eternal bodies. I'm such a direct fellow. Su Lang was stunned secretly, but the trophies he had harvested must be sorted out while crying. Face more life planets and continents. Su Lang finally started to choose this time. Not any life planet or continent could enter his eyes. Only those treasure lands with a high level can be collected by him into the crystal wall universe, merge with the existing life continents and planets, and form larger continents or planets. The crystal wall universe with a total of 300,000 eternal bodies. It took Su Lang a lot of time to completely organize it. But this is not over yet. There are still more than 300,000 life universes to deal with, including those of xianxia and Yi Nanjuo. Compared with the crystal wall universe, the life universe is much larger, and it is more difficult to deal with. Too much gain. Su Lang sighed, and then began to transfer life to the universe. It was another hard work. Finally, all life universes are also processed. There are still many ordinary life planets and continents left. These things are placed in the bodies of the clones. It just so happens that the bodies of my clones are all empty, and there is no life continent in the universe of life. There are creatures in the crystal wall universe and life universe of the clones, and their strength will be slightly improved. Quote. Thinking of this, Su Lang nodded heavily, and then threw the remaining large number of unwanted planet continents to the clones. One by one, there was nothing in the life universe and crystal wall universe, but all the leftovers were quickly packed. At last, Su Lang threw all his eternal body to the nest of civilization. Fortunately, I upgraded the nest of civilization before, otherwise I don't know if she can eat it. So far, the spoils of eternal body are finally processed. Next, deal with the eternal emperor soldier. You can choose innate characteristics again. Each eternal emperor soldier can swallow 3 characteristics. Now my weapons can basically swallow 1 or 2 characteristics. A look of expectation appeared in Su Lang's eyes, and he waved his hand immediately, and a large red gravel appeared in front of him. These gravels are full of powerful and strange aura. Shards of the immeasurable source devouring blade. This weapon has the innate characteristics of absorbing the power of the enemy for its own use. It is very suitable for me. Although the weapon has been broken into this way, fortunately, the inherent characteristics of it are kept very intact. In this way, I don't have to find ways to repair it, and then swallow the innate characteristics. Su Lang thought about it and stroked his chin, before he took out the Yudian sword and placed it on the right. Immediately, system, Su Lang ordered, give me the feature swallow function. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2762, Soul-Killing and Invulnerable, Ding. Consumes 100 million of the origin of the universe, eternal realm materials, successfully swallowed innate characteristics. System prompts emerged, and countless types and quantities of materials were reported. Compared with the last time, more raw materials are consumed this time. The origin of the universe alone consumed a full 100 million. Fortunately, I left over 180 million as a spare, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to do the devouring feature. Su Lang twitched the corners of his mouth, then touched his aching heart. Soon, He looked at Yudian sword. At this time, the Yudian sword had already acquired the fourth characteristic, evening power character, and the number of times it had been swallowed had also been used up. At this time, the Yudian sword has 4 characteristics: one hit must hit, breaking defense is dead, knowing one hit, and devouring power. There are more than 80 million cosmic origins left. Heaven's 8-edged shield has been swallowed twice, and the third time requires 100 million cosmic origins. The rest of the weapons, the infinity, the sword of life, the heart-piercing lock, and the 7 treasure tree, etc., were only swallowed once or 0 times. If this is the case, then find some characteristics for them all to devour. While thinking about it, Su Lang decomposed the fragments of the immeasurable source-devouring blade, and then continued to search for useful characteristics from the captured Eternal Emperor soldiers. All weapons without innate characteristics are all broken down into raw materials. Weapons with innate characteristics remain. Even if Su Lang can't use it himself, he can use his companion's weapons, of course, provided that the funds are sufficient. Time passed slowly. Among the weapons with innate characteristics, Su Lang quickly found out many useful innate characteristics. For example, it can kill the soul of the strong in the eternal realm. As everyone knows, the soul of the eternal strong has long been integrated into the body's countless crystal wall cells, and ordinary ways can hardly cause harm. Only a few special methods can do it. If the method of killing souls is solidified into characteristics and blessed on weapons, it is definitely a big killer. In addition to the killing soul feature, there is also the invulnerable feature. This is a feature dedicated to defense or trapping. As the name suggests, this is a feature that allows the weapon to form a super strong defense or siege with no dead ends and no weaknesses. This feature is very suitable for the 8-sided shield and purple gold gourd. Coincidentally, Su Lang found 2 weapons made by one person, both with the characteristics of invulnerability. These 2 weapons also happen to be a defensive weapon and a trapped weapon. Luck is really good. Su Lang rubbed his hands happily, put the 2 found weapons aside, and then continued to work. No more suitable weapon characteristics were found. Each weapon can only swallow the characteristics 3 times, and Su Lang must cherish these 3 opportunities and can't use them at will. So, just this kills the soul in invulnerable characteristics. The ability to kill the soul can be used for the heart-piercing lock. It already has the power to damage the enemy's soul. With the blessing of the characteristics, it will definitely be stronger. The invulnerability characteristics are used for the Zijin Gourd and the 8-edged shield of heaven, but the latter requires 100 million cosmic origins, so it's slow. Various thoughts surfaced in Su Lang's mind, and while thinking about it, he activated the innate characteristic swallowing function. Suddenly, consume 11 million of the origin of the universe in various materials. Heart-piercing lock possesses the second characteristic besides, fatal penetration, killing the soul. The Zijin Gourd swallowed its invulnerability feature, and its ability to trap people skyrocketed. It became more and more unnecessary to worry about not being able to shut people down, and was pierced from the stomach and ran away. The job of devouring characteristics is here for now. Now that a large number of eternal weapons have been decomposed, plus the raw materials seized, the number of heaven, material and earth treasures has reached the highest in history. In that case, try to evolve and strengthen weapons. Su Lang immediately started the system function, material transformation, and began to transform the various materials needed for weapon evolution such as Yudian sword. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2763, Yudian Sword's second enhancement qualitative change. Although the current weapons such as the Yudian Sword have all reached the level of the 8 eternal realm, but their realm is still at the level of the eternal realm of the 6 universes. The materials needed to evolve to the eternal realm of the 7 universes are at the level of the 8 universes. In this time, killing xianxia, the eternal power of the 9 universes, and Yi Nanjuo, the master of the Yilong universe, obtained a lot of materials at the level of the 8 universes. After some effort, Su Lang successfully transformed a large amount of materials of the 8 eternal realm. Finally, after a brief inventory, it was discovered that the 8 eternal realm materials needed for the evolution of weapons such as the Yudian sword and the heavenly 8-edged shield were all available. The materials for the eternal realm of the 8 universes are all available. The 7 Eternal Realm and the materials of its lower levels are much easier to handle. The one-click synthesis function can use the 6 Universe Eternal Realm materials, collectively called the 7 Universe-level materials, not to mention the enhancement and material transformation functions. Su Lang continued to work excitedly. In a blink of an eye, all the materials needed for the evolution of various weapons were gathered. Ha 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 ha. System, start strengthening reset, weapon evolution, target Yudian sword. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly and directly activated various system functions. But when the order was halfway through, he suddenly discovered that he didn't have enough money, and the one-key mixer function level was not enough. At this time, a reminder to strengthen the reset function came. Ding! When the enhancement is reset, the current enhancement qualitative change effect will be lost. Terminate the enhanced reset. Su Lang hurriedly issued the order, and he was relieved. If the enhanced reset works directly, and I haven't been able to evolve Xiaoyu, that would be embarrassing. Fortunately, the enhanced reset function has ended. Since it can't evolve, then continued to strengthen. Su Lang took a deep breath and reissued the command to the system, start the one-key enhancement function, target Yudian sword. Ding! Strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1, ding! Strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1, ding! Strengthened successfully. In an instant, 3 consecutive system prompts came. The power of Yudian sword has been directly strengthened from the intermediate level of the 8 Eternal Realm to the advanced level. The key is, Yudian sword has completed the 10th enhancement, and has obtained the second opportunity to enhance the qualitative change. Start the enhanced qualitative change function, target, Yudian sword. Su Lang did not hesitate to give orders again. Ding! Consume the eternal grade material Blood Yong Tears Gold 8774, Zanai Joling 15844, Daji Glazed Jade 7745. The Yudian sword has been successfully strengthened. Along with the system prompt appears. Su Lang discovered that Yudian sword's breath had changed again. Using the weapon recognition function, it turns out that Yudian sword's understanding one blow feature has undergone a qualitative change. The original knowing one strike feature can make the attacks from Yudian sword possess twice the power of the original. After the qualitative change at this time, a knowing blow can increase its attack power by 5 times. It seems that there are not many multiples. But you must know that the Yudian sword is a high-level weapon of the 8 Eternal Realm. In addition to the power of Su Lang's own power and the power of the Boundless, any sword cut at will be the top level of the 8 Eternal Realm, which can be called a half-step 9 Eternal. And this kind of power will directly increase 5 times. If Su Lang used Universal Nirvana or other secret techniques, he would surely be able to cut out the weak 9 universe-level attacks. Tisk tisk. Now I am truly invincible under the 9 universes. In the 8 Eternity, one-on-one, all can be hacked to death. Even if you encounter a gang fight, you are not afraid. If you have a thought to seal the sky and other means, you can still kill the quartet and retreat calmly at any time. Su Lang's eyes lit up and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he put the Yudian sword in place, and brought the Wuyin to front. Compared with Yudian sword, the parts of Wuyin are easy to evolve. System. Start. The enhanced reset function, the weapon evolution function, the target is endless. Su Lang used his divine mind to lock the parts that needed to be evolved in the Boundless, and gave orders. Suddenly, the breath of Boundless suddenly plummeted, and then continued to rise. The evolution of each part can increase the overall strength of the infinity. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2764, Unprecedented when the evolution is complete. Among the 120,000 parts of the boundless number, there are already hundreds of 6-plane Eternal Realm parts. There are also more parts at the level of the 5 Eternal Realm. As part of the second Universe Eternal Realm at the base of the infinity, it has all evolved into the 3 Universe Eternal Realm. After completing the evolution, Su Lang strengthened the Wuyin again, this time the number of times of strengthening was 7 times. After completing the enhancement, the power of the infinity when no one is stationed has reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. Of course, Boundless, this behemoth, requires more materials for strengthening and evolution. This upgrade has consumed a huge amount of loot. For the remaining weapons, Su Lang has not evolved for the time being, but has been strengthened all, and strengthened to 10 times. Xianxia's 8-sided shield and other weapons have ushered in their second enhancement and qualitative change. Among them, the effect of the second strengthening of the qualitative change of the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao is indestructible. The first time to strengthen the qualitative change, so that the defensive power of the 8-sided shield of the sky has reached 10 times the base. This second strengthening qualitative change caused the defensive power of Tianjia's 8-edged shield to skyrocket again, reaching 20 times. Su Lang's defensive tactics were lacking compared to his attacking tactics, and he was also severing no prescription, secret technique and a heavenly shield with 8 edges. As for the attack, there are various secret magic bonuses. At this time, the defensive power of Tianjia's 8-sided shield reached 20 times, which greatly made up for the shortcomings in defense. In terms of defense, it is also infinitely close to the 9 eternal realm. This is just a daily state. If it's an explosive state, coupled with a severance, it will definitely make my defense reach the weak 9 plane level. Su Lang was delighted and satisfied. Next, the consumption double reduction feature of the Sword of Life has been qualitatively changed, and the energy consumed by cutting out a sword has doubled again. This is equivalent to extending Su Lang's battery life in disguise by nearly half. After the Sword of Life, there are 4 great incense weapons. The fatal penetration feature of the heart-piercing lock has undergone a qualitative change, and the penetration ability has become more terrifying. Only the real 9 eternal realm can resist it. Zijin Gourd's impeccable feature has undergone a qualitative change, and the ability to close people has increased significantly. As long as you haven't reached the 9 universe eternal realm, don't think of coming out again if you are sucked into it. The power of Jinghua Shuiyu itself has been strengthened, and the hallucinogenic effect has been greatly improved. With the ultimate rhythm feature, it has reached the level of invincibility under the 9 universes. Finally, there is the 7 treasure tree. This weapon has not yet swallowed its characteristics, and the effect of strengthening the qualitative change is also its own power. Its plundering ability is probably something no one can stop among the 8 universes. So far, Su Lang's weapons have been upgraded once again. The overall level, reaching a level that is infinitely close to the 9 universe eternal realm. If it is an explosive state, it is a weak 9 universe level. Tisk Tut, with the eternal realm of the 7 universes, it possesses the strength of the weak 9 universes. This is in the endless universe. It's not an exaggeration to say that there is no one before, no one here. Quote. Su Lang raised his hand with a smile and touched his chin. Of course. He knew very well that weapons were just foreign objects, and the most important thing was his own strength. Then he hurriedly waited for the 1 key practice function to accumulate cultivation base. By the way, let the little people who practice martial arts with 1-click move and practice brand new exercises. This time he beheaded Shang Qiuhan and Yi Nanjuo and obtained some secret techniques. Among them, what attracted Su Lang's most attention was Universal Borrowing Method Lixu, Yuanyuan Yuyan, 9 Tribulations of Extinction, Jilin Lan, and Judgment of Declining Life. All come from the secret technique of Shang Qiuhan. As for the secret technique of Yi Nanjuo, the level is similar to that of Si Ko Yun, and it has the value of practice, but it is not worth mentioning. System. Activate the 10 Heart Martial Arts function, practice the Universal Borrowing Method and create a virtual reality. Su Lang activated the system function and began to practice the secret techniques of the exercises. The current 1 key martial arts function has been upgraded to level 57, and the martial arts speed is 1920 trillion times the basic speed. With the support of the 10 Heart Martial Arts function, the martial arts speed has doubled tenfold, reaching 192 trillion times. Not much time. Not only can the world borrow the method and create the void, but the rest of the exercises can also be completed. If you like the 1 key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The 1 key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2765. Su Lang, who do you look down on? It was also when Su Lang was practicing exercises in a high-level cosmic region extremely far away from Dudu cosmic region. The vast and boundless high-level universe is trembling slightly. Within it, countless star fields were torn apart and destroyed in the time and space whistling waves. And all this is only because the master here is angry. However, I saw an incomparably magnificent purple-robed giant standing in the void. The giant's face was handsome and enchanting. It was in the same tune with Shang Ku Han. It was his deity, Shangju-ku. The reason why he became such a terrifying giant was entirely to vent his anger. Damn it, Su Lang child, choppy, dead chopsticks. Knowing that the deity is the eternity of the 9 universes, he even dared to oppose me and kill me, the clone that was hard to cultivate. You can't escape the palm of the deity will use the cruelest means to torture you until the longevity is exhausted. Shangju-ku's expression on his right hand loosened immediately, and countless gravel and soil spilled in his palm, which was a complete star field crushed by him. For Su Lang, he hates it to the extreme. There are only 2 clones like Shangkyuhan. But now in that remote place, one was killed by the Silong District 8 Zhou Eternal. This is not only a great loss, but also an endless shame for him. Quickly, Su Lang child, you wait. Shangju-ku gritted his teeth and rattled, his eyes filled with fierce light. Soon, with a wave of his hand, an aura condensed. It was Su Lang's aura. Tongyu God-seeking technique. Shangju-ku unfolded the tracking secret technique, turning this breath into a bead. This was exactly the method used by Shangkyuhan to chase Su Lang before, and it was no worse than the hunting soul of the treasure-hunting ancestors. There are countless natural universes. This Tongyu-searching god orb also locked Su Lang's current position. Still Dudu universe has not shifted. Su Lang miscellaneous, who do you look down upon? Shangju-ku observed Su Lang's position, and he was suddenly surprised and angry. Thinking in another way, if he is in Su Lang's situation, he will definitely move immediately, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the eternal enemies of the 9 universes, instead of waiting for death in place. However, Su Lang did not move. Do you think he can cope with the deity's attack at any time? He is so arrogant to this point. After Shangju-ku was furious at Su Lang's abnormality, he calmed down instead. No, he is not stupid, maybe he really has support. Suddenly, Shangju-ku thought of that possibility again. Su Lang is very likely to be another eternal clone of the 9 universes, or simply rebuilt by the great power of the 9 universes. Although Su Lang has personally denied it. But how can the enemy's words be believed? Is he really a clone of the great 9 universe or rebuild? No, this matter must be investigated, otherwise you can't do it. Anyway, Tongyu Mi Shinju has locked Na Su Lang's position, and I am not afraid of losing his trace. Shangju-ku took a deep breath, the anger on his face gradually suppressed and turned into calm. It just so happened, a piece of information appeared in his mind. This is his other clone. Shangquayan sent back news. In addition to Shangquayan, Shangju-ku also has some clones, but the level of cultivation is much lower. Shangquayan, have you finally found a clue? A hint of joy flashed across Shangju-ku's calm face, and he immediately checked the piece of information. Master is here. Ku Yan, fortunately, did not humiliate his life, and finally found the whereabouts of the Page of Immortality in the Lizan universe, and some information. The Page of Immortality of the Lishuan universe is a complete Page of Immortality, in the hands of Emperor Lishuan, but he has not assimilated yet. After reading the information, Shangju-ku showed a smile on his face. Although he was still very, very upset because of Su Lang, at least it was much better than before. The complete Page of Eternal Life. It's more valuable than the torn page in Su Lang's hands. The incomplete Page of Immortality, even if it is assimilated to a certain extent, can enter the universal white world. It is destined to be unable to walk far in the white world, and the chance of detachment is almost zero. Shangju-ku thought, with a sneer on his face. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2766, The Action of Shangju-ku soon. Shangju-ku began to give orders. I contacted Emperor Li Xuanzhou and offered to trade the Page of Immortality, let him figure it out. Also, check me a person named Su Lang. He is located in the remote Dudu universe. The characteristics of his fighting methods are. The order is here. Shangju-ku suddenly paused. Because Su Lang's fighting methods are really many. The weapons are full of 8 eternal realms of the 8 universes, as well as the top formations of the 8 universes, as well as all kinds of strange secret techniques. But he also paused for a while, and then informed the Avatar Shang-ku Yan all these details. Yes, Master. If Shangquayan passed his command back, he went down and started to work. Naturally, he did not do these two things. Shangju-ku's subordinate, although only he and the dead xianxia are two top avatars of the 8 celestial universe. However, there are still many subordinates in the remaining 8 eternal realms, and their combat power is not weak, but they are not as assured as the clones. Next, Shang Qian handed over the investigation of Su Lang to the hands of the 8 sovereigns in 8 eternal realms. These people all got a Tongyu-seeking God orb, which could lock Su Lang's position. In addition, there are various characteristics of Su Lang. Investigate an eternal warrior at the top level of the 8 universes. Dudu Joyu, I haven't heard of it, it's a place far away from Lingshu Broken Realm. Can such a strong person appear in that kind of place? According to the intelligence, if Su Lang desperately, he is only at the weak 9 universe level. Don't think so much, quickly launch the intelligence network and start investigating the universe of Su Lang, Dudu, Suiyu, Yilong, etc. Be sure to find valuable information. Quote. 8 eternal warriors of the 8 universes formed an investigation team, and they were a little shocked by the subjects to be investigated. But astonishment is astonishment, and the investigation must be conducted. The 8 people quickly dispersed and went to various places to start investigations. As for Shang Qian, alone, he began to rush to the Lishuan universe, with the goal of the eternal life page in the hands of Emperor Lishuan. However, he had just reached halfway through the journey, and suddenly realized that all his Anzi in the Lizan universe could not be contacted. What happened? Why did all my subordinates disappear? Could it be that they have been cleaned up? It's impossible. It stands to reason that Emperor Li Xuanzhou is just entering the 9 universe level. If I can clean up my dark child, it would have been cleaned up long ago, why should I keep it until now? Could it be that she only knew about those dark children not long ago and cleaned them up? Quote. When Shang Qian realized that the dark children had lost contact, his brows were frowned, and he felt a bit of a bad feeling. He immediately reported the matter to the deity Shang Juku. What? Emperor Li Xuanzhou killed all my dark sons. Could someone help her? But who would help her? Shang Juku was also puzzled for a while. Recently, the frequency of the page of immortality has increased. He has obtained 2 clues in a short period of time, one for each age and one for Li Zan. But Suiyu Joyu was killed by someone who cherished a clone. Now there is a problem on the Lishuan universe, and the Anzi is gone. Shang Juku knew that it was difficult to get the eternal life page of Emperor Li Xuanzhou. But he still did not give up. Emperor Li Xuanzhou's body is a complete page of immortality. He immediately took out a Tongyu-seeking God orb, which was condensed long ago, and it was used to chase Emperor Li Xuanzhou. Soon, Shang Juku's divine mind swept through Tongyu to search for the orb and found that Emperor Li Zanzhou was still in the Li Zanzhou region. This woman is still in the Li Zan universe. Shang Juku frowned slightly, and immediately ordered Shang Qian to speed up to the Lishuan universe to investigate the truth. At this time, he suddenly changed his expression and squinted his eyes, condensing a temporary avatar. This temporary avatar left the retreat and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a bustling restaurant. The restaurant is not considered high-end, it is just an ordinary restaurant in the city of warriors. In the universe of Shang Juku, the Shang Juku, who controlled the avatar, saw a middle-aged man sitting next to a street window and a sandalwood table through the crowded restaurant. The middle-aged man seemed to feel the gaze of Shang Juku. He turned his head, raised the wine glass in his hand, smiled and respected the incarnation of Shang Juku. Chapter 2767, Jing Yunzi and Emperor Li Xuanzhou, who is your excellency? Why come to my area? With a thought, Shang Juku came to sit down opposite the middle-aged man. He could detect that this middle-aged man was also the incarnation of the eternal power of the 9 universes. When the opponent came, there was no concealment, and there was no hostility on the surface, so Shang Juku didn't immediately make a move. Ha ha ha, Sha Jing Yunzi, I took the liberty to come and disturb. The middle-aged man laughed, raised his glass and filled it again. Say something straight. Shang Juku's expression was cold, and he was upset. Friends of Juku Taoist are really quick to talk. Jing Yunzi smiled and put down the wine glass. Come here, it is to form an alliance with fellow Tao, at the same time. In the Li Zan universe, a large number of eternal warriors have gathered a large number of cultivation resources and are gathering in the Li Zan universe on a large scale. I don't know why the Lord of the universe suddenly gathered me to wait for. There must be something big, otherwise it will never be possible for us to gather the creatures and spiritual resources in the universe. Perhaps, Our Li Zan universe is about to face a catastrophe. There is a domain owner, we must trust the domain owner. Quote. An eternal strong man rarely stands on the ground, waiting as humble as a mortal. Most of them are very nervous. Because something like this has never happened in the Lishuan universe. And this approach is no different from the preparation before fleeing. Fortunately, Emperor Li Xuanzhou is a great power who has entered the level of the 9 universes, with great strength and prestige. Therefore, the heart is not particularly flustered. Not long, in the waiting of everyone, a beautiful woman in an ice blue robe emerged. This girl is like a 28 girl, wearing a thin smoky veil with green water. Her shoulders are cut into a waist, her eyes are full of spring water and clear waves, her small cherry mouth is not dotted in red, and her muscles are as condensed as fat and air is like orchids. Zaihua appearance. It is Emperor Li Xuanzhou. See domain owner. A powerful eternal warrior bowed down one after another, and many of them were powerful in the eternal realm of the 8 universes. Get up, I'll make a long story short. The world of great controversy is coming. It is difficult for our Li Zan Zhouyu to be alone. I must act. Next, I will go to the suspended Mark universe, join the Xuanyu alliance, and set out now. Emperor Li Zan Zhou acted vigorously and resolutely. After speaking, he immediately threw an eternal emperor soldier and turned it into a red long shuttle. Immediately after, she leapt and entered the long shuttle. Let's go to Xuanyu alliance. Domain lord, we will go wherever we go. Quote. Although an eternal powerhouse did not know what happened, all of them chose to leave with Emperor Li Xuanzhou. They all entered the red long shuttle, and the entire Li Zan universe became empty in a blink of an eye. Sneer. The red long shuttle suddenly broke through the space-time barriers of the universe and disappeared. The other side. As soon as the deity of Shangjuku in the closed chamber thought, the avatar in the restaurant disappeared. As for the middle-aged man who claimed to be Jing Yunzi, he disappeared first. A world of great competition. The higher frequency of the page of eternal life, is it a sign of the coming of the world of great controversy? In the world of great controversy, even an eternal martial artist like me, may not be able to continue practicing safely. Therefore, Jing Yunzi is a lobbyist everywhere, to form an alliance to ensure mutual safety. However, this kind of alliance relationship is not very reliable. Quote. Shangjuku thought in his heart, he didn't agree to Jing Yunzi or refuse Jing Yunzi, only said that he had to consider it. The latter didn't mind, and left after leaving the contact information. The argument of a world of great controversy has yet to be confirmed. I don't know much about this alliance, so I won't join it temporarily. The most urgent task now is to get the eternal life page of Emperor Li Xuanzhou and Su Lang children. Quote. Shangjuku frowned when he thought so, as if thinking of Su Lang's appearance would make him angry. It was at this time. Fight in the universe. Ding. The practice of the exercises is successful, and, the source of Devour You Pharyngeal, has reached the super level. Chapter 2768, Shangjuku finds out Emperor Gujun Zhou, another exercise has been completed. Next, practice, 9 tribulations of extinction. After all the exercises collected this time have been practiced, I will come to the source of exercises several times to upgrade a wave of secret techniques. Su Lang placed the new exercises on 10 martial arts villains to practice automatically, while looking at the clones outside. The first is the clone of Yilong Universe. The Yilong Universe was very close, and Yi Nanjuo and other eternal martial artists were all finished. Moreover, Su Lang also obtained a map of the universe of the Yilong Universe. Therefore, the process of exploring the Yilong Universe is very smooth. At present, the entire Yilong Universe has been explored, and the clones have come into contact with a farther universe named Falan. The Falan universe is not stronger than the Yilong universe, so it sits in an eternal realm of 8 universes. But for the sake of secretive whereabouts, Su Lang did not move this universe, and neither side had any grievances nor enmity. Under Su Lang's control, the clones secretly controlled a few people in the cosmic domain, obtained some cosmic coordinates and routes, and then moved on. Based on the information currently available, after the Volan Cosmos region, there are several Cosmos regions bordering each other, and then the clones will be able to hide better. The retreats here are getting more and more perfect, and I will be able to venture more boldly on the Lingshu fragmented domain. Quote. Su Lang thought so, and when he moved his heart, he shared the perception of another part of the clone. This part of the clone had already crossed the Suiyu universe, passed through more than 20 high-level universes, and arrived at a universe called Moe. Moe Universe. It is the high-level cosmic domain under xianxia. It is also one of the cosmic domains ruled by his deity. From a geographical point of view, it can be regarded as the edge of Lingshu fragmented domain. Going forward is to truly enter the Lingshu fragmented domain. Su Lang touched his chin, his eyes showed the color of thinking. One of his purposes when he went to the Lingshu fragmented domain was to obtain more detailed information about the pages of eternal life in the universe and white world. In addition, the deity of xianxia must be investigated. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. Now I can send some clones to continue to explore the universe ruled by the deity of xianxia. There are also some clones, they go deep into Lingshu fragmented domain. Thinking of this, Su Lang made a decision and continued to send the clones forward. Finish these. He continued to accumulate cultivation bases, practice exercises, and strive to push the realm to the eternal realm of the 8 universes as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. Before long, in the universe of Shangjuku's Tianchu. Okay, is there any news about Su Lang's child? Shangjuku, who was in retreat, was overjoyed and immediately checked the information sent by his subordinates. Master, fortunately for my subordinates, I found someone based on the clues you provided. This person is also an eternal martial artist of the 9 universes, the Emperor Gujun, who once stayed in the area of the Dudu universe. After conducting a secret investigation of Emperor Gujun Zhou, his subordinates discovered that the secret technique used by Su Lang is similar to that of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Perhaps, this Su Lang got the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou so that he can soar into the sky and stand out from the crowd in the Dudu Zhouyu. But the subordinates also discovered anomalies, that is, Su Lang's secret technique is too powerful, and the effect is better than that of Emperor Gujun Zhou. In addition, Emperor Gujun Zhou doesn't like to fight, and seldom gets enemies with others. After reading the information given by the subordinates, Shangjuku frowned. If Su Lang is really the descendant of Emperor Gujun Zhou, then Emperor Gujun Zhou will definitely help Su Lang. Does this guy Su Lang think that there is Emperor Gujun Zhou as a backer, so he dared to kill my clone unscrupulously? No, it shouldn't be. If he is really a disciple of Emperor Gujun Zhou, Emperor Gujun Zhou will definitely not let him offend me. This matter is still strange. The relationship between Su Lang and Emperor Gujun Zhou needs to be further demonstrated, and the investigation must be continued. Thinking about this, Shangjuku immediately issued an order to let the terrifying intelligence network under his command begin to exert force and conduct a deeper investigation. Chapter 2769. Re-enable the source of the exercises to update the secrets because there is an exact goal. So this investigation was launched immediately, in a high-level universe called xianxia. For so many years, trying luck everywhere to find the nascent universe, collecting materials with specific innate characteristics, finally promoted Heng Yao to the top level of the 8 universes. An old man with a smile on his face is carefully raising his eternal emperor soldier with secret techniques. If Su Lang would be able to tell the secret technique used by this old man here, it would be the secret of Qi Zi. And the identity of this old man is ready to come out, it is the Emperor Gujun Zhou. Compared with Su Lang's abnormal means of upgrading weapons, the refining method of Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou was normal in the eternal realm. It often takes countless years, countless materials, countless slow promotion weapons. Just when Ji Yujun was warming up the weapon, a streamer flew from nowhere, fell to Ji Yujun's side, and turned into a small talisman. Ji Yujun glanced, took the fulu in his hand, and dived into his spiritual thoughts. Master Ji Yujun, subordinates got news by accident that there is an outstanding eternal warrior in Dudu Zhouyu, who is suspected to be your descendant. Before you let your subordinates pay attention to this moment, after they get the clue, they will report to you immediately. The following is the specific information of that person. In a blink of an eye, the information in Fulu was finished. Successor. At the beginning, I searched the nascent universe, and indeed found a person with good aptitude in the Dudu universe and gave him part of the inheritance. It's just, isn't that person named Yu Yangli? How is he called Su Lang? Could it be a pseudonym? But he should have no reason to use a pseudonym, after all, he is dominating in Dudu Zhouyu. So, could it be that Yu Yangli was killed and my legacy was taken away? Although the possibility is not great, it still exists. While thinking about it, Emperor Ji Junzhou issued an order to let his subordinates go down to investigate Su Lang. But he didn't know. The information he can get about Su Lang is the method used by Shangjuku's subordinates. At this time, Ji Junzhou Emperor's investigation order was issued. All the Eternal Warriors set out to investigate, and they were immediately known by the intelligence network under Shangjuku. Tianchu High-Level Universe. Oh, Emperor Ji Junzhou unexpectedly sent someone to investigate Su Lang. When Shangjuku received the information returned by his subordinates, he suddenly became surprised. The intelligence clearly stated that it was an investigation, not a pickup. Humph. It seems that Su Lang is not closely related to Emperor Gu Junzhou. Emperor Ji Junzhou doesn't even know Su Lang's children, he needs to send someone to investigate. So, Su Lang is not a backer, but probably a bluff. Wait, now in a very period of time, it's not worth offending a 9 eternal martial artist whose strength is similar to mine. Shangjuku thought so. Zan even let his subordinates continue to pay attention to this matter. Be sure to figure out the relationship between Emperor Gu Junzhou and Su Lang and his attitude towards Su Lang. Time continues to pass. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang had already practiced all the exercises he had obtained in the last war. I even read all the classics of the 3 paths of pill formation device, and learned all the knowledge that I can learn. Finally, I have finished all the exercises and secrets. Shang Qiuhan's secret techniques, the power is really good. If you use the source of the exercise method to further deduct it, my secret skills will be even more powerful. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately began to update his secret technique. The techniques he practiced this time ranged from Emperor Wu to Emperor Eternal Emperor level, and there were countless ones. Therefore, there is a need to update every secret technique of the source of the exercise system. Activate the function of the source of exercises, deduction update Bro Yijian. Su Lang gave instructions in his heart. Suddenly, the source of exercise function is activated. Numerous exercises have emerged, condensed into a transparent ball, and finally collapsed and merged, and then exploded fiercely. Su Lang's body and soul were immediately incorporated into the brand new Po Yijian P. Sure enough, it's stronger than before. With excitement in his eyes, Su Lang stretched out his right hand, his fingertips sprayed a sharp sword light. Where Zhanmang passes, time and space are broken. Chapter 2770, Dare to mess with me and kill me directly, so cool. Go on, deduced me master of the universe. Su Lang's heart moved, and he gave instructions again. Then, next, the 5 source secret skills of the master of the universe, the flash of the universe, the jade of fate, the innocence of life and the severance of no prescription have all been updated. Every secret skill becomes more powerful. Among them, the Zero Domain Lord and the Zhou Shan have the greatest improvement. Because of the secret methods used by Shang Qiuhan, the universal borrowing method Lixu is the strongest. This secret technique is stronger than Si Koyun's Zhou Yi. Once it is deployed, it can even be immune to attacks. At this time, its effects are all integrated into the new Zhou Shan secret technique. Weapon has also been promoted. The secret technique has also been updated. Next, it's my own cultivation realm. It's just that from the 7 eternal realm to the 8 eternal realm, there are a lot of crystal wall universes to be perfected. During this period of time, the accumulated cultivation base has not been enough for me to break through. Oh, cultivation is really difficult. Quote. Su Lang sighed with sincere emotion. Immediately, he decided to use up the accumulated cultivation base first and improve himself. After all, the deity of Shang Qiuhan must be eyeing, and may come to attack at any time. If you are stronger, you can rest assured. After making a decision, system, activate the function of a crystal wall universe, and perfect the designated crystal wall world. Su Lang gave instructions to the system in his mind. The system executes instructions immediately. In the mysterious black space, all the gold on the cultivating villain's body faded, and countless cultivation bases poured into Su Lang's body. After these cultivation bases merged with the time avenue, they penetrated into each crystal wall world and merged with it. In a blink of an eye, a large number of crystal wall worlds have been upgraded to crystal wall universes, and they have the qualifications to condense the power of the universe. The number of crystal wall universes raised this time has reached 3,000 Gai. The total number of crystal wall cells has reached 12,137. This number is already close to the threshold of the 8 Eternal Realm. If you can reach 13,000 Gai, you can formally enter the 8 Eternal Realm. At that time, the crystal wall universe with an integer number of 13,000 will bring a qualitative increase in strength. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately issued an instruction: call up the attribute panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity Realm level, 7 Eternal Attack level, 8 Eternity Defensive level, 8 Eternity Shenfa level, 8 Eternity Endurance level, 8 Eternity Spirit level. Realm of Universality. Master the exercises. The Unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra. 10,000 laws return to one infinite profound meaning. Eternal grade. Super Yi. Activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 57, 1 key martial arts function level 57, 1 key clone function level 56, 1 key treasure hunt function level 55, 1 key alchemy function 21, 1 key mixer function level 21, 1 key refinement function level 21, 1 key synthesis function level 21, 1 key initiation function level 30, 1 key enhancement function level 15, 1 key decomposition function no level. There is no change in the attribute list for attacks and other aspects. Still not reaching the level of a plus sign. However, Su Lang's current daily combat power has actually reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. Tisk tut, the clones also have the same combat power as me. I am equivalent to 168 high-level 8 Eternal Realm subordinates. The key is that these Eternal Realm subordinates can use the stars and clouds to merge with each other. I don't know if they reach the limit. Can they enter the realm of the 9 universes? However, even if it does not reach the 9 universe level after the fusion, it will definitely be there after using the secret. If you use the clone self-destruction function, the power will be even more terrifying. With this kind of combat power, you don't need to be afraid of the weaker 9 universe Eternal Realm. Dare to provoke me and kill me directly. As Su Lang thought, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. At this time, a group of people suddenly appeared in a universe near Dudu Universe. This group of people was upright and was immediately spotted by the avatar dispatched by Su Lang. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2771. Uninvited by Ji Yu-jun. There were 6 people in total. All wore gorgeous robes. On robes of different colors, the patterns are basically the same, with only subtle differences. Are these people? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. A person sent by the deity of xianxia. But he immediately denied this speculation. Because the Comer is no stronger than xianxia. Among them is only one of the top masters of the 8 universes, and the rest are ordinary 8 universe level martial artists. This lineup looks good, but it is too weak to target Su Lang at this time. This group of uninvited Eternal Warriors also discovered Su Lang's clone. That's an Eternal Warrior of the 8 universes advanced level. How can there be such a powerful Eternal Warrior here? It's Su Lang. He is exactly the same as the intelligence portrait given to us by Lord Ji Yu-jun. No, isn't Su Lang in Dudu Universe? Although it is close to Dudu Universe, there is still a way to go. I also don't think it's right. Isn't Su Lang the top level of the 8 Zhous? This person is only a high-level inheritance of the 8 Zhous. He has already discovered us. This person is not Su Lang and he must be closely related to Su Lang. Otherwise, he won't be here. Let's go up and see him. Quote. The group of 6 people had some discussion. With doubts in their hearts, they flew directly towards Su Lang's clone. At the same time, Su Lang has used Perfect Bend to control this clone and opened the 6-person attribute panel. This look. Su Lang's expression suddenly moved, and he found that the techniques these people mastered were somewhat familiar. Take a closer look. Isn't it some of the techniques in the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou? It's from Emperor Gujun Zhou. How come it was his people? I thought it would be a spy sent by xianxia. However, it cannot be denied that this group of people has nothing to do with xianxia's deity. Well, let's get in touch first. Let's talk about the situation. Su Lang thought so, and controlled the clone to stay in place, waiting for the opponent to come over. He is very relaxed. Anyway, the strongest on the opposite side is no better than xianxia, and he can kill them all with a few moves. There is nothing to be nervous about. In a blink of an eye, the 6 people under Ji Yu-jun came to Su Lang's clone. Under Li Hong, I have met fellow Taoists. Come uninvited, I hope fellow Taoists will forgive me. The leading eternal warrior of the 8 universes said politely, and the other 5 people also saluted. Pretty polite, Su Lang muttered in his heart, and said, you are from Emperor Gujun Zhou, what are you doing in my area? What, do you know who we are? This fellow Taoist is right, we are indeed under Lord Gujun's command. Quote. Li Hong and the others were a little surprised. They knew their origins before they signed up. Seeing this, Su Lang smiled and said nothing. Since fellow Taoist knows our identity, we also know Lord Gujun. Li Hong regained his expression in a blink of an eye and said with a smile, then it will be straightforward. We are here for the inheritor of Lord Ji Yu Jun. Master Ji Yu Jun's inheritor, Yu Yangli, have you ever heard of it? Another white-haired old man arched his hands and asked. They already knew that among Su Lang's secret skills, there were similarities with the secret skills of Emperor Gujun Zhou. In other words, Su Lang and Yu Yangli must have contact. If Su Lang denies it, then it can basically be certain that Su Lang is already detrimental to Yongli, probably killing people and winning treasures, but Su Lang's answer made everyone sigh of relief. Yu Yangli. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled faintly, I do know that we have a very good relationship. Can we see Yu Yangli? Li Hong said immediately, not to mention the others, it is the most important to see Yu Yang's true talent. It seems that my pretending to be the inheritor of Gujun is going to be revealed, but it's not a big deal. Su Lang thought so in his heart, and said verbally, I have nothing to do, I have said it, I have a good relationship with him. Talking, under the gaze of Li Hong and others. Su Lang waved his hand, and a buying clone appeared next to him. This scene shocked Li Hong and others. Just now, another, Su Lang, appeared. Although his strength was a little weaker, he could be considered a clone, but he was also at the 8th level. Soon, an even more shocking thing happened to Li Hong and others. Chapter 2772, What Happened See You. Buying's clone will be released from Yangli's life universe, and then disappear. Only a pink figure is left, the key is that this is a man. Ah this is fellow Yu Yangli. No way, how can you dress like this? What is going on here? Why is it so masculine, but you have to wear a pink dress? Quote. Li Hong and others were horrified, and they almost doubted whether Yu Yangli was a person who liked Longyang. Cough. Friends of Taoism, it's not what you think. Yu Yangli already knew the identity of the visitor, coughed lightly, and said, I don't wear pink clothes, but macho clothes. This is the core of the macho spirit. I can't say a few words. Macho, spiritual core, macho clothes, isn't this just pink? Quote. Li Hong and the others looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. If it weren't for the information about Yu Yangli in their hands to confirm that the person was right, they would have doubted whether the other party was pretending. Everyone, close to the subject, Su Lang looked calm and asked faintly, Emperor Gujun Zhou asked you to come, what is the matter? This statement came out, everyone immediately returned to the right track. Ming people don't talk secretly. Friend Su Lang, we got some news about you. Your Excellency seems to have some secret techniques related to the inheritance of Lord Ji Yu Jun. Your Excellency and Yu Yangli have a good relationship with Taoist friend, have you obtained the secret technique from Yu Yangli? Li Hong looked straight, and said seriously. The other 5 people also have solemn expressions. As soon as this remark came out, it was Yu Yangli's turn to be stunned. What are you talking about? Senior brother Su Lang is the direct disciple of Master Gujun. The secret method he mastered was naturally handed down by Master Gujun himself. How could it be possible to get it from me? You don't even know the identity of senior brother Su Lang, I really doubt whether you people belong to Master Gujun. Yu Yangli frowned and said in indignation. Hear this. The scene was silent. Li Hong and the other 6 people twitched their lips. Look at me and I look at you, with a trace of confusion in their eyes. What happened to this? Why did Yu Yangli, the Gujun heir, say that Su Lang is the personal heir of Gujun Zhou Emperor? Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou personally said he didn't know Su Lang. Could it be? Yu Yangli was deceived, but can this kind of thing be cheated? Whether Su Lang is a personal biography of Emperor Gujun Zhou, as long as Yu Yangli is not a fool, there must be a lot of methods to prove it. If Su Lang is a counterfeit, it will definitely be dismantled soon. But now, Su Lang has thoroughly mastered the secret technique, and merged with the other secret techniques to introduce new ones. This means that time has passed for a long time. But Yu Yangli still didn't notice anything unusual. How could this be possible? Thought of this, Li Hong and others had an illusion. Was Yu Yangli forced to brainwashed by this Su Lang? At this time, haha, Yu Yong leaves junior brother, don't get excited. Su Lang suddenly said, there is something that I wanted to tell you a long time ago. Would you like to listen? This statement came out. The eyes of Li Hong and others immediately gathered on Su Lang. Brother, you say, I'm listening. Yu Yong was not stupid. As soon as Su Lang spoke, he had already guessed something faintly. Don't mind. Su Lang nodded and confessed, actually, I'm not the one who handed down the Emperor Gujun Zhou, you are. Hear this. Li Hong and the others exchanged glances at each other, very surprised. Su Lang admitted, so, how was Yu Yangli deceived? Yu Yangli's expression was stagnant, and the expression on his face was very complicated. He once felt extremely angry and jealous because Su Lang was personally passed on, but he was not. It was Su Lang who moved him with sincerity and let him eliminate the negative emotions in his heart. Now, he has returned as his disciple personally. Su Lang is not his brother. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. At the same time, Yu Yangli also understood some things. Chapter 2773, Yu Yangli Su Lang is too strong. Not only masters the speed of cultivation far beyond imagination, the comprehension of martial arts, but also various incredible methods. Recall carefully, the secret technique of empowerment, the 3 secret techniques of pill formation, the technique of unreasonable clone, various combat secret techniques, powerful eternal emperor soldiers, etc. Which one can be done by Gujun inheritance? Gujun's 7-character secret, in front of these methods, is simply scum. The 7-character secret of Gujun is indeed a very important part of the methods that Emperor Gujun Zhou has mastered. Is Ji Yu Jun a teacher to Su Lang? It's almost enough for Su Lang to be Ji Yu Jun's teacher. In fact, Yu Yangli was aware of these abnormalities a long time ago, but in absolute trust in Su Lang, he chose not to think about it. At this time, Su Lang personally admitted that he understood the truth. Are you angry? Seeing that Yu Yangli could not speak, Su Lang sighed and asked. Do not. Not at all. In the beginning, I was going to fight against brother, and brother was completely capable of killing me. Yu Yangli shook his head, but the brother did not, but instead lied to me and took me in. Perhaps this is a white lie. At this time, humph, Su Lang, you pretended to be the descendant of Lord Gujun, and dared to deceive the true descendant. The reason why you didn't act on Yangli is because you are afraid of being Lord Gujun. What kind of lie, Yu Yangli, don't be fooled. Quote. Li Hong and others frowned and scolded coldly. In their opinion, Su Lang is nothing more than a rising star, nothing. Such a person dared to pretend to be the descendant of Emperor Gujun Zhou, deceive the true descendant and deceive the inheritance, then he must pay the price. As for Yu Yangli, he must also be punished. Who told him to leak the inheritance? Although it was deceived, it was a big mistake. Everyone, please calm down. Senior brother Su Lang's methods are not what you can imagine. He even dared to kill the top clone of the 8 cosmos cultivated through the 9 universes eternal realm. Wouldn't he dare to kill me? It was senior brother Su Lang who let me go, and didn't mind my offense, but instead taught me a lot of secret skills. In addition, I did not divulge any inheritance to senior brother Su Lang. Senior brother got everything himself. Finally, the most crucial point, senior brother Su Lang's secret technique is countless times better than Master Gujun's inheritance. Yu Yangli looked at Li Hong and others coldly, spoke quickly, and went back. This kid, it's not in vain that I empowered him with all kinds of eternal secrets of founding and supernatural levels. Su Lang saw that Yu Yangli struggled with reason, and smiled. Yu Yangli, what kind of medicine did Su Lang give you? You have to speak to him like this. It's ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Master Ji Yu Jun is a senior Ju Zhou Eternal. This Su Lang is just a junior. What qualifications can you compare to Master Ji Yu Jun? Yu Yangli, as the personal disciple of Master Gujun, you should understand what you should do and say in your own capacity. Yu Yangli, you said you didn't reveal the inheritance to Su Lang. How did he get the inheritance? This kind of lie can be said. Quote. Li Hong and others were stunned by Yu Yangli, and suddenly became a little angry. In their eyes, Emperor Gujun Zhou is the strongest. Su Lang, a guy who hasn't reached the 9 universes, what's the deal? And Yu Yangli, as a disciple of the Gujun inheritance, dared to speak for Su Lang. It was really too much to deal with. Humph. A group of frogs at the bottom of the well. As you know, I followed senior brother Su Lang to kill the Lord of the Suiyu universe, the Lord of the Yilong universe, and xianxia, the clone of the 9 eternal realm. Among them, xianxia has the will of the eternal deity of the 9 universes, but he is still killed. Maybe you can't realize the power of xianxia's outbreak at that time. In other words, when the 6 of you go together, you are not an opponent of senior brother Su Lang. Yu Yangli said with a sneer, looking at the angry 6-8 eternal realms. You still have a brother on the left and a brother on the right. Li Hong stared, gritted his teeth. Yu Yangli, don't forget your identity. Chapter 2774. My elder brother is not defeated in this life. Now it's really not suitable for me to call League leader Su Lang a senior. Because Master Gujun didn't have the ability to teach Su Lang's leader, I call him senior brother. It's belittled. Yu Yangli finished speaking with a sneer, and saluted Su Lang respectfully. What is the leader? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Brother. Yes, sir. Yu Yangli shouted immediately. Don't be ashamed, Yu Yangli, you are such a nonsense person. The 9 universes eternal realm has worked hard to cultivate and reach the top level of the 8 universes, and the will of the deity is in the body. How can you kill it? A bunch of nonsense, just a bunch of nonsense. Yu Yangli, you are too far. Quote. Li Hong and the others looked at each other, angrily pointed at Yu Yangli and cursed. HMPH, it seems that you are not a frog at the bottom of the well, but a toad at the bottom of the well. You are stupid enough. We killed xianxia on the front foot, and you immediately came to investigate on the back foot. Think for yourself, where did you get clues about us? Yu Yangli snorted and looked at Li Hong and others, as if looking at a group of pigs. This statement came out. Li Hong and the others stared suddenly, and they were speechless. They think carefully. It is indeed someone who concealed the initiative to pass this information to their forces. At this moment, it is not difficult to guess, it is probably instructed by the deity of xianxia. So, what is the motive and purpose of the deity of xianxia? It's not hard to guess. Could it be Su Lang really killed the eternal clone of the 9 universes, xianxia? His deity investigated Su Lang and learned that Su Lang's secret technique was related to Lord Gujun, so he secretly investigated. The purpose of leaking information about Su Lang to our forces is to attack the relationship between Su Lang and Lord Ji Yujun. Quote. Li Hong and others' eyes widened and dumbfounded. It was hard to believe their speculation. But these speculations can indeed support the fact that Su Lang killed xianxia, the eternal and powerful clone of the 9 universes. How? Now you believe it, Yu Yangli sneered. Brother Su Lang's methods are unimaginable for you. Li Hong and others couldn't help looking at Su Lang. This Su Lang, who seems to have only the advanced level of 8 Zhous, is so terrifying. But, quickly, Li Hong recovered from the horror, and said coldly, Su Lang, how about you are very strong? Is it true that the 9 eternal realm is so strong? Humph. With the combat power of the 8 eternal realm, no matter how strong it is, it cannot be compared with the weakest 9 eternal realm. Su Lang, you are indeed very strong, but in front of Master Gujun, you still count nothing. The others also snorted coldly, looking at Su Lang with a gloomy face. Yu Yangli, you are a direct disciple of Master Gujun. Now that Su Lang killed a clone of the 9 eternal powers, he will surely cause disaster. Now you come back to the Frostbite universe with us, and stay safe first. As for how to punish you for what you did, Master Gujun will decide personally. Li Hong took a deep breath, and after speaking, looked at Su Lang coldly. You are trying to seize Master Gujun to inherit the secret technique. Your sin is unforgivable. Come with us. Joke. My eldest brother Su Lang is unbeaten in this life. Even if the deity of xianxia came in person, we are not afraid. Yu Yangli said resolutely. From the point that Su Lang has been in Dudu universe, he knew that Su Lang must have the means to ensure safety. Crazy. Yu Yangli, you are simply a lunatic. How could Master Ji Yujun choose someone like you as the inheritor? Li Hong was so annoyed by Yu Yangli that he almost jumped and scolded his mother. Yu Yangli, I don't know why you trust Su Lang so blindly. But you have to know that the true 9 universe eternity is definitely not something you can fight against. Even if Su Lang is at fault, he will be punished if he goes to the Frost Obsidian universe, but he is very likely to save his life. However, if you stay here, you are sitting and waiting to die. When xianxia's deity descends, it is when you die. The other warriors under the command of Emperor Gujun Zhou splashed all over, and said that they hated iron but not steel. Chapter 2775. Go away, don't let me see you again. Joke, what a joke. Yu Yangli didn't buy it at all, and said sarcastically, I want to arrest my eldest brother Su Lang, and he said so strangely. Yu Yangli, you have to go if you go today, or if you don't go. Li Hong was completely angry, and the top-level aura of the 8 universes burst out directly, sweeping the entire universe. No one wants to resist. The other 5 people also entered a state of fighting, and the turbulent fighting spirit and breath swelled crazily. Although they knew that Su Lang was strong, they didn't see it as believing. At this time, anger came to the head. They wanted to see if Su Lang was really as powerful as Yu Yangli said. Oh, are you ready to do it? Su Lang, who had rarely spoken all the time, waved his hand indifferently, and a cloud of immense shadow suddenly covered the vast void. Li Hong and the others became stiff and couldn't help but look up. As a result, I saw an indomitable humanoid mecha weapon occupying a huge void. A breath of terror enveloped. Li Hong and the others only felt that the crisis was coming, and every cell in the body seemed to be screaming frantically, urging them to escape and run away. This is Week 9 Universes. How is it possible? What kind of weapon is this? No, this is not true. Quote. Li Hong and the other 6 were dumbfounded, and there was an uncontrollable panic in their pupils. They finally understand what Yu Yangli said. The 6 of them are not opponents together, this is the truth. At this time, for the sake of my little brother Yu Yangli, Su Lang said indifferently, I won't kill you today, go away, don't let me see you again. This statement came out. Li Hong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had recovered their lives from the ghost gate. Let's go now. Many, thank you, I'll retire now. Quote. As everyone talked, their bodies had already retreated instinctively and quickly fled into the ripples of time and space. Let's go, brother, go back. Su Lang stood up and waved his hand, and the Wuyin disappeared. Yes, sir. Yu Yangli respectfully saluted, followed behind Su Lang, disappeared into time and space and returned to Dudu continent. The other side, Li Hong and the other 6 ran dozens of natural universes in one breath before slowing down. I didn't expect that Su Lang actually mastered such a powerful force. Week 9 universe level. It is beyond imagination to master the Week 9 universe level combat power at the advanced level of the 8 universes. What about the Week 9 universes? It is nothing compared to the real 9 universes eternal. Yes, Su Lang is arrogant, deceived Master Gujun's heirs and seized the inheritance. Master Gujun will not let him go. The same is true for Yu Yangli. Wouldn't it be better to follow Su Lang so stupidly and follow as to serve Master Ji Yujun? Stop talking, it's safe now, let's send the information back first. About the xianxia deity, we can't miss it. Quote. The 6 eternal warriors of the 8 universes, you talked about each other, and immediately sorted out the information and sent it back to the Shuangyao universe. They continued on their way. In the Frosty universe, Emperor Gujun is warming up and consolidating his armies of the Eternal Emperor. Suddenly, with a change of expression, he took out a jade card for communication, and a lot of brand new writing appeared on it. Sweep the mind. With a panoramic view of the content, Ji Yujun's brows gradually frowned. This Su Lang deceived my heir and seized my inheritance secret technique. And this Yu Yangli actually said that I have no qualifications to teach Su Lang. The humanoid Eternal Emperor soldier, with the aura of the Week 9 universe. What about the Week 9 universes? Compared to the real 9 universes eternal, the gap is too big. Yu Yangli doesn't know what's good or bad. Su Lang is treacherous and arrogant. They are not kind, so they should be cleaned up. The old face of Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou was full of unpleasantness, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He is rumored to be easy and kind. But which one can reach the eternal state of the 9 universes is not killed out of the sea of blood on the corpse mountain. Chapter 2776. It's impossible to apprentice Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou just did less. But every time he kills, he is not merciful. This Su Lang, lie to my disciple, steal my inheritance. If you treat me respectfully, you can spare his life. To drive away the people I sent directly now is to make up my mind to fight against me. However, this person is not stupid. dare to be so arrogant, there must be support. Give him a soft set first, and if you don't eat it, give him a hard one. Emperor Ji Yu-jun thought so, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Soon, he immediately gave Li Hong and others an order to return to Dudu Zhouyu and pass a message to Su Lang. Next, related information about Shang Qiuhan and Shang Qiuhan deities emerged in his mind. Shang Qiuhan, it should be the clone of Tianchu Zhou Emperor Shang Juku. This guy once killed an eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes in World War I. It's not a simple thing. However, he and Su Lang have an antagonism, and I also want to do something against Su Lang, not an enemy. Of course, I'd better find a time to inform Shang Juku, and by the way, I would like to mention his placement of Anzi on my site. Emperor Ji Yu-jun thought so, and immediately continued to warm up his weapons. The other side, oh, Lord Ji Yu-jun told me to wait for my return. Then Su Lang is so terrifying, if we appear in front of him again, he might really kill us. It's just a message, there is no need to go out in person, just send a few more subordinates at a lower level. Looking at what Master Gujun meant, he was not very angry, but planned to give Su Lang another chance. I hope that Su Lang can seize this opportunity, otherwise, the 6 of us will likely become the vanguard of the opponent. Not much to say, send someone quickly. After some tense discussions between Li Hong and others, they each sent some low-level eternal warriors back the same way. These warriors have treasures given by Li Hong and others, and the speed is not slow. Moreover, the 6 Li Hong hadn't gone far. Quickly, their subordinates returned to the universe where they had met Su Lang before. At the same time, on the platform, Su Lang is embarking on a treasure hunt for ancestral flying, looking for the breath of Li Hong and the 6 others, to find the territory of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Gujun Zhou Emperor is currently unknown to his friends and enemies, and most likely will become enemies, so it is better to investigate first. At this time, the clones he stayed in the outer universe to watch for 100 years discovered the eternal warriors sent back by Li Hong and others. These warriors are also very, very careful. They didn't stay too much, leaving a communication jade card in the void of the universe, which contained what Gujun Zhou wanted to say, and then left directly. Again, Emperor Ji Yu-jun Zhou probably knows my attitude. I don't know what this veteran Jojo Eternal thinks about this matter. While thinking about it, Su Lang controlled the clone to read the information. This look, suddenly stunned. However, the words of Emperor Ji Yu-jun Zhou turned out to be quite polite. The general idea is that it doesn't matter if he has practiced his inheritance technique, and both parties can become their own. Of course, the premise is that Su Lang really worships him as a teacher. If you don't want it, it doesn't matter, as long as you pay the equivalent price and ensure that you never reveal the spreading exercises. In the end, Emperor Gujun Zhou stated that he could not leave the Xianxia universe by warming up his newly promoted weapon in a special environment. Therefore, Su Lang was specially invited to go for an interview. If Su Lang is unwilling to go to the Frost Yao universe, he can also designate a universe as the place to talk, and Emperor Gujun Zhou will send a clone to go. Looking at Emperor Gujun Zhou's meaning is to resolve the matter peacefully. If this matter can be resolved peacefully, it would be fine. It's impossible to go to a teacher or something. For his inheritance of techniques, I will give him some equivalent secret techniques, and that's the difference. Of course, this is also very likely to be a trap, just to lead me over. However, it doesn't matter if it is a trap. I have more than 50 lives, and it is okay to trap more than 50 deadly traps. Thinking of this, Su Lang sketched a small smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2777. This Su Lang is so arrogant soon. He thought of the little brother Yu Yangli again. Yu Yangli and Gujun Zhou Emperor should meet each other. After all, he has the inheritance of Ji Yu-jun. This cause and effect is a continuation or a cut, and there must be a result. Su Lang thought so. Even if he made a decision, he saw Emperor Gujun Zhou. And the meeting place was chosen in the Xianxia universe. Anyway, I'm not afraid of death, it's okay to wave casually. And if Emperor Gujun Zhou had a bad idea, it would be the same wherever he chooses to meet. So it's better to choose Xianxia universe. The hatred is really deepened, and there is no need to find a place for revenge in the future. After making a decision, Su Lang immediately replied with 5 words with the jade card of communication left by the other party. See you in Xianxia universe. Immediately after, he also cancelled the treasure hunt, waiting for Emperor Gujun Zhou's commander to lead the way. On Li Hong's side, he waited nervously, but he didn't expect to get Su Lang's reply soon. That kid Su Lang agreed. How come? He was so arrogant before. He chose to meet in the Frost Yao universe, so crazy. Or did he make up his mind to worship Lord Gujun as a teacher, so he would do so without worrying about safety? It should be the latter. Master Gujun's attitude was unclear before, and Su Lang thinks this matter is difficult to do well, so he is so tough. Yes, now Master Gujun has promised to be his master, he immediately clung to him. It is ridiculous. Hey, let's go back to pick up Su Lang. Remember to manage his expression later, after all, he is very strong, and is likely to become Master Ji Yu-jun's disciple. I see, this person is really out of luck, and Master Ji Yu-jun won't punish him for stealing the inheritance. Tisk Tusk, it's too early for you to say this. Who knows Master Ji Yu-jun's true thoughts? Yes, no matter what, go pick up someone first. After some analysis, Li Hong and others expressed their contempt towards Su Lang and sneered. But if someone else is here, you can smell a lemon. At first they were envious of Su Lang's ability to cling to Emperor Gujun Zhou. However, they had no idea that Su Lang had no idea of clinging to it. What kind of Emperor Gujun Zhou was, and he still went to a teacher. Not long, Li Hong and others returned to the universe where they had seen Su Lang before. But there is no one in the universe. After waiting for a while, Su Lang passed through the barriers of time and space. Humph, also show off. This Su Lang is simply arrogant. Damn it, I'm so angry. Li Hong and the others were very angry, but there was a smile on their faces, and they bowed their hands to Su Lang. Ah, your psychological activities are quite rich. Su Lang snorted softly without a smile, and had already seen through Li Hong and others' thoughts with a thief. No, Taoist Su Lang is a talented man and has excellent combat power. I will wait and persuade you. Not much to say, Master Gujun is still waiting for us to go back, let's start now. Li Hong and the others were horrified and embarrassed, and quickly showed a flattering smile, and they didn't dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. Let's go. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, as if speaking to a group of servants. Li Hong and others didn't dare to neglect, and immediately led the way in front of them, opening up time and space barriers. And also gave Su Lang a map of the universe. With lines. This can be used as a reference to determine if there are any errors in the path forward. Next, Su Lang followed Li Hong and others continuously on the road, but in fact, this is just a clone of his control. Su Lang's deity is still cultivating on the platform at this time. After all, there are many mid and low-level universes on the road, and it is not a short time to convert to the upper universe. Isn't it fragrant to use these time for cultivation? Time passed slowly, in a blink of an eye. Several days passed. Su Lang stayed on the platform to save his cultivation base and had nothing to do. The daily routine is to infuse Chu Xiaobei and other women, as well as instill the exercises to the subordinates, and then create some new eternal warriors. Chapter 2778, Shang Juku passed on Gujun Zhou Emperor. As for the exercises, the practice is over long ago. The 10 martial arts villains ushered in a rare holiday, one by one stayed motionless in the martial arts pool, as if exhausted and resting. Another thing worth mentioning is that the desperate eternal prison array further self-regenerates and has actually entered the 9 eternal realm. The real 9 universe eternal realm formation. Moreover, you can mobilize the power of the natural universe to maintain your own full automatic formation. The self-regeneration function of this formation is really abnormal. However, it consumes a lot of materials, and all the materials it can eat are used up, and the rest are useful. Su Lang touched the palm of his hand and shook his head with a smile. But he didn't feel distressed. Anyway, he was in urgent need of materials. It would be better to use the one-click decomposition function. At this time, Su Lang's gesture of stroking the formation pan suddenly paused, turning his hands into the storage space. It turned out that Li Hong and others had entered the rule of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Dozens of high-level universes are connected to each other, forming intricate natural universe channels. Just like in the original Yuanming universe, the cosmic space-time port built by Huyunj can connect the 2 natural universes and make traffic smoother. However, the project under the command of Emperor Gujun Zhou is too huge. A large number of natural universes are strung together by cosmic time-space channels like beads, and a large number of universes can be passed through a single transmission. This has changed the status quo that the Eternal Warrior can only pass through one natural universe at a time, saving a lot of time on the road. At this time, Li Hong and the 6 others took Su Lang's avatar into a prosperous high-level universe. In this universe, there is a space-time channel directly in front of the xianxia universe. Just when Li Hong and others took Su Lang to the universe channel, their whereabouts, it happened to be captured by Shangjuku's intelligence network and quickly transmitted back to the Tianchu universe. What? Emperor Gujun Zhou's people have brought Su Lang back to the xianxia universe. 5 of those 6 people are only in the eternal realm of the ordinary 8 universes, and the strongest one is absolutely inferior to my clone. So, Su Lang must have followed them voluntarily. When Shangjuku looked at the jade card in his hand, his brows gradually frowned, and his heart quickly analyzed. So, are all my previous guesses wrong? The relationship between Su Lang and Emperor Gujun Zhou is not what I thought, but a closer relationship. No, that's not right. Emperor Gujun Zhou is indeed Su Lang who sent people to investigate. He didn't know Su Lang before that. So, now that Su Lang is here, it is estimated that he is going to talk to Emperor Gujun Zhou. According to the similarity between their secret techniques, they are likely to become their own. No, if that's the case, it would be difficult for me to kill Su Lang. It's a pity that I didn't get the news in advance, otherwise I can go to intercept. It seems that we can only try to destroy the relationship between Su Lang and Ji Yujun. It would be even better if Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou could catch Su Lang and give it to me directly. There is a secret in Su Lang's body. Quote. Thinking of this, Shangjuku immediately began to think of a solution. But after deliberation, there is only one way that can probably be achieved, and that is to use profit to sow discords and try to buy off Emperor Gujun Zhou. If you want to buy Emperor Gujun Zhou, ordinary treasures will definitely not work. Only the pages of eternal life or the equivalent. Shangjuku squinted his eyes and smiled. You can try a cost-free method. After making a decision, Shangjuku immediately began to act. He wrote a letter in an instant, letting the intelligence network reach the hands of Emperor Gujun Zhou as quickly as possible. Letter. Shangjuku first expressed his deep hatred with Su Lang and his determination to kill Su Lang. Immediately, he expressed his willingness to give a piece of eternal life in exchange for a complete Su Lang. In the end, he took the initiative to apologize for setting up an intelligence network on Emperor Gujun Zhou's site, and said that he would withdraw the intelligence network. Shangjuku is not certain that it can be replaced by Su Lang. But he was confident that Emperor Gujun Zhou would be more interested in Su Lang, or greedy. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2779. Arrived in the Frosty Universe. The words, Eternal Life Remaining Page, the details, the complete Su Lang, and other words in the letter will lead Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou into thinking. Even if Su Lang can't reach my hands, in the hands of Emperor Gujun Zhou, you will also encounter great trouble, maybe you will die. Of course, if he gives up everything, he will probably survive, but this is not his character. He even dares to kill my clone. Shangjuku thought while waiting for Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou's reply. In the Frosty Universe, Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou had already learned that his subordinate Li Hong and others had brought Su Lang to his territory. He is sneering. Suddenly received a subpoena from another subordinate. Okay, Shangjuku's letter. This guy, want to exchange Su Lang. And even willing to pay a broken page of immortality. Although it is a broken page of immortality, it is also a hope of detachment. He is willing to. His letter seems to have exposed the characteristic of Su Lang's, very valuable. Otherwise, just a clone's hatred should not be worth the exchange of the page of eternal life. Then, the guy Shangjuku deliberately. Want to lead me to attack Su Lang. Su Lang is indeed worth a lot. He does have a secret and it is worth exploring. I originally planned to attract him and concoct it. After reading the contents of the letter, Emperor Gujun Zhou showed a sneer and wrote a reply while waving his hand. It roughly means that you are very interested in this transaction, but you need to think about it. In addition, let Shangjuku withdraw the intelligence network, and the two will contact directly. Finish these. Emperor Gujun Zhou received a message again, and when he saw it, it turned out that Su Lang had arrived in the Shuangyao universe. Ha ha, finally here, it really made me wait for a while. Emperor Ji Junzhou sneered in his heart. Although he gave Su Lang two choices, one was to apprentice, but to trade, but he would not choose either. He wants to seize everything from Su Lang, and then behead him, forever. This is a decision made at the beginning. After receiving the letter from Shangjuku, he became more determined to kill Su Lang, but since Shangjuku is also very interested in Su Lang, then he searched for Su Lang first, and then traded the intact Su Lang to Shangjuku, to see if he could actually exchange it for an immortal page. Soon, Ji Yuzheng's figure flashed, and appeared blankly in the hall of meeting guests. At the same time, Su Lang also followed Li Hong and the 6 others to leave the space-time passage of the universe, skimming the void of the universe, and flew towards the goal. At this time, Su Lang has been silently replaced by the deity. Quickly, under the leadership of Li Hong, Su Lang came to a supercontinent that was extremely accommodating. This continent, like the Dudu continent, is both eternally powerful, using countless planets and continents for casting. Perhaps, only such a continent can carry the eternal power of the 9 universes. Ordinary life planets and continents are just insignificant pellets for the 9 universe power. This Shuangyao universe is pretty good. It deserves to be the nest of the eternal power of the 9 universes. Su Lang unfolded his mind and looked at the various prosperous cultivation civilizations along the way, and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Li Hong and others on the side felt contemptuous, as if they had seen a dumpling. However, they didn't even know that, in the eyes of Su Lang, the cultivation civilization on Frost Yao continent really only deserved the word good. Because of the cultivation civilization in Su Lang's body, although the level of combat power is not as good as that, if the number of civilizations is large, it will completely defeat the Frost Yao continent. Not long, a huge icy blue tower appeared in Su Lang's divine mind. Every layer of this huge tower can become a huge life continent when placed in the void of the universe. On the top of the tower, an incomparably terrifying breath radiated the entire Frost Yao continent. But this momentum is just grand and magnificent, without pressure. For the creatures on Frostbite continent, this actually gave them a deep sense of security. Chapter 2780, Beyond Everyone's Expectations, Senior 9 Universes Eternal. This momentum is really amazing. Su Lang squinted slightly as he thought, and then a small smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. What about Jojo Eternal? Anyway, it can't kill him. At this time, Master Su Lang, Lord Ji Yuzheng is waiting for you at the top of the tower, please. Li Hong stood on one side, bent slightly, and extended a hand to invite Su Lang to move forward. The other 5 people did the same action. Okay, Su Lang nodded and took a leisurely pace. Tisk tusk, you can pretend. That's pretending to be in front of Master Gujun, ridiculous, ridiculous. Single quote, single quote, dot dot dot, single quote. Li Hong and others looked at each other, their expressions on the surface remained unchanged, but their hearts were slanderous. Soon they followed. Quickly, Su Lang step by step, came to the top floor in a blink of an eye. This huge tower has the effect of preventing the prying of divine consciousness. At this point, Su Lang saw the true face of Emperor Gujun Zhou. This is an old man with an ordinary face, but his hair is black and shiny, and his eyes are not muddy. At this time, he was looking at Su Lang with a smile. In Sha Su Lang, I met Senior Ji Yuzheng. Su Lang raised his hand to hold his fist and said with a smile. Sure enough, it shows talent. By the way, the old man's weapon has just been promoted, and it is contained in this pool. The old man can't move a single step, so he didn't come to pick you up. Ji Yuzheng Jodi laughed, and immediately pointed to the looming blue blade in a cloud of water vapor. Ji Yuzheng, the old man with such a brilliant smile, didn't he think I would worship him as a teacher? Su Lang thought in his heart, and smiled politely on the surface. It should be, there is no reason for seniors to pick up juniors. Boy, very sensible. Then, you choose to see me because you want to worship me as a teacher. This is very good. I won't let you lose out with me, at least to ensure that you avoid detours and break through to the 9 eternal realm as soon as possible. Emperor Ji Yuzheng nodded and laughed. Even, I can help you find the page of immortality, and ask for that opportunity for detachment. Speaking of which, Emperor Ji Yuzheng Zhou stopped, raised his hand while stroking his long beard, while smilingly waiting for Su Langna to bow. In his opinion, the words that Yu Yangli said that he Gujun did not have the qualifications to teach Su Lang would only say it because of a momentary struggle of spirit. Really, the situation should be that after learning that he can worship him Ji Yu Jun as a teacher, he shouted true fragrance. In addition, Su Lang did not defend himself and chose to meet directly in the Shuangyao universe. Emperor Gujun Zhou was almost determined that Su Lang was here to apprentice. Except for Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou. Li Hong and others who followed up to the top floor and stood aside also thought so. However, Su Lang's words exceeded everyone's expectations. This, Senior Ji Yu Jun joked. The junior came this time to complete the deal with the senior. As for the inheritance of seniors, juniors have already learned, and there is no way to erase them. Therefore, you can only choose to use the remaining techniques of the same value or the heaven, material and earth treasures to exchange. After the transaction is completed, the matter is completely closed. Su Lang looked relaxed, and laughed while shaking his head. This statement came out. The scene was suddenly silent, almost silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Immediately, Su Lang, do you know what you are talking about? Being able to worship Master Gujun as a teacher is an opportunity that many eternal powers dream of. How dare you abandon it like a shoe? Children Su Lang, you really don't know how to praise, don't know what it is, you don't know what to do, so don't hesitate to kneel down to admit your mistake to Master Gujun. Quote. Li Hong and the others stared, with disbelief in their hearts, and uttered a stern rant. But Su Lang turned a deaf ear to what they said, just looking at Emperor Gujun Zhou with a smile. Emperor Gujun Zhou waved his hands at Li Hong and the others, and the latter six immediately closed their mouths. The atmosphere at the scene fell into extreme silence again. But Su Lang still smiled without saying a word, not affected by the surrounding environment, not even a trace of pressure. Chapter 2781. This Su Lang really has a big secret. Su Lang, I think you are a craftable material, so I will make an exception and promise to accept you as a disciple. But since you don't want to, but choose the second solution, then the second one. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou still had a smile on his face, but he was the kind that didn't smile. In his heart, he was very angry and shameful. He thought that Su Lang would worship him and be a respectful disciple who served him respectfully. But I never expected that Su Lang would refuse so straightforwardly when he spoke to that level. However, he had no intention of giving Su Lang a good end. Therefore, this account will be recorded together, and finally calculated. Thank you Senior Ji Yu Jun for understanding. These are the eternal techniques that Sha is willing to give. Senior Ji Yu Jun can choose 7 books at will. Su Lang smiled, waved out a lot of eternal exercises. These exercises were originally created by him using the fragment repair function. They are all very high level, but they do not cost much. For Su Lang, it is okay to be able to use these exercises to understand this period of cause and effect. It doesn't matter if Ji Yu Jun Jodi turns against him. It's a big deal to write down this hatred and kill him later. The mere 9 universes are eternal, so great. At this time, various exercises were originally floating in the air. There are treasures, warm jade, golden branches and jade leaves, and so on. All kinds of bright jewels bloomed from above the exercise books, making Li Hong and others' eyes bursting, and they couldn't remove it anymore. The original eternal technique. It turned out to be the original eternal technique, and so many. These eternal techniques are not simple, it seems they are all high-level eternal techniques, secret techniques. Su Lang, this soil bun, where did so many original exercises come from? This guy, I'm afraid that he won the inheritance of the eternal power of the 9 universes. Hey, if I can get the originals of these eternal techniques, after successfully practicing, I will be able to greatly increase my combat power. I want it so much, I want it so much. Single quote. All kinds of shocked, surprised, unbelievable, and greedy thoughts appeared in the hearts of Li Hong and others, causing them to be speechless. At the same time, Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou was also shocked. If he talks about the original exercises, he has, but there are definitely not so many, and the level is not as good. Su Lang, this guy really has a big secret. HMPH, these secrets, I must get my hands. Emperor Ji Yu Jun thought so, and smiled on the surface. Little friend Su Lang has so many eternal cultivation techniques. I don't know where to learn from. Maybe I know it. Oh, the juniors have no teacher. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, then closed his mouth and said nothing. No teacher. Absolutely fake. But it may also be that the power that preached his spiritual path has long since fallen. Maybe, I can test him again. Ji Junzhou's thoughts flickered like a storm, and immediately said, so that's it, Su Lang's skills are very valuable. But the old man is very old and doesn't have much energy to practice more exercises. How about replacing Su Lang with a treasure of heaven, material and earth, or the core of the universe? This statement came out. The shocked Li Hong and others stared at Su Lang again, to see what good things this guy could bring out. Emperor Ji Junzhou also looked at Su Lang with a smile. We need to see what kind of natural resources this Su Lang can produce. Is it infinitely valuable, or even he will be shocked? Senior doesn't need exercises, want other treasures. If that's the case, the younger generation will exchange it with the natural treasures. Su Lang was noticed by everyone, and he still smiled calmly, then collected the original exercises with a wave of his hand, and turned to take out a large number of natural treasures. These treasures of heaven, material and earth are all high-quality goods he left behind specially. All of them are rare and exotic treasures above the eternal realm of the 8 universes. There are even several treasures of the 9 eternal realm. A small part was won from Shangqiuhan, and most of them were fortified with the eternal treasures of the 8 universes. Moreover, all these strange treasures that Su Lang took out were all strengthened, and the quality became even more advanced. Chapter 2782, Sing Black Face, Red Face. Therefore, after seeing these natural treasures, Li Hong and others were dumbfounded, their eyes were about to fall out. Even Emperor Ji Junzhou couldn't hide his surprise. Really, this kid's possessions are so rich. This must have gained all the mantle of a certain senior 9 eternal martial artist, and it may even be multiple 9 eternals. Su Lang, my luck is too bad, but it's now in my hands, hee. Emperor Ji Junzhou looked at those cherished eternal grade materials, and his thoughts moved forward. As an eternal warrior of the 9 universes, materials of the same level are really rare. First of all, there are few treasures in the eternal realm of the 9 universes, and there are few warriors. It is difficult to exchange and trade. The difficulty of obtaining the treasures of the 9 universes is very, very high. Over the years, Emperor Gujun has collected not many eternal treasures of the 9 universes. It was only in this lifetime that the weapon was promoted to the eternal top level of the 8 universes. How could he not be pleasantly surprised when he saw these treasures that Su Lang took out? After the surprise, it was a strong greed. At this time, these treasures, every 3 treasures is worth a secret technique. Senior chooses 21 of them, and we are both cleared. Su Lang pointed at the dozens of rare and exotic treasures in front of him, and said with a smile. 3 kinds are worth 1 secret technique. Is this a bit missing? I have the 7-character secret inheritance, each of which is of infinite value. Can the 3 be worth it? Emperor Ji Junzhou frowned and shook his head. In my opinion, all of this is almost the same. The words came out. Li Hong and others immediately echoed loudly. Not bad. How cherished the 7-character secrets. These heavenly materials and earth treasures together can barely equal the value. Friend Su Lang, you have also practiced the 7-character secret. You should know how powerful the 7-character secret is. That is, you are really bullying people by changing these 3 materials to another one. Friend Su Lang, these materials are actually equivalent to the 7-character secret. After you exchange it, you have to swear not to reveal any content of the 7-character secret. In my opinion, these eternal techniques were originally combined with these heavenly materials and earth treasures to be worth the value of the 7-character secret. Quote. Li Hong and the 6 others spoke up one after another, raising the price of the 7-character secret while belittling Su Lang's treasure. The words in it are simply outrageous. Listening to these people's speeches, Su Lang sneered repeatedly in his heart. At this time, shut up, are you talking here? Emperor Gujunzhou coldly scolded Li Hong and the others, and immediately nodded to Su Lang. Taoist Su Lang, the 3 kinds of materials for a secret technique are indeed less, add a little. Seeing Emperor Gujunzhou sang a blushing face, Su Lang sneered even more. The acting skills of this group of people in the secret road were almost stretched to the extreme. Of course, this group of people also have unscrupulous elements, so they are so exaggerated, even if they are seen, it does not matter, at this time. After the performance of Emperor Gujunzhou, Li Hong and others, they looked straight at Su Lang. Haha, everyone, although the 7-character secret is powerful, it's like that in my eyes. These eternal treasures of heaven and earth that I have given are things you can't find if you want to find them. I have suffered a lot from trading 3 kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures for a secret technique. Su Lang said indifferently, and his tone suddenly became indifferent. If Senior Gujun would not agree to such a good condition, then there is no point in continuing to talk. These words are very tough. So that Emperor Gujun Zhou, Li Hong and others were dumbfounded. What happened? Su Lang turned down so hard. How dare he be so tough? He simply doesn't put Master Gujun and me in his eyes. Damn it, this sun is really damn, I don't have any eyesight. Damn, this sun must be cured. Seeing his arrogant and indifferent appearance, I really want to slap him. Single quote. All kinds of inconsistent thoughts appeared in the hearts of 6 people including Emperor Gujun Zhou and Li Hong. Su Lang, you. Among the 6 people including Li Hong, some couldn't bear it, and wanted to scold him with a green expression. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2783, Yu Yangli's choice. But at this moment, Ji Yujun stopped the person and said, "Little friend Su Lang, you know the truth of thinking twice before acting. It's better to think about it. I can suffer a bit. A little loss. Do you still think you have suffered? What about your face? No more." Su Lang raised his eyebrows and went back without fear. Little friend Su Lang. The hypocritical smile on Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou also disappeared, turning into indifference. If you don't want to trade, just say it. What can I say? You didn't force me. Su Lang curled his lips and said with a sarcasm, I call you senior, you really rely on the old to sell the old, and treat me like a soft persimmon. The words came out. The chill on Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou's face grew deeper and deeper. Su Lang, you really are a guy who doesn't know good or bad. Su Lang, you have to understand your current situation, you toast and not eat fine wine, think about your fate. I really don't know good and bad people. Quote. Li Hong and others all spoke up, yelling at Su Lang, and the last bit of skin was torn. These words are also their true thoughts. In their opinion, it is such a great honor to be able to cling to Emperor Gujun Zhou. But Su Lang is so ignorant of promotion, he is simply stupid. They didn't know that a solitary Emperor Zhou was really not qualified to let Su Lang apprentice. Even if it is beyond the existence of the endless universe, it is not qualified. But they are frogs at the bottom of the well, and Su Lang's heritage has long exceeded their imagination. Su Lang, are you sure you think about it? Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou looked cold, and reached out his hand to hold the teacup in a playful posture. I naturally thought it over. The value of the 7-character secret is there. Su Lang nodded calmly. However, I can still give you some treasures, but it has another meaning. This word came out. Emperor Gujun Zhou put down the teacup and said with a smile, what do you mean? In his opinion, this is a sign of Su Lang's softness. What else could it be? But Su Lang's words broke his mind. Gujun Taoist fellow, the treasure of heaven and earth that I gave separately is given by Yangli. Su Lang smiled slightly and said calmly, what? Yu Yangli, what the **** do you mean? When Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou heard Yu Yangli's name, his brows were frowned. What do you mean specifically? Let Yu Yang leave him alone. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and after waving his hand, Zhu Yangli was released. In a blink of an eye, the figure of Yu Yangli appeared in front of 6 people including Emperor Gujun Zhou and Li Hong. Yu Yangli, 7 Eternal Realm, the eternal power of the 8 Eternal. It deserves to be the one I chose, it's really extraordinary. Emperor Ji Yujun saw Yu Yangli's details at a glance, and a trace of pride rose in his heart. Li Hong and the other 6 people discovered the strangeness of Emperor Gujun Zhou, looked at each other, and spoke, Master Ji Yujun really has eyes like a torch, and the selected inheritance disciple far exceeds the same level. This kind of talent must have the talent to impact the 9-universe eternal realm, the lonely master is wise. Yu Yangli's achievements today are all created by the 7-character secret on Lord Ji Yujun. The 7-character secret inheritance is really powerful. Quote. Li Hong and other 6 people, each one a flattery, photographed Gujun Zhou Emperor in the clouds. Soon, in Su Lang's smile, Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou said, the treasure of heaven and earth you gave is for Yu Yangli to recognize my ancestor and return to my ancestry, and respect me. Well, That should be what it meant. This statement came out. Su Lang still laughed and said nothing. And Yu Yangli took a deep breath. Junior Yu Yangli, I would like to thank Senior Gujun for the gift of inheritance. The junior is willing to repay this grace with the treasure of heaven and earth. Hear, hear. Ji Yu Jun and Li Hong nodded slightly. But Yu Yangli did not finish. He continued. After repaying this kindness, the younger generation will make it easier for the older generation to have nothing to do with you. Hear this. The expressions of Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou and others changed drastically, as if they had eaten flies. Shit. Chapter 2784. Even if there are 10, I am not afraid. What did you say? You actually want to sever my kindness. Yu Yangli, don't forget who selected you from the micro-ends and bestowed the inheritance to come to this step. White-eyed wolf, Yu Yangli, you are really a white-eyed wolf. Quote. Emperor Gujun Zhou gritted his teeth and yelled coldly, while Li Hong and the 6 others yelled at each other, glaring at each other, wishing to peel off Yu Yangli's skin. Senior Ji Yu Jun, I haven't fully decided this matter yet. Standing on Su Lang's side, Yu Yangli looked at Emperor Gujun Zhou without fear. However, after seeing your words and deeds towards brother Su Lang, I finally fully understood my choice. Emperor Ji Yu Jun really gave him the inheritance. However, it only left the inheritance, without any precepts and deeds. It is completely stalking. Yu Yangli was frightened. Go had been in the Yilong universe for so many billion years. Isn't it because he didn't care about Emperor Gujun Zhou? In addition, what Ji Yu Jun Zhou had done to Su Lang before has allowed Yu Yangli to fully understand what kind of person Ji Yu Jun is. This made him extremely disappointed, and the image of the master in his heart collapsed. At last, Su Lang is really good to him, all kinds of instructions and eternal cultivation techniques, without the name of a teacher and apprentice, but there is the truth of a teacher and a student. Then, he made up his mind to use enough heaven and earth treasures and lonely Jun-en to cut his righteousness, and then followed Su Lang. To this, Su Lang naturally raised his hands in favor, and Yu Yangli's share of heaven and earth treasures, he also came out. The cost is not high anyway. At this time, Yu Yang's resolute words were said, and Ji Yu Jun and the others were even more dark, almost intent to kill. Yu Yangli, are you sure? Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou took a deep breath and asked word by word. He is the eternal power of 9 universes. Even in the countless natural universes in the endless universe, it is the handful of people standing at the top. But, Yu Yangli chose to follow Su Lang instead of him. This is humiliation, severe humiliation. It was like a slap in his face. I'm sure. Yu Yangli bowed his hands and gave the last salute. Immediately after, his figure disappeared from the original place. This was taken into the universe of life by Su Lang. Su Lang has more than 50 lives, but he has only 1 life. In order to prevent Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou from suddenly starting his hand, he naturally had to put it away. In this scene, it made Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou almost furious. Su Lang, you are going against me. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou's voice was as cold as ice. You think you can't escape from my hand? Su Lang, if you go your own way, you will definitely die. Now you have one last chance. Take Yu Yangli and admit your mistakes together so that you can hold on to your life. Kneel down, you kneel down for Master Gujun, you idiot. Quote. Li Hong and the others were filled with righteous indignation. Their outstretched hands almost poked Su Lang's nose. Ha 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 ha, Ji Yu Jun, you thought I came to Shuang Yao universe by myself. Didn't you think about the result? I'm telling you the truth. Don't say you are a 9 universe eternal. Even if there are 10, I am not afraid. Su Lang was calm and undaunted, and a sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Now I give you one last chance and promise my terms, otherwise it will be enmity with me. You, Su Lang, you are so arrogant and arrogant. I won't show you some color today. You really treat yourself as a person. Quote. After hearing Su Lang's words, Emperor Ji Yu Jun instantly became angry and stood up, staring at Su Lang with cracked eyes. This moment, endless killing intent erupted from Emperor Gujun Zhou, covering a range of tens of thousands of light years. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou is angry. Who dared to provoke Lord Gujun Zhou? He is dead. Master Gujun Zhou calms down his anger, and his servant is willing to die for you and fight against the thief who is disrespectful to you. Quote. A large number of practitioners knelt down on the ground, quarreling with each other in fighting spirit. And among the tall towers, facing the eruption of Emperor Gujun Zhou's killing intent, Su Lang remained calm, even with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. This look immediately made Emperor Ji Junzhou more and more angry. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2785. The atmosphere is dignified and tense, Master Ji Jun. Su Lang has been disrespectful to you many times, so let me wait and kill him. Su Lang, you are dead, you asked for it. Quote. Li Hong and others cried out their eternal imperial soldiers sonically. Suddenly, the sword, light and sword shadow enveloped the entire chamber, cold like a wave, blades like a forest. The atmosphere of the scene was dignified to the extreme, like a bowstring about to break. But, Su Lang, the client, looked like an outsider, still looking at Emperor Ji Junzhou and others with a smile, as if watching an actor's performance. This reaction, the Emperor Ji Junzhou, who was already furious, calmed down, squinted his eyes and stared at Su Lang. This kid, facing such a mortal situation, he is so unhurried. Does he really have any whole cards that can escape from my hand and is not afraid of me chasing him? No, no matter how powerful he is, he only has the power of the 8 Eternal Realm, and he can never fight the true 9 Eternal Realm. This person is mostly pretending, even if I guess wrong, he really has a whole card, it's just that he is righteous. Single quote. A lot of thoughts appeared in the mind of Emperor Ji Jun, and his vicissitudes but bright eyes were once again full of killing intent. At this time, what are you staring at me? Do you think you can stare me to death with your eyes? The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a disdainful smile, his eyes are full of playfulness. If you want to do it quickly, don't waste my time, can you? This statement came out, he almost vomits blood to people like Ji Jun and Li Hong. This Su Lang is so arrogant. Su Lang, since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Emperor Gujunzhou had a hideous complexion, his aura skyrocketed, and the blue sword light gathered around him, containing extremely terrifying power. Sword, come and try to see if your sword is powerful or mine is powerful. Su Lang glanced at the countless blue sword lights of Emperor Gujunzhou, waved his hand in disdain, and condensed a broken sword. In the current state, it is definitely impossible to fight against Emperor Gujunzhou. But Su Lang has decided to use death instead of playing this Gujunzhou, so he is not afraid at all. You sword light, really good. Emperor Ji Jun saw the extraordinary of Su Lang Po Yijian, and sneered, however, you, the caster, are too low level. That's it, Emperor Ji Junzhou was ready to emit his countless blue sword light. Su Lang was also ready to test the eternal power of Gujunzhou Emperor. But at this moment, a strong temporal and spatial fluctuation suddenly came from not far away, and it contained several breaths of the 9 Eternal Realm. This sudden situation, let the two parties in the chamber that are going to fight to stop at the same time and look out. Who is it? Why can they easily enter my upper universe? Emperor Ji Junzhou exclaimed in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis arose. In his opinion, these people here are probably related to Su Lang. It might even be Su Lang's backing, so this kid would be so arrogant and unscrupulous. Thought of this, Emperor Ji Junzhou couldn't help but glanced at Su Lang, his pupil shrank slightly. Li Hong and others looked at each other even more, and the vest suddenly oozes a layer of cold sweat. But none of them knew. Su Lang was also a little strange. I wonder why the 9 Eternal Eternity came to the Xianxia universe, and why the Emperor Gujunzhou was so wary. It is here. 3 silhouettes flew beyond the top of the giant tower. One person was dressed in a green robe, with fluttering robes, and handsome. Wearing a gray robe and a curtain hat, one person is full of mystery. There is another person, wearing an ice blue long dress, with a graceful figure, attractive curves, and a beautiful face. She is a stunning girl. And these 3 are all eternal warriors of the 9 universes. Stand in the air outside the top of the tower. The beautiful girl in the ice blue long skirt stepped forward and said, the Emperor Sha Li, a member of the Xuanyu Alliance, is here to visit Emperor Gujunzhou. Chapter 2786. This woman has influenced my sword. This woman. It was the Emperor Li Xuanzhou who had been sent by Shangjuku to find him before, but he had not found it. Then, Li Zan took the entire universe to leave, went to the Xuanyan universe, and joined the Xuanyu Alliance. Today, together with the 3 eternal powers of the 9 universes, they found the Frost Obsidian universe region, the Emperor Gujun Zhou, at this time. When Emperor Li Zhanzhou arched his hand and spoke, Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou suddenly understood that he had guessed wrong. The three Li Zhan are here to visit, and from beginning to end, he didn't look at Su Lang more. In other words, the possibility of having a relationship with Su Lang is actually very small, almost zero. Thought of this, Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou, Li Hong and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph, I thought it was Su Lang's patron. So these three have nothing to do with Su Lang at all. It's scary. Fortunately, these three have nothing to do with Su Lang, otherwise they will be in big trouble. Single quote. Li Hong and other 6 people had various ideas in their hearts. It turns out to be Taoist Li Zhan. These 2 fellow Taoists are also members of the Xuanyu Alliance. I don't know how to call them. Emperor Gujun Zhou arched his hands at Emperor Li Xuanzhou and the other 2, and said with a smile. Let's pray for everything. It's in Kutamatsu Yuanshan. The handsome man in the green robe and the man in the gray robe and hat hugged Ji Yuzhen, with good manners. Gujun Taoist friend, Emperor Li Xuanzhou smiled and said, uninvited, please forgive me. Where? The visitor is a guest, please sit down, please sit down. Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou waved his hand, and a set of case tables and futons made of eternal realm materials appeared in the wave of his hand. Then I'm welcome. Emperor Li Xuanzhou, Wan Qixing, and Song Yuanshan nodded one after another, and immediately prepared to sit down. Master Ji Yuzhen, seniors, all retire first. Li Hong saw that several 9 Universe Eternal bosses were preparing to discuss, so he clasped his fists and retired. Well, you guys step back. Emperor Gujun Zhou nodded, and immediately said with an apologetic expression to the 3 of Li Zhan, 3, please sit down and wait. There is also a kid who doesn't know how to etiquette. Let me take care of it. Finished. Then he stared at Su Lang with a cold face, and the killing intent spread. Li Hong and the others retreated, while sneering at Su Lang constantly, their eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. By now, it was completely certain that Li Zhan and others had nothing to do with Su Lang. So, Su Lang is doomed to escape. Of course, how Ji Yuzhen, Li Hong and others sneered, how the killing intent was diffused, Su Lang laughed and didn't say anything. So courageous. Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou was even more angry when he saw that Su Lang looked down on human expressions so much. If you want to do it, hurry up. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and finally said, it's Harp, are you still a man? Kneel me down. Gujun Emperor Zhou's eyes were cracked, and the blue sword light appeared again, densely packed, like a school of fish on the seabed. The powerful 9 Universe Eternal Realm aura permeated the time and space where the entire tower is trembling crazily and distorting. Ah, let me see how capable you are and how many days I can surpass you. Su Lang gave a chuckle, and pointed his right hand into a sword, breaking a sword with pure white sword light like a poisonous snake, tearing through time and space. Originally, Li Zhan and others didn't care much about the fight between Emperor Gujun Zhou and Su Lang. 1 9 Universe Eternal Realm to clean up an 8 Universe Eternal Realm is a matter of breathing. But at this time Su Lang showed the broken sword light, but it attracted the attention of the 3 of Li Zhan and others. Just when both shots are about to attack. Slow, Emperor Li Xuanzhou suddenly said. This slow sound immediately relaxed the atmosphere that had solidified to the extreme. Friend Li Zhan, is this? Emperor Gujun Zhou frowned slightly, maintaining his supernatural powers, turning his head to look at Li Zhan and the other 2. This woman has also affected my sword. Su Lang also looked at Emperor Li Xuanzhou faintly, and complained in his heart. Gujun Taoist friend, you still don't know the purpose of our trip. Our trip is to invite fellow Taoist Gujun to join our Xuanyu Alliance. Emperor Li Xuanzhou smiled. In addition, the warriors who are expected to be eternal in the 9 universes are also among our invitations. Chapter 2787, Recruitment of Emperor Li Xuanzhou. Speaking of which, Song Yuanshan also clasped his fists and said, this junior is not bad. I don't know any conflicts with Taoist Gujun. If it can be resolved, I will try my best to resolve it. How about? Wan Qixing also nodded, indicating that he had the same meaning. You want me to let him go? Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou frowned. You know, this Su Lang has humiliated me many times, and I won't cry without seeing the coffin. I won't let him go. More importantly, he didn't say. That is, Su Lang possesses many secrets, and even Shangjuku is willing to exchange the eternal residual pages. Gujun Taoist friend, Now the world of great controversy is about to come. In the endless universe, all forces are crazy to increase their strength. This is to be able to protect yourself in troubled times. This Su Lang has the potential to be promoted to the Nine Eternal Realm. He is a rare talent. Emperor Li Xuanzhou smiled and said, if you don't share the enemy, it can be resolved. A world of great competition. I have indeed heard of it. Emperor Ji Junzhou is not a blind and deaf person, he has also heard the saying about the world of great controversy. At first he thought it was a rumor. But then the page of eternal life appeared more and more frequently, and he gradually became convinced. Going to remote cosmic regions to search for the nascent natural universe and to search for materials with innate characteristics is for the possible great controversy. If the world of great controversy really comes, it will be a terrifying battle than ever before. Even he must be treated with care. In a world of great controversy, the more we are, the greater the strength, the better we can protect ourselves and strive for more benefits. Our leader once bluntly said that if we can dominate in a world of great controversy, members of the Alliance will get at least 3 pages of eternal life. Wan Qixing went on to say, as we all know, the feasibility of getting a page of immortality is not high, but if you have 3 pages, there is enough hope. Therefore, the purpose of our Xuanyu Alliance is to absorb all the masters of the 9 universe and quasi-9 universes that can be absorbed. If Taoist Gujun and Su Lang can clear up the past, and join the Xuanyu Alliance, I am willing to pay a certain amount of compensation. Song Yuanshan nodded and looked at Emperor Gujun Zhou with a smile. Make up. Do you get a commission for every person you collect? After listening to Song Yuanshan and the others, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Indeed. Moreover, those who join the alliance are also treated well. Emperor Li Xuanzhou nodded. After all, interest is the easiest way to connect people. At this time, a few fellow Taoists. This Su Lang is indeed a little extraordinary. But that's all. The eternal warriors of the 8 universes don't know how many are stuck in the level and can no longer advance. Pulling him into the Xuanyu Alliance is a suspicion of making up for it. Emperor Gujun Zhou looked at Li Zan and the others with flickering eyes, clasped his fists and said, Sha is willing to give you some compensation, please give up Le Salong's idea of joining the alliance. Su Lang is a man with a big secret. If you are in the same league, you won't be able to start. It's true, to recruit people into the alliance, there are also minimum mission requirements. Just after entering the league in Sha, there is an urgent need to complete mission targets. It's hard to find the strong in the 9 universe eternal realm, and it's not easy to find the genius of the 9 universe. In the Xuanyu Alliance, in addition to the bottom, there are more people pulling people around. These 2 fellow Taoists have already completed the mission targets, so they are willing to take them out for such a trip. Also, ask Taoist Gujun to give me a better face, and I will definitely give Taoist Gujun satisfaction. Emperor Li Xuanzhou sighed and said sincerely. After listening, Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing nodded and agreed. Hear this. This Su Lang and I have a deep hatred. Unless your excellency can give me a complete page of immortality, I won't talk about it. Furthermore, your excellency also said that Xuanyu Alliance is not the only team recruiting members from outside. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of Emperor Ji Junzhou. Otherwise, I can't do the things that I have said before. Chapter 2788. Gujun, you are nothing but that this statement came out. Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing suddenly frowned slightly. Emperor Li Xuanzhou was taken aback, glanced at Su Lang, and finally shook his head and said, forget it. A quasi-9 cosmic genius is incomparable with a real senior 9 cosmic powerhouse. The reason she offered to solicit Su Lang was just to try, and she had also fought for it at this time. Since Emperor Ji Junzhou refused to let people go, it had to be forgotten. Everyone present didn't know that Su Lang had no idea of joining the alliance. Thanks for understanding. Emperor Ji Junzhou smiled at the 3 of Xuanyu Alliance and turned to look at Su Lang. But he saw that Su Lang was thinking about something while touching his chin. Humph, little bastard, kneel down to me, you. The countless azure blue sword lights between Emperor Ji Junzhou's wave of his hand suddenly burst out. But these sword lights did not mean to kill Su Lang. Because Emperor Gujun Zhou wanted to capture Su Lang alive and squeeze out the secrets from him. But seeing these sword lights turned into countless azure blue silk threads, woven into a tight net, covering Su Lang's body up and down. See this scene. Emperor Li Xuanzhou and the others all thought that Su Lang would definitely be arrested. Emperor Ji Junzhou thought the same way, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. The world is dead, break a sword. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and he threw out his fingertips. In an instant, under the profound meaning of the world's dying, the sword light of the broken sword is as dazzling as the blazing sun, exploding fiercely in the blue sword net. Rumble, the azure sword net shook slightly, and immediately stabilized, showing no signs of loosening. But let Gujun Zhou Emperor, as well as Li Zan, Song Yuanshan, and Wan Qi behave. Su Lang has only the aura of 8 celestial levels. However, this move that broke out caused the sword net of the senior 9 universe eternal realm to tremble. This is incredible. Emperor Li Xuanzhou had a trace of regret in his heart. This is the first time she has seen a talent like Su Lang. At this time, the pure white sword light in the azure sword net quickly faded, revealing Su Lang with his usual face. Although the universal nirvana upright directly emptied all his cosmic power. But his secret of recovery is not a display. Just the secret technique of innocence, without using the cosmic domain dominating secret technique, can instantly restore a large amount of cosmic power. This kid can issue such a powerful attack. Although it's just a sword net set up at random, it shouldn't be something he can shake. The key is that this kid's resilience is so strong, it's outrageous. Emperor Ji Junzhou was surprised and sneered on the surface. Su Lang, you are really weak, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Ah, Ji Jun, you are nothing but that. I will surpass you soon. Su Lang chuckled and said, now, if you don't want my life, then I will go, and I will kill you if I have a chance. With that said, he raised his eyebrows. Such a scene. It was obvious that Emperor Li Xuanzhou and the others were gaping. This Su Lang is too arrogant. As an eternal warrior of the 8 universes, trapped by the eternal warrior of the 9 universes, what can you say? What's gone? Why did you have a chance to kill Ji Jun? What? Do you want to go? You can go. When you die, you dare to speak quickly. I must let you taste the most painful punishment in the eternal realm. I want to strip your crystal wall universe one by one, so that you will suffer endless pain and despair both physically and mentally. Quote. The Emperor Ji Junzhou was full of anger. He naturally didn't think that Su Lang could escape. Talking, he raised his hand and pinched frantically, and the blue sword light that besieged Su Lang suddenly turned into a crimson color. An incomparably permeating breath came from these sword light silk threads, as if to crush people into meat. However, what he didn't know was that he didn't need to kill Su Lang as fast as he could, then he really couldn't even trigger Su Lang's death substitution. Tisk tut, you don't want to believe the truth. Su Lang looked around at the red sword light thread around him, smiled disdainfully, and immediately activated the clone replacement and clone withdrawal functions. For an instant, Su Lang exchanged positions with a clone that had been prepared a long time ago, and took the clone back into the mysterious black space. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.